Chapter 182. Initiating the highest level investigation. Outside the entrance of the dungeon venue, the foundational information of the dungeon is prominently displayed. This includes the dungeon map and various details regarding the monsters within. Chen Yu casually skimmed through the information. These details proved to be somewhat beneficial for him, at the very least preventing him from losing his way within the dungeon. Just as Chen Yu was preparing to enter the venue, a notification suddenly appeared on his friend panel. He opened the friend panel to find a message from Ling Xiuhua. Ling Xiuhua, have you spoken with your mentor? How do you feel about it? If it does not suit you, feel free to let me know. Chen Yu promptly replied. Chen Yu, it's fine. By the way, Ling Jia, are you familiar with a mentor named Leng Xiong? He intended to inquire about Leng Xiong with Ling Xiuhua. Since Ling Xiuhua had reached out to him, it was the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Ling Xiuhua, Leng Xiong? I believe there is indeed such an individual. He has some notoriety, albeit not of a favorable kind. What's the matter? Have you chosen him as your mentor? Chen Yu, not at all. He approached me, inviting me to become his student, but I declined. I have the impression that there is something amiss with him. He seems to employ unscrupulous means to secure my choice. Chen Yu recounted Leng Xiong's actions from the freshman meet and greet without embellishment, merely stating the facts and refraining from mentioning his suspicions that Leng Xiong was a traitor intending to harm him. Leng Xiong is a mentor at Tunglong University, and while he harbors disdain for him, he knows better than to let his emotions cloud Ling Xiuhua's judgment. After all, his suspicions regarding Leng Xiong are entirely unfounded. When it comes to verbal altercations, anything can be said, but once a genuine investigation is involved, one must refrain from speaking recklessly. Ling Xiuhua, from this perspective, it does appear somewhat illogical. I will inform the management of the Foundational Academy about this matter and initiate an investigation. Ling Xiuhua. However, I hope you understand that Leng Xiong is, after all, a mentor at Tunglong University, and without evidence, the Academy will not take drastic measures. At most, they can conduct inquiries and basic investigations into his relationships and background. Ling Xiuhua. If the investigation concludes that this is merely a misunderstanding, and Leng Xiong simply seeks to gain fame through you, then it would only reflect on his personal character, without further implications. Ling Xiuhua clearly grasped the intent behind Chen Yu's words, yet she did not elaborate. Chen Yu. All right. Thank you, Ling Jia. Ling Xiuhua. You're welcome. In the dormitory area of Tunglong University, within a seemingly ordinary villa, Ling Xiuhua emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white bathrobe. With a delicate gesture, the air transformed into layers of soft blue. The moisture in her hair evaporated instantly. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. A shadowy figure clad in a black robe appeared before her. The figure reached up to remove the hood, revealing her true visage. Her face was obscured by disheveled hair, exposing only her rosy lips and rounded chin. Shorty, what's going on with Ling Xiong? Ling Xiuhua inquired with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. Had a quarrel with the target. It's not a big deal, the figure replied nonchalantly. Her voice was raspy, as if she had been ill for quite some time. Did he make any unusual moves towards Chen Yu? Ling Xiuhua nodded, her expression softening slightly. No, the figure shook her head. By the way, after this kid respawned, his protection numbers dwindled. There's no one to take shifts, and he can't proactively eliminate suspicious threats anymore. This mission has become rather dull. What are you complaining about? Ling Xiuhua said with a dismissive smile. Didn't you take on this covert mission yourself? Besides, if you hadn't taken it on, there are plenty who would. If it weren't for my acquaintance with him, I would have wanted to take this covert mission myself. All right, you continue to keep an eye on things. I have others to contact. Oh, bye-bye. The figure in black waved a chubby hand at Ling Xiuhua. Immediately, the virtual image vanished. Ling Xiuhua saved the call log and dialed another number. In the intelligence department of Tunglong University, the minister, known as the Throne of Void, adorned in gold and silver, radiated magnificence as he sat in his executive chair, animatedly gesturing to his subordinates. The subordinates appeared overwhelmed, but, out of deference to the formidable presence, could only nod and bow. Just then, the phone rang on the Throne of Void. You all carry on. I'll step out to take a call. The Throne of Void waved the phone and leisurely exited the office. Upon answering the call, Ling Xiuhua's virtual image immediately appeared before him. Oh, Flame Throne, what a pleasure to see you. What brings you here? Cut the pleasantries, Ling Xiuhua replied sternly. Investigate this Leng Xiong thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Utilize whatever means necessary to uncover the truth. Leng Xiong is a mentor at the academy. The Throne of Void frowned. What has he done to provoke you? Provoke me? Ling Xiuhua sneered. Just now at the freshman meet and greet, he incited public sentiment, pressuring the top student of this cohort, attempting to recruit him under his wing, even going so far as to distort the truth and tarnish the top student's reputation. Consider the implications of this situation. Chapter 182. Initiation, the highest level of investigation. Outside the entrance of the dungeon venue, a board displayed the foundational information pertaining to the dungeon. including its map and details about various monsters. Chen Yu perused the information briefly. It proved somewhat beneficial, at the very least preventing him from losing his way within the dungeon. Just as he was about to step inside the venue, a notification suddenly appeared on his friend's panel. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Ling Xiuhua. Ling Xiuhua, have you conversed with your mentor? What are your impressions? If it doesn't suit you, feel free to let me know. Chen Yu promptly replied. Chen Yu, it's all right. By the way, Ling Jia, do you know a mentor named Lung Xiong? He had intended to inquire about Lung Xiong with Ling Xiuhua anyway, so this was a fortuitous opportunity to bring it up. Ling Xiuhua, Lung Xiong? I believe I've heard of him. He possesses a certain notoriety, though not of a commendable kind. Did you choose him as your mentor? Chen Yu. No, he extended an invitation for me to become his disciple, but I declined. I sense there is something amiss with him. He seems willing to resort to unscrupulous methods to sway my choice. Chen Yu recounted Lung Xiong's behavior at the new student orientation, articulating the facts without embellishment, deliberately omitting his suspicions that Lung Xiong might be a traitor intent on harming him. Although he harbored a dislike for Lung Xiong, he refrained from allowing his personal feelings to cloud Ling Xiuhua's judgment. After all, his assumptions regarding Lung Xiong were entirely unfounded. When engaging in a heated exchange, one may express themselves freely, but when it comes to a genuine investigation, one must be circumspect. Ling Xiuhua, from what you describe, it indeed seems rather unreasonable. I shall report this matter to the administrative body of the Basic Academy, prompting them to initiate an investigation. Ling Xiuhua, however, I hope you understand that, as Lung Xiong is a mentor at Tunglong University, the Academy will not take drastic measures without concrete evidence. At most, they can conduct inquiries and basic investigations concerning interpersonal relationships and such. Ling Xiuhua, if the investigation reveals that this is merely a misunderstanding, and Lung Xiong simply seeks to gain fame through you, then it would only reflect on his personal character, without implicating anything further. Clearly, Ling Xiuhua grasped the intent behind Chen Yu's words, yet she refrained from elaborating. Chen Yu, all right, thank you Ling Jia. Ling Xiuhua, no need for thanks. In the dormitory area of Tunglong University, within a modestly unassuming villa, Ling Xiuhua emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe. With a delicate motion of her hand, the air transformed into a subtly layered azure hue. The moisture in her hair evaporated instantaneously. She then retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and a shadowy figure clad in black robes materialized before her. The figure lifted the hood, revealing a visage obscured by unkempt hair, with only her rosy lips and rounded chin visible. Shorty, what is going on with Ling Xiong? Ling Xiuhua inquired, her demeanor unwelcoming. We had a minor altercation with the target. It's not a significant issue, the figure in black replied nonchalantly, her voice raspy as if she had been ill for quite some time. Did he exhibit any peculiar behavior towards Chen Yu? Ling Xiuhua queried, her expression softening slightly. No. The figure shook her head. By the way, this kid has acquired resurrection, resulting in a reduction of his protective numbers, with no one to rotate in. And he can no longer actively eliminate suspected threats. This task has become rather dull. Why are you complaining? Ling Xiuhua scoffed. Didn't you accept the covert mission yourself? Moreover, if you refuse, there are plenty of others willing to take it. If it weren't for my acquaintance with him, I would have wanted to undertake this covert mission myself. All right, you keep an eye on things. I have others to contact. Oh, bye-bye. The figure in black waved a chubby hand at Ling Xiuhua before vanishing from sight. Ling Xiuhua preserved the call record and then dialed another number. At the intelligence department of Tunglong University, Director Zhu Su sat adorned in lavish attire, radiating opulence as he animatedly gestured to his subordinates. The staff bore faces of discontent, but out of respect for the formidable figure, they could only acquiesce. Just then, Zhu Su's phone rang. You all carry on. I'll step out to take a call, he said, shaking his phone as he leisurely exited the office. Upon answering, Ling Xiuhua's visage instantly appeared before him. Oh, Lian Wangzhua, what a pleasure. What brings you here? He greeted jovially. Let us skip the pleasantries, Ling Xiuhua interjected seriously. Investigate Lung Xiong thoroughly. Utilize every means necessary to uncover his full background. Lung Xiong is a mentor at the academy. What has he done to provoke you? Zhu Su furrowed his brow. Provoked me? Ling Xiuhua sneered. Just moments ago, at the new student orientation, he incited public sentiment, pressuring this year's top student to join him, even resorting to slandering their reputation. Consider the implications of this. What? The top student? Zhu Su rushed back to his office, hastily retrieving the footage from the new student orientation. After viewing it, his demeanor shifted drastically. What the hell? Has this scoundrel lost his mind? Summon the personnel and disciplinary departments. Initiate the highest level of investigation against Lung Xiong, the mentor from the Basic Academy. And by the way, head to Lian Wangzhui's office to request an official letter from the dean. Our actions cannot be initiated under our name. In the first-tier public dungeon area. After concluding his conversation with Ling Xiuhua, Chen Yu stepped into the dungeon venue. The dungeon venue at Tunglong University felt significantly more desolate than that of Dongfeng Town, with only a few practitioners preparing for their endeavors. At the center of the venue stood the dungeon portal, Above it hung a screen displaying the dungeon rankings. First place, dungeon rating, S-Class. Time, 12 hours 36 minutes. Captain, Anonymous. Team members, Anonymous. Second place, dungeon rating, S-Class. Time, 12 hours 57 minutes. Captain, Li Langyue. Team members, Luong, Li Shi, Lin Yuda. It is worth noting that the dungeon leaderboard at Tunglong University does not compile results continuously. It refreshes every 2 years. When the leaderboard is refreshed, all previous rankings vanish. After 1 week of the refresh, the team that holds the top rank receives a record reward. Subsequent higher records will also garner a record-breaking reward. Naturally, merely completing the dungeon does not guarantee a place on the leaderboard. It only records achievements of the highest difficulty, S-Class and above. The last refresh of the leaderboard occurred at the beginning of last year. New students enroll every July, meaning that in a few months, the leaderboard will refresh once more. The current records have been shattered time and again by numerous formidable individuals. In that case, what is one more attempt for me? With that thought, Chen Yu stepped forward and entered the dungeon portal. Chapter 183, The Ghostly Dungeon, the Other Shore Flower that Devours Malevolent Spirits. Dungeon name, Midnight Ghost Tower Level Restriction, 50 to 100. First transition completed, second transition not completed, number restriction, up to 6 people. Dungeon cooldown, 7 days, prompt, level adaptation complete. Personnel adaptation complete, dungeon cooldown complete. Entering the dungeon, please select difficulty, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The first tier dungeon has escalated in difficulty? Then I shall choose hell. The novice dungeon's highest difficulty was only nightmare. You have selected hell difficulty, please confirm your choice. Confirm. Prompt. This dungeon's highest difficulty has a completion evaluation leaderboard. Will you make your team information public? Do not make public. Selection completed. Dungeon begins. The dark scene within the portal illuminated as Chen Yu found himself standing in a modern-style bedroom. The lights were on, yet outside the window, darkness prevailed. At the center of the room lay a double bed, with the covers on the left side in disarray, while those on the right were neatly folded at the headboard. Resting beneath the pillow, the sheets bore slight creases, indicating that someone had recently risen, leaving the bed unmade. Aside from the bed, the room contained a row of wardrobes and a bookshelf. Just then, a charming little girl with exquisite features burst into the room, a radiant smile gracing her face. She truly plays the part well, Chen Yu remarked. From the information outside the dungeon venue, Chen Yu learned that the monsters within this dungeon were spectral entities known as vengeful spirits. Unlike the more common resentful spirits, these vengeful spirits belong to the Eastern classification of supernatural beings. Low-tier vengeful spirits excelled in illusionary deception, primarily employing psychological intimidation as their method of attack. Their physical damage capabilities were merely average. With a bit of heightened defense, one could easily become immune to their attacks. The troublesome aspect of wild vengeful spirits lay in their high intelligence and adeptness at disguise, making it nearly impossible for ordinary practitioners to discern their true nature. One could only unveil their attributes by utilizing detection equipment. But who among the practitioners, save for the exceedingly bored, would resort to casting detection spells on every individual? However, within the confines of the dungeon, distinguishing between entities was no arduous task, or rather, it was entirely unnecessary. Daddy hug, the little girl exclaimed, arms outstretched in a manner reminiscent of a little saint seeking affection. Chen Yu stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. The girl was sent flying, colliding against the wall with a dull thud. Daddy, why did you hit me? She asked, bewildered, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke in a tone of innocent grievance. If even your father and grandfather cannot tell the difference, who else am I to strike? Chen Yu retorted with malice. The little girl paused in confusion before obediently calling out, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh dear, you little fool, come here. Come to Grandpa's embrace. Grandpa has candies. Chen Yu opened his arms wide. The girl hesitated for a moment, her lips twitching slightly, before she asked blankly, Grandpa, who is the little fool? The little fool is you, my dear grandchild. Chen Yu affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Grandpa, I'm not called little fool, slap. Chen Yu delivered another strike, revealing his fierce demeanor. I say you are little fool, and so you shall be. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. The little girl reluctantly conceded. Subsequently, she stood up, approached Chen Yu, and lowered her head to say, Grandpa, I'm hungry. Hungry, are we? Chen Yu nodded, glancing around until he spotted an ashtray filled with cigarette butts on the bedside table. He picked up the ashtray and walked over to the little fool, kindly offering it to her. Being hungry is good. Go ahead and eat. Grandpa, I can't eat this. The little fool whimpered. Slap. The familiar sound echoed once more as the little girl was again pressed against the wall, slowly sliding down. I said you can eat it, and you shall. Do you have an objection? Chen Yu glared at her. I can eat. The little fool sobbed as she knelt on the ground, picking up the scattered cigarette butts and consuming them one by one. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. For a low-tier vengeful spirit's psychological attack to take effect, it must reach a certain threshold of intimidation. Essentially, it involved guiding the target towards fear before launching an assault. For instance, if the little spirit begged Chen Yu for food, he would search the room. If he found nothing, the little spirit would lament, "There's clearly food. Isn't daddy you?" Then it would display a sorrowful visage and attack. The intimidation tactics employed by vengeful spirits were a form of illusion. Individuals with lower mental attributes were easily ensnared, becoming unwittingly guided. However, Chen Yu's mental prowess undoubtedly overshadowed that of the little spirit before him, leading to a reversal of roles where the little spirit was compelled to obey Chen Yu's commands. Of course, vengeful spirits could also opt for direct attacks. But the meager physical power of ordinary low-tier vengeful spirits was laughable. Enough of this play. I must remind myself that I am here to accumulate records and procure resources, not to indulge in frivolities. Chen Yu approached and seized the little spirit's head, slamming it forcefully to the ground. In the next instant, the little spirit lifted its head, black, foul blood oozing from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. A gaping wound nearly severed its neck, barely held together by a thin layer of skin. Its clothing was tattered, and its body bore numerous gashes as if it had been cleaved. "Grandpa, why do you hurt me?" The little spirit let out a piercing wail, lunging at Chen Yu. "Wait." Chen Yu raised a hand. The little spirit instinctively halted, glancing at him. "Didn't you just call me your father? Why now refer to me as Grandpa?" "Huh." The little spirit tilted its head in confusion, pondering the question. Ultimately, it concluded, "Didn't you tell me to call you Grandpa?" Before the little spirit could react further, Chen Yu grasped its head once more, lifting it high. This time, only the head came off, leaving the rest behind. "My apologies. May you find peace in the afterlife. Strive to be a good person in your next life." Chen Yu opened his palm, revealing a vibrant red cluster of biangua, higanbana, in his grasp. The flower swayed gently, and the headless little spirit was instantly drawn into it. Defeated a level 60 vengeful spirit. Experience gained 600. Such a substantial experience gain? Chen Yu was taken aback. Typically, level 60 monsters in the wild yielded only around 120 experience points. In a dungeon of purgatory difficulty, the reward had quintupled. Is this little spirit of any use? Chen Yu mused, shaking the bianoa. In the next instant, a gray humanoid figure materialized before him, reporting to the master. This is a manifestation of pure netherworld energy, seemingly supported by some intrinsic law, allowing it to operate autonomously to a degree, though it lacks a soul, akin to artificial intelligence? "Ah, I see." Chen Yu nodded. "Then, is this netherworld energy of any utility to you?" "Indeed." The will of the path to the afterlife replied, "It can enhance my inherent power." "How much enhancement can you achieve?" Chen Yu inquired, intrigued. "It would be akin to adding a drop of water to the ocean." The will of the path to the afterlife responded solemnly. "Xinshin, my dear Xinshin." At that moment, a young woman rushed into the room, weeping sorrowfully as she cried out to Chen Yu, "Husband, why did you harm Xinshin? Why? Speak. Why?" The woman raised her head, blood tears streaming down her cheeks, her body rapidly deteriorating. "Do not fret, I did not harm Xinshin. Look, is she not right here?" Chen Yu smiled warmly, extending the bianoa toward the female spirit. The female spirit instinctively reached out to grasp the flower, her decay slowing significantly. "I'll send you to reunite with her. No need for thanks." Chen Yu pointed at the bianhua. In the next moment, the entire female spirit dissolved into a puddle and was absorbed into the flower. Defeated a level 65 vengeful spirit. Experience gained 65,065. After dispatching the female spirit, the room was instantly shrouded in darkness. The previously orderly furniture lay in disarray. Spider webs adorned the ceiling, the walls peeling to reveal bricks covered in dark green moss. The floor was stained with dried black blood. This was indicative of the vengeful spirit's defeat and the failure of their illusions. It signified that no monsters remained in the house, allowing practitioners to venture forth to battle elsewhere. Chen Yu kicked open the rusted door, stepping into the corridor. A dull thud echoed through the corridor as Chen Yu glanced up. A small boy, his eyes ringed with dark shadows, was dribbling a basketball as he descended the stairs with deliberate slowness. Just 2 steps away from the landing, the boy abruptly leaped back and launched a jump shot. The basketball shot forth like a cannonball towards Chen Yu. He tilted his head slightly, and the ball zipped past his ear, crashing into the wall of his home with a resounding thud, creating a sizable hole. "Uncle, I've lost my basketball. Could you help me find it?" The boy, with an ominous smile, cast a sullen glance at Chen Yu. "Of course," Chen Yu replied amiably, nodding as he approached the boy and placed a hand atop his head. Before the boy could react, Chen Yu twisted fiercely, snapping the boy's neck with a sickening crack. "Look, the basketball has been found," Chen Yu declared, tossing the severed head into the air. "Would you like to join me for a game?" The severed head was left in stunned silence. "This isn't how the script goes. Am I not supposed to take your head as the basketball? How did you end up taking mine instead?" Ignoring the expression of the head in his hands, Chen Yu began to bounce it on the ground. After a few attempts, he discovered that although the head was somewhat smaller, it possessed a surprising bounce. With a flourish, he executed 3 dribbles with his left hand, passed it between his legs to his right hand, then dribbled 3 times with his right hand before executing a behind-the-back pass to his left. Finally, he took 3 large strides and executed a thunderous dunk. The head landed squarely back on the boy's neck. It seems I might have switched things up, Chen Yu said, rubbing his hands awkwardly. The boy raised his hands to steady his head, adjusting it with a darkly menacing expression. Uncle, isn't it my turn now? I'm sorry, but I've grown tired of playing. Perhaps another time, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. You're not being trustworthy, uncle, the boy protested, but before he could finish, a brilliant yellow flower began to bloom at Chen Yu's feet. One after another, the bright yellow flowers rapidly flourished, transforming the entire corridor into a sea of blooms. The boy was instantly absorbed by the flowers. Hey, why are there yellow ones? Chen Yu bent down to pluck one, examining it closely. He discovered that the quality of these yellow flowers seemed significantly inferior to the red ones. Oh well, it matters not. Kill, he declared, tossing the flower. The sea of flowers swiftly spread along the staircase throughout the entire building. Soon, kill notifications began to ring out incessantly. Defeated 90 level elite ghost employee. Experience 450-0450. Experience baby. Defeated 80 level ghost. Experience 80080. Defeated 90 level elite ghost employee. Experience 450-0450. Defeated 100 level elite ghost minion. Experience 500-0500. Defeated 100 level boss company manager. Experience 1000-001-0000. Defeated 100 level bronze boss heartless capitalist. Experience 100-000-010-000. Notification. The instance has entered the settlement phase. Instance settling. Instance difficulty. Hell. Instance completion rate. 100. Instance exploration rate. 300. Instance duration. 10 minutes, 25 seconds. Overall evaluation. SSS. Reward settlement. Gold 10,000. Experience 2000000. Free attribute points 20. Skill points 5. Legendary instance treasure chest 1. Your level has risen to 71. Your level has risen to 72. Your level has risen to 73. Your level has risen to 78. Notification. Instance settlement complete. You have 10 minutes of rest time or may choose to exit the instance immediately. Warning. Due to severe damage to the instance. You have lost rest time and are being forcibly teleported. What? How did I cause severe damage to the instance? Chen Yu exclaimed in protest. The last time he had caused severe damage was when Hotu had used a forbidden spell. This time, he had done nothing, not even employing any attack skills. Instead, he had summoned the flowers to gently eliminate all the monsters. Notification. All dropped items will be forcibly transferred to the clearer's inventory. Any excess will form a temporary backpack, which will exist for 10 minutes. After that, all items will be lost. Please check carefully. Alright, fine. Go ahead and teleport me. Chen Yu sighed, closing his eyes. The next moment, the scene shifted, and he found himself back at the instance's teleportation portal. Notification. Congratulations, you have set a new instance ranking record, ascending to first place. Notification. You have received a 1,000 credit instance record reward. Credits have been instantly issued and can be viewed in the Tunglong badge. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the entire instance venue. Congratulations to Unknown Team for refreshing the record for the Midnight Ghost Tower instance. The announcement reverberated 3 times. However, the venue was completely empty, akin to casting glances at a blind person. Unlike the delayed rankings displayed in Dongfeng Town, the Tunglong University instance leaderboard had no delay. The rankings were already visible when he exited the instance. First place, instance rating, SSS. Time, 10 minutes, 25 seconds. Captain, anonymous. Team members, anonymous. Chen Yu pulled out the Tunglong badge to check its attributes, and indeed, the credits column had increased by 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits just like that? Earning credits is truly effortless. He mused about the grand generosity of Tunglong University, awarding 1,000 credits for merely breaking a record. With the benefits in hand, Chen Yu silently slipped out of the instance venue, concealing his accomplishments. Quietly, I depart, just as I quietly arrived, taking only 1,000 credits with me. Now on to the next. Chapter 185, Sci-Fi Department Instance, the banner from a past life's memories. Shortly after Chen Yu's departure, a small team of professionals emerged from the instance teleportation portal. The leader, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a peachwood sword, was evidently a Taoist practitioner, specialized in subduing malevolent spirits. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the Taoist confidently addressed his companions. Do not be disheartened by this failure. We are very close to first place. Next time, we shall break the record. Those 1,000 credits are as good as ours. Victory is assured. Several team members raised their fists in enthusiastic agreement. Let us head back, rest a bit, and aim to secure the top spot in another ghost instance tomorrow. The Taoist waved cheerfully. Wait, leader. Look. One team member suddenly tapped the Taoist on the shoulder, pointing at the leaderboard above the teleportation portal, his face reflecting disbelief. What is it? The Taoist turned to look at the leaderboard. What the hell? Upon seeing the information on the leaderboard, his expression crumbled. The other team members also turned to the leaderboard, instantly petrified. A 3S rating, completed in 10 minutes? Only one member in the team? What the hell? Who is this godly figure? We didn't even have this rating when we entered. Was it just refreshed? And it's anonymous again? I remember someone anonymously breaking several 3S records last year. Could it be that person again? It shouldn't be the same person from last year. The Taoist captain shook his head. I know that legendary figure. His name was Chen Yu. In just a few days, he had completed over 10 instances and reached max level for his first class. He has likely progressed to at least the 3rd tier by now. It's improbable for him to return to this instance. Damn, this leaves no room for the rest of us. One team member exclaimed anxiously. Leader, let us hurry to another ghost instance before that deity gets there, and we can earn some credits. Patience, patience. The Taoist captain consoled. We must first restore our stamina. Otherwise, we cannot hope to break any records through sheer force. Additionally, you must understand how rapidly one can level up with an SSS rating combined with exclusive dungeon experience. It is likely that, in just a few dungeons, our esteemed player will reach maximum level and undergo a class transition. But what if the esteemed player wishes to grind for attributes and skill points? A team member cautiously inquired. The previous esteemed player may not have ground, but that does not imply this one will abstain. Look at our Tunglong University dungeons. They are so concentrated that grinding here is both delightful and efficient. The Taoist captain was momentarily taken aback before bellowing. Then what are we waiting for? Rest and recover quickly. Chen Yu, however, gave no thought to whether others could still earn record-breaking credits in dungeons he had already completed. At that moment, he stepped into the teleportation portal for the second venue. Dungeon name. Guard the base level restriction. 50 to 100. Completed first transition. Not yet completed second transition. Player limit. Up to 6 dungeon cooldown. 7 days. Hint. Level adaptation complete. Player count adaptation complete. Dungeon cooldown complete. Entering dungeon. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, downgraded. No hellish mode. Very well, I choose nightmare. The highest difficulty for beginner dungeons is nightmare, although some dungeons do not feature this level of difficulty. The highest tier for first stage dungeons has risen, with nightmare now a permanent fixture, but hellish mode is not universally available. Once the teleportation concluded, Chen Yu found himself within a metallic chamber styled in a futuristic manner. Surrounding him were approximately 300 to 400 soldiers clad in green military uniforms, standing in formation. At the front stood an officer wearing a green military cap, his visage stern and expression grave. Comrades, the time for our trial has arrived, the officer proclaimed loudly. Our revival class, aerospace combat platform, Yinjing, will arrive at the experimental base in 6 hours. Within these 6 hours, we must ensure the safety of the base. Even if we must fight to the last man, to the last drop of blood, we cannot allow any monstrous entity to breach the base. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers roared in unison. Long live the great Xia. Eternal and everlasting. The officer shouted. Long live the great Xia. Eternal and everlasting. The soldiers echoed fervently. Right turn. March. With the officer leading, the soldiers followed in perfect formation, exiting the steel chamber in silence, save for the rhythmic thud of their boots against the ground. Hint. You have received the dungeon task, guard the base. Task content. Guard the martial arts experimental base for 6 hours until the Great Xia Revival Class Aerospace Carrier Yinjing arrives. Failure conditions. Base compromised. More than 2/3 of researchers dead. The red banners adorning the steel hall stirred some memories within Chen Yu. However, there was no further useful information within the hall. He could only follow behind the line of soldiers as they departed the hall. Outside the hall lay a brightly lit steel corridor, leading to a spacious lift platform. Chen Yu and the soldiers ascended onto the platform, which activated and rose approximately 100 to 200 meters before the ceiling above opened. With a mechanical click, the lift platform halted. All around were formidable walls towering at least 10 meters high. In the center stood a 30-meter-high spiral tower. The portion of the base exposed above ground was minimal. Within the high walls, including the open space, the area was only about an acre, with the footprint of the spiral tower even smaller. Upon reaching the top of the walls, Chen Yu discovered that they were equipped with a plethora of intelligent weaponry. Beyond the walls, approximately a kilometer away, lay a veil of hazy white mist. This mist was familiar to Chen Yu. It marked the boundary of the dungeon map and served as the spawning point for monsters. Hundreds of soldiers swiftly spread out evenly atop the walls, activating their intelligent weapons, which illuminated with targeting lasers. At this moment, circular openings began to appear in the walls. From each opening, towering humanoid mechs, exceeding 3 meters in height, rose up. The soldiers promptly entered the mechs and powered them on. It became clear to Chen Yu that the true combat prowess lay within these machines. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why seemingly ordinary individuals with minimal attributes could be considered formidable forces within a first-stage dungeon. It turned out that the mechs were the true essence of their strength. Soon enough, from the distance shrouded in white mist, grotesque silhouettes of monsters began to emerge. Their hind limbs were robust, while their elongated forelimbs bore sharp claws, and their bodies were encased in a shell resembling metal. Their jaws were flattened, with heads shaped like droplet helmets, devoid of eyes. Their tails, extending several meters, were adorned with sharp bony spikes. Upon breaching the mist, they charged towards the base. Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ant, level 52 minion. Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ant, level 63 elite. Open fire, commanded a mechanical voice from the base's walls. Immediately, an ear-splitting cacophony of gunfire erupted. Countless weapons on the walls discharged simultaneously, while the mechs operated by the soldiers transformed their arms into cannons, unleashing torrents of flames. However, due to the sparse distribution of the monsters and their swift movements, the human firepower struggled to inflict significant damage on the enemies. The Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ants swiftly reached the base of the walls and began their ascent. Their razor-sharp foreclaws easily penetrated the wall as structure, facilitating their climb. The mech warriors atop the walls relinquished their cannon arms and readied melee weapons, bracing for the impending assault. A live-action sci-fi experience. Yet, it would be a pity if too many monsters were slain by you. Chen Yu snapped his fingers. A dense swarm of legendary-level plants materialized, swiftly obstructing the walls. The mech warriors were capable of discerning friend from foe. Even when jostled by the encroaching plant life, they refrained from attacking. However, their intelligence was limited, significantly inferior to that of the malevolent spirits found in hellish dungeons. The appearance of the legendary spirits elicited no reaction. They merely stared vacantly at the approaching Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ants, adopting aggressive stances. Attack, commanded Chen Yu. Instantly, the high walls transformed into a sea of vegetation. Countless lilies bloomed, swaying gracefully. Dense tendrils and carnivorous plants enveloped the walls. The soldier ants clinging to the walls were swiftly drowned in a floral deluge. While those charging from below met a grim fate, the plant life soon grew dissatisfied with the ease of their food delivery, pushing the front lines forward. The high walls were not far from the misty boundary. Within minutes, the entire dungeon's monsters were eradicated. The plant beings began to seize food at the entrance of the mist. Observing this, Chen Yu released other plant beings from the holy soil. After the holy soil advanced to LV2, its nurturing capabilities had increased. In just one day, the 100,000 plant beings he had recently purchased evolved to the rare level. However, these newcomers found it difficult to compete for sustenance against the elder plants. Only after Chen Yu ordered the legendary spirits to relinquish a portion of their bounty did the smaller plants gain the right to absorb nutrients. Defeated level 52 Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ant, experience gained, 368, 368. Defeated level 54 Kasota Insectoid Soldier Ant, experience gained, 235, 235. Experience notifications chimed, and Chen Yu's expression darkened. What on earth was this mutated species? Their attributes matched those of other monsters of the same level, yet their experience yield was severely diminished. Fortunately, the number of monsters within this dungeon was substantial, leading to a still respectable experience gain. Even though no threats remained, the soldiers atop the walls remained vigilant, prepared for any potential incursions from monsters. The program is presumably configured in such a manner that these soldiers, during the replica's temporal span, refrain from abandoning the city walls or engaging in activities unrelated to combat. Hello there. Chen Yu approached the officer's mech, waving his hand. The mech's head promptly pivoted towards Chen Yu, emitting a mechanical voice. Comrade, please return to your combat post. I have matters I wish to inquire about, Chen Yu replied. Certainly, but refrain from posing questions unrelated to combat, the officer responded. Where do these monsters originate? What is the location of their lair? Chen Yu inquired. The Kasota insect tribe hails from another world, the officer explained. To the east of the base lies a vast nest, where the Kasota queen and a multitude of Kasota soldier ants, worker ants, and other creatures are concealed. Once the Yinjing aerospace combat platform arrives, if I am still alive, I can provide you with a map leading to the insect tribe's lair. Indeed, such defensive replicas often harbor hidden monster nests. However, one must wait until the formal task concludes before venturing forth to cleanse them. Another question, Chen Yu continued. Could you tell me about our nation? We belong to the Great Xia, the officer replied. Could you elaborate on the Great Xia? Chen Yu pressed. Soldier, please refrain from asking questions unrelated to combat. The officer coldly stated. Never mind then. It was evident that the replica's characters would not divulge further information. With a vast expanse of plant life observing, the defense would surely remain intact. Chen Yu departed from the high walls, seeking to uncover relevant information within the base. The lift leading out of the base had already shut down, leaving him uncertain of how to reopen it, thereby extinguishing any thoughts of retracing his steps. Consequently, he found himself before the towering gate. Yet, the gate remained firmly closed and utterly unyielding. Summoning a plant avatar, he forcefully breached the gate. This act promptly drew the attention of the soldiers atop the walls. However, upon recognizing Chen Yu, they ceased their scrutiny. Beyond the gate lay a spiraling corridor, one end ascending, the other descending. Chen Yu traversed the corridor upwards, swiftly encountering a tightly shut door. The circular corridor was situated on the exterior of the tower. Clearly, the interior space beyond this door constituted the inside of the tower. Chen Yu attempted to push the door open. A mechanical voice instantly resonated. Please present your identification credentials. Chen Yu searched himself thoroughly, but found nothing. Thus, he summoned the plant avatar once more and struck the door with force. Under the immense power of the plant life avatar, the door collapsed with a resounding crash. However, in the next moment, a shrill alarm blared. Warning! Warning! Unauthorized intrusion detected. Warning! Warning! Self-destruct sequence initiated. Before Chen Yu could ascertain the state within, a deafening explosion reverberated. A scalding wave of heat, accompanied by fierce flames, erupted from behind the door. Damn it! Chen Yu cursed under his breath, hastily retrieving the small flame from the supreme sacred soil and brandishing it forward. The blazing inferno, upon encountering the small flame, instantly transformed into a gentle embrace, inflicting no further harm. After a protracted 10 seconds, the fiery onslaught ceased. Alert! A research personnel has perished. Please take protective measures. If the number of deceased personnel reaches 2/3, the mission will be deemed a failure. Chen Yu mused. I never anticipated that this experimental base would be so unforgiving, providing no opportunity for external intrusion. His hopes of acquiring information from within the base were dashed. Very well. I shall simply focus on completing the replica. Shaking his head, Chen Yu exited the tower. His exploration of the base was merely sparked by a red flag that had caught his attention. Curiosity, it seemed, was an insatiable beast. Continuing to wreak havoc would likely yield no information and might jeopardize the replica's mission. Master, is there something you require? The small flame hovered before Chen Yu, gazing at him with bewilderment. I'm just a bit bored and thought to summon you for some fun. Yes, yes, the small flame exclaimed, clapping its tiny hands and fluttering about. What shall we play, master? Once we're done, you can return. Chen Yu casually tossed the small flame back into the supreme sacred soil. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Yu returned to the high walls, observing the soldiers' mechs and the technologically advanced weapons on the outer side of the walls. The notifications of kills echoed continuously. An hour after the replica commenced, a level 60 ordinary boss was vanquished. Immediately, the strength of the monsters escalated. Another hour passed, and a level 70 boss fell, further heightening the intensity of the creatures. Chapter 187, Level 100 Objective Achieved. Time elapsed, 1 day. Within the guard base, replica, a wave of monsters emerged every hour. There was no interval between waves. Yet each subsequent wave would increase in strength and introduce a boss. The 6th wave's boss consisted of 2 level 100 Kasota insect tribe devourers. Yet, before the plant life collective, they could barely withstand a few seconds. As the boss was defeated, a shadow enveloped the entire base. Chen Yu looked skyward, witnessing a colossal steel warship hovering above the base. 16 massive jet nozzles at its base were expelling scorching orange ion streams. As the warship descended gradually, the shadow grew larger, ultimately shrouding the entire replica. Chen Yu ascended the city wall and approached the officer. Have you truly decided to remain? The officer's voice inquired. Indeed. Chen Yu nodded. Then, I wish you good fortune. The officer's mech hatch opened, and a hand-drawn map was presented by a mechanical arm. Notice, you have completed the replica mission and can initiate settlement at any time. Notice, you have received 24 hours of free exploration time. During this period, you may conclude the replica at any moment. Upon expiration of the exploration time, the replica will forcibly conclude. Thank you. Chen Yu accepted the map. Just then, the warship in the sky descended to a height of less than 100 meters from the ground. 8 enormous mechanical arms extended from the ship's belly, reaching toward the earth. As they neared the ground, the tips of the mechanical arms transformed into high-speed rotating drill bits, burrowing into the soil. Minutes later, the base was uprooted. This was no mere metaphor. The entire base, including its vast subterranean sections, was lifted by the 8 mechanical arms. Subsequently, a cargo door on the warship's belly opened, pulling the base into its chamber. Boom! A tremendous gust of air erupted from the warship's nozzles. In mere seconds, the massive vessel vanished from Chen Yu's sight. Chen Yu stared at the immense pit before him, rendered speechless. Well, I might as well search for the monster nest to earn some extra rewards. With the warship's departure, the white mist of the replica dissipated, greatly expanding the replica's range. However, the battle for the plant life had not yet concluded. Once the white mist vanished, they uncovered the enemies concealed within. There were thousands of Kasota soldier ants roaming aimlessly, leaderless in the aftermath of the boss's demise, even colliding directly into the embrace of legendary plant life, relishing the warmth of their soft forms. Chen Yu examined the map, comparing it to the terrain. The nest marked on the map was not far from the base, approximately a mere 10 kilometers away. Once the plant life cleared the area of monsters, Chen Yu promptly led the majority of his forces, marching boldly toward the next battlefield. Along the way, stray monsters and even ordinary creatures fell prey to the relentless hunting of the plant life. After more than 10 minutes, the army of plant life arrived at the lair of the monstrous creatures. Although these creatures were predominantly referred to as soldier ants, their nests were not constructed underground. Rather, they were covered with a layer of mycelium at least 20 centimeters thick. This organic mat, which the legendary grade plant life deemed unworthy, was disregarded as they trod upon it, launching an assault on the insect horde above. However, the newly minted rare grade plant life, captivated by the mycelium, immediately descended upon it. Nearly 100,000 rare-grade plant beings eagerly feasting. Defeated level 56 Kasoto insect. Experience gained 358. 358. Defeated level 87 Kasoto insect elite. Experience gained 11. 571. 157. Defeated level 100 bronze boss Kasoto insect mother nest. Experience gained 2. 000. The legendary grade plant life advanced steadily, swiftly clearing the mycelium of its monstrous inhabitants. Yet, they did not depart immediately, opting instead to wait for over an hour. The newly spawned rare-grade plant beings acted like an eraser, meticulously cleansing the mycelium left behind by the insects. Subsequently, Chen Yu dispatched all plant life to scour the entirety of the dungeon. Only after confirming that no creatures remained to be vanquished did he choose to conclude the expedition. Notification: the dungeon has entered the settlement phase. Settling dungeon. Dungeon difficulty: Nightmare. Dungeon completion rate: 100. Dungeon exploration rate: 300. Time taken: 9 hours and 25 seconds. Overall evaluation: SSS. Rewards: 6,000 gold, 1, 500. 000 experience, 10 free attribute points, 2 skill points, 1 legendary dungeon treasure chest. Exit the dungeon, commanded Chen Yu. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and he emerged from the dungeon's portal. The large screen above the portal now displayed his name at the top of the leaderboard. Having completed the guard-based dungeon, he instantly earned 1,000 credits and ascended a remarkable 7 levels. This guard village dungeon was a quintessential experience run. The monsters within had a low drop rate, yielding only worthless scraps, yet their numbers were overwhelming. While Chen Yu perceived it as a source of experience, many ordinary students might consider it a mere trifle, lacking the meticulous prowess he possessed. Stepping out of the guard-based dungeon venue, darkness enveloped the sky. Nevertheless, Chen Yu remained invigorated and ready to continue his endeavors. Once more donning the dragon's crest badge, he entered another dungeon venue, instinctively glancing at the leaderboard above the portal. First place, rating, SSS. Time, 5 hours 21 minutes. Captain, not disclosed. Members, not disclosed. Second place, rating, S. Time, 6 hours 7 minutes. Captain, Li Yufei. Members, Lu Yu, Longfei Yuan. Indeed, Longfei University was a breeding ground for talent. One should never underestimate the capabilities of others. Chen Yu regarded the first place record with a sense of wonder as he stepped through the dungeon portal, selecting the difficulty level, entering the dungeon, scouting information, and unleashing the plant life in a seamless flow. An hour later, he emerged from the dungeon portal. After checking his badge and confirming his points were credited, he promptly rushed to the next dungeon. A day had passed. Chen Yu had cleared 18 dungeons, his level skyrocketing to 100. Some longer defensive dungeons were bypassed entirely. The majority of the time spent was devoted to the plant life feasting. 2 dungeons were handled with forbidden spells due to the leaderboard's top time being too short to allow the plant life to consume their meals leisurely. Naturally, the result was being expelled from the dungeon for damaging it. Such occurrences had become commonplace. Upon reaching level 100, Chen Yu decided against continuing to clear dungeons and instead made his way to the Transcendence Hall established within the school, intending to accept a transfer task. This was the perfect opportunity to analyze how to efficiently complete the transition while clearing the remaining first-tier dungeons. Chapter 188. The convenient second-tier transfer task. The Transcendence Hall at Longfei University was akin to that in Jianyang City, featuring a bare, unadorned pillar of origin alongside the accompanying formation. Chen Yu approached the pillar of origin. Notification: the pillar of origin has detected that you have reached level 100. Do you wish to accept the transfer task? Yes. Please select task difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, hell. The simplicity that characterized the second-tier transfer tasks had vanished compared to the first tier, yet the highest difficulty remained hell level. This indicated that the ascending challenges faced by transferees gradually intensified from the first tier onward. For the practitioners of Longfei University, this posed little concern. Few would pay heed to the simpler trials. However, for those practitioners lacking strength and talent, it represented a formidable barrier to their advancement. Practitioners at the lower echelons of strength and talent might require extensive time to solidify their capabilities upon reaching level 100, ensuring that their equipment and skills reach their limits before daring to undertake the transfer task. Without hesitation, Chen Yu opted for the hell level challenge, the absence of simpler difficulties escaping his notice. He only felt a twinge of regret that no new difficulty beyond hell had emerged. Notification: transfer tasks of hard difficulty and below can be accepted 3 times. Nightmare level can be accepted twice. Hell level can only be accepted once. Failing will result in the loss of transfer opportunity. Do you wish to confirm acceptance of the hell level transfer task? Confirm. Notification: task generation in progress. Complete. Second tier promotion task. Task difficulty: hell level executor. Chen Yu task content. Within 1 month, complete at least 10 different first tier dungeons at hell difficulty, with a score no lower than SS level. Note: if you enter a dungeon in a party with others, it will not count towards your evaluation. Note 2. If you use damaging consumables within the dungeon, it will not count towards your evaluation. Temporary attribute-enhancing potions, buffs, skills, scrolls, etc. do not count as damaging consumables. Note 3. After meeting the basic criteria, you may continue to execute the task to improve your evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the more abundant the task rewards, but a maximum of 50 different dungeons will be counted. At first glance, this task appeared significantly simpler than the previous trial task of vying for top honors. Was it not simply a matter of clearing dungeons? One could even utilize temporary power-enhancing consumables and apply buffs outside the dungeons. In reality, however, comparing the difficulties of the two was not so straightforward. For practitioners backed by significant resources, accepting such transfer tasks meant they could leverage their background for assistance. The second-tier transfer task involved clearing dungeons for evaluation and directly utilizing consumables. The first-tier top honor task could also be achieved through financial means. This was not about bribing examiners and challenging the empire's boundaries, but rather directly bribing top candidates to collaborate. The title of top scholar occasionally held less importance for elite talents, when the disparities among candidates were minimal and the proposer's level was exceptionally high, thus showcasing considerable prowess on paper, as long as one did not encounter an extraordinary individual like Chen Yu. Offering some benefits could rally a group of top talents to elevate one's status. In fact, many top talents formed groups during the examinations. For those without a substantial background, relying solely on their own strength, the second-tier task tended to present greater challenges. After all, while top scholars emerged every year, not every year saw experts capable of achieving an SS-level evaluation in first-tier hell dungeons, having completed numerous first-tier dungeons, aside from a few SSS ratings. Most of the records on the leaderboard were S-rated. These records were not randomly achieved by newcomers, but rather meticulously crafted by seasoned students nearing their second transition. The standards represented by Longfei University, the pinnacle of the Empire's new generation, were thus indicative of the broader landscape. This task is remarkably effortless, far less challenging than securing the top spot in the college entrance examination. Chen Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. For him personally, the endeavor of attaining the highest rank in the examination necessitated vigilance against various underhanded tactics, unforeseen circumstances, and even tricks from outside the game. It left him in a state of heightened anxiety, perpetually ready to summon the abyssal will for assistance. In stark contrast, this task of evaluating dungeon runs was simply too worry-free. Now let us commence. Chen Yu departed from the transfer hall and hastily returned to the dungeon area to continue his grind. At the logistics department of Tunglong University, within the dungeon management office, Director Lu Jingming lounged on the sofa, cradling a beautiful woman with a flushed complexion and beads of sweat on her forehead. A burning black stick, reminiscent of a cigarette but devoid of any smoke, hung from his lips. "Come on, darling, again," the woman cooed, her eyes sparkling enticingly. "Cough, cough, cough. This is an office. It would be prudent to exercise some restraint." Lu Jingming, despite his desire to continue, had to maintain a serious demeanor and declined with a solemn expression. "Oh, if you can't handle it, just admit it. Why put on a show?" The woman's expression shifted abruptly, scoffing dismissively. "You were the one who started with the stimulating talk about the office, and now you're saying to tone it down. You've said all there is to say, both the good and the bad. Who said I can't handle it? Get up, let us run another 300 kilometers. Lu Jingming barked, his bravado faltering. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The two hastily adjusted their attire. The woman sat upright, and Lu Jingming approached the door to open it. Upon opening the door, a frantic practitioner rushed in, exclaiming, "Director, it's bad. Something has happened. Cough, cough, don't panic. What has occurred? Speak slowly." Lu Jingming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to the woman. She promptly stood and exited in haste. Once Lu Jingming observed his wife had distanced herself, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful for the timely intervention, as otherwise, he would have lost face. He then inquired with a congenial tone, "Now, what seems to be the problem?" "Director," the staff member wiped the sweat from his brow. "One of the first-tier dungeons has been damaged." "Is that all?" Lu Jingming leisurely settled into his chair, lifting a teacup from the desk to take a sip. Which reckless fool utilized a mass destruction item this time? Just send someone to issue a warning and replace it with a new dungeon. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. "However, Director," the staff member hesitated, his expression uncertain. "So far, 5 first-tier dungeons have been damaged." "What?" Lu Jingming sprang to his feet. "5? Who is this miscreant targeting me specifically?" "Dungeons are not fragile. They possess a degree of self-repair capability. Typically, the destruction of scenes within a dungeon is a normal occurrence and hardly constitutes damage. Even if the practitioners do not obliterate the dungeon scenes, they will vanish upon exiting, with the next group of players encountering a freshly generated scenario. To damage a dungeon signifies harm to its core operational mechanism. To illustrate, a dungeon is akin to a server, while the players are the clients. No matter how the client behaves, it cannot ruin the server. Damage to a dungeon is akin to someone playing a game too vigorously. resulting in not only a broken keyboard but also shattering the wall separating the client from the server, ultimately damaging the server itself. To cause damage to a first-tier dungeon, one would require at least 7th-tier strength. Using 7th-tier consumables to grind through first-tier dungeons is simply outrageous. As the head of the dungeon management office at Tinglong University, Lu Jingming prided himself on his understanding of the wealthy students within the institution. Occasionally, someone might destroy a couple of dungeons due to strange quests or an urgent need for skill points and free attributes. However, to damage 5 dungeons in succession was rather absurd. The cost of repairing a damaged dungeon is exorbitant, and the cost of consumables required to damage them is even higher. This is entirely counterproductive. Have you verified? Is it the same individual? Lu Jingming inquired while pinching his chin. I am certain it's the same person, the staff member said, hesitating to elaborate. Do not speak in half measures. If you have something to say it clearly. Lu Jingming glared at the staff member. Who is it? Director, it's Chen Yu, the staff member replied cautiously. Chen Yu? Lu Jingming furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly raised his voice. Are you referring to the one hailed as the greatest talent of all time, this year's top scorer? Indeed, the staff member nodded. By the heavens. Lu Jingming immediately lost his composure. Is there some vendetta against those with the surname Chen? Last year, a Chen was responsible for damaging numerous dungeons. And now it's another Chen targeting me. At that moment, another female staff member rushed in, visibly flustered, exclaiming, Director, there has been a disaster. A major incident. What major incident? Lu Jingming felt a jolt of apprehension. Is it that Chen character wreaking havoc on the dungeons? Yes. The newly arrived female staff member nodded vigorously. Director, you must see for yourself. Calm down. Tell me, how many dungeons has he destroyed this time? Lu Jingming feigned composure as he questioned. He destroys one on average every few minutes. The female staff member's voice trembled. So far, he has already destroyed over 10. Over 10. Lu Jingming's legs nearly buckled beneath him. Let us go. Show me where he is. Quickly. Within the dungeon, a small body with a disproportionately large head, entirely purple, clung tenaciously to Chen Yu's left shoulder. Chen Yu yanked it off and held it up for inspection. The purple infant struggled vigorously in his grasp, but alas, Chen Yu's attributes were far too high, rendering it utterly powerless. What on earth is this? How utterly fascinating. No, rather perplexing. This time, he had entered a hellish difficulty small dungeon, populated by all manner of ghastly creatures. Most were spirits, though a few possessed physical forms. The pathway to the afterlife and legendary plant life collaborated seamlessly, clearing the dungeon within mere minutes. After vanquishing a ghostly female boss, a small ghostly infant emerged from her belly. No matter how hard he struck, it showed no signs of losing health. Several abyssal thorn spirits had lashed at it for a good 10 seconds without effect. The ground was strewn with bright yellow otherworldly flowers, which failed to ensnare it. Instead, it even lunged to bite Chen Yu. This little ghost had not been mentioned in the dungeon introduction and was likely a hidden dungeon boss. Chen Yu donned an eye-detecting lens and activated his scanning technique on it. Stillborn, level 100 template, bronze boss race. Aberration attributes, strength 1500, agility 3200, constitution 1200. Spirit 1800 talent. Skills, description, it is powerful yet remarkably weak. The attributes panel revealed no useful information. Reluctantly, he summoned the pathway to the afterlife. Take a look at this thing. You might not believe it, but I am utterly incapable of defeating a mere 100-level bronze boss. The spectral image of the pathway to the afterlife manifested. Chen Yu tossed the purplish infant into the air. A vibrant red otherworldly flower bloomed mid-air, catching the stillborn. The stillborn's mouth split open to the ears, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth as it incessantly gnawed at the flower. How peculiar. The pathway to the afterlife conveyed. Do you have any idea what this thing is? Chen Yu promptly inquired. My pathway has extended into hundreds of minor worlds, and I have encountered such beings. Let us tentatively classify them as life forms, the pathway to the afterlife replied. How do I kill it? Chen Yu pressed, voicing his foremost concern. He was not a scientist studying monsters, and if this stillborn were to consume his time, it would undoubtedly hinder his progress in the class transition task. This type of creature is essentially a concentration of rules. The will of the road to rebirth continues to convey information. Conventional damage is insufficient to annihilate the rule aggregate. To destroy it, there are only 2 methods. One is to employ rule damage that exceeds its current rule level, or what is termed as lethal level damage. The second method involves recognizing the primary rule thread that constitutes the rule aggregate, enveloped by an array of other intertwined rules. It resembles this. A crimson spider lily appears before Chen Yu, subsequently enveloped by a swarm of yellow spider lilies, forming a colossal floral sphere. By discerning its primary rule thread and severing it, the aggregate will automatically dissipate. The will of the road to rebirth gestured, causing the red spider lily to soar from the floral sphere. However, the entangled yellow spider lilies instantly erupted, scattering to the ground. A humanoid rule aggregate typically possesses a singular obsession as its primary rule. Once this obsession is unraveled, the primary rule thread dissipates. and it consequently loses its reason for existence. To seek this obsession? Does that mean one must slowly explore the dungeon-esque narrative? Chen Yu immediately shook his head. Can't you just eliminate this thing? Get it done for me. At your command. A massive red spider lily bloomed, engulfing the purple stillborn within its petals. Moments later, the notification of a kill resonated. Defeated level 100 bronze boss stillborn. Experience points 1,000,000. Immediately thereafter, another notification chimed. Dungeon settlement in progress. Notification, dungeon settlement completed. You have 10 minutes of rest time. Or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. Warning, due to severe damage in the dungeon, you have lost your rest time. Preparing for forced teleportation. Wait. No. What have I done? Did I damage the dungeon again? I was gentle enough this time, alright? Unfortunately, the dungeon's operational program paid no heed to Chen Yu's protests, promptly ejecting him. Chapter 190. The Man Behind the Curtain. Tunglong University's reputation in shambles. In the dark, void-like space, the only hues present were those of two humanoid figures standing opposite each other. Your actions are rather foolish, remarked the woman adorned with a rabbit mask to the man donning a mouse mask. With a wave of her hand, an image materialized before them. Within the image was a man, his expression twisted, his body mangled and bloodied, wielding a dagger and viciously stabbing at his own chest. Due to the robust vitality of the professional's post-datification, he remained alive despite such grievous injuries. However, as time elapsed and the damage deepened, his life force waned. You merely need to erase the memories of those who came into contact with him, thereby eliminating all traces. He is, after all, a death servant controlled by the White Eagle Empire, and targeting the Empire's prodigies is entirely expected. This is merely the conclusion drawn by Tunglong University's investigation. However, your manipulation led to his suicide, prompting Tunglong University to pursue the truth with utmost vigor. No matter how clean your hands may be, detection is inevitable. Heh. The mouse-masked man chuckled lightly. And so what? The rabbit-masked woman replied solemnly. Given that individual's innate talent, he has undoubtedly already entered the Great Xia's seed plant sequence, perhaps even the foremost sequence. Are you provoking the Great Xia Seed Committee? With our strength. What gives us the audacity to provoke that colossal entity which covertly orchestrates the entire world? This is not a provocation, the mouse-masked man stated coolly, but rather a means to stir the grass and scare the snake. If the Seed Committee becomes aware, they will act and reveal their vulnerabilities. If we do not take the initiative, we shall never grasp their tail or uncover the truths of the world. Only you can consider the Seed Committee as a serpent. The rabbit-masked woman whispered, I admire your audacity, but at times, you must temper it. At that moment, a pristine, jewel-like small hand pierced through the space, appearing within the dark expanse. Following this, the small hand grasped the edge of the spatial rift and gently tore it apart. A vast gash appeared in the dark space. A lithe figure, clad in a white robe and wearing a serpent mask, entered gracefully through the opening. Above her head was a golden halo, and from her back extended two softly glowing, pristine wings. I believe I just heard someone calling for me. The serpent-masked girl leaned towards the mouse-masked man, tilting her head playfully. Was it you? It has nothing to do with you, the mouse-masked man replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the serpent-masked girl's arrival. What a dull man. The serpent-masked girl waved her hand dismissively. How tiresome. She then approached the rabbit-masked woman. I overheard your mention of the Seed Committee, and I am quite intrigued. Could you elaborate? This is an internal matter of our Great Xia people, the rabbit-masked woman replied coldly, not something you, as an abyssal demon god, should concern yourself with. How could it not concern me? The serpent-masked girl gently removed her mask, revealing a flawless visage. She pointed to her forehead. Is it not your Great Xia script? I was born at the depths of the endless abyss, as one of the favored, inherently a demon god. Yet I possess memories of your language and script. Even my divine form is an embodiment of a Great Xia character. Isn't that peculiar? The purpose of the Truth Alliance is precisely to pursue the truths of the world, is it not? Beneath her finely trimmed bangs, one could faintly discern a crimson crystal emblem resembling a king's character. The mouse-masked man pondered for a long while before finally asserting, I agree to your joining our plan, yet you must not act independently, otherwise. I would rather abandon all plans immediately. That's more like it. The girl giggled, nodding in satisfaction as she readjusted her mask. Tunglong University, Dormitory District. 3 6th-tier professionals rang the doorbell to Lung Xiong's residence. After a long while, no one responded. One of them tossed a small stone into the courtyard. The stone soared over the courtyard wall, only to bounce back immediately. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a thin, transparent barrier enveloped the courtyard. The three exchanged glances, and one of them swiftly donned a headset. I am Lin Ling, responsible for the Lung Xiong case. Please relay to the logistics department my request to disable the defensive barrier of Lung Xiong's villa. Over. A few minutes later, the transparent barrier vanished. The three leaped lightly, landing within the small courtyard of Lung Xiong's villa. As soon as they touched down, an overwhelming stench of blood wafted through the air, causing them to frown. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the villa, breaking through the door. Inside the main hall, extensive bloodstains were spread across the floor. In front of the sofa at the center of the living room lay a mangled corpse, blood oozing from its chest. The source of the blood was that disfigured body. It was Lung Xiong. We're in trouble. This is beyond our capacity to handle. The three furrowed their brows in unison. They had been dispatched to discreetly investigate Lung Xiong's residence. Yet now, Lung Xiong appeared before them in the form of a corpse. A sixth-tier professional, a mentor at Tunglong University, had met his end in his own dormitory, and in a particularly gruesome manner, regardless of whether Lung Xiong had issues or not. This was a highly consequential malevolent incident. After all, this is Tunglong University. A mentor murdered in his own dormitory is simply absurd. This is a disgrace to Tunglong University and even to the Tunglong Empire. The three dared not hesitate, not even entering the room. They simply recorded the scene and transmitted the information back to the Tunglong University Intelligence Department, which was leading the investigation into Lung Xiong's case. In less than a minute, a jewel-clad figure, emanating an aura of menace, appeared in Lung Xiong's villa. The three who had previously come to investigate quickly stepped aside. Have you tampered with the scene? The figure inquired, their gaze fixed on the trio. No, they shook their heads vigorously. This matter involves far more than the death of a sixth-tier mentor. Cold Xiong harbored ominous intentions towards Chen Yu, and after his schemes failed, he was discovered lifeless in his dormitory. The underlying intrigue is evident, is it not? The three individuals who arrived for the investigation were merely ordinary sixth-tier professionals, reluctant to become embroiled in such matters. Very well, spoke the Void King. You shall not go anywhere for the time being. Remain with me. With that, the Void King levitated, gliding into the room. At Tunglong University, within the trial zone, the entire area was encompassed by a grand building, partitioned into numerous individual rooms. Each room housed a small dark blue portal, serving as the entry to Tunglong University's trial instances. Every student above the first tier could enter freely to earn credits. The trial instances were the most lucrative endeavor for the university and favored by students alike. Regrettably, each level's credits could only be earned once and could not be repeated. Furthermore, upon advancing to a higher tier, one could no longer continue any unfinished trial levels from the previous tier. Phew, Chen Yu sighed in relief, nearly wasting the opportunity. After accepting the promotion task, he had completed 45 instances in the trial zone, of which 18 were of infernal difficulty. If he merely sought the minimum requirement for promotion, he could submit the task immediately. However, to attain the maximum reward, he still needed to conquer 32 infernal instances. It was only after being expelled from a certain instance that Chen Yu remembered he still had trial instances left to complete. Should he ascend to the second tier now? The first tier trial instances would no longer be available to him. For the sake of credits, and for my yet-to-be-born primordial space sprite. With unwavering determination, Chen Yu stepped into the dark blue portal. Chapter 191, Conquering the Trial Instance, Birth of the Primordial Space Sprite. Notice, you have entered a special instance. This instance does not provide experience points or item drops. Notice, would you like to initiate the instance challenge? Initiate. The surrounding darkness faded, revealing a vast plain overgrown with wild grass. Moments later, 5 level 60 Northrend orc warriors charged at Chen Yu. The intensity was already considerable. In the college entrance examination elimination instance, the first wave consisted merely of expendable fodder. Chen Yu relaxed his wrist and charged towards the orc warriors. The orc warriors, being level 60 ordinary monsters, possessed attributes roughly 1/30th of his own. Under the overwhelming pressure of his violent attributes, they had no chance to retaliate. After a brutal and merciless beating, the orc warriors disintegrated into fragments, akin to the college entrance examination elimination instance. Notice, you have completed the first level of the special instance, earning 100 credits from Tunglong University. Would you like to proceed to the second level? Such trivial foes are worth 100 points? How generous. Proceed. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. He had an inkling that the rewards from the trial instance would exceed his expectations. The second level commenced. The monsters remained as level 60 Northrend warriors, but their numbers had surged to 50. Now, that was an increase in intensity. Chen Yu had no desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with 50 muscle-bound warriors. Thus, he promptly summoned hundreds of legendary plant life to engage these brutes on his behalf. A few seconds later, the 50 Northrend muscle warriors met their demise. Notice, you have completed the second level of the special instance, earning 200 credits from Tunglong University. Would you like to proceed to the third level? Open it for me, Chen Yu commanded. The next moment, notice, you have completed the third level of the special instance, earning 300 credits from Tunglong University. Would you like to proceed to the fourth level? Wait, what are the monsters? Never mind, it's not important. Let us proceed. The first tier Tunglong University trial instance consisted of 20 levels in total. Levels 1 through 10 featured monsters ranging from levels 50 to 100. The 10th level consisted of 2 level 100 ordinary bosses. From the 11th level onward, the challenge escalated to 10 level 120 elites. The 20th level even introduced 2 level 150 ordinary bosses. This intensity was beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Yet for Chen Yu, Having never witnessed the monster's true forms, he only saw the plant life springing into action. Without directly inquiring, he would remain oblivious to the nature of the monsters. As the challenge's difficulty increased, the credit rewards surged as well. Clearing all 20 levels yielded a total of 43,000 credits. Coupled with the credits earned from previous record-breaking achievements, his total was nearing 100,000 points. Exiting the trial zone, Chen Yu hurried to the exchange building, spending 52,600 credits to acquire 526 unstable spatial crystal shards. Upon their arrival, he immediately returned to his villa and entered the Supreme Sacred Land. At this moment, the Supreme Sacred Land appeared somewhat crowded. The World Tree and the other shore flower occupied the majority of the area, causing the remaining 100,000 plant life to cluster in a small portion of land. Each legendary plant life could occupy a square of about 20 to 30 meters, while the newly planted ones had to huddle together. What a vibrant scene! Chen Yu observed the ubiquitous plant life, expressing his satisfaction with a smile. Beneath the World Tree, a small lotus leaf sprouted from the soil. This was the mysterious lotus seed gifted to him by the little girl Yunbaiyu. Mythical plants grew at a sluggish pace, thus it had yet to mature. Equally unripe was a sword in tint grass obtained from a first-tier task. A small sprite sat atop the lotus leaf, clutching a tiny leaf, slowly nibbling on it. Chen Yu approached and gently lifted her. Master? Hotu quickly discarded the leaf in her hand and bowed to Chen Yu. Have you started eating the leaves of the world tree too? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled. Previously, he had only seen Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng enjoying the tree's leaves. Is it not allowed? Hotu's expression was somewhat bewildered. No, you may continue, Chen Yu replied, setting Hotu back down. It seemed that consuming the leaves of the world tree was quite a normal occurrence for primordial sprites. Subsequently, he placed the spatial crystal shards acquired from the exchange onto the roots of the world tree. The colorless, transparent crystals shattered instantaneously, absorbed by the world tree. A fruit gradually became tinged with a faint silver-gray hue atop the branches of the world tree. Sensing something, 6 primordial sprites flocked to Chen Yu's side, gazing up in anticipation. Moments later, the ripe fruit fell gracefully into Chen Yu's hands. It then split open, transforming into a flowing silver gown. In Chen Yu's grasp, a small sprite with silvery gray, silky long hair waved, donning the gown. Primordial space sprite, at your service, master. I shall bear all things for you. In the perception of most, space is regarded as a concept, rather than something concrete. However, this is not entirely accurate. Space is indeed a fundamental element, akin to matter. In a certain sense, space possesses a more substantial nature than other forms of matter. Space resembles a blank canvas, and everything within it constitutes the artwork upon that canvas. This very canvas is the foundation of all material existence. From now on, your name shall be Shao Kong, Chen Yu said, smiling as he opened the attribute panel of the small sprite. Primordial space sprite, Shao Kong rank, 1-star mythical level, 100 attributes, strength, 15, 500 agility, 15, 500 constitution, 15, 500 spirit, 31,000 vitality, 2,000 spatial source power, 200 talent, spatial elementalization, enters an elemental state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all spatial damage, and enhances its own spatial damage by 500. Passive ability, primal space sprite, reduces the consumption of space-based skills by 99, while enhancing their potency by 100. Skills, space manipulation, forbidden spell, space domain, forbidden spell, infinite void barrier, forbidden spell, space wormhole, forbidden spell, high-speed curvature glide, forbidden spell. The primal space sprite and the primal water sprite represent 2 stark contrasts. The water sprite is imbued with aggressive capabilities, showcasing an array of damage-dealing forbidden spells. In contrast, the space sprite possesses hardly any offensive spells, focusing instead on supportive and evasive forbidden spells. Thus, one might ponder whether the name was chosen prematurely. Perhaps Little Turtle or Little Rabbit would have been more fitting. At that moment, Little Flame and Little Wind fluttered over, positioning themselves beside Little Void, each offering a small, delicate candy. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yu nodded appreciatively. These 2 little beings do indeed value unity and camaraderie. As for the food, thank you. Little Void sampled the treat, his expression remaining unchanged. Little Flame, beaming with delight, flew away. Chen Yu's keen hearing picked up Little Flame's barely audible remark. Wonderful. Little Void doesn't relish food, so he certainly won't compete with me for delicacies. What did Little Flame just say? His hearing has been a bit off lately. It matters not. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Chen Yu hurriedly exited his bedroom, pushing through the door while the maid looked on in puzzled silence, making his way directly to the dungeon area. Chapter 192. The encounter may not be with the antagonist, but rather the sufferer? In the logistics department of Tunglong University, Lu Jingming wore a sour expression, as though everyone he encountered owed him 5 million. The members of the dungeon management office understood his sentiments. After all, over 30 dungeons had been inexplicably destroyed, and the main culprit had fled without a trace. As the head of the dungeon management office, it was only natural for him to be in such a foul mood. Director, should we still look for Chen Yu? Inquired a cautious member of the office. Enough, enough. Lu Jingming grimaced as if he had swallowed a fly. That rascal has likely ascended to max level to undertake a job change quest. What use is there in searching for him now? Instances of students damaging dungeons are not unheard of, but they occur sporadically. Tenlong University has no tradition of seeking compensation from students for such damages. Lu Jingming could only accept his misfortune regarding the 30-plus dungeons. Fortunately, the Dungeon Management Office is a lucrative department with ample funding. Damaged dungeons could be sent for repairs. As for the shortage of first-tier dungeons, he would have to rent some from affluent instructors to fill the gap. Who among them has surplus first-tier dungeons? Lu Jingming helplessly sifted through his contacts. He had merely a little over 10 spare first-tier dungeons on hand. In other words, he needed to rent nearly 20 first-tier dungeons. One by one, he would have to reach out. Alas, what a pity for my old face. Sighing, Lu Jingming began to dial phone numbers. Hello, old Lu. Do you have any spare first-tier dungeons lately? Yes. Lend one to me. Not for personal use. It's for the Academy's dungeon area for students to grind. Of course, there will be a rental fee. Thank you. I'll come by shortly. Goodbye. Hello, old Chen. This is Lu Jingming. After 2 hours of humbling himself and beseeching numerous instructors, he finally secured 20 dungeons. Just as Lu Jingming prepared to collect his borrowed items, another member of the office rushed in, panic-stricken. Not good. Director, something major has happened. Lu Jingming's expression froze, an ominous premonition filling his heart. Cold sweat instantly beating upon his forehead. What has happened? Speak. Director, Chen Yu has begun destroying dungeons again. The member lamented. He is becoming increasingly rampant. Just 10 minutes ago, he obliterated 3 dungeons in rapid succession. Director, before the member could finish, Lu Jingming had already vanished into thin air. Dungeon area. Within the dungeon venue, Chen Yu had just completed a major map dungeon. Glancing back at the leaderboard, he saw that his achievements had claimed the top position. Checking his Tenlong badge, he noted that the academic credits had been credited. Now on to the next. With resolute strides, Chen Yu exuded an air of nonchalance, embodying the essence of a true man who does not look back at explosions, advancing with an indomitable spirit towards the venue's exit. Just as he was about to step outside, a figure obstructed his path. Wait, it was a man with a dark expression. The sky behind him seemed to darken, shrouded in ominous clouds, brewing a storm. You are Chen Yu. The man regarded Chen Yu with a complex gaze, a palpable aura of resentment and pressure emanating from him, astonishing Chen Yu. I am indeed Chen Yu. Chen Yu took a cautious step back, inquiring, might I ask what business you have with me? He racked his brain, trying to recall any connection to this man, who appeared as if he had been crushed by a tank 100 times over and filmed in a low-budget production. Was this individual a top-tier genius overshadowed by his brilliance, harboring jealousy and resentment towards his talents? I knew it. How could someone of my stature, treated as the protagonist of this world, not attract the attention of an antagonist? With that thought, Chen Yu's fists clenched in eagerness. We have no connection. The brooding man advanced toward Chen Yu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. But I seek you. What do you want? Chen Yu replied calmly, contemplating whether to flash a devilish smile and casually dig at his ear with his pinky finger, a signature move of the protagonist. However, he opted against it. While the crooked smile may seem easy, the art of charm is not easily mastered by all. The brooding man said nothing, drawing closer, akin to a volcano accumulating energy before an eruption. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Upon reaching Chen Yu, his intensity reached its zenith, towering like a majestic mountain. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, prepared to summon the life of plants for a decisive battle. Suddenly, the man clasped his hands and bowed deeply at a precise 45-degree angle before Chen Yu, his expression shifting from dark to one of desperate pleading. Great one. I beseech you, please cease your destruction. Wait, what do you mean? Chen Yu was taken aback. No, my good fellow, please rise. What merit do I possess to warrant such grand reverence? This gesture resembled one of worship, akin to paying respects at a grave. Chen Yu believed he was far from lying in a coffin for future generations to venerate. No, if you do not agree, I shall not rise. Lu Jingming bent forward, spinning in place in a perpetual bowing position, maintaining an air of devotion. He was left with no choice. This prodigious student had a formidable reputation. Just yesterday, someone who had offended him lay lifeless in their living room, while the intelligence department was still investigating the cause of death. Lu Jingming had already learned from a colleague in the inspection department that the incident had something to do with crossing paths with this top student. As a mere junior director of the Dungeon Management Office, his status and strength were comparable to that of the deceased. Thus, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Not so fast. You must at least inform me of what you wish for me to agree to. Chen Yu inquired innocently. I implore you, please, do not continue to destroy the dungeons. Lu Jingming's voice broke with emotion. If you persist in this manner, the first-tier academy will be left with nothing to grind. Chen Yu's mouth twitched. So, it turns out this is not an antagonist seeking vengeance, but rather a sufferer presenting himself at my doorstep. Instead, it is the debtor who has come to seek repayment. Oh, great one. Lu Jingming pleaded earnestly. All the spare instances have been exhausted. As the director of the instance management department, I am already burdened with a staggering debt of 20 primary level instances. By the way, your aim and ranking is for academic credits, isn't it? At this point, Lu Jingming's eyes gleamed with hope. I can personally compensate you with 50,000 credits. As long as you refrain from further damaging the instances, the credits will be credited immediately. Chapter 193. Is this what they call diverting disaster? Ahem. I apologize for causing trouble, Director Lu. In truth, I had no choice, Chen Yu awkwardly remarked. How about this? I will do my utmost to avoid further destruction of the instances. Sound good? Previously, he had no awareness of the potential consequences of his actions. There might be courses in university addressing this matter, but he had yet to attend any cultural classes. It now appeared that ruining an instance could lead to significant losses. Otherwise, such distress wouldn't have brought a college official to tears. However, he had just accepted a ranking task requiring him to engage with the instances. He simply needed to avoid casting powerful spells indiscriminately. Yet, the boundaries of damaging an instance seemed rather ambiguous. At times, even when he held back, the instance would still sustain damage, which complicated matters. So, you must indeed grind instances at school? Despair flickered in Lu Jingming's eyes. The instances this lad has engaged with have a destruction probability exceeding 60%. If this continues, even selling his undergarments won't suffice to recover the losses. Once an instance is damaged, if the management department runs out of funds, it can be reported. Tunlong University will bear the repair costs or issue new instances. However, this process requires time. During this interval, the primary level instance area cannot simply remain vacant, can it? Even if the responsibility does not lie with Lu Jingming, he cannot escape the negative image of inefficiency. Moreover, the once financially robust instance management department has now been reduced to a state of destitution. Well, I must grind instances, Chen Yu said with reluctance, but I can assure you I will be more gentle in my approach and will not continue to damage the instances. In truth, Chen Yu felt somewhat guilty. To put it bluntly, his actions amounted to vandalism. The fact that they had not demanded compensation was already generous, and here he was, appearing rather inhumane by refusing their pleas. Nevertheless, completing the ranking task took precedence, and there was no room for negotiation. Strengthening himself would ultimately benefit the academy. Wait. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Lu Jingming's mind. Chen Yu, are you implying that you only need to grind instances? You do not necessarily have to grind the school's instances? Precisely, Chen Yu affirmed. The ranking task places no restrictions on the type of instances. Any primary level hellish difficulty instance will suffice. I can take you to grind numerous instances. Lu Jingming's face brightened with joy. Instances outside the school. Instances outside the school. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, pondering. Lu Jingming claimed to be the director of the instance management department, a manager at Tunlong University. However, Chen Yu did not know him and needed to verify his identity. He opened his friends panel, clicked on Ling Xiuhua's contact, and sent a message. Chen Yu, Sister Ling, do you know this Lu Jingming? A few minutes later, he received Ling Xiuhua's reply. Ling Xiuhua, a minor director in the instance management department of the logistics division at the Basic Academy of Tunlong University. Why do you ask? Chen Yu, here's the thing. He explained the situation in detail. Ling Xiuhua, she's right. You should not exploit the school's public resources in this manner. Rest assured, he poses no threat to you, even if he has issues. Chen Yu, all right. Thank you, Sister Ling. At Tunlong University's intelligence department, more than a dozen forbidden powerhouses gathered. Ling Xiuhua was among them. The intelligence minister, Zhu Wangzhua, sat at the head of the table, his expression somber. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been confirmed that Leng Xiong was a death warrior controlled by the White Eagle Empire. Furthermore, he died by suicide. How likely do you believe it is that he took his own life out of guilt? A forbidden powerhouse rose to speak. Highly unlikely. Let us assume Leng Xiong's intention was to recruit Chen Yu and then harm him. In that case, regardless of success or failure, there would be no reason for him to fail, as he had not revealed his intent to harm Chen Yu. He concealed his intentions very well. Had he successfully recruited Chen Yu, executing his plan would have required time. If his recruitment failed, he should have continued to hide, waiting for an opportunity to strike rather than resorting to suicide. I personally believe that Leng Xiong's suicide was likely coerced. Another forbidden powerhouse concurred. Then, Zhu Wangzhua inhaled deeply. Is this the consensus? The assembled powerhouses nodded in agreement. Additionally, it could not have been an order from the White Eagle Empire. A forbidden powerhouse added, for the same reasons. Leng Xiong was a pawn hidden deeply. Had he not died suddenly at home, he might never have been discovered. The investigation into Leng Xiong's death was several orders of magnitude more intensive than that concerning his actions against Chen Yu. His identity as a death warrior of the White Eagle Empire was thus revealed. Within the academy, orchestrating the suicide of a 6th-tier professional without leaving any trace is no small feat, Zhu Wangzhua said with a wry smile. It appears this matter is beyond the involvement of us 8th-tier individuals. I propose we report this to the elite academy for their adept judgment. Director Ling, what do you think? He turned to Ling Xiuhua. The flame throne, Ling Xiuhua, serves as an instructor at the elite academy of Tinglong University, as well as the dean of the basic academy. The forbidden powerhouses wielding authority in the basic academy also hold positions as instructors at the elite academy. The various departments within the basic academy operate independently, with the dean mediating. The dean's power does not surpass that of the departments. However, communication between the basic academy and the upper echelons of Tinglong Empire or the elite academy must be initiated by the dean. Agreed, Ling Xiuhua replied. I will prepare a detailed report for the elite academy and initiate a proposal. Furthermore, Zhuxi Wangzhua, please verify Lu Jingming's information. Lu Jingming? Why? Zhuxi Wangzhua inquired, perplexed. Recently, Chen Yu has damaged many primary level instances in the instance area and intends to continue grinding. Sighing, the Flame Throne remarked. Hence Lu Jingming intervened and attempted to take Chen Yu to grind instances outside the school. What do you think, Wind Throne? Zhuxi Wangzhua turned to a forbidden powerhouse present. TSK, old Chi, your subordinates have rather dangerous thoughts. A nearby forbidden powerhouse teased, patting the Wind Throne's shoulder. You too, why bother? A few damaged primary level instances are not worth chasing someone to the outside. At such a critical juncture, it's difficult not to raise suspicions. The Wind Throne's face darkened, and he exclaimed loudly. I, Chi Siyuan, the logistics minister of Tinglong University, guarantee in the name of the throne that my subordinate, Lu Jingming, is absolutely innocent, possesses sound judgment, and harbors no potential for treason. I can assure you that Lu Jingming only cares for the Academy's public assets and has no intention of harming Chen Yu. Chapter 194, Grinding Instances of Foreigners. Leaving foreigners with nothing to grind. In the city of Kyoto, Xiangshui City. Xiangshui City is one of the satellite cities of Kyoto. The outskirts are dotted with numerous outdoor leveling spots, radiating across hundreds of kilometers. From level 51st transitions to level 204th transitions, everything is available. The city itself boasts a plethora of professional shops and commercial instance venues. Chen Yu had yet to glimpse the entirety of Kyoto City, but this one satellite city alone rivals the scale and prosperity of Jiufeng City, the provincial capital of Yinchuan Province. Truly, it is Kyoto City. Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The commercial dungeon venue stationed in Xiangshui City boasts an impressive total of 176 first-tier dungeons. Lu Jingming inquired, surely, this number should suffice for you? Unbeknownst to him, he could only vaguely conjecture the true purpose behind Chen Yu's dungeon runs. However, with the substantial number of dungeons he had traversed and the numerous SSS ratings he had secured, it was evident that he had far surpassed the level 100 threshold. What remained were merely the augmentation of free attribute points, skill points, equipment, and special task requirements. Among these, the likelihood of grinding for skill points or completing tasks was the highest. It is more than sufficient. Chen Yu replied with a smile. By the way, how can a satellite city like Kyoto possess more dungeons than Tinglong University? That seems implausible, Lu Jingming proudly asserted, when it comes to the number of dungeons. The entire Kyoto city combined cannot surpass Tinglong University. The public dungeons provided in the area are but a mere fraction. The majority of dungeons are under the aegis of the Academy's mentors. Tinglong University's foundational college maintains approximately 300 mentors, each possessing several to dozens of first-tier dungeons. You can roughly estimate the staggering total of first-tier dungeons held by Tinglong University. Chen Yu nodded in deep agreement. Lu Jingming guided Chen Yu from the teleportation array at the heart of Xiangshui City to the southern region of the city. They entered a multi-storied row building, sprawling several thousand square meters, housing the Morgan Tongda Group's Kyoto Dungeon Management Park. The grand lobby on the first floor displayed detailed information about the dungeons, facilitating consumers in selecting and purchasing dungeon tickets. This dungeon park featured over 100 novice dungeons, 52 first-tier dungeons, 23 second-tier dungeons, 10 third-tier dungeons, and 2 fourth-tier dungeons. Each first-tier dungeon ticket was priced at 35 gold coins. Some special dungeons, characterized by high experience yields, elevated drop rates, and reduced difficulty, commanded a correspondingly higher ticket price. Chen Yu intended to purchase a ticket at the sales window, but Lu Jingming preemptively interjected, insisting that he take a seat and rest for a while, treating him almost like royalty. There was little Chen Yu could do, given his formidable prowess. Lu Jingming was keen to ensure that Chen Yu did not wreak havoc on his dungeons in the future, thus adopting an excessively accommodating demeanor. As Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that, apart from the Tinglong Empire citizens, a multitude of individuals with black and white skin traversed the area, even outnumbering the Tinglong people. Before long, Lu Jingming returned, presenting Chen Yu with a crystal card containing tickets for all first-tier dungeons in the park. Why are there so many foreigners here? Chen Yu queried, puzzled. Are they even more numerous than the citizens of the empire? Lu Jingming chuckled. Well, in Kyoto City, it's quite normal to see foreigners. Moreover, the Morgan Tongda Group is a well-established conglomerate from the White Eagle Empire, and the ticket prices in this park are discounted for their citizens. Despite the lower prices compared to other places, the Empire's citizens tend to shy away from this venue. A small faction of them regards black and white individuals as uncivilized barbarians and prefers to avoid interactions. So, this park is operated by foreigners? The dungeons are for foreigners as well? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, finally grasping why Lu Jingming had gone to such lengths, even spending his own money to bring him here through the teleportation array. Indeed, Lu Jingming winked at him, adopting a knowing expression. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. The lower levels of the building were bustling with various shops selling weapons, equipment, consumables, and supplies, while also purchasing resources extracted by adventurers from the dungeons. There were restaurants, bars, and various entertainment venues. Notably, some establishments displayed pink lights, staffed by alluring ladies dressed scantily. Male adventurers, grimy and tattered from their recent dungeon excursions, were gently ushered inside by the enticing hostesses. This is quite brazen, Chen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that the Tunglong Empire strictly prohibited such transactions, although often ignored. If discovered, offenders faced severe repercussions. It seems our esteemed classmate is well versed in the laws of our nation. Truly, a top scholar, excelling in both academics and martial prowess. Lu Jingming remarked with a beaming smile. You flatter me, Chen Yu replied modestly. In truth, many of the laws in the Tunglong Empire are established primarily for the protection of its citizens, prioritizing safeguarding over restrictions, Lu Jingming continued. Take, for example, the regulation of such industries. He gestured toward the pink-lit establishments, which primarily catered to Empire citizens. These places inevitably teem with human trafficking and other forms of involuntary transactions, making them prime targets for crackdowns. However, for foreigners, it's a different matter altogether. Their fates are of no concern to us. Additionally, they can be heavily taxed, generating revenue, which is quite advantageous. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. As they conversed, Chen Yu noticed a Tunglong citizen entering one of the pink-lit establishments, arm in arm with a black woman. It simply underscored the myriad peculiarities of the world. Chen Yu, my friend, Lu Jingming suddenly leaned closer, speaking suggestively. If you have an interest in foreign ladies, I can certainly arrange a few pristine options for you, of the highest quality. No, thank you. Chen Yu quickly shook his head. He had yet to indulge in the company of his own household maid, let alone divert his attention to foreign women. After bypassing these odd establishments and replenishing his snacks at a food store, Chen Yu followed Lu Jingming directly to the 16th floor of the building. Floors 16 through 40 housed the first-tier dungeon venues. Unlike Tunglong University, each dungeon venue here was guarded by higher-tier professionals, as disputes and brawls were not uncommon. Chen Yu swiped his card to enter the nearest dungeon venue adjacent to the stairwell. A small team had just emerged from the dungeon, comprising 5 individuals with white skin and 1 with black skin. As soon as they exited, a dispute erupted amongst them, seemingly instigated by the black individual's dissatisfaction with the distribution of loot. The 5 white individuals immediately retaliated with harsh words and scornful jests. Unable to bear the humiliation, the black individual brandished a large knife and lunged at the leader of the white group. However, he was evidently no match for his 5 counterparts and was swiftly overwhelmed. At that moment, another team of 6 black individuals emerged from the dungeon. The beleaguered black individual immediately sought their assistance. Among the newly arrived team, 3 black individuals charged aggressively toward the 5 whites. Skills began to fly in all directions within the venue, and the floor, constructed from ordinary, sturdy materials, was nearly shattered by the chaos. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the professional enforcers swiftly intervened, violently quelling the conflict and ejecting the instigators from the venue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Yu clicked his tongue in disdain as he circumnavigated the tumultuous scene of black and white individuals, stepping into the dungeon's teleportation portal. Chapter 195, The Legendary Assassin? A meat-loving zombie lowly. Chen Yu's luck proved fortuitous as his first dungeon was of Inferno difficulty and classified as a monster-clearing type. The dungeon's setting was a medium to large-scale environment reminiscent of a noble's territory in the Western medieval era, populated by malevolent beings such as puppet serfs, wicked sorcerers, evil knights, and tyrannical lords. Chen Yu, lacking the inclination to delve into the details, dispatched his sprite to map the area before commanding Xiao Yin to unleash a finishing spell. Prompt. Dungeon settlement commencing. Prompt. Dungeon settlement complete. You have a 10-minute rest period, or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. Warning. Due to severe damage to the dungeon, you have lost your rest period and are subject to forced teleportation. With the familiar notification chime, Chen Yu was expelled from the dungeon. After organizing the temporary items generated in his inventory, he nonchalantly exited the dungeon venue. The entire process took less than a minute. Just as he reached the entrance and exit corridor of the dungeon venue, he suddenly felt as though he had tripped over something. Lowering his gaze, Chen Yu discovered a dark, shadowy mass before him. What on earth is this? A surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to take 2 steps back and summon a abyss thorn spirit. Moments later, the shadow unfurled. Upon closer inspection, it was not a bizarre creature but rather a diminutive figure cloaked in black robes, standing at less than the height of his chest. Nevertheless, Chen Yu remained vigilant. The ability to approach him unnoticed was no trivial matter. It was only upon contact that he became aware of the figure's presence. This little one was undeniably extraordinary. With a languid yawn, The figure brushed aside her disheveled hair and lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yu's. At that moment, he discerned her true appearance, a delicately featured girl with panda-like eyes, her skin pallid and hair unkempt, embodying a morbid aesthetic. The little girl looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "You finished that so quickly?" Her voice was hoarse and weary, as if she had been battling a severe cold while staying up all night reading manga. Chen Yu cast a probing spell upon her, initially believing it would yield little result, yet to his surprise, it revealed her innate talents. According to the information provided, this little girl was a level 90 assassin. Her attributes were not particularly high, possessing only 2 skills, one rare and the other common, with the remaining 4 being mundane novice skills. Her talent was a stealth ability that diminished her presence, allowing her to go unnoticed. Coupled with her rare level stealth, it was indeed plausible that Chen Yu had been oblivious to her approach. This attribute suggested she was not a specialized assassin targeting him. Moreover, if she were truly a killer, she would have made a move by now. "My apologies for bumping into you, little sister," Chen Yu sighed in relief, stepping closer with a friendly demeanor. "And do you genuinely believe I was fast?" "It was less than a minute, hardly swift. Others take at least several hours, with the fastest still exceeding half an hour." The girl gasped in awe. "I've never met anyone faster than you." Chen Yu's expression darkened. "Little sister, hasn't anyone informed you that such comments are quite impolite?" "No, they haven't." She shook her head, her curiosity piqued. "Can you be even faster? I heard there are people who can finish in just 5 seconds. Can you do that?" Although aware she was referring to his dungeon completion speed, her words struck an odd chord with him. Chen Yu's mouth twitched in response. What kind of unruly child is this? Is no one keeping her in check? He retrieved a lollipop he had just purchased and offered it to the little girl, then attempted to walk past her. "Ahem, little sister, go play by yourself. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." "Wait." The girl suddenly widened her eyes, adopting a fierce expression, blocking his path with the lollipop in hand. "Is there something wrong?" Chen Yu halted, gazing down at the serious little girl. "I'm a savory food person. I don't eat sweets," she declared angrily, shoving the lollipop back into his hands. "I want meat. 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 Very well then." Chen Yu took back the lollipop, producing a bag of beef jerky and tearing it open to feed her a piece. The little girl seized the jerky, chewing it briefly before pointing at the bag in his hand. Chen Yu smiled and handed the bag over. The little girl beamed, happily indulging in the jerky. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Jingming leaned against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. As Chen Yu exited the passage, he glanced at Lu Jingming in confusion. "What has got you shaking, old Lu? Do you have a case of jitters? Do you know her?" Lu Jingming pointed towards the direction of the girl, still shaken. "That little troublemaker?" Chen Yu turned back to look. The girl had already vanished, her whereabouts unknown. "I don't know her. How about you? Who is she?" No. I don't know. I don't know." Lu Jingming shook his head vigorously, his expression a mix of fear and caution. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Oh dear heavens. Lu Jingming's heart raced with dread. Only someone like her could audaciously refer to that individual as a little troublemaker and still live to tell the tale. Although he hadn't seen the shadow's face clearly, its size, voice, and mannerisms all pointed to a ruler lurking in the darkness, the pinnacle of the assassin profession, the shadow devourer, Li Xianyue. She had single-handedly assassinated 3 formidable taboo experts who were companions, and in the past century, the number of taboo experts who had met their demise at her hands far exceeded the count of his own fingers. She was the only legendary assassin in the Tunglong Empire to have achieved her title solely through the slaughter of hostile taboo figures. As for Lu Jingming's connection to this legendary assassin, it stemmed from a period during his time at the Tunglong Empire Elite Academy, when he had briefly been a student under her tutelage. Let us just ignore her, Chen Yu decided, moving towards the next dungeon venue. Given Lu Jingming's demeanor, it was likely that she was merely a burden from some influential family, possibly possessing traits akin to a little witch, spoiled and unruly, evoking fear in the lower ranks while being untouchable by the powerful. Such a chaotic little girl did not align with Chen Yu's preferences, so he chose to disregard her. Upon swiping his card and entering the adjacent dungeon, Chen Yu glanced at the dungeon's description, only to lose interest upon realizing it was a defense-type dungeon. Promptly turning to leave. Efficiency was paramount in dungeon runs. Defense dungeons could last for hours, which was far too slow. As he departed from Tunglong University, his task progress stood at 3210. Having just completed another run, he was left with 18 more purgatory-level dungeons required for a perfect evaluation of the task. Tomorrow, he was set to venture into a secret realm with the little girl Chen Yu, so he needed to make the most of today to complete his class transition quest. Chapter 196. The World Tree Strikes, Cataclysmic Onslaught. At the top floor of the Tongda Group's dungeon park building, a middle-aged man in a dark suit, with a grim expression, surveyed the bustling crowd below through a transparent glass room. Malls Morgan, the regional president of the Tongda Group in the Tunglong Empire's capital. All industries and affairs within the Kyoto region were solely dictated by Malls. Beside Malls, another man in a dark suit hunched slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "Mr. Malls, perhaps you should consider returning home to lay low? Why do you believe I should flee in panic, Mork?" Malls turned, a smile gracing his lips. Mork's complexion fluctuated, finally settling into a look of terror as he spoke. Lung Xiong acted on his own accord. Targeting the highly regarded genius of this generation from the Tunglong Empire, he perished in his own home the same day. He must have been dealt with secretly by the Tunglong Empire. Our relationship with the White Eagle Empire will undoubtedly be exposed. This place is no longer safe. What does Lung Xiong have to do with us? Malls inquired nonchalantly. Lung Xiong's contract was not signed by anyone from the Tongda group. We have never received any intelligence from him or commanded him to take any action. He himself is unaware that we possess the authority to summon him. No matter how the Tunglong Empire investigates, they can only uncover our limited investment in Lung Xiong. Approaching the mahogany dining table within the room, Malls poured himself a glass of red wine and continued, "Remember, we are merely ordinary merchants." "Yes, Mr. Malls." Mork's expression eased slightly. Yet, he soon questioned, "Why would that fool Lung Xiong act on his own?" Malls furrowed his brow. "That is what I wish to know as well. We have not issued any orders to him." "Sir," Mork remarked, "Tunglong people are foolish and insatiable. Could it be that he intends to use Chen Yu to barter for substantial benefits? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Mars nodded, acknowledging the undeniable significance of Chen Yu. In the near future, the dynamics of the Blue Star world could very well shift due to his mere presence. His importance surpasses all the interests of our Tongda group within the Tunglong Empire. The family has already issued orders. Should an opportunity arise to eliminate Chen Yu, we might sacrifice the entirety of Tongda group's Tunglong region, or even pay an even greater price. Unfortunately, such a high-level task is beyond our reach. At that moment, Mars's expression suddenly changed. "Sir, what is wrong?" Mork looked at Mars with confusion. "Chen Yu has appeared." Mars's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light. "Appeared? Where?" Mork paused momentarily. "In the copy park beneath us." Mars inhaled deeply, quickly navigating through the first-tier instance. Moreover, all the instances he cleared were heavily damaged. This. Mork trembled as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Sir," Mork spoke hastily, "we must have been exposed. Perhaps spies from our homeland have revealed our identities. Chen Yu's actions must be a display of power from Tunglong University. It must be so." "Silence, fool," Mars hissed. Mork immediately fell silent. If we were truly exposed, then we should be facing a powerful figure from the Tunglong Empire, not Chen Yu himself. A glint of excitement and greed flickered in Mars's eyes. "I do not know why he is here, but this must be our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to soar to greatness." Within the instance, several primordial spirits surrounded Chen Yu, chattering incessantly about who should strike next. This instance was teeming with undead monsters, a vast plain map featuring 5 boss guardians. Simultaneously, it represented the last non-defensive instance within the Tongda Instance Park. Chen Yu's progress in his class transfer task had reached 5210, exceeding the maximum limit for task evaluation. Nonetheless, having purchased the ticket, he thought it prudent to complete all tasks. Once the specialized task was finished, entry into the first-tier instance would no longer be possible. "You need not argue," Chen Yu smiled. "This final instance shall be left to your esteemed matron. Among all beings nurtured by the Supreme Holy Land, only the World Tree had never intervened. Likewise, as an exceedingly advanced path of reincarnation, it had vanquished countless spirit-type foes. Though its method of engagement resembled that of indulging in trivial snacks, it nonetheless allowed Chen Yu to witness its combat style. Matron? Master. Do you truly wish to proceed this way?" Xiao Guang queried with surprise. "Of course." Chen Yu nodded. "Step aside. I shall summon your matron." Upon hearing this, the 7 little spirits' expressions shifted, collectively flying to Chen Yu's side, clinging to him tightly. Chen Yu chuckled and connected with the Supreme Holy Land. In the next instant, a rift appeared in the space before Chen Yu. A slender, tender branch emerged from the crevice. The branch's surface was a vibrant green, measuring merely a span of 10 centimeters, exceedingly delicate. However, at the moment the branch materialized, the surrounding space erupted with a multitude of black cracks resembling a spider's web. The slender twig swayed slightly, and the black fissures rapidly extended in all directions, fracturing the entire instance's space into countless minuscule fragments. Not merely space, but time itself began to unravel. Chen Yu could vividly perceive that within certain shards, time flowed sluggishly, while in others, it raced ahead. Moments later, the World Tree's branch extended several more centimeters, intensifying the fragmentation of space and the chaos of time. Subsequently, within the disintegrating fragments, all matter began to dissolve slowly, breaking down into minute particles. Defeated a level 60 skeletal archer, experience points, 60,060. Defeated a level 70 toxic zombie, experience points, 70070, in an instant. A multitude of kill notifications resounded. Following this was the all-too-familiar alert of instance destruction. Alert. Instance settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest. Or you may choose to exit the instance immediately. Warning. Due to severe instance damage, you have lost your rest period. Prepare for forced teleportation. Is this it? Chen Yu felt a tinge of regret. The World Tree had merely revealed a branch less than half a meter long, and the instance had collapsed entirely. How fragile. Even a trivial fragment of the world tree's existence could not withstand it. As Chen Yu awaited teleportation, the world tree's branch suddenly surged through the spatial rift, extending a full meter. In that instant, the battered instance space shattered abruptly. The previously sliced segments of space were completely reduced to nothingness. Warning, warning, warning. Current instance damage has reached 100. Warning, current instance is completely destroyed. Your loot is no longer collectible. Warning, current instance is completely destroyed. Your clearance evaluation is void. And clearance rewards are forfeited. Chapter 197. Shattered Instance. Class Transfer Task Completed. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yu found himself transported back to the external instance venue. Alongside him appeared dozens of bewildered individuals, clad in black and white, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Crack, crack, crack. A sound jolted everyone back to reality. The fine cracks swiftly spread across the instance teleportation portal. Subsequently, the portal disintegrated into a pile of dust. What on earth? A small black individual, perplexed, stared at the remnants of the teleportation portal. Ugh, my gosh, a small white exclaimed in disbelief. I was battling monsters in the instance when I suddenly received a notification that the instance was thoroughly destroyed, and then I was teleported out. Do you know what happened? A tall, slender small white inquired. I experienced the same. A small black replied. Me too. Me as well. It seemed this was the first encounter for the small black and white individuals with such an event. Perhaps it would be the only one in their lives. Had I known, I would not have summoned the world tree. Chen Yu felt a pang of regret. The world tree had ruined the instance, resulting in the loss of his settlement rewards. Upon exiting the instance venue, Lu Jingming awaited outside. What's the matter with you? Lu Jingming observed Chen Yu's glum expression and could not help but ask. Don't mention it. I accidentally destroyed the instance. Chen Yu waved his hand, lamenting. Lu Jingming found himself at a loss for words. You destroyed the instance? Isn't that your usual modus operandi? How many instances have you cleared without causing damage? You can be ruthless in the school-less instances, yet you're feeling guilty over a foreign instance? Isn't that akin to a cat weeping for a mouse? Pretending to be compassionate? Well, that is not the main point. Chen Yu continued. The crucial issue is that all my settlement rewards have vanished, and a whole bunch of small black and white individuals have been expelled. He pointed toward the passage of the instance venue, where a throng of small black and white individuals emerged in a herd. You lost your settlement rewards, and everyone in the instance got kicked out? Lu Jingming broke into a cold sweat. The instance didn't grant any settlement rewards, and expelled all practitioners from within. There's only one scenario that explains this. The instance has suffered an attack beyond its threshold in a split second, leading to complete destruction. Instances that reach such a state are rendered utterly irreparable. To cause a first-tier instance to be utterly destroyed, was there a topple-level powerhouse casting forbidden spells within? Lu Jingming couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. Let us refrain from dwelling on the matters concerning this young master, for they are beyond our contemplation and inquiry. Ahem, Chen Yu, do you wish to delve into the first-tier dungeons once more? If so, I can escort you to another location, Lu Jingming inquired nonchalantly. No, it's unnecessary. Let us depart, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. Having completed the transfer quest, there was no further purpose in repeating the first-tier dungeons. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Jingming nodded eagerly. In his eyes, Chen Yu had transcended the mere status of a super genius. The complete obliteration of the first-tier dungeon was an achievement Lu Jingming believed he could never attain. Indeed, in the face of such a formidable assault, he felt utterly unqualified to resist. If Chen Yu could annihilate the first-tier dungeon in less than a minute, he could just as easily bring about Lu Jingming's ruin. How outrageous. Fortunately, I maintained a respectful demeanor and did not provoke him. Otherwise, the director of the dungeon management office at Tenlong University might very well have to be replaced. As they walked, Chen Yu first utilized the skill points acquired from the dungeon to elevate all his skills to their maximum level. He then opened the quest panel to submit the results of his transfer quest. In an instant, a cacophony of notification tones resonated simultaneously. Notification: you have completed the second-tier promotion quest. Quest settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Second-tier promotion quest. Quest difficulty: Purgatory level executor. Chen Yu quest details. Within 1 month, clear at least 10 different first-tier dungeons at Purgatory difficulty, achieving a score no lower than SS rank. Quest completion: exceedingly perfect. Within a single day, cleared 50 different first-tier dungeons at Purgatory difficulty, with all scores at SSS rank. Reward settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Notification: your second-tier promotion quest has been completed, and you have received the following rewards. Base reward 1. Maximum level cap raised to 150. Base reward 2. Acquired 2 additional skill slots. Base reward 3. Obtained eligibility to learn second-tier skills. Base reward 4. Potential star level 2. 1-star racial potential. 1-star occupational potential. Base reward 5. Received an occupational attribute of vitality 10. Additional reward 1. Acquired potential star level 12. Additional reward 2. Received an occupational attribute of vitality 500. Additional reward 3. All fully leveled first-tier skills upgraded to second-tier skills. Additional reward for obtained mythical level skill attribute sharing with the lifting of the level cap. The vast experience stored in the experience pool transformed into Chen Yu's own level. Experience from the experience pool has been consumed. Your level has increased to 101. Experience from the experience pool has been consumed. Your level has increased to 102. Experience from the experience pool has been consumed. Your level has increased to 103. Experience from the experience pool has been consumed. Your level has increased to 115. A radiant glow of ascension enveloped Chen Yu, rendering him akin to a diminutive sun. My goodness. Lu Jingming, walking beside Chen Yu, was taken aback. He stood in a daze for several seconds before comprehending the unfolding events. Internally, he mused. As expected, this individual continuously engaging in dungeon runs must have a special task. And indeed, it is a transfer quest. The ability to utterly destroy a dungeon suggests that his evaluation must be at least SS rank, with SSS rank being highly probable. This implies that the requirements for his transfer quest involve obtaining an abundance of high-level dungeon evaluations. According to the Academy's classification of transfer quests, such demanding criteria undoubtedly categorize it as a nightmare or even purgatory-level quest. Enough. This is of no concern to me. Lu Jingming felt beads of cold sweat forming once again on his forehead. Is this something I am meant to know? Most geniuses relish in ostentatiously proclaiming their completion of challenging transfer quests, aiming to attract the attention of the higher-ups in pursuit of greater resources for personal development. Yet this one before me clearly harbors no such aspirations. As an official of Tinglong University, Lu Jingming was acutely aware that any information regarding a talent of this caliber is classified at the highest level. Inquiring without cause or spreading rumors could cost one their head. With this thought, Lu Jingming promptly resumed his facade, striding forward as if nothing were amiss, deliberately ignoring the peculiarities surrounding Chen Yu. Chen Yu, oblivious to Lu Jingming's presence, was engrossed in examining the changes to his attributes and the newly acquired skills. Chapter 198, Significant Enhancement. A new mythical level passive. Name, Chen Yu. Occupation, Plant Master. Variant, Potential, 28 stars. Level, 115, 53. Strength, 7,500. Base, 7,800. Fundamental Law, Agility, 7,500. 7,800. Constitution, 7,500. 7,800. Spirit, 7,500. 7,800. Abyssal Magic, 1,500. Vitality, 2,100. Base, 440. Fundamental Law, Free Attribute Points, 0 Skill Points, 23 Talent, Absolute Enhancement, Supreme. Great Dao Fruit, Supreme Occupational Passive, Holy Land of Supremacy, LV3 Skills. Accelerated Growth, Second Tier, LV1. Accelerates the life growth rate of plants. Can consume vitality to hasten plant growth exponentially. Plant Enhancement, Second Tier, LV1. Enhances all attributes of plant life by 200. Can initially affect 10 targets. For each point of vitality consumed, an additional 5 targets can be affected, with a maximum consumption of 20 points of vitality per use. Duration, 200 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Legendary, Life Calculus, Second Tier, LV1. All attributes 7,800, Vitality 440. Consuming vitality allows for the projection of the quality advancement path of plant life, with higher quality requiring greater vitality expenditure. Legendary, Harmonious Hearts, Second Tier, LV1. Selects 217 distinct individuals, designating one as the Heart of Life. As long as the Heart of Life remains alive, the other individuals will not perish. Each use consumes 1 vitality. For each additional point of vitality consumed, an extra 5 distinct individuals can be connected. Duration, 220 seconds. Cooldown, 500 seconds. Legendary Seed of Heart Reflection, Second Tier, LV1. Communicates with your existing plant life to depict heart reflections. Upon completion of the heart reflection, it can summon the heart to battle. The heart's attributes are equivalent to the caster's own attributes at 700. Summoning the heart incurs no cooldown or quantity restrictions, but its presence will continuously consume vitality. Note: the heart possesses basic intelligence but cannot execute complex commands independently and requires the caster's control. Mythical Attribute Sharing, Second Tier, LV1. All plant life you cultivate receives a boost equivalent to 5, your own base attributes. This attribute boost is considered a base enhancement, counted as the foundational attributes of the plant life, and can benefit from other skills and talents. Supreme Abyssal Affection, LV3, regardless of time or place. You can summon the great will of the abyss at any moment, willing to expend your very existence to extricate you from peril. Note: this skill increases 1 usage count per transfer. Current available uses: 3. Mythical Embrace of the Abyss, LV3. Choose a plant life, causing it to undergo abyssal transformation. With all attributes at 100, acquiring the skills of demonization, abyssal magic extraction, and abyssal corruption. After allocating the free attribute points obtained from leveling up and dungeon evaluations, Chen Yu's foundational attributes reached a staggering 7,500. Coupled with the 7,800 points provided by the second-tier fundamental law, this culminated in a terrifying total of 15,300 points, all without any equipment bonuses. The two sets of novice gear had long since become obsolete. Within the holy land of supremacy lay a plethora of treasure chests, which undoubtedly held suitable equipment. With the advancement to the second tier, each skill had experienced substantial enhancements. The newly acquired mythical level skill, attribute sharing, is a passive ability. It incurs no cost and requires no activation. Any plant life under Chen Yu's command receives a boost of 5 to his base attributes. Currently, his foundational attributes stand at 7,500. In other words, all plants within the supreme sacred land, including those he personally cultivated, shall benefit from an attribute enhancement of 375 points. While this may appear modest at first glance, it is merely the augmentation provided by the first level of the attribute sharing skill. Moreover, these 375 points are calculated as the plant's inherent base attributes. Should Chen Yu apply plant enhancement to a particular plant, this 375-point augmentation would escalate to 1125 within the enhancement chamber. As the skill level increases, the attribute values provided by this skill are destined to exceed expectations. Additionally, the Heart Manifestation Seed skill boasts a property multiplier of 7 times Chen Yu's own attributes. Furthermore, the manifestation has developed a rudimentary intelligence, capable of recognizing simple commands and acting autonomously. This means that there is no need for Chen Yu to be preoccupied with controlling the manifestation during battles. Presently, under the influence of this substantial multiplier, the combat prowess of the manifestation has vastly surpassed that of the original plant life. It can be asserted that, beneath the original spirits, the most formidable force in Chen Yu's arsenal is indeed the manifestation. The legendary tier plant life has ascended alongside Chen Yu to level 115. The thorn spirit and gluttonous spirit have seen their strength, physique, and agility attributes exceed 10,000, while their mental attribute lags slightly behind. The lily spirit has slightly lower strength, physique, and agility attributes, but its mental attribute surpasses 10,000. As for the 7 original spirits, their strength, physique, and agility attributes have reached an astonishing 20,000 points, with their mental attribute soaring to 40,000 points. The special attribute of vitality has risen to 2,900 points, while the source power has increased to 290 points. Cough, cough. Lu Jingming suddenly cleared his throat twice and cautiously inquired, "Do you wish to continue grinding the second-tier dungeon?" Upon witnessing Chen Yu's promotion to the second tier, a sense of urgency surged once more. The second-tier dungeon is considerably more costly than the first. Rather than allowing Chen Yu to return and wreak havoc in his second-tier dungeon, it would be preferable for the Tongda Garden to absorb the losses instead. After all, it is someone else's property. If it gets damaged, there is little remorse. Ideally, they would let Chen directly grind to level 150 here and then promptly change classes. Of course, Chen Yu nodded immediately, eager to see if he could continue. His previous actions of damaging the dungeon had likely drawn the attention of the park's management. Even if they could not present concrete evidence against him, he would probably be asked to leave and placed on a blacklist, never to be welcomed again. If he could grind the second-tier dungeon before they realized what was happening, it would be all the better. "All right, just wait here. I will go buy you a ticket right away," Lu Jingming exclaimed with delight, hurrying down the stairs. Chen Yu did not follow but instead strolled leisurely between the floors. The dungeon layers of the Tongda Garden are ingeniously designed, with not only the dungeon venues, but also various lounges, shops, and convenience stores situated on either side of the stairs and elevators, making full use of the space on each floor. In the lounges, numerous adventurers are actively recruiting teammates, while merchants are purchasing dungeon spoils. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the exit of the dungeon venue. Chen Yu turned to see 2 chocolate figures grappling with a young woman. The girl was a citizen of the Tunglong Empire, strikingly beautiful, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure, her fair skin glimmering enticingly. "Let me go," she screamed, while the 2 chocolate figures grinned mischievously. "Beautiful lady, we promise to make you very happy." They continued to drag her away. Nearby, a group of onlookers clad in black and white burst into laughter. Chen Yu frowned and approached the 2 chocolate figures. However, after just a couple of steps, he halted. He was astonished. Did the women of this world engage in such playful antics? To be seen in public, entangled with 2 chocolate figures? Given the situation, it seemed as though they were seeking a secluded corner for a marathon of their own. Chapter 199, Chocolate Figures? Annihilate. The face of a forbidden power? Strangle it initially. Chen Yu intended to step in and reprimand the chocolate figures, acting as a hero to rescue the damsel in distress. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. However, upon closely sensing the situation of the girl and the 2 chocolate figures, he realized he was being overly sentimental. The girl being dragged away possessed an exceptionally high energy level, nearly a quarter of Chen Yu's own. This indicated that her professional attributes exceeded 500 points. Furthermore, her energy was explosive and aggressive. Based on her attire, she appeared to be an assassin-type adventurer. In contrast, the 2 chocolate figures likely had professional attributes of less than 50 points. It was evident that a professional adventurer with attributes exceeding 500 points was being openly accosted in a public space by two figures with attributes below 50. Was this not a clear case of role-playing? Moreover, where was this taking place? In the satellite city of the Tunglong Empire's capital. How audacious of the chocolate figures to openly harass a female citizen of the Tunglong Empire. Chen Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had he intervened, he would have unwittingly disturbed their amusement. It was possible that the female adventurer would turn against him on the spot. While it was indeed regrettable for an exceptional Tunglong woman to be mistreated by two chocolate figures, sometimes it is necessary to relinquish the urge to assist and respect others' choices. The pleas of the female adventurer still echoed in Chen Yu's ears. A crowd of chocolate figures continued to observe the scene, seemingly oblivious to the public nature of their actions. Chen Yu shook his head and stepped away. However, just on the next floor staircase, a similar scene unfolded. Two black and one white chocolate figures were blocking another female adventurer from the Tunglong Empire. The female adventurer appeared panicked, wildly swinging her weapon as she backed away until she found herself beside Chen Yu. "Please, help me," she pleaded, clutching Chen Yu's sleeve, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful and helpless manner. One of the black chocolate figures swaggered over, hands on hips and nostrils flared, addressing Chen Yu. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." The remaining black and white figures also approached Chen Yu from different directions. Chen Yu's anger flared instantly. "You can play dress up all you want, but why drag an innocent bystander into your little scene? Do you expect me to play along?" He kicked the black chocolate figure squarely in the chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The black chocolate figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the stairwell. A cascade of items erupted from the figure. This was merely an ordinary first-tier chocolate figure, incapable of withstanding Chen Yu's strike of 15,000 points of power. Had it been a Tunglong citizen, Chen Yu might have shown some restraint. But how dare a chocolate figure overstep its bounds? Who granted it such audacity? Witnessing the black chocolate figure explode with coins, the remaining black and white figures displayed expressions of terror, turning to flee without uttering a word. Chen Yu waved his hand lightly. A phantom vine whip materialized from thin air, ensnaring the black and white figures. As he tightened the whip, they were promptly reduced to mere remnants, spilling forth a plethora of miscellaneous items. Subsequently, Chen Yu summoned a gluttonous spirit, pointing at the remains of the three chocolate figures. "At your command, master." The gluttonous spirit drew forth 3 flower stems from its back, instantly blooming into 3 vibrant, enormous flowers. Within seconds, the remnants vanished without a trace, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The 3 chocolate figures seemed never to have existed. After devouring the chocolate, the gluttonous spirit obediently stood by Chen Yu's side, motionless. Chen Yu's gaze turned icy as he regarded the Tunglong Empire's female adventurer beside him. The female professional swallowed hard, forcing a faint smile as she uttered, "Thank you for saving me." Her voice trembled, and her fear was palpable. "No need for thanks," Chen Yu replied with a smile. Let us hurry." The female professional endeavored to steady her emotions, saying, "Their identities are not simple. Moreover, if you kill someone in the Tongda Park, the Tongda group will not let us go." "Not simple? How complicated can it be?" Chen Yu responded with indifference. "These 3 attacked me. Am I not entitled to retaliate? The law enforcement of the Free Empire will make the judgment. What can a commercial organization like the Tongda group do to me?" Hearing this, the female professional spoke urgently. "Aren't you just a student from the professional college? This world is not as you imagine. The brilliance of the law cannot illuminate every dark corner. You've killed a VIP of the Tongda group. They will undoubtedly strike against you in the shadows. Come with me. I'll take you to a safe place." She grabbed Chen Yu's arm, attempting to pull him away. However, despite her efforts, he remained rooted in place. Chen Yu slowly withdrew his arm and smiled slightly. "Thank you for your concern. Since that's the case, let us proceed." He then commenced to walk slowly. "Hurry. Otherwise, it will truly be too late." The female professional's expression turned anxious as she once again grasped Chen Yu's arm. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. In an instant, the female professional became a headless corpse, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Damn!" Chen Yu quickly stepped back to avoid being splattered with blood. The gluttonous spirit eagerly extended a man-eating flower, devouring the remains of the female professional. "Could you at least notify me before you make a move?" Chen Yu glared discontentedly at the girl in a black cloak. She had been squatting in the corner of the stairs for quite some time, witnessing Chen Yu's heroic act of saving the maiden. When Chen Yu first entered the stairwell, he had noticed her presence but had assumed she was merely a spectator. He never anticipated she would suddenly resort to murder. "She harbored ill intentions toward you." The girl in black said flatly, "I've resolved your trouble. I truly thank you." Chen Yu's expression darkened. If the female professional taken away by the 2 mud men upstairs was merely an accident, then the intentions of this group of 4 role players had become exceedingly apparent. The lowly trope of a hero saving a damsel might deceive a fervent young hero, but employing such a strategy against Chen Yu was clearly an insult to his intellect. He had kept that female professional alive solely to trace the roots of this conspiracy, hoping to uncover the identity of the miscreants plotting against him. However, before he could grasp the situation, The girl in black had severed the very thread he was grasping. In a moment of frustration, Chen Yu could not help but pinch the delicate face of the girl in black. Her eyes widened in surprise as she touched her pinched cheek, glaring at Chen Yu. In retaliation, she leaped up, clutched Chen Yu's face with both hands, and yanked fiercely. Ouch! Chen Yu winced at the sudden pain. Humph! You dare to challenge me? The girl in black gleefully rubbed her hands together. Chen Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and stealthily reached for her face once more. Smack! The girl in black swiftly slapped Chen Yu's hand away, raising an eyebrow at him. Then, tilting her head towards him, she playfully patted her own chubby cheeks twice. You asked for it. Enraged, Chen Yu, with a staggering agility of 15,000 points, seized the girl in black's face in a flash. She glanced at him in disbelief, then retaliated by tugging on his skin with all her might. After a brief stalemate, neither was willing to relent, both simultaneously increasing their grip. Chen Yu's eyes bulged in fury, while the girl in black grimaced in pain. At the top of the Tongda Copy Park, Regional President Malls furrowed his brow. Shall we continue with the arrangements? Mork inquired anxiously. It's futile, Malls shook his head. Being too deliberate makes it easy for the opponent to see through us. Damn it, Mork clenched his fists. Who on earth is that assassin? If not for her, our plan might have succeeded. Sir, can we not simply? Mork's expression darkened as he gestured with a knife-like hand in a downward motion. That won't do, Malls replied. Let us not forget. This is the Tunglong Empire. Based on the strength exhibited by that assassin, she is at least a high-tier, if not super-tier, powerhouse. Clearly, she is a formidable guardian for Chen Yu. We have no opportunity to kill under her watchful eye. Even if we manage to do so, we could not escape the Tunglong Empire's retribution. Are we to merely watch such a significant achievement slip through our fingers? Mork's expression was one of reluctance. And suffer immense losses? Some first-tier copies are hardly a loss, Malls remarked indifferently. Moreover, we have other methods at our disposal. With that, Malls lightly tapped on the table. An image projected before them, depicting the scenes of the novice copy area. Within a copy venue, four young girls were seen emerging together. After exiting the venue, two girls directly descended the stairs to leave the copy park, while the remaining two entered the public lounge to recover, seemingly preparing to regroup before challenging the copy anew. The second-ranked genius of the Tunglong Empire, Malls smiled. Go, relay this information to that fool from the Bruce family. In the stairwell, Lu Jingming, with a crystal card in hand and arms behind his back, hummed a tune as he ascended. 23 second-tier copies. How much money have I saved for Tunglong University? Lu Jingming felt like a nameless hero secretly safeguarding the academy. As he rounded a corner, the sight of the two youths grappling caught his eye. Lu Jingming's smile faltered slightly. He then executed a 180-degree turn on the spot, maintaining his expression as he continued to hum and walk. Getting older. My eyesight is a bit off lately. I need to buy some eye drops. At that moment, Chen Yu and the girl in black simultaneously released their grips. However, both wore masks of pain. Fortunately, as professionals, they did not suffer any health loss and would recover swiftly. Who exactly are you? Chen Yu could not restrain his curiosity. According to the information from his detection spell, the girl in black was merely a first-tier professional. Yet, a first-tier professional could not possibly match Chen Yu in close combat. Even if Chen Yu was merely toying around, that was simply implausible. Humph. The girl in black turned away, sulking. TSK, Chen Yu clicked his tongue. Having teased a lowly for so long, he never expected to be pinched by one today. Little sister, tell big brother your name. Chen Yu smiled warmly, unwrapping a lollipop to offer to the girl in black. She shot him a sidelong glance, took the lollipop, and shoved it into his mouth. I don't eat sweets. Chen Yu was taken aback. He chewed and swallowed the candy, then retrieved a pack of jerky, offering it to the little lowly. Now this is more acceptable. The girl in black accepted the jerky with satisfaction, then transformed into a shadow and vanished. Hey, you still haven't told me your name. Chen Yu shouted. I want to tell you. The echo reverberated from all directions. Chen Yu shook his head and descended the stairs. Lu Jingming stood at the stairwell like a pillar, motionless. Chen Yu patted Lu Jingming's shoulder. Lu Jingming turned around, beaming as he handed Chen Yu a crystal card. This is a ticket for the second-tier copy in the Tongda Park. Will you continue to swipe? No hurry. Chen Yu tucked the crystal card into his pocket and inquired. Old Lu, pray tell, who was that fool just now? Lu Jingming instantly felt a shiver run down his spine, shaking his head like a windmill. What level of power does she possess? Chen Yu pressed again. Is she at the 6th tier? The 7th tier? Lu Jingming remained motionless, eyes focused inward. What? She's actually a taboo? Chen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Jingming's expression soured, anxiously surveying his surroundings. Fearful that some lurking shadow might emerge from a corner and bring misfortune upon him. Is she following me to protect me? Chen Yu continued to probe. I truly have no idea. Lu Jingming replied with a bitter smile. As a mere 6th-tier weakling, how could he possibly comprehend the activities of a topple-level powerhouse? Chen Yu nodded, flipping his hand to reveal a crimson flower, the Higanbana, which he gently shook, causing its petals to scatter and drift away as if carried by an unseen breeze. On the rooftop of the Tongda Garden building, a vast expanse of scarlet flowers bloomed magnificently. The crouching lowly was startled, leaping 3 meters into the air. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the flowers had arranged themselves into the words "thank you." Initially taken aback, the lowly soon bore a sweet smile. She leaned down, extending her hand in an attempt to touch the vibrant and hauntingly beautiful flowers, which exuded an aura of mystery. The moment her fingers made contact, the blossoms withered abruptly, transforming into a cloud of dust that dissipated into the air. With a series of dull thuds, a plethora of lollipops tumbled from the flowers, landing on the ground. The lowly's smile froze, her lips pouting in disappointment. Moments later, a sly grin emerged as she gathered all the lollipops into her arms. Within a novice dungeon venue of Tongda Garden, 5 men and 1 woman stepped through the portal. Among them, 4 Caucasian men appeared weary and travel-worn, while the central figure, another Caucasian man, remained impeccably clean and at ease, cradling the lone girl of the group and playfully teasing her. This was Robbins Bruce, a member of the prestigious Bruce family of the White Eagle Empire, a lineage that, much like the Morgan family, had thrived for millennia. Since the emergence of the Tunglong Empire as the hegemon of Blue Star, the elite classes of other nations have favored sending their young talents to study in Tunglong for the sake of gilding their experience. Robbins was one such privileged student. However, upon arriving in the Tunglong Empire, his interests lay not in enhancing his abilities or broadening his knowledge, but rather in the women of Tunglong. The higher the status and talent, the more he became infatuated. Within less than 2 months in Tunglong, he had employed various means to win over several girls from the empire. His targets were typically those from less affluent backgrounds, and with exorbitant compensations offered afterward, no significant scandals had ensued. Regain your composure, then continue, Robbins instructed his 4 subordinates. Within this month, I intend to reach level 50 and complete my job transition. Understood. Sir, the 4 promptly replied, beginning to consume their supplies. At that moment, another small team strolled in, chatting and laughing. To Robbins' surprise, the second best student of the Tunglong Empire had also come to the Tongda Garden to grind dungeons. I know about this. I heard that the internal dungeon prices at Tunglong University are exorbitant, and many geniuses of the university venture outside when they require substantial experience to level up. That Sue, I've heard, is a prodigy from a small town with a modest background. Indeed, she couldn't even assemble a complete set of novice epic gear. Wait, Robbins interjected, stepping forward to block the small team. Tyler, what were you just saying? Among this team, Tyler and another had previously been discussing, both sent to the Tunglong Empire by their families. Robbins? Tyler turned around. Haven't you heard? Sue, the commoner genius of Tunglong University, ranked second in this year's Tunglong Empire College entrance examination. Of course I've heard. Robbins replied with a smile. Are you saying she is in this dungeon park? Yes. Tyler confirmed. Then, with a look of astonishment, continued in an exaggerated tone. Oh, the illustrious Mr. Bruce. I know your interests. You wouldn't be hoping for an opportunity to pursue her, would you? She is the second genius of Tunglong Empire. Despite her poverty, she is not someone you can easily chase. Where is she? Robbins asked eagerly. Are you sure? Tyler gazed at Robbins in disbelief. Absolutely, Robbins asserted firmly. The impoverished genius girl of Tunglong University, adorned with the prestige of being second in the entrance examination, made Robbins' heart race. He knew he was unworthy of such a girl. Yet he fantasized that merely sharing a night with her would yield immense wealth. What girl in need would refuse such an offer? He even envisioned boasting to others in the future, saying, a certain female powerhouse of the Tunglong Empire once shared a night with me. You better not do anything reckless. Tyler warned, his expression cautious. Someone like her is not to be trifled with. Please tell me. Robbins pulled out an anonymous gold card from the adventurer's bank and handed it to Tyler. This is for your drinks. Fine, Tyler relented, accepting the card. It seems that unless I tell you where Sue is, you won't let me leave. In the lounge on the 7th floor, I warn you. Don't do anything foolish. Thank you, Robbins exclaimed, elated, as he hurried away with his subordinates. Fool, Tyler sneered, pocketing the gold card while watching Robbins' retreating figure with disdain. Could anything go wrong? If that idiot truly harms Sue, we will also be implicated. A teammate beside Tyler frowned. What could possibly happen? Tyler scoffed. You arrived late, so you are unaware. This is a scheme orchestrated by Mr. Malls of the Morgan family, aimed at befriending the super genius Sue of Tunglong University. That fool can do nothing but become a pitiful clown. Haha, he wants to even realize it afterward and come looking for trouble with you, right? His teammate laughed heartily. I haven't done anything. Why would he seek trouble with me? He asked me to tell him. Tyler patted his pocket. Besides, that fool won't even catch on. Haha. Chapter 201. The first wife and the second wife in the Tongda Garden Dungeon Lounge. Su Miayue and Lu Pingping sat together, each with a portion of food. This was the creation of a chef-class adventurer, designed to accelerate the recovery of mental strength and stamina. While its effect could not rival that of potions, it was favored for its affordability. After completing a dungeon run, it was the perfect time to rest and recuperate without wasting precious potions. Despite Su Miayue hailing from a wealthy family, extravagance was not an option in Kyoto. The same potion that cost 1 gold coin in Jianyang City could fetch several in Kyoto. Prices in the metropolis and small towns seemed to be inversely related. Rare treasures that were hard to come by in Jianyang City could be found at auctions, yet were cheaper in Kyoto. Conversely, inexpensive items in small cities could sell for multiples in the capital. Phew, I'm revived. Lu Pingping quickly finished her food, her face radiating comfort. She then nudged Su Miaoyue with her shoulder. I say, yeah, why don't you ask the great Chen Yu to take you out for some fun? Having a god around for dungeon runs guarantees superb ratings and an abundance of experience and treasures. If the god takes you, I could tag along too, He has already done enough for us, you know? Su Miaoyue shot Lu Pingping a glare, reminding her not to forget how they got into Tunglong University. This favor would take a fortune to repay. Su Miaoyue pondered to herself that perhaps the extent of her assistance to Chen Yu lay in having taken him into a few instances in Jianyang City. However, considering the benefits gained from adventuring alongside Chen Yu, it was undeniably she who reaped the greater rewards. Without Chen Yu, she would never have achieved such high instance evaluations throughout her lifetime. The gratitude Chen Yu had bestowed upon her was immeasurable, particularly for facilitating her entry into Tunglong University. Not even the entirety of the Su family could repay that debt, even if they were to be sold as a whole. Why not just sell yourself to the great deity? Lu Pingping suggested with a mischievous glint in her eye. You could lie back and level up effortlessly. How delightful that would be. Oh, and if you succeed in selling yourself, perhaps you could persuade the deity to acquire me as a little bonus. You'd be the daughter of a wealthy household, and I'd gladly serve as your maid. Hee. Do you really think he would ever take notice of me? Su Miaoyue questioned, lacking confidence in herself. She suddenly realized that even if she were to offer herself completely to Chen Yu, it would be her own gang. Hey, you too. Haven't you already taken that step? Lu Pingping inquired with curiosity. Which step? Su Miaoyue turned to Lu Pingping, intrigued. Lu Pingping, lowering her head, clasped her hands together, gently tapping her thumbs against one another, as if fearing Su Miaoyue wouldn't understand. She formed a circle with her right hand and poked her left index finger through it a few times, tilting her head to look at Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue's expression darkened as she pinched a soft spot on Lu Pingping's waist. Ouch! Lu Pingping winced in pain. There was no denying that Su Miaoyue harbored a deep admiration for Chen Yu. After all, he was handsome, powerful, and brimming with potential. Not to mention a heroic figure. What girl wouldn't be enamored? Among 10 girls of their age, it was likely that 8 held affections for him. Especially for someone like Lu Pingping, who often encouraged Su Miaoyue. If Chen Yu merely acknowledged her with a nod, she would undoubtedly be at his doorstep in a heartbeat. In the current environment, Su Miaoyue felt a twinge of inferiority. Upon arriving in Kyoto and entering Tunglong University, the proud demeanor she had cultivated in Jianyang City had vanished. Once, she had been the privileged young lady, a super genius. Now, she was utterly ordinary, commonplace to the extreme. Ironically, the only thing that set her apart was her status as Chen Yu's official girlfriend, a title neither she nor Chen Yu had formally acknowledged. Rather, it was widely known among this year's candidates that she was essentially forced into Tunglong University by Chen Yu. Even Lu Pingping had become one of Chen Yu's little wives. The boys regarded her with trepidation, wary of provoking someone as formidable as a boss capable of defeating even a demonic avatar, while the girls expressed envy and resentment, wishing to take her place. During high school, rumors of her affair with Chen Yu circulated, and to her astonishment, similar whispers persisted into university. The roles had simply reversed. In high school, boys questioned Chen Yu's claims, while now girls questioned Su Miaoyue's worthiness. Let us take things one step at a time, she thought, shaking her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts. Ultimately, this world was governed by strength. Once, Su Miaoyue's lifelong aspiration had been to become a 5th-tier powerhouse like Su Jinghui, or even surpass him to attain 6th-tier status. After entering Tunglong University, that goal seemed within reach. Thus, she began to contemplate whether she might also aspire to attain even loftier heights. Let us resume our grinding, Su Miaoyue said to Lu Pingping. Huh? Just the two of us? Lu Pingping's face fell. Aren't we recruiting any teammates? What's wrong with just us? Su Miaoyue replied. You can tank. And I can deal enough damage. That's sufficient for lower difficulties. All right, you're the one calling the shots, Lu Pingping conceded, raising her hands in surrender. I'll go buy a set of armor. I damaged mine in the instance just now. Sounds good. Su Miaoyue nodded in agreement. After resting for about half an hour, the two were fully recharged and prepared to leave. At that moment, a well-dressed white man entered the lounge, accompanied by 4 subordinates. Oh, this must be one of those professional teams specializing in guiding newcomers, Lu Pingping remarked with envy, observing the luxurious epic-level beginner gear they wore. I've heard there are many wealthy foreigners in this instance park, and it seems to be true. How wonderful it would be to have a professional team carry you through instances while you level up effortlessly. Let us go, Su Miaoyue urged, pulling Lu Pingping along. Hiring a team that specializes in guiding newcomers is quite expensive. Paying them for one instance could cover 10 of our own runs. Before arriving in Kyoto, the Su family had been frugal, even selling off parts of their assets to gather nearly 100,000 gold coins for her. Yet in a place like Kyoto, such an amount was utterly insufficient. As for Lu Pingping, if Su Miaoyue represented a middle-class family, then Lu Pingping undoubtedly belonged to a refugee family. Let us go? Let us go, out of sight, out of mind, Lu Pingping muttered, turning away from the ostentatiously equipped team. Just as Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping were about to exit the lounge, they were stopped by the white man who had just entered. Beautiful lady, please wait a moment. What is going on? Lu Pingping asked, glancing at the man dressed in a white suit, who appeared more like a businessman than an adventurer. Before looking back at his lavishly equipped team, your long-awaited wealthy suitor has come to find you. Go on. Su Miaoyue teased, patting Lu Pingping on the shoulder. Forget it. I can't afford that. Lu Pingping shivered. Are you Miss Su Miaoyue? The man in the white suit approached Su Miaoyue, flashing a self-assured smile. Sorry. You have mistaken me. I am not Su Miaoyue, she quickly retorted, taking Lu Pingping's arm to leave. Wait. The wealthy man is looking for you. Lu Pingping grinned playfully. Let us hurry and leave. I'm sure there's nothing good in store, Su Miaoyue said, her expression darkening. Thanks to her reputation as a genius and her connection with Chen Yu, she had been approached by numerous wealthy individuals recently. Most sought to offer her resources in exchange for persuading her to sign a contract of servitude or promised her ample resources while hinting at wanting to connect with Chen Yu. Though Su Miaoyue had not experienced much of the world, her family was still considered a notable clan within the city, and she understood the nuances of social interactions. Did these men truly think she was so naive? The man in the white suit faltered momentarily, then stepped back 2 paces, positioning himself back in front of Su Miaoyue. Miss Su, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Robbins, from the Bruce family of the White Eagle Empire. The Silver Star Group is a venture of our Bruce family. I won't sign any contracts, agreements, or contact Chen Yu. You should seek someone else. Su Miaoyue replied impatiently. Robbins was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, saying, Miss Su, you are overthinking it. I have no intention of seeking a contract or agreement with you, nor do I need to contact Chen Yu. Then what do you want from me? Su Miaoyue asked. Bewildered. I admire your talent and beauty, so I wish to meet you and perhaps become friends. Robbins gestured dramatically, producing a rose from his inventory. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you? Wow, that's rare. Lu Pingping exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. At the tender age of 17 or 18, young people are often in a phase of blossoming youth. It is not uncommon to hold hands or engage in romantic relationships, while simultaneously improving their strength and expanding their knowledge. The likelihood of mutual attraction increases, especially when both parties share a high degree of professional compatibility and are in the same team. However, Lu Pingping was quite different from Su Miaoyue. Both individuals have been branded with Chen Yu's label, and most ordinary boys dare not approach them. It is quite audacious of the person before me to openly pursue Su Miaoyue. I must admit, the courage is remarkable. Thank you for your kind offer. Su Miaoyue replied coolly, but we have already dined, so there is no need to trouble yourself. What a pity, Robbins responded. May I invite Miss Su to accompany me for a stroll around Shanshui City? I can procure for you a first and second tier epic equipment set as a token of my appreciation. At this point, Robbins smiled smugly. When he made such a proposition, girls from less affluent backgrounds in the Tunglong Empire typically agreed. For others, he usually offered only a first-tier epic starter set. But with Su Miaoyue, he was prepared to invest significantly. A first and second-tier epic set would even make a wealthy heir wince. After all, the family's wealth was not his own, and given his abilities and status, the funds at his disposal were limited. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe in the principle of no free lunch. It is best to decline. Su Miaoyue shook her head. In truth, the first and second-tier epic sets held little value for her. Chen Yu had taken her through dungeons, and she had acquired a complete set of legendary starter equipment from the treasure chests. In terms of effectiveness, it was no inferior to the first-tier epic gear. Additionally, the credits she entered with could be exchanged for high-quality equipment sets. Even if she were truly in need of gear, she would still refuse this man's request. She understood well that nothing comes without a price. Meanwhile, Lu Pingping was making faces from the side, even messaging Su Miaoyue through their friend panel. Why don't you accept his offer? He seems like quite the catch. Wouldn't it be better to take him for a ride and then disappear? Does he dare chase us to Tunglong University? Su Miaoyue shot Lu Pingping a glare and replied through the friend panel. You're always thinking about snagging a rich man. Who knows if you catch one, whether he is a sugar daddy or a man-eating fish. Don't forget, you are Chen Yu's little wife. Mind your behavior and don't embarrass him. Although she and Chen Yu had no substantial relationship, public perception was formidable. In the eyes of many, she and Lu Pingping were indeed considered Chen Yu's women. As long as Chen Yu had not publicly distanced himself from them, their reputations were intertwined. If any scandal were to arise involving her and Lu Pingping, it would undoubtedly tarnish Chen Yu's name. At Su Miaoyue's remark, Lu Pingping ceased her teasing, merely standing by with a silly grin. Seeing that Su Miaoyue had not acquiesced, Robbins produced a gold card from the adventurer's bank. Pinching it between his thumb and index finger, waving it before Su Miaoyue with a tone of superiority. Miss Su, should you accompany me for a brief stroll? Not only would you receive a first and second tier epic equipment set, but this 1 million gold coins would also be yours. Robbins' voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those in the lounge. A first and second tier epic set, 1 million gold coins? All for chasing a girl? Oh, it's Robbins the teddy bear? Never mind then. Damn rich people, damn capitalists. He should be hanged from a lamppost. My dear Niddick, are you planning to hang yourself? Oh no, I'm a poor man. Wait, that woman is from Tunglong University, right? Who is she? The second-ranked scholar of this year's college entrance exam in the Tunglong Empire. Oh my god, has Robbins lost his mind? A girl of that caliber will at least be a 7th-tier powerhouse in the future, right? How could he even think to approach her? The heir of the Bruce family would be a more suitable match. A mere nobody. If he weren't born into the Bruce family, he would be no different from the common folk. Even now, he is just a parasite of his family. Does he truly think he deserves such a woman? What a joke. The mocking voices reached Robbins's ears, igniting a flame of anger within him. Miss, what do you think of my proposal? He said, signaling to his 4 subordinates. The 4 level 50 professionals clad in luxurious gear spread out, subtly blocking Su Miayue's path. Please step aside. We wish to leave. Su Miayue frowned, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Lu Pingping sensed the shifting atmosphere and immediately positioned herself in front of Su Miayue, her body slightly bent. Chapter 203, Legendary Level Skill for the Fool, 13 Deadly Shots. What is going on? Lu Pingping thought, filled with questions as she prepared for action. It was entirely normal for a wealthy individual to pursue Su Miayue. Why had the conversation escalated to such a tense standoff? Did that foreign tycoon intend to resort to force against them? This was Tunglong Empire after all. How could such arrogance be tolerated from a foreigner? P.S. Just a fool, Su Miayue observed, her expression growing wary as she noted Robbins's impatient demeanor. The individuals behind him were fanning the flames. Someone was setting a trap for her. The current situation was unfavorable for her. In the park, there were many foreigners. Robbins likely had other accomplices. Mr. Robbins, Su Miayue said patiently, since you are aware of my identity, has no one informed you that I have a boyfriend? The group of black and white-clad individuals in the lounge continued their mockery, taunting Robbins with their words. At this moment, Robbins's jealousy flared. To him, Su Miayue and Lu Pingping appeared isolated and vulnerable, within his grasp. He couldn't help but fantasize about how he would flaunt his conquest of the girl who bore the reputation of being the second genius of the Tunglong Empire before those who had looked down upon him. Moreover, the thought of having subdued a woman at the pinnacle of the Tunglong Empire felt like he was trampling the entire empire beneath his feet. Ridiculous. Yet sometimes, those whose intelligence and reason fall below normal cannot be understood through conventional logic. Miss Su, Robbins huffed, stepping closer, his gaze fixed intently on Su Miayue. This isn't important. My demands are minimal. You need only accompany me for one day. Just once. Whatever you desire, money, equipment, potions, skill books, I can provide. Afterward, we can part ways without any ties. Your boyfriend will never know. Aren't you in need of these things? Accompany me for a day, and we both get what we want. Is that truly so difficult for you? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her. And Su Miayue's gaze turned dangerously toward Robbins. Any normal woman would feel an intense fury at such a proposition, and it was only natural. Especially for someone of Su Miayue's stature. You are seeking death. Su Miayue advanced, her body slightly bending as her right hand tightened around the sword's hilt. Her eyes locking onto Robbins with steely resolve. Clang. Lu Pingping had instantly donned her armor, transforming from a delicate girl into a valiant warrior adorned in shining armor. Wielding a crimson spear and donning a silver helm. Go. Capture them. Robbins bellowed angrily at his 4 subordinates. 2 level 50 professionals immediately advanced towards Su Miayue and Lu Pingping, while the other 2 began to prepare spells. Lu Pingping swung her spear, engaging the first foe head-on, while Su Miayue maintained her poised stance, sword drawn, even closing her eyes. The 2 melee combatants among Robbins's subordinates, a warrior and an assassin, approached stealthily. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Pingping met the warrior in a flurry of rapid exchanges. The strength of the level 50 warrior was evidently superior to that of Lu Pingping. The impact of the heavy sword reverberated through her hands, causing her to wince in pain. Neither side had utilized any skills. Lu Pingping found the confines of the small lounge too restrictive for her knightly abilities, while the warrior refrained from unleashing his full might. Aware that this was a prodigious student of Tunglong University, should he inflict serious injury or, heaven forbid, death, the repercussions would be dire for his family. After a few tentative exchanges, an assassin suddenly lunged from behind Lu Pingping, delivering a swift kick to her waist, sending her tumbling to the ground. The warrior seized the opportunity, raising his heavy sword to strike her down. Quick as a flash, Lu Pingping executed a nimble roll to evade the blow and sprang back to her feet. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Su Miayue, who offered a subtle nod in encouragement. A faint smile graced Lu Pingping's lips as she secured her red tassel spear behind her, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. Since acquiring this legendary skill, no one has ever pushed me to the point of needing to use it. If you insist on bullying me today, then allow me to demonstrate the might of my legendary skill. Legendary skill. Robbins exclaimed in horror, protect me. The 2 melee fighters were equally startled, hastily retreating to shield the ranged combatants positioned behind them, as well as Robbins himself, all of them watching Lu Pingping's movements with wary eyes. Remember this move. It is called the 13 Lethal Spears. With a flourish, Lu Pingping began to twirl her spear, her voice steady and deliberate. Longing thoughts. Oh, how they linger, brief yearnings. Infinitely profound. What does that even mean? Robins's two melee fighters exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, they could only marvel at the enigmatic nature of her legendary skill. Feeling a surge of apprehension at the prospect of her unleashing her full power, the first spear longing, Lu Pingping thrust her spear forward with sudden intensity. Robins and his four companions felt their hair stand on end. Robins himself tore open a defensive magic scroll, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. However, the anticipated devastation never materialized. In fact, nothing occurred at all. Just then, Lu Pingping continued, 13 lethal spears, like the surging waves of the vast sea. Since you have granted me the opportunity to gather my strength, there shall be no chance for you to recover. Damn it. So it was a combo skill. We missed our chance to interrupt her. Robins's face paled in realization. At that moment, he feared sending any of his companions to engage her, lest she turn her wrath upon him. The world is vast and eternal. The second spear, heartbreak. Lu Pingping twirled her spear once more and thrust it forward. Robins's eyes fixated on the spear tip, his pupils constricting as he clutched the shoulders of the two melee fighters, positioning them as shields before him. A second later, when he realized this spear also bore no tangible attack, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet his heart sank further, for he understood that a combo skill builds momentum. The next strike would surely be more potent. A legendary combo skill. Who could fathom the magnitude of her next attack? With that thought, Robins couldn't help but retrieve another defensive scroll, clenching it tightly in his hand. It seems you are all eager to witness the full might of a legendary skill, Lu Pingping remarked, a knowing smile gracing her face. Very well. I shall oblige you today. As she continued her incantation, the third spear, blind dragon. The universe swirls and traverses, the moon hooks and yearns. Time slipped by as Lu Pingping recited her cryptic verses and danced with her spear, and Robins grew increasingly uneasy. Logically, a warrior, whether employing a combo or a charged skill, should not take so long to execute. Even a legendary skill must adhere to fundamental principles. Realizing this, Robins understood that he had been outmaneuvered. Observing Lu Pingping's expression, which seemed to struggle to suppress laughter, his anger flared. Damn it. I've been deceived. She possesses no legendary skill at all. She's merely stalling for time. Charge. With a heavy sigh, Lu Pingping proclaimed, enough of this senseless violence. Let this strike be the conclusion of our grievances. That wretched woman. She dares to deceive me. She is clearly wielding a spear. Robins roared in fury. Yet, Lu Pingping merely smiled enigmatically and leapt aside, revealing Su Miayue behind her. With Su Miayue standing motionless, Robins's four subordinates hesitated to attack her, opting instead to target Lu Pingping first. However, at that moment, the seemingly tranquil Su Miayue exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a towering mountain or a sword poised above their heads. Suddenly, Su Miayue's eyes snapped open. Sword drawing technique. With a hum, her sword unsheathed a mere 3 inches. No other actions accompanied this movement. Yet Robins and his 4 level 50 companions felt as if they were ensnared in a deadly vice. In an instant, it felt as though they had been pierced by countless blades. Every vein, every muscle, every cell of their bodies seemed to be severed in twain. With a cough, all 5 spat blood and collapsed to the ground, their health reduced to a mere sliver. When Su Miayue had transitioned to her new class, she had the option of choosing between the sword drawing technique and the sword mastery technique. She had chosen the former. The sword sage's profession is defined by the path of their mastery. The sword master seeks freedom, riding the winds to vanquish evil, while the sword drawers accumulate their strength, revealing their swords only when necessary. The sword at their side serves merely as a vessel. The true power of the sword drawing technique lies in the wielder's amassed momentum. Yet, in this moment, Su Miayue's abilities were still too nascent. Otherwise, even with a defensive magic scroll at their disposal, these foes would have met their demise. With the adversaries momentarily incapacitated, Su Miayue and Lu Pingping advanced to subdue them. However, before they could close the distance, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, sweeping them aside. At that moment, a warrior clad in ornate armor wielding a massive blade strode into the room, positioning himself protectively before Robins. The once terrified Robins, upon seeing the arrival of the armored warrior, transformed his fear into elation. Struggling to rise from the ground, he pointed at Su Miayue and commanded, Morris, seize her. At your command, my lord. The armored warrior replied coldly as he approached Su Miayue. Seeing this, Lu Pingping flickered into motion, appearing beside Su Miayue, her spear aimed at the warrior. In a flash, Morris struck, grasping the shaft of her spear and effortlessly sweeping her aside. Lu Pingping was sent crashing against the lounge wall with a dull thud, blood spilling from her mouth and the gaps in her armor. Pingping. Su Miayue rushed to Lu Pingping's side, helping her up and retrieving a potion from her inventory to administer it to her. Ha ha ha. Robins laughed triumphantly, his expression shifting to one of fierce determination as he declared, Miss Su, I must concede your strength. Your skills are indeed peculiar. Yet, What can you accomplish against a fifth-tier powerhouse? With a frenzied look in his eyes, Robbins continued, You dared to injure me. You nearly took my life. Fear not. For today, I shall make you very happy. I intend not only to have my way with you, but to record it on video and share it with the world, so all can admire your exquisite form. Ha ha ha. Chapter 204. My sister has it so hard, crying a fifth-tier powerhouse. Lu Pingping's face fell, her eyes brimming with despair. Dismay enveloped her, and she lamented, Alas, I shall be tainted. Surely, the esteemed one will abandon me. Su Miaoyue found herself at a loss for words. In such a perilous moment, what could possibly occupy your thoughts? After all, the one they sought was me, not you. Why wallow in despair? She could not resist the urge to voice her exasperation. Oh right, they are not after me. Lu Pingping's face brightened with sudden relief. Miaoyue, fear not. I shall summon assistance at once. At that very instant, Robbins directed the warrior, capture that gun-wielding fighter as well. If him dares to deceive me, I shall enlist 100 thugs to take their turn with her, then broadcast the video to the world. Lu Pingping exclaimed, Miaoyue, we might as well end our lives. I refuse to be subjected to 100 thugs. I shan't be at the mercy of 100 thugs, Su Miaoyue replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Pingping. Lu Pingping faltered, momentarily speechless. Enough of your weeping, Su Miaoyue said, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. He claims to be a fifth-tier warrior. Do you truly believe him? Can he deceive you while you cannot deceive him? Simultaneously, Su Miaoyue sent a message to Lu Pingping through her friend panel. I have already contacted our mentor, who is en route. We shall soon be located. Let us engage in combat, and if the situation becomes dire, we will feign compliance. Here in the capital of the Tunglong Empire, as students of Tunglong University, he shall not dare to truly harm us. Lu Pingping swiftly replied, Understood. Hee. If we are indeed captured, just wait and see how I play him. You will know soon enough if I jest. Robbins revealed a cruel and exhilarated smile. A series of blood-curdling images flooded his mind, gnawing at the remnants of his sanity. The thought of soon possessing the super-genius maiden of the Tunglong Empire sent shivers through him. Robbins, consumed by rage and desire, gave no thought to the consequences of his actions. Come forth. Su Miaoyue suddenly unsheathed her sword, her figure darting towards Robbins like lightning. The warrior, a subordinate of Robbins, needed to be subdued. As long as Robbins was restrained, the others would not dare to act rashly. Thus, she did not take the time to gather her strength, but instead launched a surprise attack, leveraging the extraordinary speed conferred by her sword-drawing technique. In an instant, the high-tier warrior stepped forward, swinging his massive blade with a casual flourish. Clang! Su Miaoyue's sword was sent flying, and at the same moment, Lu Pingping dashed past at incredible speed, charging towards Robbins. The blade-wielding warrior knocked Su Miaoyue aside and positioned himself in front of Lu Pingping. Clang! The tip of Lu Pingping's gun struck the blade-wielding warrior. His health bar diminished, yet he remained unfazed. However, the skill's effects caused him to momentarily falter. A knight's charge? This fellow is a tank, not even a warrior. Robbins, observing from behind, recognized the skill Lu Pingping had employed and felt as though donkey ears sprouted from his head. Hurry, Morris. Capture them at once. As you command, my lord. The blade-wielding warrior struck Lu Pingping's shoulder with the back of his sword. Her health bar plummeted drastically, causing her to collapse. Su Miaoyue was not faring much better, desperately consuming health potions. Two melee combatants under Robbins swiftly approached, restraining Lu Pingping, while the blade-wielding warrior advanced step by step towards Su Miaoyue. On the top floor of the Tongda Garden building, the scene in the lounge was fully visible to Maltese and Mork. Shall we intervene now, sir? Mork inquired. It is nearly time, Maltese nodded. Prepare Nicole for action. There is a saying in the Tunglong Empire, providing charcoal in the snow. We must choose the opportune moment to make them feel the imminent threat. Yet we must ensure they do not suffer irreversible harm. Understood, sir. I will notify Miss Nicole immediately, Mork respectfully replied. Wait. Maltese beckoned Mork. Sir, deliver this to Nicole. We must ensure Robbins, along with those associated with him, are silenced completely. Maltese retrieved a black staff, less than a foot in length, from his inventory. At the top of the staff was embedded a dark, circular gem. Mork shuddered, fear etched on his face as he took the staff. Soul-shattering staff, quality, mythical 5 stars. Effect, usable only on the deceased. Upon use, it obliterates the soul of the deceased. Usable times, 1750. Note, if the target possesses resurrection items, and the fatal damage level is lower than the resurrection priority, this item becomes ineffective and the usage count is still consumed. Note, the usage count cannot be replenished. Once it reaches 0, the item will automatically break and cannot be repaired. Sir, Mork could not refrain from speaking. Is this truly worth it? Of course, Maltese replied, his expression impassive. Do you recall the initial purpose of the Tunglong Empire's public examination? I do, Mork replied. To use our geniuses as bait to lure spies from various factions, and, following the trail, obliterate any forces daring to lay hands on our geniuses. This is the Tunglong Empire. Maltese's face displayed a glint of fear, which quickly morphed into madness and greed. Miss Su, being in close proximity to the foremost genius, undoubtedly garners more attention than her intrinsic value. The actions of that fool from the Bruce family have already breached the bottom line of the Tunglong Empire. If we do not eradicate him completely, the Empire will certainly uncover the truth. Even if all that is revealed is that we orchestrated this farce to befriend Sum Yeyue. Without implicating the foremost genius, they will not let it slide. Sir, Miss Nicole's technique is quite subtle, Mork frowned. It merely amplifies the subject's desires a tad. Even the most powerful soul-based taboo practitioners would likely struggle to detect the influence of the technique on Mr. Robbins. Conversely, deliberately destroying the souls of Robbins and the other families may sever the trail, but could attract even greater scrutiny from the Tunglong Empire. Foolish, Maltese replied coldly. Robbins is inflicting harm on the genius of the Tunglong Empire within our domain in a cruel manner. Is it not normal for us to eliminate him out of reverence for the Empire? Utilizing the soul-shattering staff openly would not raise suspicion from the Tunglong Empire. Consider this. If you were an investigator from the Tunglong Empire, witnessing foreign merchants, in fear of the Empire's might, employing advanced artifacts to eradicate the principal culprit threatening the Empire's genius, what would you think? I would think, Mork pondered for a moment, that while this foreign merchant's methods are extreme, such actions indeed uphold the Empire's dignity. It is a normal behavior to curry favor with the Empire. Then go, Maltese said with indifference. Yes, Mork, grasping the soul-shattering staff, bowed respectfully and withdrew. Moments later, Maltese exited the hidden glass chamber, replete with countless magical barriers, which appeared non-existent to the outside world. As he left the room, an expression of trepidation swiftly crossed his countenance, and he hastened away. In the area of the second-tier dungeon, Chen Yu completed all the second-tier dungeons available in the Tongda Park, taking hardly any time. The mechanisms of the second-tier dungeons bore similarities to those of the first tier, with an upper difficulty cap still at hellish level. The quality of the dungeons in Tongda Park was relatively poor. There were only 8 monster-clearing dungeons, while the rest were defensive in nature. At this moment, Chen Yu had no time to leisurely engage in defensive dungeons. Moreover, among the monster-clearing dungeons, only 2 presented hellish difficulty. After finishing the 8 dungeons, Chen Yu's level rose from 115 to 128, with the majority of the experience derived from the 2 hellish difficulty dungeons. Let us return to school, Chen Yu said to Lu Jingming, who stood by like a servant. Of course. One moment, I shall prepare your vehicle. Lu Jingming dashed down the stairs with fervor. The secret realm, what wondrous sights might it unveil? The thought of embarking on an exploration of this third terrain, apart from the main world and dungeons, filled Chen Yu with a sense of eager anticipation. Oh, wait a moment. I've ascended to the second tier. I surely can't enter first-tier dungeons anymore. In his fervent enjoyment of dungeon runs, Chen Yu had conveniently forgotten his commitment to the little lowly. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he opened his friend panel and sent a message to Chen Yu. Chen Yu, dear mentor, are you there? Chen Yu. Well, so polite. Whatever happened to that twisted expression you wore when you fed me lollipops? Chen Yu, mind your words. I generously shared my food. How does that make me twisted? Isn't it perfectly normal to enjoy delicious treats together? Chen Yu, enough banter, what do you want? Chen Yu, I probably can't help you with the first-tier dungeon anymore. Chen Yu, alright, I'll just borrow someone else from another mentor. Chen Yu, my apologies. Chen Yu, don't sweat the secret realm. Focus on your own affairs and stay safe. Chen Yu, actually, I have nothing much to do, just leveling up and completing quests these past few days. And I accidentally leveled up to the second tier. Can I still join you in the secret realm? Chen Yu, are you crazy? Chen Yu, so, can I still go? Chen Yu, yes. Moreover, I have other mentors looking for second-tier students. If you're confident and quick, you could earn quite a bit this time. Chen Yu, rest assured, I'm renowned for my speed. I can go 5 minutes without a break. Chen Yu, no way. This is just too tough. Chen Yu, don't worry, Big Brother will take you to new heights. After closing the conversation, Chen Yu felt relieved, though a bit sympathetic towards the little lowly. It must be quite disheartening for a formidable 7th-tier powerhouse to lament. It seemed his classmates were rather lacking in strength. He felt a sense of obligation to provide the little lowly with the experience of being guided by a great master. Chapter 205. How can the world tree be besieged? What are you so proud of? A voice, sounding as if it were affected by a heavy cold, and still half asleep, echoed in Chen Yu's ear. He looked down to see a gloomy lowly clad in black standing before him. Oh, you've appeared again? I'm here to inform you of something. The gloomy lowly replied leisurely. What is it? Chen Yu inquired, wondering if someone was plotting against him. Your girlfriend is about to be besieged, she stated flatly. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Strictly speaking, he had no girlfriend. If one were to be mentioned, it could only be the world tree. Someone is going to besiege the world tree. Surely you jest? No outsiders can enter the sacred land. Even if beings of supreme or unparalleled power were to force their way in, the gloomy lowly would surely discover it before Chen Yu. However, considering the gloomy lowly's identity as a forbidden powerhouse, Chen Yu instinctively glanced at the sacred land. Inside, time seemed serene, tranquil. Don't be ridiculous, Chen Yu said, handing a bag of snacks to the gloomy lowly with a smile. Here, take this and enjoy. Humph. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. The gloomy lowly snapped as she snatched the snacks. I had no obligation to inform you of such matters. You can believe it or not. If you don't believe, don't come crying to me later. With that, she transformed into a shadow and vanished. What on earth? Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered but resolved to heed the gloomy lowly's advice and investigate. Shao Kong. Chen Yu summoned Shao Kong from the sacred land. Present. Shao Kong stood on Chen Yu's shoulder. Master, please command me. Could you open a door to the 7th floor lounge? That should be doable, right? Chen Yu asked. As an original space spirit, Shao Kong excelled in short-distance teleportation. Chen Yu had always yearned to experience the grandeur of tearing through space. And now he could finally partake in it. Yes. Shao Kong extended a tiny hand and gently swiped it. The space immediately tore open a gap over 3 meters long and more than a meter wide, revealing a pitch-black void. Shall I just step inside? Chen Yu inquired. Yes. Master, Shao Kong replied. This is a space folding technique, suitable for short-distance travel. Understood. Chen Yu stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of aloofness as he stepped into the spatial rift. Master, wait. It's dangerous. Shao Kong suddenly shouted. However, Chen Yu's head had already been engulfed by the rift, and he didn't hear Shao Kong's final warning. In the 7th floor lounge, the Blade Warrior tossed 2 silver bracelets to Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping. Wear them yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to assist you. Su Miaoyue glanced at the attributes of the bracelets. Sealing bracelet, quality, rare effect, reduces all attributes by 95 for novice-tier practitioners. Their attributes were already low. Wearing this bracelet would render them as weak as an ordinary person. Su Miaoyue was relatively fine, having acquired many free attribute points while dungeon diving with Chen Yu. However, for Lu Pingping, equipping this item would likely make even walking a challenge. Su Miaoyue held the bracelet, let out a cold laugh, and placed it directly into her inventory. The Blade Warrior's expression darkened. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll have no choice but to incapacitate you, rendering you utterly defenseless. I advise against that. Su Miaoyue replied indifferently. As a high-tier practitioner, you must be aware of your surroundings, correct? Do you dare to harm a student of Tunglong University in Kyoto? Have you considered how you might meet your end? I know you are from the White Eagle Empire, but if you dare to lay a finger on me, no matter where you are, escaping the wrath of Tunglong Empire will be impossible. Let me remind you, I am not just any ordinary student of Tunglong University. I am the second-ranked genius in this year's college entrance examination. If you dare to touch me, not only will you suffer, but your family, your friends, and even the entire White Eagle Empire will face dire consequences. Su Miaoyue spoke with confidence, her expression one of haughty pride, as if the formidable high-tier warrior before her were merely an ant she could crush at will. Having grown up in a prestigious family, she was well acquainted with the art of intimidation. Whether or not she truly possessed such a precious status remained uncertain, but it certainly did not hinder her from waving the banner of power. Regardless of whether her opponent believed her or not, she aimed to buy some time. Upon hearing her words, the Blade Warrior hesitated. Indeed, every word Su Miaoyue spoke was true. A foreigner harming the second-ranked genius of Tunglong Empire in the capital? Furthermore, this genius was the girlfriend of the hero who had vanquished the demonic avatar and saved the entrance examination. Wasn't he that akin to slapping the Tunglong Empire in the face? The Tunglong Empire, a colossal dragon reigning over Blue Star for 8,000 years. Should it be provoked? No one could predict the ensuing consequences. Just as the Blade Warrior was wavering, Robin shouted from behind, Maurice, why aren't you making your move? The Blade Warrior glanced at Su Miaoyue, standing proudly and composed, then at Robin's, whose anger had clouded his judgment, and couldn't he help but return to Robin's side, whispering, My lord, there are plenty of beautiful girls in the Tunglong Empire. Why must you pursue her? The girl cannot be bought with money. If you truly resort to force against her, it is highly probable that misfortune will ensue. Upon hearing this, Robin's tongue hesitated for a brief moment. After all, the Blade Warrior was a formidable 5th-tier expert, the most powerful bodyguard at Robinston's side, and his words held some weight. Not far from the lounge, a blonde woman with swirling eyes observed this scene unfold. Noticing Robinston's uncertainty, her brows furrowed, and the whirlpool in her eyes began to spin with accelerated intensity. Inside the lounge, Robinson suddenly felt an inferno of rage ignite within him. A potent sense of unwillingness, coupled with an overwhelming tide of desire, swiftly drowned his remaining rationality. Are you frightened by her? Robinson bellowed in fury at the Blade Warrior. I do not care about their identities. I shall ensure that these 2 harlots meet their demise today. But, master, silence. Robinson's visage twisted with menace. Do not forget that your life, as well as that of your family, lies within the grasp of the Bruce family. You are but a dog to us. I am your master. Whatever I command, you must obey. Now seize those 2 women, render them incapable of resistance, and bring them before me. Move. Swiftly, the Blade Warrior grappled with his inner turmoil. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh, he advanced towards Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping. Robin's tongue was correct. Both his life and that of his family were in the hands of the Bruce family. At this moment, he could only acquiesce to Robinson's orders. Have you truly thought this through? Su Miaoyue coldly regarded the Blade Warrior. I am sorry, ladies, but I must do this. The blade warrior raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at Sum Yayue. Instantly, her hair stood on end. The casual strike from her opponent, under immense attribute suppression, was beyond her capacity to withstand. Outside the lounge, the blonde woman's enchanting visage was adorned with a mocking smile. Now, it is my turn to shine. She brandished a black short staff and charged into the lounge. Inside, facing the blade warrior's assault, Sum Yayue summoned her dwindling strength to lift her sword in defense, all while anxiously counting the seconds. Her mentor and Lu Pingpings were en route and would arrive shortly. For now, she only needed to buy time. Clang! The clash of swords echoed with a crisp metallic resonance. In a single blow, Sum Yayue's sword was knocked from her grasp. Almost immediately, a second strike descended upon her shoulder. The blade warrior's movements were not rapid, yet Sum Yayue, exhausted and still reeling from the previous attack, was in no condition to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the strike bore down upon her. Her icy gaze fixed upon the blade warrior and the twisted expression of Robin's tongue behind him. Just as the blade warrior's strike was about to connect, the space before Sum Yayue suddenly fissured open. An invisible wave propelled her several steps back. A solitary figure, seemingly aloof from the world, emerged from the rift, placing itself directly in front of Sum Yayue. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the blade warrior's weapon struck the figure that had replaced Sum Yayue. Witnessing this, those present were momentarily stunned. Gasp! The sudden arrival staggered back a step, clutching its head in surprise. Then, a voice, heavy and laced with murderous intent, echoed forth as if from the depths of a hellish abyss. What the hell? Chapter 206. The romantic filter of a heroic rescue. Having just experienced the peculiar sensation of short-distance spatial traversal, Chen Yu had no time to survey his surroundings before a blunt force struck him atop his head. A fiery pain radiated, causing his health to plummet by a significant fraction. The attack was evidently malicious. Before him stood a pale-skinned warrior, bewildered and gripping a large blade. This was the first time he had suffered such a blow since his debut in the field. Even in the highly restricted potential trial dungeon, facing hundreds of fourth-tier demon bosses, he had only sustained mental damage, and that had been self-inflicted. Never had anyone dared to strike him with such force. How dare you strike me? You must be tired of living. Chen Yu's eyes ignited with fierce fury. Everyone, take it down, with all your might. A multitude of stunningly beautiful maidens suddenly filled the lounge, blocking every exit. Each one wore a blank expression, their bodies infused with a daunting abyssal power. Upon receiving Chen Yu's command, over 100 legendary plant life from the abyss collectively transformed, their attributes surging remarkably. Countless thorny vines surged toward the warrior like a torrential wave, accompanied by the venomous spittle of abyssal gluttonous spirits. The blade warrior hastily raised his weapon in defense. Alas, against the onslaught of dozens of transformed abyssal thorn spirits, his attributes proved woefully inadequate. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the multitude of whipping vines. His cries of distress silenced as he was utterly obliterated. Various items and equipment scattered across the ground. Chen Yu, Sum Yayue exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over her. Are you unharmed? Hurry and recover. Realizing Chen Yu had been injured, she quickly pushed past the plant-like maidens beside her, uncorking a potion and offering it to him. I'm fine. Chen Yu instinctively accepted the vial and took a sip, only to discover it was bitter. He returned it to Sum Yayue. After his second evolution, the world tree's vitality had grown even more formidable. As long as he was not killed instantly, any damage sustained would be swiftly healed. That previous strike had merely caused him discomfort, resulting in no significant harm. You seem unwell. Let me heal you. Noticing Sum Yayue's disheveled appearance, her equipment tattered and her body marked with injuries, with her health diminished to less than half, Chen Yu supported her shoulders and infused her with a surge of life energy. A soft sigh of relief escaped Sum Yayue as the warm touch of his hand and the nurturing energy coursing through her wounds enveloped her. She gazed up at Chen Yu, the valiant youth before her appearing as though adorned with a romantic filter, every pixel shimmering with a starlit glow. From a young age, she had been cultivated to embody resilience. Even in dire situations, her thoughts were focused on self-preservation rather than seeking divine intervention. However, when the perfect hero materialized before her, resolving her crisis, her steadfast exterior crumbled in an instant. Sum Yayue felt as though her heart had been struck, beginning to beat uncontrollably. It was as if a pollen grain, carried away by a fluttering butterfly amidst blooming flowers, no longer belonged to the blossom. In that moment, her heart no longer belonged to her. Chen Yu's slightly pursed lips, in Sum Yayue's eyes, resembled a decadent cream pudding, stirring her desires. Her breath grew heavier as she tilted her head, slowly leaning closer to his cheek. Wow, great God. At that moment, Lu Pingping burst onto the scene, wailing. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed by 100 of those mud creatures. Lu Pingping knelt beside Chen Yu, clinging tightly to his knee, tears and snot streaming down her face. Goodness, what are you doing? Don't wipe your nose on my pants. Get off me. Chen Yu hastily kicked his legs, flinging Lu Pingping aside. However, Upon noticing her severe injuries, he crouched down to lift her up, infusing her with life energy to heal her wounds. Wow, how delightful. Truly worthy of being a master, Lu Pingping exclaimed, her face radiating comfort, her body limp as if made of clay, held aloft by Chen Yu, who sighed in exasperation. Miss Lu, might I kindly request you refrain from expressing such sentiments with that countenance? It is quite easily misconstrued. Suddenly, Su Miaoyue snapped back to reality, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. The romantic haze shattered as she recalled her earlier behavior, leaving her feeling so embarrassed that she wished to burrow into a 3-bedroom apartment and never emerge. Stealing a furtive glance at Chen Yu, she was relieved to find he had not noticed her infatuated antics. Clearing her throat to mask her discomfort, she inquired, Chen Yu, how did you come to be here? Were you also here to complete a dungeon? The spatial rift that had appeared did not surprise Su Miaoyue. Such short-distance teleportation artifacts were not uncommon, given Chen Yu's capabilities. It was no wonder he treated spatial artifacts as mere everyday consumables. I heard someone intended to harm you, so I rushed over. Chen Yu's voice filled with indignation as he recounted, I never expected someone would attempt to ambush me. It would have been too easy for him to meet his end. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Su Miaoyue felt a chuckle bubbling within her, yet she held it back. That strike was meant for her, and Chen Yu had fortuitously intervened, taking the hit instead. Oh, there is no need for thanks, Chen Yu replied, noticing Su Miaoyue's health had fully restored. Retracting his hand. As the saying goes, one should help those in need. Though I may not yet be prosperous, as fellow compatriots and classmates, it is only right to lend assistance. Just classmates? The words nearly slipped from her tongue, but were stifled by Su Miaoyue's upbringing. She understood that uttering such a phrase now would be inappropriate. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel, only for the maiden to offer herself in gratitude, was merely a fairy tale. As a recently saved maiden, she felt unworthy to engage in romantic discourse with her savior. In her heart, she believed that an unequal partnership could never yield a happy love. She did not wish to become a mere ornament, a plaything, a burden, a weakness, or even a parasite. Presently, Chen Yu shone like a brilliant sun, only when she became strong enough to support him in return, or at the very least, no longer needed him to come to her rescue from afar, could she dare to dream of standing by his side. It is said that in the distant ancient times, there existed a group of martial artists who believed it was a woman's birthright to utilize a man's resources. Women marrying men was always seen as a downward move, and they were deemed worthy of marrying emperors. Women were meant to be cherished and pampered, indulging in leisure and pleasure, while men were expected to obey and dutifully provide their hard-earned labor, serving as beasts of burden. Su Miaoyue found this mindset perplexing, questioning how such a belief could persist. Was it because the men of that era were excessively tolerant? Or perhaps such groups have always existed, regardless of age or gender, perpetually donning the guise of the oppressed, clamoring for equality while seeking privileges in different eras under various guises? Boom. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, shattering the wall separating the lounge from the corridor into dust. Through the cloud of smoke, a figure leaped forth. The newcomer possessed sharp eyes, long, dark hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of cleanliness and decisiveness. Dressed in a simple, unadorned robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, they wielded a blood-stained bronze ancient sword that vibrated ominously, emitting a buzzing sound. The sword tip glinted with a menacing white aura, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Chapter 207, Experience Trumps Youth. Compensation is due, and lives must be claimed. After healing Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping, Chen Yu stepped forward to collect the loot dropped by the fallen greatsword warrior, who was surprisingly affluent, donned in a full set of 5-star epic gear. Even if not all items were recovered, selling them separately would yield a considerable sum. The sudden appearance of the swordsman caused Chen Yu to freeze momentarily. A dozen abyss-thorn spirits swiftly encircled the newcomer, trapping them. Who are you? Chen Yu inquired, eyeing the sword-wielding figure warily. Are you Chen Yu? The swordsman, initially displaying urgency, relaxed their brow upon spotting Chen Yu, revealing a faint smile. I am Qin Zhaoxue, the mentor of Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping. Since you are here, I presume those two girls are safe. Her voice was neutral, rich and rounded yet approachable. They are unharmed, Chen Yu nodded. This mentor must be the reinforcements Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping had summoned, arriving quite timely. Even without Chen Yu's intervention, she could have rescued them. Teacher, Qin-sensei. Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping pushed through the legendary plant life, blocking their path, to reach the female swordsman. Thank goodness you're here. Qin Zhaoxue smiled and nodded. It seems my timing was less than perfect. However, since I'm here, I shall take a moment of your time. Please, tell me what transpired. With a piercing gaze, Qin Zhaoxue turned to Su Miaoyue and asked, I would like to know which barbaric individuals dared to assault students of my Tunglong University in the heart of the imperial capital? They are from the Bruce family of the White Eagle Empire, a powerful financial conglomerate. Su Miaoyue gestured towards the entrance of the lounge. Yet, at the entrance, aside from the crumbled wall, there was no one in sight. Robbins and the others had long vanished. Chen Yu had been drawn to the greatsword warrior, while Lu Pingping and Su Miaoyue focused on Chen Yu. and then all attention was captured by Qin Zhaoshue's dramatic entrance. For a moment, no one noticed that Robbins and his group had already fled. Master, yeah, this is bad. They've escaped. Lu Pingping suddenly exclaimed, realizing the situation. They certainly haven't gone far. Let us pursue them. No need to chase. Qin Zhaoshue shook her head. As long as we know who they are, we can handle it. Not pursue. Lu Pingping appeared confused. They were so outrageous. Shall we not seek revenge? Su Miaoyue also wore a puzzled expression. How do we take revenge? Shall we slay them all? Qin Zhaoshue smiled slightly. Is that not feasible? Lu Pingping responded in surprise. It's not that it isn't feasible, Qin Zhaoshue clarified, but rather that it is meaningless. Why? Lu Pingping's expression reflected disbelief. Are we to let it go just like that? Of course not, Qin Zhaoshue replied. However, the subsequent matters can be left for the Imperial Public Security Department to handle. The Public Security Department? Teacher, do you mean? Su Miaoyue's realization dawned. Exactly. Qin Zhaoshue nodded. To kill them outright would be too lenient for those barbarians. Your wounds must not be endured in vain. The Bruce family, being a financial titan, is wealthy enough to rival nations, so let them pay the price and bleed for their transgressions. All barbarians must understand that the dignity of our Tunglong Empire is not to be trifled with. Lu Pingping looked even more bewildered. What are you all talking about? I can't follow. Su Miaoyue felt speechless. This girl, Lu Pingping, exuded an air of charm, but if one were to pinpoint where her charm lay, it was in her naivety. Do you desire money? A substantial sum of it. Su Miaoyue asked directly. Yes. Lu Pingping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then just wait patiently. Su Miaoyue said, refraining from further explanation. After being enlightened by Qin Zhaoshue, Su Miaoyue understood that killing Robbins would yield no tangible benefits aside from venting her anger. Although Robbins had initiated the provocation and inflicted harm upon Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping, his demise would not be unjustified. Similarly, the Bruce family of the White Eagle Empire will also disassociate themselves from the matter. My people were indeed at fault initially, but now that they have been killed by you, what more do you seek? Ultimately, it is likely to end inconclusively. If the Empire's Public Security Department intervenes, however, the situation would be markedly different. Robbins has committed a grave offense, daring to publicly declare his intentions towards the talented female students residing in the villas of Tunglong University. And he acted upon those intentions. Escape is undoubtedly impossible. He will inevitably be apprehended by the Public Security Department. With witnesses and evidence in abundance, the case is irrefutable, and he will undoubtedly face severe penalties alongside substantial compensation. Robbins himself cannot afford such compensation, but the Bruce family of the White Eagle Empire will have to bear it. Even if the Bruce family wishes to abandon Robbins, they cannot. After all, he is one of their own. Who can blame them for failing to properly oversee their descendants when they violate the laws of the Tunglong Empire? Remarkable. Chen Yu clapped his hands in admiration. Strictly speaking, this is merely a matter of public disorder. A foreign scion, intoxicated by lust, coveting the beauty of Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping, has not truly endangered their lives. After all, had he harbored murderous intent, both Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping would have already met their demise, for they would stand no chance against a fifth-tier warrior. However, once apprehended, the issue could escalate to a diplomatic level, allowing for extensive legal wrangling. In the end, the Bruce family would likely have to begrudgingly pay up. After compensation, the survival prospects for that scion of the Bruce family would be exceedingly bleak. Even if the Tunglong Empire refrains from sentencing him to death, his own family would no longer offer him protection. At that point, should he wish to exact revenge, he would have ample means to do so. Indeed, experience triumphs over youth. You too ought to remember this incident. Qin Zhaoshue's face twisted in disgust. The barbaric, inhumane beings are no different from beasts, only capable of being quelled by authority and unable to be educated through civility. Such dens of savagery should be avoided in the future. Yes, teacher. Su Miaoyue replied respectfully. Oh, Lu Pingping nodded in vague understanding. She now grasped that due to her assault, they could extract substantial compensation from that foreigneress family. Just then, nearly 30 fully armed professionals suddenly entered from outside. All of these professionals were fifth-tier warriors, and they were all foreigners. Qin Zhaoshue's brow furrowed instantly as she raised her bronze ancient sword, its edge gleaming ominously. Who approaches? State your name. My lady, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. A sweet voice rang out. The crowd parted, revealing a blonde woman with cascading waves, her expression anxious as she stepped forward. Bowing repeatedly to Qin Zhaoshue. I am Nicole Morgan, the head of the park for the Tongda Group. This park is your asset. Then you have arrived at the perfect moment. Speak, why did my students encounter danger here? How do you manage your operations? Qin Zhaoshue directed the sword's point at Nicole Morgan, her voice cold and demanding. My lady, allow me to explain. Nicole, trembling with fear, replied. Upon hearing that someone in the park intended to harm the students of Tunglong University, I rushed over immediately. You are a mentor at Tunglong University, please believe me. The Morgan Group harbors absolutely no malice towards the students of Tunglong University. Regarding the distress caused to the two ladies in our park, we are willing to offer compensation. Furthermore, Nicole gestured behind her. 3 professionals emerged, carrying 5 corpses. These individuals were the culprits who frightened Miss Su and Miss Lu. They attempted to flee and were shot dead on the spot. Nicole wore a conciliatory smile. Chapter 208. The compensation from the park, a mythical level consumable. The 5 corpses belonged to Robbins and his 4 subordinates. How did they die? Lu Pingping exclaimed in distress, as though a significant sum of money that had already been secured had taken flight. Ah, well, it's a form of revenge, I suppose. Su Miaoyue felt a twinge of discomfort as well. Qin Zhaoxue immediately frowned and admonished. Their actions are subject to the official proceedings of the Tonglong Empire. You, as mere merchants of the Tongda Group, have no right to administer your own justice. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Nicole Morgan trembled, hastily explaining. These 5 committed grave crimes. And in their paranoia, they attacked our security personnel. We acted in self-defense and accidentally killed them. This has nothing to do with Tonglong University. And we can provide evidence to prove it. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoxue smiled. For you have just implicated yourself. While these individuals may be deceased, their crimes have not been absolved. Indeed. Nicole nodded earnestly. We at the Tongda Group are willing to take full responsibility for their deaths. As for the crimes they committed, they should be settled by the Tonglong Empire and Tonglong University. Oh, Lu Pingping's eyes lit up. Does this mean that even though they are dead, compensation will still be required? There should be compensation, but it will undoubtedly be reduced. Su Miaoyue's political acumen was evidently several notches higher than Lu Pingping's. These individuals were killed by the Morgans, yet the matter of their assault on Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping remains unresolved. Since the assailants were not the victims, the Bruce family must still compensate for the emotional distress incurred. Whether the Morgans and the Bruces will come into conflict over this is of no concern to the Tonglong Empire. Miss Su, Miss Lu. Nicole held a black short staff with both hands, the gem atop it emitting an ethereal glow as it swept over the 5 corpses. 5 translucent figures materialized and shattered on the spot. Nicole then stepped forward, presenting the staff, and said, "This is one of our compensations. I am uncertain if Robbins has any accomplices in this incident, but if so, you may." Qin Zhaoxue took the staff, examined its properties, and her expression hardened before handing it to Su Miaoyue. Soul-shattering staff. Uses. 2850. Su Miaoyue opened the staff's attribute panel and, upon reading it, could not help but tremble. Lu Pingping nearly gasped in astonishment. It is indeed a mythical level consumable. Moreover, a particularly sinister one, capable of causing fatality. One must understand that death by soul-shattering effectively condemns one to eternal damnation. At this moment, the Tongda Park presenting such an item as compensation was unmistakably a gesture to placate Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping. Following the assault on the Tonglong University prodigy within the Tongda Park, the park's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. However, the Morgan family's adept handling of this situation would not only preserve their standing among the citizens of the Tonglong Empire, but might even elevate it further. You are indeed quite generous, Qin Zhaoxue remarked, casting a surprised glance at Nicole. Conducting business in the Tonglong Empire naturally necessitates adherence to its laws. Nicole replied with a smile, "It is unacceptable for anyone to dare harm the talented students of Tonglong University within our Tongda Park. We must respond with the utmost seriousness." At that moment, a visibly anxious middle-aged white man rushed in at great speed. The middle-aged man surveyed the scene, observing the 5 corpses lying on the ground, and the unscathed Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Maltese Morgan, the regional president of the Tongda Group in the capital. I sincerely apologize for the negligence of the Tongda Group. Fortunately, the 2 ladies have not been harmed." With that, Maltese bowed in apology to Lu Pingping and Su Miaoyue. "President Maltese, there is no need for apologies," Qin Zhaoxue interjected. "Miss Nicole has already addressed that. Let us speak of more pressing matters." Yes. Maltese nodded repeatedly, expressing that our Tongda Group is willing to compensate Miss Su and Miss Lu separately. Each will receive a complete set of a 4-tier epic gear for rare-grade skill books suited for their professions, 1 epic-grade skill book, and either 2 million gold coins or an equivalent choice of resources. Additionally, Nicole handed 4 cards to Qin Zhaoxue, which are our Tongda Group's highest-tier VIP gold cards. Throughout the Blue Star, wherever our Tongda Group has establishments, you shall enjoy a 20% discount on all expenses and complimentary access to all dungeons. We humbly ask for your leniency and that you refrain from pursuing the liabilities of our Tongda Park. After speaking, Nicole took a deep breath. Her expression tinged with apprehension as she looked at Qin Zhaoxue. Qin Zhaoxue offered no response, instead turning her gaze towards Su Miaoyue. Su Miaoyue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before ultimately nodding. In this matter, Tongda Park bears no primary responsibility. Due to the presence of a low-quality populace, disorder and conflict frequently arise. On the surface, Tongda Park's handling of this incident has been exemplary. They decisively eliminated the perpetrators. The regional president personally offered apologies, and a substantial sum of red envelopes was presented. While Su Miaoyue harbored doubts about Robin's frenzied actions, such uncertainties were merely her personal conjectures. Even if someone had deliberately provoked Robin's, orchestrating a scheme against her, it need not necessarily involve the Morgan family. Maintaining vigilance privately, or even reporting to the Academy's relevant departments to request an investigation, would be acceptable. However, to cling to this point publicly would seem unreasonable and aggressive. Thank you, Miss Su, for your magnanimity. Maltz bowed once more to Su Miaoyue. He then looked anxiously at Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts on this matter? To most observers, Su Miaoyue and Lu Pingping were considered to be under Chen Yu's protection, mere adornments of his status. Having nearly suffered indignity, Chen Yu was undeniably one of the direct victims. What else is there to consider? If they agree, that suffices. Chen Yu stood by the 5 corpses, idly toying with a red spider lily. Moments later, he casually tossed the spider lily atop a corpse. The vibrant flowers swiftly wilted, disintegrating into dust. After this, go and atone properly. Is Mr. Chen performing a rite for them? Maltz inquired with a forced smile. Indeed, Mr. Chen is worthy of being hailed as the greatest genius throughout history. Not only is he extraordinarily capable, but his moral fortitude and compassion shine through, even when faced with such vile individuals. You flatter me, Chen Yu replied with a slight smile. Since Mr. Chen has chosen not to pursue the matter further, Maltz continued, we will expedite the gathering of the compensation items and resources to present them to the 2 ladies. We will also fully cooperate with the Empire's Ministry of Security in their investigation. That is acceptable, Qin Jiaoxue nodded. She had already reported the incident to Tinglong University, which in turn had contacted the relevant departments of the Empire. Please, take a seat. The golden-haired, wavy-haired beauty Nicole beckoned the group to sit down, offering tea and snacks. The entourage from Tinglong University, along with several members of the Morgan family, awaited in the lounge. Approximately 10 minutes later, personnel from the Ministry of Security, Inspection, and Intelligence of the Tinglong Empire arrived, numbering over a dozen. Given that any incident involving a student from Tinglong University is no trivial matter, this scale hardly constituted an overwhelming response. Maltz and Nicole naturally made every effort to cooperate. The entire affair unfolded under surveillance, and Robin's crimes left no room for rebuttal. 2 hours later, the officials departed with a plethora of evidence and the bodies of Robbins and his accomplices. The surface investigation concluded there. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs could now take this information to negotiate reparations with the White Eagle Empire. However, given the Tinglong Empire's commitment to protecting its prodigies, the true investigation regarding the top 2 candidates of this year's college entrance examination had only just begun. Chapter 209. A lollipop stuffed into my mouth by a little lowly in the glass chamber atop the Tongda Park. Maltz and Nicole appeared somewhat fatigued after bidding farewell to Chen Yu and the Tinglong Empire's investigative team. This weariness was not feigned. The public departments of the Tinglong Empire were far from inept. Even a seemingly perfunctory investigation necessitated cautious handling, lest any slip-ups be revealed. The individuals from the Tinglong Empire are truly formidable, Nicole remarked, her voice tinged with unease. Although she had merely encountered a series of routine inquiries without facing any harsh interrogation tactics, each simple question felt like walking on thin ice. I sense they might be aware of our intentions, she continued. Can our plan truly proceed? Maltz pondered for a moment and replied. They may indeed have sensed our deliberate attempts to approach and befriend Su Miaoyue. However, they could never fathom our ultimate objective. There is nothing amiss in seeking to befriend a genius. Regardless of the cost or the number of opportunities wasted, should we succeed even once, the rewards will far exceed our expectations. In the dormitory area of Tinglong University, the entire incident had little connection to Chen Yu. After undergoing a brief inquiry from several departments, he left Tongda Park alongside Lu Jingming. Upon returning to the dormitory, twilight had already descended. As Chen Yu prepared to open the door, the little lowly draped in black robes reappeared. Shall we dine together? Chen Yu sincerely invited. The little lowly did not respond, instead leisurely unwrapping a lollipop. Witnessing this, Chen Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. A little girl should be licking a lollipop. Chewing it would seem utterly incongruous. However, once the lollipop was unwrapped, the little lowly leapt up, hanging onto Chen Yu and offering the lollipop to his lips. Come, open wide. Sister will feed you candy. One must admit, this lowly, while appearing somewhat morose, revealed her true worth upon closer inspection. Her form beneath the black robe was anything but lacking. Soft and fragrant, she was delightful to embrace. Chen Yu opened his mouth in eager anticipation of her feeding. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a substantial mass being forcefully shoved into his mouth. Based on the taste and sweetness, it was entirely comprised of lollipops, fruit-flavored, coffee-flavored, chocolate-flavored, everything imaginable. Chen Yu struggled to chew through the sugary mass before spitting out 10 short sticks that had skewered the lollipops. Humph! The little lowly jumped down from Chen Yu, her head held high in triumph. Chen Yu reached out, attempting to pinch her cheek in retaliation. However, with her defenses up, he was unable to succeed. Ha ha ha. The little lowly emitted a mocking laughter that was brimming with derision. You shall have your moments of sorrow in the future. Chen Yu seethed inwardly. When he eventually surpassed this little lowly, both melancholic and mischievous, he would ensure to stuff something into her mouth, just as she had done to him, until she could no longer close it. As a reminder, you have been issued a bounty 1, 376 times on the underground black market, the little lowly stated solemnly. With amounts ranging from 1 million gold coins to a 6-tier mythic equipment piece. While you were busy conquering dungeons, I discovered 13 female professionals harboring malicious intent towards you, only to later realize they were bounty hunters. Am I truly so cheap? Chen Yu exclaimed with indignation. 1 million gold coins? Who on earth is deranged enough to offer such a price? Even raising it 1,000-fold would not suffice to match my status. It dawned on him that those role-playing female professionals had indeed taken on black market assignments to approach him. For a mere pittance. They dared to conspire against a future star of the Tunglong Empire. Had they lost their minds? They offered a sufficiently high price. The little lowly smirked mischievously, raising an eyebrow at Chen Yu. I never mentioned a bounty on the black market. It pertains to your life. The black market is also a part of the Dragon Empire. If someone wishes to take your life, the bounty would likely be posted on the first day and discovered by the second, leaving you without a burial place. What are they offering a bounty for? Chen Yu asked, perplexed. Your clothing, your hair, your cells, your children, and so forth. The melancholic lowly replied with a subtle expression. Chen Yu was instantly rendered speechless. While clothing and hair could be rationalized, after all, fervent fans might understand that. His cells made sense too, as genetics might reveal some of his formidable secrets. However, what was this about children? Wait, where did I get a child? Chen Yu couldn't help but retort. I had no idea I had a child. Not yet. But you could. The melancholic lowly said with a mischievous grin. If some female practitioner develops a fleeting romance with you, she could easily end up pregnant. 10 months for a piece of mythical equipment. There are plenty of 6th tier, even some 7th tier paupers willing to do so, whether it's buying seeds or you personally providing them. They profit immensely. Chen Yu's expression froze in disbelief. He suddenly recalled a phrase his sister once told him. There are many wicked women in this world. Young boys must learn to protect themselves when they venture out. He used to scoff at it, but now it seemed undeniably true. He felt like a coveted prize, with various demons and monsters eyeing him. Some wished to eliminate him, others sought to capture him for research or profit. And there were those who aspired to bear his children. Am I truly worth so much? Chen Yu still found it hard to believe. Absolutely. The melancholic lowly affirmed with unwavering certainty. By the way, Chen Yu stammered, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Speak freely. I'll answer what I can. The melancholic lowly replied readily. Are you short on funds recently? Chen Yu's expression gradually morphed into something sinister as he leaned closer to her. I have a business proposition for you. Haha, have you lost your mind? How could I possibly be short on money? Just look at my status and my strength. The melancholic lowly proclaimed proudly, lifting her chin. Yet, upon seeing the malevolent glint in Chen Yu's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. I warn you, don't get any funny ideas. Attacking me is a grave offense. She shrieked, fleeing in disarray. You're not quite seasoned enough to contend with me. A face devoid of shame is invincible. There's always someone more shameless, Chen Yu mused, feeling a sense of triumph in this exchange as he waved goodbye to the direction from which the melancholic lowly had vanished. With a light heart, he strolled back to his dormitory. Inside the villa, the maid was diligently performing her daily cleaning. Even though the entire room was immaculate and gleaming, she continued her task with utmost seriousness. Welcome back, master. Lin Ryu greeted him with a sweet smile. I'll prepare dinner for you. Great. I happen to be hungry. Chen Yu replied cheerfully. The maid's culinary skills were rather appealing. Lin Ryu set aside her cleaning tools and entered the kitchen. Chen Yu returned to his room and summoned the Path of Rebirth. As the ethereal projection of the Path of Rebirth materialized, 5 fragmented souls appeared. Chapter 210. Piecing Together Souls, Extracting Memories. These 5 souls belonged to Robbins, who had assaulted Su Miaoyue and his 4 subordinates. The Shattered Soul Staff proved its worth as a mythical grade consumable. Even the Path of Rebirth, a supreme entity specializing in manipulating souls, could not perfectly restore these souls. However, they were sufficient for extracting key information. Have you made any discoveries? Chen Yu inquired of the Path of Rebirth. Master, these are the recent memories of Robbins Bruce. Please review them. The Path of Rebirth transmitted a series of moving images into Chen Yu's mind. This was Robin's first-person perspective, including some of his thoughts. Chen Yu quickly finished reviewing Robin's memories. This segment was filled with trivialities and offered little useful information. Robbins was merely a lecherous fiend, uninterested in the fair-skinned maidens, instead preying upon the girls of the Dragon Empire. When his pursuits failed, he resorted to coercion and seduction, employing any means necessary. Nevertheless, he was quite generous. Those girls who received satisfactory compensation did not escalate the matter. Su Miaoyue's situation was similar. Robbins deemed her family impoverished and sought to take advantage first, intending to resolve the matter with money afterward. Considering the memories and internal monologue, Robbins' actions were logically consistent with his character. However, it remained perplexing. After all, he was a scion of a prominent family from the White Eagle Empire. Didn't his family warn him about whom to provoke and whom to avoid before coming to the Dragon Empire? No, that wasn't correct. He was aware of it. Robbins had hesitated due to Su Miaoyue's status. Yet, it was precisely the status that incited his desires. Ultimately, his desires overcame his rationality. leading to a series of subsequent actions. From this memory, it was evident that Robbins acted without external instigation. The driving force behind his actions stemmed from his own impulses. As for those who first informed Robbins of Su Miayue's location, their motives were uncertain. Objectively speaking, their behavior was quite normal. If someone spotted Chen Yu walking down the street, they would also proclaim it far and wide. Though those individuals happened to discuss Su Miayue in Robbins' presence, which raised suspicion. Mere suspicion was not sufficient to conclude anything definitively. To determine a matter solely based on a few doubts and subjective assumptions is undoubtedly foolish, as it is easy to be led astray. What about the bounty hunter's soul? Chen Yu inquired of the Path of Rebirth. The bounty hunter referred to the woman who had previously acted alongside several others in a scheme to approach Chen Yu, only to be swiftly dealt with by the melancholic lowly. Her soul is intact and has been transformed into a shadow soldier, the Path of Rebirth responded, transmitting another memory into Chen Yu's mind. As the melancholic lowly had stated, this woman's intention was not to assassinate Chen Yu. Instead, she aimed to lure him to a secluded place and forcibly obtain some unmatched cells. At first glance, both situations seemed unproblematic, but when connected, they created a sense of dissonance. Master, I detected traces of external influence within this soul. It appears to be related to emotional manipulation, the Path of Rebirth explained. Isolating Robin's soul. Emotions were manipulated? There's definitely an issue. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Can you trace the source of this power? Unfortunately, no, the Path of Rebirth replied. I only detected some faint traces, but no residual power remains. Understood, Chen Yu said. Let us take these souls back. Yes, master. The Path of Rebirth vanished along with the 5 souls. Someone deliberately manipulated Robin's emotions, amplifying his desires towards Su Miayue, which ultimately led to the assault. The puppeteer behind this could be targeting Su Miayue, Robbins, or the Bruce family. Alternatively, they might aim to embarrass the Dragon University, the Kyoto Security Department, or even the entire Dragon Empire. Perhaps they even held a grudge against the Morgan family, wishing to create a scene on their territory, orchestrating this farce. There was also the slim possibility of using Su Miayue against him, but that was nearly negligible. The puppeteer's method of targeting him through Su Miayue was merely to use Robin's hands to abduct her, coercing him into rescuing her, thus creating an opportunity to attack him. This tactic was too simplistic. It would be more effective to attack him directly. Additionally, controlling Su Miayue through undisclosed means to incite her against Chen Yu seemed implausible as well. Chen Yu shook his head. Another possibility exists. The Morgan family may be orchestrating everything from the shadows. The Tongda Garden area is the stronghold of the Morgan family, granting them the prime opportunity to covertly manipulate a series of events. The legendary consumable, the Soul Shard Staff, seems rather intentional. While it could be interpreted as a gesture to curry favor with the Empire, it might also be viewed as a means to eliminate witnesses and destroy evidence. We must remain vigilant against the Morgan family. Of course, it's also possible that I am overthinking this, falling into the same trap as Boss Chow. The amount of information is insufficient to make any definitive judgments. Alas, we shall proceed step by step. Even the most adept of deceivers will eventually reveal a slip. After all, who can truly threaten my safety? What is there to fear? Approximately half an hour later, Lin Ruyu had prepared a sumptuous feast, 5 dishes, 2 soups, and 3 desserts. Her cooking speed was nothing short of remarkable. Chen Yu sampled the meal and found that the pace had not compromised the flavor. My lady, what of your elemental sprites? Do they not partake? Lin Ruyu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh right, those little ones. Chen Yu released 7 elemental sprites from the sacred ground. Upon catching the scent of food and noticing the safe, comfortable surroundings, Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng eagerly rushed forth. Lin Ruyu rested her chin on her hands, a blissful smile gracing her face as she observed the tiny sprites. After a while of eating, Xiao Yin noticed that Lin Ruyu had yet to begin her meal. With a bun larger than her own torso held high, she flew to Lin Ruyu, her smile radiant. Miss Maid, you must eat too. Ah, thank you. Lin Ruyu's heart melted instantly. With trembling hands, she cradled Xiao Yin gently. May we share this meal together? She asked, brimming with hope, before glancing nervously at Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled slightly. From now on, Ruyu, I entrust you with the care of these little ones at home. Indeed. Master. Lin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with joy. Miss Maid, let us play together in the future. Xiao Yin waved her tiny hand from Lin Ruyu's palm. Hom. Lin Ruyu nodded vigorously, then eagerly tore the bun apart to feed Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin tilted her head, puzzled by Lin Ruyu's gesture of feeding her. However, she would not refuse the food offered to her and began to relish the experience. Observing Xiao Yin being fed, Xiao Feng, perched on the plate, decided to join them. She flew to Lin Ruyu's hand, nudging Xiao Yin aside slightly to sit beside her, eagerly awaiting her turn to be fed. Lin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with delight, thoroughly engrossed in her role as caretaker for the 2 little sprites. After finishing his meal, Chen Yu left the initial sprites outside and ventured alone into the sacred ground. He approached the trunk of the world tree and knocked lightly. Immediately, a glowing portal appeared. Practicing diligently by day and honing my skills by night, I truly am the epitome of industriousness. If someone like me cannot succeed, who else could? Chen Yu mused as he stepped through the portal. Chapter 211. The broke senior with no clothes. The next morning, at the teleportation point of Chen University, Chen Yu led 19 of her students into the teleportation array. Originally, 23 students had registered for the expedition to the secret realm. However, could not proceed for various reasons. Among the group, there were 4 third-tier, 9 second-tier, and 5 first-tier students, along with Chen Yu. The disparity in participant levels was evident. Junior, you have arrived. A senior with long, slender legs approached Chen Yu, her face brightening. Hello, senior. Chen Yu waved in greeting. The other 4 first-tier students gathered around Chen Yu, clearly rallying around him. With you here, I feel assured, Li Yalu said, patting her chest, which trembled as if ready to burst forth. Senior, are you a healer? Chen Yu inquired suddenly. Indeed, Li Yalu replied with a smile. How did you know, Junior? I haven't even donned my gear. Such a gentle and charming senior, with a generous heart. One need not look closely to discern she was undoubtedly an exceptional healer. Chen Yu complimented earnestly. Thank you, Junior. You truly have a way with words, Li Yalu giggled, covering her mouth. At that moment, Chen Yu approached with a deadpan expression. What are you all gathering around Chen Yu for? Mentor. We have unanimously decided to elect Chen Yu as our captain for the dungeon raid. A first-tier student raised his hand to declare. Exactly. If Chen Yu says we go east, we shall not venture west. You all are quite the schemers, Chen Yu sneered. You lot, who never put in the effort, only seek to cling to a strong ally. Unfortunately for you, this time you've miscalculated. Chen Yu has completed his second-tier job transfer quest and has officially become a second-tier class holder. If you wish to tag along, dream on. What? That's impossible. It's only been a few days since school started. A first-tier student exclaimed incredulously. Come now, little Yun, one must be honest. You typically neglect us. Now that we've found a strong ally, you seek to separate us from him? How stingy. A few first-tier students whined and clung to Chen Yu's legs, crying out, Humph, do you think I'm deceiving you? Such a peculiar bunch, utterly embarrassing. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at them. Is it true, Junior? You've really reached second tier? Li Yalu asked softly. Indeed, Chen Yu nodded. My heavens. The first-tier students were left in disbelief, pounding their chests in frustration. According to the law of conservation of happiness, the second-tier students began to smile, forcefully pushing aside the first-tier losers and flocking around Chen Yu, fawning over him profusely. Do not get too smug. Chen Yu will not take you into the dungeon, Chen Yu interjected suddenly. Once he finishes his second-tier dungeon, he will assist other mentors in seizing dungeon control. You will have no part in it. Seriously, little Yun, you're being unreasonable. With one sentence, you've left the second-tier students in despair. The first-tier students, no longer crying, began to mock their second-tier counterparts, pointing fingers. They could not cling to a strong ally because they were too weak. They had no one to blame but themselves. The second-tier students, however, were left watching the strong ally dangle just out of reach, which was infuriating. Enough of this nonsense. We shall depart. Chen Yu activated the teleportation array, illuminating the intricate patterns inscribed upon the epic-grade precious materials. The group of 20 vanished into the blinding light. In Mingang City, Jiangsu Province. Mingang City is a coastal port city, vibrant and bustling even in this era. The shipping, bounty hunting, and exploration industries thrive. Various leveling zones, dungeons, and secret realms may scatter across nameless islands, upon the sea, or even beneath the waves. In uncharted territories, treasures of immense value may await the arrival of the brave. The secret realm that Chen Yu sought to explore lay upon a deserted island offshore, at a port in Mingang City. The students gazed in awe at the myriad of vessels, unable to suppress their admiration. In the inland regions, travel between cities largely relied on teleportation arrays, making such grand mechanical creations a rarity. These amphibious crafts were extraordinarily expensive, designed to ensure speed and supplies while withstanding monster attacks. The higher the monster's level, the greater its autonomy. If an aircraft were to traverse the remote and peculiar regions from above, enduring dozens of assaults would not be an uncommon occurrence. Defying the unanimous objections of her fellow students, Chen Yu rented a small vessel with a capacity of 10, cramming all the students inside. With only 10 seats available, they had to squeeze in 20 individuals. Besides Chen Yu, who occupied the driver's seat, the remaining seats were up for grabs. Fortunately, the interior of the small craft was relatively spacious, allowing 2 people to fit snugly on each seat. Before Chen Yu could settle down, everyone else remained still, respectfully waiting for him to take his place first. Chen Yu believed that, due to his esteemed reputation, it was more than sufficient for him to claim a seat solely for himself, with no one daring to contest him. Thus, he casually chose a window seat in the 5th row. However, as soon as he sat down, several female classmates surged toward him, vying for a share of his seat. After an intense scramble, a senior girl dressed rather scantily squeezed in next to Chen Yu. Hello, Senior Feng. Chen Yu greeted her, his cheeks twitching with discomfort. Junior, this chair is quite cramped. Could you possibly alter your sitting position? Feng Rao feigned a pitiful expression. Before Chen Yu could respond, she grasped his right hand and wrapped it around her waist. This feels much better, Feng Rao nestled into Chen Yu's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Chen Yu suddenly realized that apart from his seat, all others were occupied by a single person, while those without a seat stood in the aisle between the two rows. Chen Yu paid no mind to the standing individuals and, after adjusting the controls, initiated the flight. The acceleration of the vessel was remarkably intense, causing even the students with exceptional attributes to nearly lose their balance. In mere minutes, they had already distanced themselves from the land. Chen Yu turned to gaze out the window, where an endless expanse of azure stretched below. Just as he prepared to admire the oceanic beauty of this world, Feng Rao, the financially strapped senior, began her antics once more. "Junior," she called sweetly, "my stomach hurts a bit. Could you please help me massage it?" As she spoke, she instinctively pressed Chen Yu's hand onto her abdomen. Chapter 212. The little lowly strikes, instantly defeating the 6-star bronze boss. Feng Rao's skin was as smooth and fair as milk, nearly translucent. A clear abdominal outline was visible, with sleek muscle concealed beneath a layer of softness in her thighs and arms. Just a gentle touch could reveal their distinct contours. Her languid posture resembled that of a little kitten, yet once she moved, she would undoubtedly transform into a fierce, powerful leopard. Chen Yu felt as though his hand rested upon a cold jade stone. In close proximity, he could not detect her scent or body warmth. After a few minutes, Feng Rao's cheeks flushed, and her body gradually warmed. She grasped Chen Yu's hand and began to slide it upward, almost transitioning from a gentle massage to a more intense form of resuscitation. Ahem, Chen Yu cleared his throat. "Senior Feng, you don't seem to be feeling well. Perhaps you should rest and recover. I won't crowd you any longer." With that, he discreetly withdrew his hand, unbuckled his safety strap, and stood up to leave the seat. He now harbored serious doubts that Feng Rao might be in dire financial straits, attempting to engage him in a lucrative deal worth billions. "Hee, Junior, your composure is truly remarkable," Feng Rao giggled, clearly pleased with his earlier gesture of respect. The girls standing nearby glared at Feng Rao with envy, wishing to take her place. Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed through the cabin, followed by a violent jolt of the vessel. The seated students fared better, but those in the aisles stumbled chaotically. "Teacher Yun, can you even drive? Do you have a license? If you can't, let me take over." "Yun, steady yourself. Don't drive recklessly." Some students began voicing their discontent. "Shut up. I've piloted this type of ship 3 times before. I'm far more capable than any of you who've never even seen one." Chen Yu shouted in indignation. In truth, this craft was semi-automated, requiring the pilot only to determine the direction without needing exceptional skills. In just a few seconds, the vessel stabilized. Once the turbulence ceased, Chen Yu felt himself enveloped by something soft. Several senior girls had crowded around him, with Feng Rao leaning sweetly against him. "Weren't you in your seat?" Chen Yu glanced toward the seat, where the white-clad senior Leo was strapped tightly with a safety belt, struggling helplessly. "Is this the legendary art of transformation?" Chen Yu was astonished. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several more explosive sounds reverberated through the cabin, and the vessel began to shake violently once more. The intensity greater than before. "Warning, warning. The ship is under attack. The estimated assault intensity exceeds the vessel's tolerance limit. Remaining energy in defense system, 56. Panoramic mode activated. Please proceed with emergency measures." Following the shrill mechanical alarm, the ship's walls transformed into a transparent state. Behind the vessel loomed a serpent's head, several meters wide. Nearly the size of half the ship, its body covered in semicircular scales resembling iron. Its golden vertical pupils glimmered with a human-like intelligence. The scarlet-tailed Jiao serpent. A peak 6-star bronze boss. A student exclaimed in alarm. Chen Yu donned his glasses and cast an identification spell, yet due to the low quality of his equipment, even the boss's name eluded him. Chen Yu ignored the monstrous creature outside and accelerated the ship in an attempt to shake it off. However, the 6-star giant boss matched the vessel's speed. After several minutes of acceleration and traveling dozens of kilometers, they still could not lose it. The giant serpent emitted a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast and opened its massive jaws, unleashing a wave of crimson energy. Boom. The ship jolted violently again. "Warning. Remaining energy in defense system, 25. Please proceed with emergency measures immediately. Otherwise, the ship will forcibly return in 1 minute." The students aboard wore grave expressions. Yet not a single one revealed fear. Even the weaker first-tier students displayed the same demeanor. Whether it was naivety or unwavering faith in Chen Yu's abilities remained uncertain. At that moment, another enormous serpent head surged alongside the vessel, aiming to collide directly with it. The ship executed a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the impact, and then hovered in midair. Chen Yu, visibly irritated, rose from the driver's seat. Initially reluctant to waste energy on these wild beasts, she thought, "Since you seek death, you shall not blame me." With a click, the ship's hatch opened, and Chen Yu leaped onto one of the serpent's heads. As the massive jaws descended toward her, her petite form appeared insignificant, like a mere sesame seed against the enormity of the serpent. Just as the jaws were about to close in, Chen Yu extended her right hand, fingers splayed, and uttered a soft command. "Bind." A golden rune unfurled in the air, transforming into shimmering golden threads that ensnared the two serpent heads tightly. Die! Chen Yu commanded once more, and a dark rune materialized before her, which then dispersed. Black streaks traversed the air, reminiscent of a brush dipped in ink, carelessly scrawling upon a canvas. The moment the inky marks penetrated the two serpent heads, they seemed to freeze, as if a pause button had been pressed, ceasing their struggle. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted, scattering the two heads into a crimson mist that filled the sky. The serpentine bodies, bereft of their levitating power, plummeted downwards. Chen Yu returned to the ship's cabin. Waving her hand outward, two treasure chests soared up and landed in her grasp. Chen Yu, quick-witted and agile, promptly summoned two abyss thorn spirits, ensnaring the serpent carcasses with vine whips and stowing them away into the supreme sacred land. Meanwhile, the other students were captivated by the treasure chests in Chen Yu's hands, oblivious to Chen Yu's actions. Hey, Miss Xiaoyan, why not open them for us to indulge our eyes? A grinning senior from the third tier approached Chen Yu, fixated on the chests. All right, I shall grant you a glimpse, Chen Yu declared, not withholding the suspense, and immediately opened both chests. A kaleidoscope of vibrant light erupted from within. The surrounding students craned their necks, eager to witness the allure of a sixth-tier legendary treasure chest. Even Chen Yu felt a pang of curiosity. Chen Yu began to extract the contents one by one, muttering as she did so. Epic equipment, rubbish. Purple potion, rubbish. Legendary equipment, rubbish. By the heavens, is everything here worthless? Where are the skill books? The blueprints? The legendary consumables? Her expression darkened as she lifted her gaze toward the assembly of students, demanding, who among you is the pencil? Step forward. A ripple of suppressed laughter coursed through the students. In a Bosch treasure chest, the least valuable items were indeed potions and equipment. The worth of a piece of legendary gear paled in comparison to that of a rare-level skill book, not to mention an epic-tier lethal consumable. Low-quality equipment and potions were relegated to the realm of the utterly worthless. Yet, all that Chen Yu had unveiled were these trivialities. Miss Yun truly has the worst luck. Feng Rao chuckled heartily, reveling in the misfortune of opening a Bosch treasure chest that yielded nothing of value. Enough! A voice rang out. A golden rune materialized before Feng Rao, transforming into countless threads that ensnared her, rendering her a golden dumpling suspended from the ceiling of the ship. Chapter 213, Arrival at the Secret Realm, Dungeon Challenge Symbol. The boss attack was merely a minor episode along the journey. Aside from the little lowly who amassed a collection of worthless items, and the swaying Feng Rao dangling from the ship's ceiling, everyone else remained in high spirits. With no injuries to report, Chen Yu settled back into his seat, leaning against the healing white silk senior. Isn't traveling by ship rather perilous? If one lacks sufficient strength, could it not spell doom for the entire vessel? Not at all, White Silk Senior replied with a smile. The ship is equipped with an emergency propulsion feature. In the face of unavoidable danger, it will initiate a forced evacuation protocol. Boss creatures below 7th tier bronze pose little threat to passenger safety. However, once the emergency evacuation is activated, the ship's course will revert to the port of departure. The probability of encountering attacks at sea is as high as 80. Yet the chance of damage is below 1. Most vessels successfully return to harbor. Such extensive knowledge, Chen Yu couldn't help but praise. A 1 damage probability is catastrophic for aircraft in my past life. Even a mere 1 in 10,000 would spell disaster for an airline. In this world, 1 is indeed remarkably safe. Oh, it's nothing. My family's business includes a shipping company, so I'm somewhat acquainted with this field, Li Yalu humbly replied. Chen Yu was taken aback to discover that the White Silk Senior was quite affluent. The ship sped over the ocean for a day and a night before gradually slowing its pace. Had it been Earth in Chen Yu's past life, such speed would have circumnavigated the equator by now. Along the way, they frequently encountered various monstrous assaults, with the intensity escalating the further they strayed from land. They faced 6th-tier bronze boss creatures 3 times, not counting the initial 2 red-tailed serpents. As the ship progressed, Chen Yu spotted a desolate island emerging on the horizon, with a small blue vortex swirling above it. Do you see that? That is the entrance to the secret realm. We are nearly there, Chen Yu announced, activating panoramic mode for the students. Everyone, stay alert. It's time to get to work. Ready when you are. The students exclaimed, rising eagerly. We've been cooped up in this wretched ship all day. We're practically rusting. The ship continued its course toward the blue vortex, swiftly reaching its destination. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu realized that this blue vortex was far from small. Its diameter exceeded a kilometer. The ship did not pause at the deserted island, but instead dove directly into the blue vortex. Inside the vortex, the world resembled an interminable tunnel. The white walls pulsed with countless faint blue lightning-like patterns. Minutes later, the ship emerged from the tunnel's end. So this is the secret realm, Chen Yu mused. Gazing out the window, the world before him was a somber, gray expanse, reminiscent of a summer dusk shrouded in ominous clouds, with a downpour imminent. All right, everyone, disembark. Chen Yu called out. Suddenly, the ship vanished. The group of 20 found themselves suspended in mid-air, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, The ship was only a few meters above the ground, posing no danger to seasoned adventurers of at least Tier 1. Upon successfully landing, Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, discovering a landscape of wind-eroded ruins. Perhaps, in the distant past, this had been a bustling city. "Hey, little shorty, you've finally arrived. Did you bring the people?" A tall, flamboyantly dressed adventurer wielding a massive sword emerged from a somewhat intact building, calling out to Chen Yu. Chen Yu shot him a blank stare, gathering the 19 students close. That man is Zhang Ji, the principal of Jiujing Explorer University, a 7th-tier hidden-class adventurer. However, he suffers from a congenital brain disorder, causing occasional episodes of insanity. This condition is contagious, and even seasoned adventurers find it unbearable, so stay away from him. The students, though perplexed, chose to heed her warning and kept their distance, casting sympathetic glances at the sword-wielding man. "Shorty, that's quite the insult," the swordsman retorted, disgruntled. "Where's the famed top scholar of all time? Bring him out for me to see." His brazen attitude provoked an impulse in Chen Yu to take action, prompting him to step forward. "I am he. What do you wish to discuss?" The swordsman scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe before suddenly shifting his demeanor, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are the top scholar of all time. Such charisma, such handsomeness, such formidable strength, and boundless potential. Quickly, don't let him infect you." Chen Yu interjected, pulling Chen Yu away. "Hey, don't. I just found a kindred spirit in Brother Chen. We were about to share our feelings." The swordsman protested, looking forlorn. "Scram." Chen Yu retorted, her face twisted in disgust. Among the ruins, several instructors who had arrived early gathered, drawn by the commotion. One by one, ships emerged from the blue vortex above, descending steadily. Soon, all participants destined to share in the spoils of the secret realm had arrived. The leading instructor counted 13 in total. Chen Yu activated a projection device, displaying a map of the secret realm and commencing her explanation for the gathered students. This secret realm was relatively modest in size, measuring approximately 60 kilometers in length and width, and was divided into 16 distinct zones. 13 mentors each occupied a designated area, with the locations of the instances clearly marked. In the remaining 3 zones, dangers exceeded the tolerance levels of the trainees and were ordered off limits. Subsequently, each of the 13 mentors distributed a tablet to each of their students. The tablet displayed a comprehensive map of the entire secret realm, along with the holder's real-time location. The total positioning signal source was estimated to be from the spacecraft of one of the mentors. On the secret realm map, the instances that the trainees were responsible for were specially highlighted to avoid confusion. On Chen Yu's tablet, 7 second-tier instances were prominently marked. Among the 3 second-tier instances belonging to Chen Yu was assigned 1. The other 6 instances were all in adjacent areas, belonging to other mentors. This was the Instance Challenge token. Chen Yu handed a Jade token to Chen Yu. Instance Challenge token quality, ordinary effect. Upon using the token on an instance, one will enter challenge mode, with the only option being the highest difficulty. Achieving an S-level rating on an unclaimed instance, or surpassing the holder's rating on a claimed instance, will grant control over the instance. Following Chen Yu, for additional leading mentors approached to bestow Instance Challenge tokens upon Chen Yu. Unlike Chen Yu, the number of challenge tokens given by the other mentors was threefold the number of instances. In fact, one mentor even granted 4 times that amount. Chapter 214, The Desolate Secret Realm, Challenge for Instance Control. A second-tier instance challenge token has a market price of approximately 500,000 gold coins. Faced with a new instance, the probability of a professional team achieving an S-level rating on their first attempt is quite low. Typically, during initial exploration, challenge tokens are not utilized. Rather, teams take the time to understand the instance mechanics. Generally, if a professional team discovers a new instance and there is no competition, they will repeatedly farm the instance until they have thoroughly grasped the main storyline and hidden scoring points. Only then will they use the challenge token. These academy-trained 7th-tier powerhouses, affluent and time-conscious, do not concern themselves with such trivial sums. Excess challenge tokens essentially serve as costs for trial and error. Once prepared, over 200 professionals set forth towards their target locations. The mentors remained at the entrances, guarding against the invasion of formidable monsters from the outside world and intercepting explorers from other factions. Chen Yu activated the heart of the mind seed, conjuring an abyssal gluttony spirit heart. Behind the gluttony spirit heart, a flower stem over 10 meters long emerged, blooming into a colossal carnivorous flower. Along the journey, Chen Yu stood atop the carnivorous flower, surveying the land below. The entire secret realm exhibited a scene of decay, amidst the dilapidated city ruins. Faint outlines of roads could barely be discerned. In the wasteland, the land was severely desertified, with only a few resilient patches of lowly weeds thriving. The sky was devoid of clouds. Upon gazing upward, one would notice distant, somber halos floating on the horizon. This was the sole source of light within the entire secret realm. Above the halo lay an expanse of endless darkness. The secret realm was not extensive. Soon, Chen Yu arrived at his destination. Next to a collapsed outpost, he found the instance teleportation portal. Without hesitation, Chen Yu took out an instance challenge token and chose to use it. The jade token in his hand transformed into a stream of light, merging into the instance teleportation portal. Prompt. You have used an instance challenge token. Prompt. Upon entering this instance, you may only select the highest difficulty. Achieving an S-level rating to clear this challenge will grant you control over the instance. During the challenge, other professionals cannot enter this instance. Prompt. If you do not enter the instance within 24 hours, the challenge token will become invalid. Chen Yu stepped into the instance teleportation portal. An information prompts appeared. Instance name. Vanguard battle level restriction. 100 to 150 player limit. Up to 8 players instance cooldown. 7 days. Prompt. Level adaptation complete. Player count adaptation complete. Instance cooldown complete. Entering instance. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Prompt. Due to your use of the instance challenge token, hell difficulty will be automatically selected. Would you like to enter the instance? Yes. After confirming his choice, the scene transformed. Chen Yu found himself in a military camp. The earth lay blanketed in silver, a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, accumulating in thick layers upon tents and watchtowers. The troops within the camp appeared to be a mixed lot. Some were disciplined, while others were carefree. Chen Yu donned his glasses and released his detection spell. Heraldic Elite Vanguard Army, level 140 Elite. Heraldic Vanguard Army, level 130 Minions. Heraldic Adventurer, level 105 Minions. Heraldic Adventurer, level 150 Elite. Heraldic Adventurer? Chen Yu suddenly recalled that in the college entrance examination ranking instance, the candidates' identities were that of adventurers. Just then, at the heart of the military camp, a commander clad in black armor began to address the troops. Warriors of the kingdom, this is our first battle to counterattack the Stuart forces. With the weapons in your hands and the emblems from the books, show the Stuart people that heraldic is invincible. The commander raised a long sword in his right hand and held a book radiating purple light in his left, shouting loudly, "Victory! Victory!" The soldiers and adventurers within the camp echoed the call. Prompt. You have accepted the instance task to eliminate enemies. Task details. Within 6 hours. Eliminate as many units from the Stuart Empire as possible. Note, if the number of units eliminated is below 500, the challenge will be deemed a failure. Eliminate enemies? This is too simple. A straightforward monster-slaying task aligns perfectly with his intentions. Chen Yu exited the camp. Beneath him, a massive vine shadow lifted him up. This was the heart of the legendary plant life, the cloud-walking vine, and the only giant plant species under his command. Upon advancing to the legendary tier and reaching the second stage, the cloud-walking vine's size surged once again. Its normal form stretches over 1,000 meters in length, with the main vine exceeding 2 meters in diameter. The root of the vine splits into smaller vines, drastically increasing its attack range. Due to its giant plant nature, the cloud-walking vine's attributes surpass those of the abyssalized legendary spirits by a significant margin. However, its weaknesses are also apparent. It is too large, possesses a singular attack method, and displays very limited intelligence. Nevertheless, utilizing the heart of the cloud-walking vine proves to be quite convenient. Standing atop the cloud-walking vine at a height of 100 meters, Chen Yu surveyed the entirety of the instance. Approximately 5 kilometers away from the Heraldic Vanguard Army camp stood another campsite bearing different flags. From the patterns, it was evident that it belonged to the Stuart Empire. Aside from the 2 camps and the intervening area, a vast expanse of white mist enveloped the surroundings. The Stuart camp boasted a force of around 10,000, all nearing level 150. In contrast, the Heraldic camp possessed only the most elite 2 to 3,000 troops to match the enemy, with a total strength of merely 5 to 6,000. If war were to break out, the Heraldic camp would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. A typical professional, faced with such a scenario, would likely choose to linger on the periphery of the battlefield, scavenging for opportunities to secure kills. However, in Chen Yu's eyes, this meager force was merely fodder. As long as he unleashed the plant life, he could sit back and wait for them to enjoy this buffet. Yet, he was not in a hurry. Instead, Chen Yu approached the commander and waved his hand in front of him. "Excuse me, may I have a word?" "Adventurer, speak your purpose," the commander replied somewhat mechanically. "My emblem book is damaged. Can it be repaired?" Chen Yu inquired. "I am not an emblem master, but I can take a look. I cannot guarantee a repair." The commander responded with a stoic expression. "Very well." Chen Yu emerged from the supreme sacred land, retrieving the emblem book of Delia. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination ranking competition, after Delia's disappearance, this tome had transitioned from complete obsolescence to a state of partial efficacy, albeit damaged. The general accepted the book, scrutinizing it for a moment. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully before Chen Yu, exclaiming, "My lord, please give your orders." Immediately, an alert echoed. "Alert! You have gained control over the Heraldic faction's army. Alert! You may issue war commands to the Heraldic faction's army. The enemy casualties inflicted under your commands will be counted towards your mission data." Chapter 215. Has the emblem book become a token of the dungeon? What do you mean? Chen Yu inquired, slightly perplexed. "My lord, please issue your war commands. The vanguard army is willing to fight to the death for your majesty. The general proclaimed, grasping his long sword with conviction. Why do you address me as my lord? Is it because of this emblem book? Are you familiar with it? Chen Yu asked with curiosity. If this tome held any significance related to the dungeon, it must certainly pertain to Delia. Delia was the princess of the Hieratic Kingdom, a figure of high stature. Although she had rebelled slightly, attempting to conspire with outsiders to divide her father's estate, she remained the heir to the Hieratic Kingdom. In this light, it seemed that the timeline of this dungeon was closely aligned with that of the college entrance examination ranking competition. It was conceivable that Princess Delia or her descendants had seized control of the kingdom, subsequently waging war against the Snowfield giant city out of hatred or for profit. Alternatively, there existed another possibility, that the timeline of this dungeon occurred prior to the college entrance examination ranking competition. This emblem book was a relic, reserved for the heirs of the Hieratic Kingdom. Possessing this tome effectively designated one as the emissary of the kingdom's heir. Due to a military defeat, the Hieratic Kingdom fell under the control of the Stewart Empire, leading to the tragic betrayal of Delia, the heir. My lord, please issue your war commands. The vanguard army is willing to fight to the death for your majesty. The general reiterated, yet failed to address Chen Yu's inquiry. Can you say something else? Chen Yu responded, somewhat exasperated. My lord, please command. The general stated expressionlessly. Chen Yu mused, even in a hellish dungeon, the intelligence of NPCs is quite questionable. Only in Eastern supernatural dungeons do ghostly entities exhibit a higher degree of personification, displaying some judgment and responsiveness. Oh well, I shall not press you further. Chen Yu shook his head. Can you repair this emblem book? Apologies, my lord. I am powerless in this matter, the general replied. Very well, you may leave. Chen Yu reclaimed the emblem book. My lord, please issue your war commands. The general insisted, remaining motionless. The enemy will soon launch an attack. Please prepare for command. Then, hold your position and you shall take command, Chen Yu ordered. Were it any other practitioner who had amassed such a military strength, they would undoubtedly be elated, planning meticulously to maximize their advantage. However, Chen Yu would never allow these soldiers to catch a whiff of the enemy. Each enemy they slain represented a loss to Chen Yu. Understood, my lord. The general rose, proceeding to the camp to initiate defensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Chen Yu ventured forth alone to the Stewart Empire's encampment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the combat prowess of the Stewart faction was vastly superior to that of the Hieratic. In terms of equipment and troop quality, they were incomparable. It was likely that a mere 2,000 Stewart soldiers could annihilate the entire Hieratic army. Well, it's better to be strong. Nutrition is abundant. Chen Yu summoned all 100,000 plant life from the supreme sacred land. Instantly, the front of the military camp was inundated with a dense array of flora. All right, everyone, it's time to eat, Chen Yu commanded, and the plant life surged towards the Stewart Empire's encampment like a tidal wave. The newly sprouted plant entities, having matured over a few days, had all at least reached the epic tier. 100,000 bosses, including over 20,000 bronze bosses, charged forth together. What a concept. Due to the rigidity of NPCs, the Stewart Empire's army made a valiant stand, yet they were quickly overwhelmed by the deluge. Defeated level 150 spearmen. Experience gained. 2. 250, 225. Defeated level 150 elite spearmen. Experience gained. 1. 125, 011. Defeated level 148 elite cavalry. Experience gained. 1. 110, 011. Defeated level 150 boss vanguard general. Experience gained. 45, 000. 450, 000. Defeated level 150 bronze boss vanguard commander. Experience gained. 50, 000. 500, 000. Your level has risen to level 129. Your level has risen to level 130. In less than 10 minutes, the entire enemy encampment was obliterated, transforming into Chen Yu's experience. The vanguard battle was a timed dungeon. Hence, even though the enemy was entirely vanquished, the dungeon had yet to conclude. After collecting all the drops, and once the plant life had feasted, Chen Yu returned to the Hieratic camp. The troops and adventurers were still diligently executing his order to hold their position. Observing the soldiers swaying back and forth, Chen Yu felt a stirring restlessness. There were still active entities within the dungeon, which felt slightly off. However, at this moment, the Hieratic and Chen Yu were of the same faction, so slaying them would yield no experience or item drops. I miscalculated. I should have left the opposing commander alive. Perhaps I could transfer factions and gain another boost. Bored, Chen Yu began to wander around the encampment, seeking an NPC capable of repairing the emblem book. Unfortunately, he found none by the end. When leader-tier NPCs laid eyes on the emblem book, they immediately knelt. Soldiers and adventurers alike prostrated themselves, yet each one repeated the same few phrases, revealing nothing of value. After the dungeon's time concluded, the alert finally sounded. Dungeon settlement in progress. Dungeon difficulty. Hell. Dungeon completion rate. 2000. Dungeon exploration rate. 100. Overall evaluation. SSS. Reward settlement. Gold 12, 000. Experience 4, 800,000. Free attribute points 20, skill points 4, legendary dungeon treasure, chest 1. Alert, dungeon settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest. Or you may choose to exit the dungeon immediately. What is there to rest for? I shall exit right away. Chen Yu suddenly noticed that the white mist enveloping the dungeon's edge had inexplicably dissipated. It must be noted that there had been no time for free exploration in this dungeon, indicating that there was no expanded dungeon map. What could this mean? Chen Yu approached the edge of the map, where he had previously been isolated by the white mist, attempting to exit the dungeon's boundaries. However, the air wall remained intact, preventing his departure. The white mist had merely clarified the backdrop of the dungeon, revealing nothing additional. Chen Yu summoned the heart resonance vine, ascending to a height of over 100 meters for a better view. At the end of the vast white snowfield stood a magnificent city, a striking resemblance to the snowfield giant city from the college entrance examination ranking dungeon. Just then, a thunderous rumble resonated. Chen Yu turned towards the sound, discovering a colossal army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, slowly advancing. At the forefront of the army was a carriage drawn by 8 horses. The carriage was open on all sides, allowing a clear view of a resplendent throne situated at its center. A woman adorned in a flowing white gown and a golden crown sat regally upon her throne. Her piercing gaze, sharp as an arrow, pierced the distant expanse of the snowfield city. Chapter 216. The True Princess Delia? Across the snowy plains, there were numerous small-scale battlefields, numbering over a dozen. The instance in which Chen Yu found himself was merely one among them. With the arrival of the main forces of Heretic, a vast army of tens of thousands surged forth from the snowfield city. The two armies stood face to face, separated by less than a kilometer, a distance that, in a world of extraordinary powers, could be deemed negligible. Due to the nature of the instance being presented from outside, Chen Yu was unable to ascertain the specific conditions of either army. However, judging by the overall situation of this instance and the appearance of the troops, it was evident that the forces of Snowfield City held a distinct advantage. A woman clad in white and crowned with gold emerged from her chariot, stepping forth to the front lines of the two armies. She moved with an elegance that was beyond reproach. From the ranks of Snowfield City, a general stepped forward as well. It appeared that the two were engaged in conversation, though the distance hindered Chen Yu from hearing their words. Perhaps it was also due to the instance's non-audio format. Nonetheless, Chen Yu seized the opportunity to observe the true visage of the golden-crowned woman more closely. It was none other than Princess Delia. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Yu scrutinized her once more to confirm he was not mistaken. During the ranking competition instance, he had spent considerable time in close proximity to Delia, and he recalled her appearance and demeanor quite vividly. The two armies seemed to find no common ground in their discourse. After a few exchanged words, they retreated to their respective formations. Moments later, a disheveled woman with unkempt hair was dragged out from the ranks of Heretic. Who could she be? Chen Yu directed his gaze toward her, but before he could discern her identity, several generals from the Heretic camp executed her, her body dismembered into numerous pieces, blood staining the icy surface around her. As if provoked by this act, the forces of Snowfield City immediately launched an assault against the Heretic camp. At that moment, the golden-crowned woman resembling Princess Delia lifted the Book of Emblems. As its pages turned, it emitted a dazzling pale blue light. In an instant, terrifying whirlwinds materialized within the ranks of Snowfield City, causing chaos among the troops. Countless soldiers were swept away, reduced to mere fragments in an instant. From the heavens, a rain of crimson droplets fell, remnants of the soldiers of Snowfield City. The whirlwinds persisted for only about a minute. Yet the army of Snowfield City had already suffered catastrophic losses, with more than half of their forces decimated. At this juncture, the Heretic army seized the opportunity to launch their own offensive. Just as the two forces clashed in close combat, Chen Yu was abruptly engulfed in darkness. All visuals vanished. The 10-minute duration had elapsed, and the instance forcibly closed. Ugh, I detest those who speak only half the story. Chen Yu grumbled as he reluctantly exited the instance portal. This felt akin to watching only the first half of a film. What difference was there? Moreover, it was a live-action rendition featuring familiar faces. The true Princess Delia indeed possessed formidable prowess. The narrative of the instance could be perceived as a fleeting snapshot of real-time events. Although the NPCs within the instance did not correspond directly to their real-life counterparts, the overarching trajectory of the main storyline was likely accurate. In the college entrance examination instance, Delia was but a timid figure, a mere puppet in the Agent War. For the Heretic Kingdom, the Dark Demon Cult and Snowfield City were colossal entities, insurmountable foes. This suggested that in the realm of reality, the situation was similarly dire. The power of Snowfield City and the Heretic Kingdom far surpassed that of Delia and the Dark Demon Cult. In such a dire predicament, it was astonishing that Princess Delia managed to survive against all odds, reclaiming her agency to ascend to the throne. Furthermore, she had retaliated against Snowfield City, securing a resounding victory. She could undoubtedly be hailed as an unparalleled sovereign. What was the temporal span between the college entrance examination ranking instance and this one? What trials had Princess Delia endured during that interval? How had she managed to command the kingdom while seemingly isolated and powerless? And how had she acquired such formidable personal strength? Was it through the Dark Demon cult? Or perhaps something else? The Dark Demon cult seemed an unlikely source, considering it was still inferior to Snowfield City. If Delia could wreak havoc upon Snowfield City, then the Dark Demon cult was hardly a challenge. Chen Yu's heart raced like a cat's paw. It felt akin to a drama enthusiast who, after watching the first episode, suddenly found themselves thrust into the fifth, completely oblivious to the events that transpired in between. This sensation was indeed quite vexing. Chen Yu longed to replay the instance to uncover any hidden content. Alas, the instance had entered a 7-day cooldown period, and he possessed no second-tier instance cooldown tokens. To re-enter the instance, he would have to patiently wait for the cooldown to pass. Furthermore, Chen Yu's approach to instances was one of maximizing resource utilization. The absence of hidden plots on the first attempt suggested that the instance likely harbored no such secrets. Notification: you have successfully completed the challenge instance, Vanguard Battle, achieving an SSS rating and fulfilling the challenge objectives. Notification: you have gained control over the instance. Upon obtaining control over the instance, its attribute panel was integrated into Chen Yu's own attribute panel. He opened the attributes of the instance. Instance: Vanguard Battle. Instance ownership: Chen Yu. Entry level: 100150. Difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Purgatory. Instance durability: 95, in good condition. Operational energy: 99999, extremely abundant. Maximum operation: 100, current, 0-100. Instance rankings: not set. Additional rewards: not set beyond the basic instance information. There were options for setting transfer maintenance and ownership changes. The settings option allowed for the establishment of instance rankings, additional rewards, and external links. The rankings required no further elaboration, as Chen Yu had already engaged in numerous rankings. The additional rewards, determined by the instance holder, would be granted automatically to the instance conqueror upon meeting certain conditions. These rewards could be anything, provided they were placed within the instance and the acquisition conditions were established. The external links facilitated real-time monitoring and export of instance information. The maintenance options pertain to operational energy and instance durability. Operational energy was the sustenance that powered the instance's operation. Each time the instance was initiated, a portion of this energy was consumed. However, the energy replenished itself over time. Should the consumption rate exceed the natural recharge rate, manual supplementation would be required. The second-tier instance portal required materials such as magic crystals and various pure energy sources, as well as gold coins for recharging. The instance itself produced gold coins and magic crystals. Why gold and magic crystals were necessary for recharging remained a mystery to Chen Yu. Moreover, there was the matter of instance durability. This option had a peculiar connection to Chen Yu. Previously vague and nebulous, everything became clear once he possessed an instance. Chapter 217. The Instance Durability Mechanism. The unsettling cloud and fish instance durability indicated the degree of wear and tear on the instance. Each activation of the instance portal incurred a cost to durability. The mere generation of an instance scene would lower durability, a natural consumption that was unavoidable. Of course, the extent of this natural wear was minimal, even under maximum load. An instance portal could function for an extended period. If the individual clearing the instance possessed excessive destructive power, breaching the instance scene would lead to additional reductions in durability. Furthermore, should the instance scene be breached, the core of the instance would provide extra energy to support the normal operation of the scene. It resembles a game of popping balloons. Players are granted 10 opportunities to strike the balloons affixed to the wall. The rule is simple. As long as players hit a balloon, they are rewarded. However, some players eschew reason and opt not for a conventional air gun, but rather a rocket launcher. With a single shot, they obliterate all the balloons, even causing the wall to collapse. Yet, bound by the rules, the game continues until all bullets are expended. The proprietor can only grimace and repair the wall, rehanging the balloons. It is only after the player has exhausted their 10 shots that the proprietor can deliver a swift kick to their backside, ejecting them from the establishment. Nevertheless, the rewards for popping the balloons must still be dispensed in accordance with the rules. There are even more outrageous players who, dissatisfied with a rocket launcher, resort to tossing nuclear warheads. Consequently, the entire structure of the shop is annihilated, rendering the game unplayable. Not only is the shop lost, but so too is the proprietor. And thus the rewards promised to the players evaporate into thin air. In a normal scenario, if a dungeon raider exceeds the damage threshold of the dungeon scene, inflicting additional durability and energy damage, the dungeon will forcibly expel the raider upon completion to terminate the session and mitigate losses. At this juncture, the dungeon could indeed continue to operate, and other raiders would remain unaffected. However, when durability diminishes to a certain threshold, the operational mechanism of the dungeon becomes compromised, resulting in a series of bugs such as a reduced maximum operational capacity, abnormal monster levels and experience drops, diminished rewards, or even a complete inability to function. The maintenance options delineate the materials and skills required for dungeon repair. In Blue Star, an impeccable industrial chain has emerged surrounding the maintenance of dungeons. with its core revolving around a series of life professions related to repairs. Certain repair consumables can even autonomously mend dungeons. However, these versatile items are significantly pricier than manual repairs. The migration function enables the relocation of dungeon portals, effectively moving the dungeons themselves throughout the cities of the Tunglong Empire. Commercial dungeon parks abound, each faction possessing its own dungeon. These dungeons did not simply materialize, they were relocated there subsequently. After reviewing the dungeon functions, Chen Yu activated the migration option. Hint: as this dungeon has not undergone migration, this transfer is free. Subsequent migrations will incur costs. Hint: the dungeon will be non-operational during the migration process. Hint: the dungeon will automatically consume energy and durability during migration. Insufficient energy will prevent establishment, and insufficient durability will result in immediate destruction. Hint: the anticipated consumption for this dungeon is 1 energy unit every 42 hours and 1 durability unit every 168 hours. Hint: do you wish to proceed with the migration? Declining the migration, Chen Yu opted for the negative. He had initially intended to bring the dungeon back to present to the little girl, but now that he recognized the associated costs, he could not decide unilaterally. Chen Yu opened the friend panel and sent a message to the little girl. Chen Yu, the dungeon is complete. You may come to claim it. After 2 minutes, a reply came from the little girl. Chen Yu, wait a moment, I'll be there shortly. Chen Yu stood by the dungeon portal, awaiting her arrival. In less than 10 minutes, a spaceship materialized before him. I adore you. The little girl leapt from the ship and enveloped Chen Yu in a tight embrace. What is the occasion? Chen Yu, equally bewildered, returned the embrace and handed her a lollipop. Nothing much. I'm just thrilled to see you so speedy. The little girl, savoring the lollipop, beamed a sweet smile. Is it truly such a cause for celebration? Are you concealing something from me? Chen Yu regarded her with suspicion. What are you talking about? The little girl, with her hands behind her back, pouted playfully. Your task is complete. Please transfer the dungeon control to me. Sure. Chen Yu accessed the dungeon panel and initiated the ownership transfer. Once the little girl confirmed, the dungeon panel vanished from Chen Yu's attributes. It had presumably been transferred to her. By the way, may I explore the other 2 dungeons under your command? Chen Yu inquired. Feel free to explore as you wish. The little girl replied nonchalantly. You can freely delve into all the dungeons within this secret realm. Just refrain from using challenge tokens. The rewards for conquering dungeons serve as a welfare benefit for students, representing an additional resource allocation. You enjoy your share, but do not encroach upon others. Furthermore, after finishing the dungeon, you are free to roam wherever you please within this secret realm. Your strength should suffice against a tier 3 boss, provided you avoid the red zones on the map where danger lurks. As she spoke, the little girl waved her hand. The dungeon portal gradually shrank until it became a diminutive archway, which Chen Yu cradled in her hands. Enjoy yourself. I must take my leave. Bye-bye. With the dungeon portal in hand, Chen Yu eagerly hopped aboard the spaceship. The vessel launched with a sharp whistle, soaring into the sky. Goodbye. Chen Yu waved absently at the ship's tail as it vanished into the overcast heavens. A tier 2 dungeon, indeed. Was it necessary for a dignified tier 7 powerhouse to appear so unworldly? Chen Yu shook his head, retrieving his tablet and following the map towards the other 2 dungeons belonging to Chen Yu. Perhaps there were intriguing films to watch within those dungeons, aiding him in his quest to follow the saga of Princess Delia. Who knows? He might even uncover clues about Princess Delia that he could bring back from the dungeons. At the entrance of the secret realm in the desolate city, Chen Yu jumped from the spaceship, bearing the portal. Where have all of you gone? Come out, come out. After a lengthy pause, no one answered. The little girl furrowed her brows and commanded, reveal. A golden rune materialized before her, then dispersed into 7 golden threads, each pointing in a different direction. Realizing their positions had been compromised, 7 figures reluctantly emerged. Feigning death, are we? Disappearing, are we? I'll make you pay for that. With a flourish, Chen Yu brandished the miniature version of the dungeon portal. Everyone, pay attention. What is this? What is this? Speak up. No words left, huh? You Zhangji. Chen Yu pointed at the swordsman bearing a large sword. What did you initially say? That no one could seize dungeon control in one go. What did you wager on? The tail of a 9th tier dragon? Hand it over. Look at you, all puffed up. The swordsman scowled. It was Chen Yu who made me eat my words, not you. Take it, go buy some potions. The swordsman tossed a half-meter-long dragon tail to Chen Yu and grumbled away. And you all? Hand over your items. Chen Yu beckoned to the remaining 6. Reluctantly, the other 6 produced their items and surrendered them to Chen Yu. She gleefully accepted the items, her spirits soaring. With a tail like this, I could practically fly high. She mused, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Money comes too easily. Some fools simply refuse to acknowledge the prowess of my divine capabilities. I must initiate more such wagers in the future. Well, since I'm feeding my little sister lollipops and showing her goldfish, isn't it reasonable to call me brother-in-law? Isn't it fair for brother-in-law to help sister earn a little money? Chapter 218. The Missing Fragment. How did Delia ascend to power? The 3 Tier 2 dungeons in Chen Yu's possession were not far apart. Upon reaching the second Tier 2 dungeon, Chen Yu discovered it had been sealed and was inaccessible. This passage depicts an individual utilizing a dungeon challenge token to engage in a high-difficulty dungeon raid. A typical team of second-tier adventurers, they often spend several hours, and at times an entire day, conquering the most formidable challenges. Consequently, Chen Yu decided to bypass this particular dungeon and proceeded to the next one. Outside the third dungeon, 4 upperclassmen were engrossed in a discussion, analyzing a map. Leading the group was a mage of a hidden profession named Wang Zhongyu. By the standards of Chen Yu's previous life, she was undoubtedly a beauty. However, in this world, the prevalence of aesthetically unpleasing individuals was rare, rendering her appearance less remarkable. Upon Chen Yu's arrival, the 4 second-tier students greeted him with smiles. "Senior Wang, is this dungeon a time-limited quest?" Chen Yu inquired with curiosity. "It is not a time-limited quest," Wang Zhongyu replied. "This is a common monster-clearing dungeon. You seniors truly are impressive to have completed it so swiftly." Chen Yu offered sincere praise. Completing the highest difficulty dungeon in merely 6 hours, this team was undoubtedly among the elite. "Not at all," Wang Zhongyu chuckled. "We merely tackled a hard level to familiarize ourselves with the dungeon's fundamental conditions." "How is your progress in the dungeon, Junior Chen?" Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Zhongyu's face. "You haven't already completed the ownership challenge, have you?" "I just finished," Chen Yu responded truthfully. "The ownership has been transferred to Mentor Yun. I came here to clear this dungeon as well." "Cleared as well." The 4 upperclassmen lamented, feeling they had missed out on a golden opportunity. If only they could join him, completing the challenge quest would result in high evaluation rewards. Unfortunately, their dungeon had already entered a cooldown period, leaving them to strategize outside. "Senior Wang, would it be alright if I cleared this dungeon?" "I wouldn't want to interfere with your plans," Chen Yu asked politely. "It's perfectly fine," they replied. Yet the 4 second-tier students felt a pang of regret for the missed opportunity. "By the way, Junior Chen," Wang Zhongyu said, offering him a data card. "This is our recent clearance recording, and we received an S rating. Although it was only a hard level, you might find it beneficial." "Thank you." Chen Yu accepted the data card. While he typically didn't require information from others for dungeon raids, he couldn't reject the kindness of his classmates. He maintained a gentle demeanor towards friends and even strangers, eschewing arrogance born from his own strength. Naturally, he would adopt a different approach when confronted with malevolent foes. "Oh, and one more thing," Wang Zhongyu continued. "This is a faction confrontation dungeon. The opposing faction's leader appears weak, but do not attempt to capture or attack her." "Oh, is there a reason for that?" Chen Yu asked with curiosity. "Qian, please explain." Wang Zhongyu gestured to a senior clad in a white training outfit. "I attempted it." Qian began. "I am a hidden profession ranger, a branch of the martial artist class, not the type that uses bows and arrows. At the beginning of the dungeon, we noticed the opposing faction leader was relatively weak, so we devised a plan to eliminate her, hoping to gain additional evaluation points. I specialize in solo combat, so I was the one to carry out the plan. At the hard level, the minor enemies were not difficult, allowing me to approach the opposing faction leader successfully. However, just as I was about to strike, I was inexplicably killed in an instant without any time to react. By the way, my build emphasizes vitality and agility, focusing on health and speed, yet I was slain by what was merely a level 101 ordinary boss. It was utterly bewildering. "Thank you for the warning. I'll give it a try and report back if I encounter anything noteworthy," Chen Yu replied with a smile, stepping into the dungeon portal. Dungeon name: Great Showdown. Level restriction: 100 to 150 party limit. Up to 12 players. Dungeon cooldown: 7 days. Notification: level adaptation complete. Party size adapted. Dungeon cooldown complete. Entering dungeon. Please select difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. You have selected hell difficulty. Do you confirm? Confirm. As the scene shifted, Chen Yu found himself within the dungeon. The setting bore some resemblance to the previous dungeon, both depicting a military camp belonging to the Hieratic Kingdom. However, the scale was vastly larger, both in terms of personnel and environment. "Slay the dragon. Save the princess," echoed thunderous cries around him. Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings as soldiers raised their weapons, brimming with morale. Their focus was directed towards a grand city, beneath which lay an army of tens of thousands. In terms of quantity and quality, the opposing army was far superior to Chen Yu's faction. Yet, within their ranks lurked a colossal creature, a black lizard dragon, measuring at least 10 meters in length. Its body clad in tough, rugged scales, wreathed in tendrils of black mist. Gazing at the dragon, Chen Yu experienced a sense of déjà vu. Moments later, realization struck him. Wasn't this the dragon from the ranked contest dungeon? And wasn't this city the lair of the dragon city? In the ranked contest dungeon, Chen Yu had directly slain the dragon, taking over the dragon city and becoming the faction's boss. From the context of this dungeon, it was evident that it represented the same narrative segment as the college entrance examination dungeon, but played out on a different timeline. Or perhaps the timeline remained unchanged, merely devoid of the interference from the examinees, allowing events to unfold naturally. Princess Delia, unable to bear the queen's persecution and the infiltration by the Steward Empire, chose to rebel, allying with the dark magic cult, the arch-enemies of the Steward Empire, to stage a dramatic kidnapping of the dragon and the princess. This rebellion had resulted in the Hieratic Kingdom losing 7 cities. They prepared to wage war against the Hieratic Kingdom, only to have the princess strategically reveal herself at a crucial moment to halt the conflict, aiming to enhance her influence, force the old king to abdicate, and eliminate her stepmother to inherit the family fortune. However, the queen was no fool. She sought aid from her family in the Stewart Empire. Consequently, the Hieratic Kingdom readied its forces, launching a concerted offensive against the dragon, effortlessly annihilating 6 of its strongholds and advancing towards the dragon's lair. At this juncture, the strategic intentions of Princess Dalia had been thoroughly thwarted. Even if she wished to surrender, it would be impossible, with the dragon city breached. Her only fate was to be captured and returned to the palace, subject to the whims of her stepmother. Wasn't this the missing piece of the narrative? Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement. In this scenario, how would Princess Dalia stage a comeback and ascend to power? Chapter 219. The lowest dungeon evaluation since class change. Notification: you have accepted the kill quest. Notification: before the war concludes, you must slay at least 300 soldiers from the opposing faction. Notification: capturing or assassinating the local faction leader, Princess Dalia, will immediately conclude this dungeon. Indeed, it was Princess Dalia. Receiving the quest notification confirmed Chen Yu's suspicions, and he began to scan the military formations outside the Dragon City. Soon, he spotted Princess Dalia atop the city walls. This Princess Dalia bore a striking resemblance to her appearance in the entrance examination dungeon. Donned in a white floor-length gown reminiscent of a wedding dress, with elbow-length white lace gloves adorning her arms. Uncertain whether she donned white stockings, Chen Yu nonetheless presumed she likely did. He attempted to cast a detection spell upon Princess Dalia, perched upon the city wall. Princess Dalia, Level 101 Ordinary Boss. The information aligned with what the senior students had provided, consistent with the rankings in the examination instance. Remarkably, even in the second-tier Hellish instance, Princess Dalia's level had remained unchanged. Yet, how was it that Senior Qian, who specialized in physique and agility, could eliminate foes of level 150 so effortlessly? Was Princess Dalia concealing her true power, or did she have formidable guardians by her side? Chen Yu leaned towards the latter. During the ranking instance, he had effortlessly toyed with Dalia, who exhibited no extraordinary prowess. From beginning to end, she was merely a fragile level 100 ordinary boss. The notion of hidden protectors made more sense. When they annihilated the Dragon City, it was the primordial earth spirit that had intervened, immobilizing the entire populace with a forbidden spell. The guardians of Princess Dalia might have been consumed by the plant life in the process. The monsters in the ranking instance did not drop treasure chests, and Chen Yu had paid little attention to the kill notifications. It was entirely plausible that he had inadvertently slain high-level adversaries. Should he seize Princess Dalia? No, it was wiser to observe the unfolding narrative. For now, he would refrain from engaging with the princess. If he captured her, the instance would conclude immediately. Compared to the meager rewards of the instance, Chen Yu preferred to satiate his curiosity. In this instance, he would impose minimal interference and witness how events would ultimately transpire. Before long, the forces of the Hieratic Kingdom launched an assault on the Dragon City. In previous encounters, Chen Yu would have intervened to halt his side's troops and dispatched plant life to absorb nutrients. However, this time, he merely waved an ethereal vine, casually dispatching 300 of the weakest enemy soldiers, abstaining from further action. Both sides amassed over 200,000 troops, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat, akin to a bloody meat grinder. The enemy's dragons charged into the kingdom's ranks, wreaking havoc and claiming countless lives. Only when several powerful warriors from the kingdom intervened were the dragons managed to be contained. Nevertheless, the overall situation on the battlefield took a dire turn for the dragons. The regular army of the Hieratic Kingdom decisively overpowered the ragtag forces of Dalia. Despite the latter's troops possessing indomitable fighting spirit, they were no match for the kingdom's sheer numbers, superior strength, and well-equipped warriors. The conflict raged from morning until noon, with the dragons suffering heavy casualties. Even the dragons themselves fell to the combined might of over 10 of the kingdom's elite. As victory appeared imminent for the kingdom, the commander intensified the assault, preparing to conclude the battle decisively. At that moment, suddenly, more than 10 dragons surged forth from behind Dragon City, joining the fray. One dragon was already a significant challenge for the kingdom. What could they do against more than 10? The dragons rampaged through the kingdom's ranks, inflicting substantial losses. The kingdom's powerful warriors struggled to cope with such overwhelming numbers. Shortly thereafter, elite troops emerged from behind Dragon City, identifiable as the forces of the Dark Demon cult. The tide of battle swiftly turned, plunging the kingdom into disarray. However, it was not long before more elite warriors and skilled troops from the Snowfield Giant City began to arrive, bolstering the kingdom's forces. The dragons, now under concentrated assault, were swiftly exterminated. The elite from Snowfield Giant City then turned their attention to the Dark Demon cult. The cult, having barely reveled in their brief triumph, was soon crushed by their long-standing adversaries. The ferocity of the war escalated dramatically, with even fourth-tier combatants beginning to appear en masse. At this juncture, The instance was largely beyond the purview of ordinary adventurers. Aside from scavenging on the fringes of the battlefield, they could do little else. Even the super genius from Tunglong University, with strength that surpassed limits, could not sway the tide of battle. Chen Yu possessed the capability to influence the entire situation, yet he remained passive, showing no inclination to intervene. The conflict continued from morning to noon, and then from noon to dusk. In the latter half, the confrontation was primarily between the Dark Demon cult and Snowfield Giant City. The cult suffered catastrophic losses and, unable to sustain their efforts, ultimately chose to retreat. Meanwhile, Snowfield Giant City also incurred significant casualties. The kingdom triumphed, launching a final offensive on Dragon City. The battered city, with its diminished defenses, offered scant resistance and was swiftly breached. Several level 200 tier 3 bosses emerged from Dragon City, guarding Princess Delia as they exited. At that moment, Delia still maintained the guise of a victim, with all blame resting squarely upon the dragons and the Dark Demon cult. Thus, the war officially concluded, and the instance completion notification resounded. Instance settlement in progress, instance difficulty, hellish, instance completion, 62. Instance exploration, 18. Overall evaluation, B. Reward settlement, 85 gold, 25. 000 experience points. Notice, instance settlement complete. You have 10 minutes to rest or may choose to exit the instance immediately. Chen Yu regarded his instance evaluation, placing a hand to his forehead in exasperation. This was his first experience with such a dismal rating in an instance. Nevertheless, it illuminated the level of rewards typically garnered by ordinary adventurers in such scenarios. He chose not to exit. After dismissing the evaluation screen, his attention returned to Princess Delia. The battlefield, smeared with blood and grime, stained her gown. Amidst the remnants of dismembered bodies, she retained an air of elegance. At this moment, Princess Delia appeared to exude a newfound radiance compared to prior to the conclusion of the instance. This particular instance lacked the freedom of exploration, or rather, Chen Yu had not triggered it. Upon the instance's conclusion, the narrative sequence commenced. Due to Chen Yu's non-interference, this segment of the story unfolded. From the rear of the Hieratic Kingdom's forces, a luxurious carriage emerged. This was the same carriage Chen Yu had observed in the previous instance. However, instead of Princess Delia, it bore a man and woman clad in opulent attire. The middle-aged man wore a golden crown, identical to that which Princess Delia had adorned in the prior instance. The woman, too, had appeared previously, donning a small silver crown. She was the one who had been publicly executed after being dragged from the Hieratic camp. Chapter 220. The Fallen Crown. Judging by their attire and the grandeur of their procession, these two were likely the former king and queen of the Hieratic Kingdom. In the ranking instance, the relationship between the princess and her stepmother had been one of life and death. The stepmother's backing came from Snowfield Giant City. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend why Delia had chosen to publicly denounce her stepmother when declaring war upon Snowfield Giant City. What then? Had Princess Delia endured following the defeat of Dragon City? Chen Yu continued to observe Delia, now restrained by several fourth-tier warriors. Within the carriage, the queen sat with an air of triumphant arrogance, making no effort to conceal her satisfaction. The former king, however, bore a troubled expression. With a weary sigh, he rose and descended from the carriage, approaching Delia's side. "Is this truly the outcome you desired, my daughter?" he inquired, his voice laden with concern. Delia, maintaining a serene countenance, replied, "Father, is this truly the result you wished for?" The former king shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Come with me, rest assured. I shall protect you." "Protect me? Do you possess the ability to do so?" Delia retorted with a sardonic smile. "I have my methods," he asserted. "Does your approach bear any significance?" The former king's expression grew complex. "I too am resisting in my own way. That is all," Delia declared coldly. The aging king fell into a profound silence, slowly removing the golden crown from his head. In the midst of middle age, his trembling hands resembled those of a dying elder. The crown slipped from his grasp, tumbling onto the bloodied and muddy ground. The resplendent crown rolled twice in the muck before coming to rest firmly at the feet of Delia. She bent down to retrieve it, meticulously wiping it clean. This action left her pristine white gloves marred with vivid crimson stains and dark filth. "Father, your crown," Delia said, presenting it with both hands to the old king. He did not take it, but instead lowered his head slightly. Delia seized the moment to place the crown back atop his head, her demeanor grave, as if she were a high priestess bestowing a coronation upon a newly ascended monarch. "Your Majesty, your Highness," two fourth-tier warriors announced. "Very well," the old king nodded, returning to his seat in the carriage. "Your Majesty," the queen in the carriage chimed cheerfully. "Today we have vanquished a formidable enemy and reclaimed our princess. It is a day of joy. Why do you sigh?" "Indeed, we have regained our kingdom's territory. I should be elated," the old king replied with a strained smile. The queen smiled in satisfaction, turning her gaze towards Princess Delia, who remained standing still. "Your Highness, please take your seat," one of the fourth-tier warriors urged once more. "Wait," Delia said softly. "I have yet to retrieve something." The warrior glanced at the queen, who nodded slightly. Moments later, a handmaiden cautiously emerged from the castle gates, cradling a picture frame in her arms. The frame, approximately a meter square, obscured most of her figure. Delia accepted the frame from the handmaiden and stepped onto the carriage. It seems our enemies did not neglect our princess. She still finds joy in painting, the queen remarked with interest as she scrutinized the frame. The content of the painting was exceedingly simple, featuring two barely discernible curving lines that vertically traversed the canvas. The edges of the artwork were speckled with green, resembling leaves. It appears this piece is unfinished. Why have you framed it, Your Highness? The queen inquired nonchalantly. Do you not find it rather absurd to adorn such an incomprehensible creation as if it were a masterpiece? Her sarcasm was not aimed at Delia's artistic skill, but rather a veiled mockery of her audacity. Unaware of Delia's reasons for bringing such a painting, she seized the opportunity to deride the perceived failure. My queen, Delia replied with a slight smile, I must correct you. This painting is not an unfinished work, nor is it some nonsensical creation. It embodies the divine will. Ha ha ha. My princess, it seems the dark demon sect has instilled in you some remarkable notions. The queen retorted, covering her mouth in amusement. I must remind you, my princess, that the deity worshipped by the dark demon sect is not of this nature. The deity of the dark demon sect? Delia's expression turned disdainful. Regrettably, such a being cannot be compared to my lord. Oh, my poor princess. The queen feigned a sympathetic expression. In times of despair, one often conjures an illusion of a savior. Alas, falsehoods cannot provide true salvation. Falsehoods. Delia regarded the queen as one might observe an ant within a box. Have you considered that perhaps you are the false existence? Have you pondered that you might merely be a puppet crafted for the amusement of some greater entity? What are you saying? The queen could not suppress her frown. Delia, a mere failure, spoke to her with an air of superiority that unsettled her. The conviction in Delia's words, combined with her unwavering demeanor, rendered the queen momentarily unnerved. Huh? Delia scoffed contemptuously. Just as an ant cannot comprehend the nature of humanity, you shall never grasp the might of my lord. However, you need not understand, for you shall soon be devoured. Delia ceased speaking, leaning the frame against the edge of the carriage. Kneeling before it, she clasped her hands in prayer, fervently beseeching. A wave of inexplicable unease surged within the queen, intensifying her ire. She coldly turned her gaze toward the old king. Your Majesty, I suspect the princess has suffered spiritual harm since her abduction. Dark forces may seek to possess her body. I can take the liberty of sending her to the grand cathedral in the capital of the Stuart Empire for baptism by the archbishop. Furthermore, it is time for the princess to marry. The imperial princes would be more than willing to care for her. The old king remained silent, his expression despondent. Then it is settled, the queen declared, disregarding the old king's reaction, speaking as if to herself. Unbeknownst to anyone, there was a sixth presence within the carriage. Unnoticed by all except the old king, the queen, Princess Delia, and two handmaidens. This sixth entity was, of course, Chen Yu. As the instance ended and the narrative mode commenced, all NPCs, including monsters, vanished. What he beheld was but a mirage or a 3D projection. The narrative characters could not affect him, nor could he influence the storyline. Chen Yu speculated that the instance was concluding according to its standard resolution, leading to the transformation of monsters and NPCs into subsequent narrative characters. In his previous runs, he had annihilated every aspect of the instance, and upon completion, he was expelled without being privy to the storyline. This segment of narrative offered him some much-needed information. In reality, Princess Delia had indeed been captured following the Battle of the Dragon City. However, the details of her counterattack remained an enigma. Chapter 221. A faint premonition. Chen Yu observed the painting before Princess Delia as she prayed. The artwork was excessively simplistic, too abstract, with scarcely a few strokes. Consequently, he could not discern its content. At that moment, Princess Delia resembled a character from a film, and he could not inquire of her. Furthermore, even if he awaited the complete cool-down of the instance, he doubted he would glean any answers from NPC Delia. He had experienced the limitations of NPC intelligence before. Although the difficulty had increased, resulting in smoother character logic, NPCs still automatically ignored matters unrelated to the instance's tasks. Any topic that strayed slightly from the prescribed narrative would elicit identical dismissive responses, offering no additional information. The carriage accelerated, and to maintain his focus on Princess Delia, Chen Yu moved alongside it. From the perspective of those within the carriage, it appeared as if only his upper body occupied the space, akin to a ghostly apparition, creating a rather eerie scene. In truth, he stood within a man-eating flower of the abyssal gluttonous spirit, phasing through the bottom of the carriage. Aside from a brief exchange between Delia and the queen upon boarding, the three individuals within the carriage with the right to speak remained silent. Just as Chen Yu prepared to observe Princess Delia more closely, a sudden thud resounded as he collided with an invisible barrier. The carriage passed through his form, continuing on into the distance. Behind the carriage trailed the grand army of the kingdom. Though weary, their spirits surged with enthusiasm due to their hard-won victory. Unable to pursue the carriage any longer, Chen Yu commanded the abyssal gluttonous spirit to return, preparing to explore the Dragon City for any clues. However, the 10-minute respite had already expired, and the entire instance had plunged into darkness. With no other option, Chen Yu was compelled to exit the instance. Outside the teleportation portal, for senior students remained on guard. How arduous your efforts must have been, Junior. Are you fatigued? Do you require replenishment of your stamina and mental fortitude? The consumption of your professional attributes must be considerable. I possess some attribute-less magic crystals. Please take a moment to recover. Upon seeing Chen Yu's return, the mage senior promptly approached him with concern. Thank you, Senior Wang, but it is unnecessary, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I exerted little effort. By the way, Senior Qian, Chen Yu addressed Qian, when you attempted to assassinate Princess Delia, were you certain that it was she who struck you down? I cannot say for certain. Qian pondered for a moment. I was merely preparing to strike at Princess Delia when I was defeated. However, it is highly probable that it was indeed Princess Delia who acted, as there were no other individuals nearby at the time. Thank you, Senior Qian. Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered. After her defeat, Princess Delia maintained an air of superiority, regarding her stepmother with palpable disdain, akin to how one might regard a repulsive insect. Where did she derive such confidence? Qian had not witnessed the identity of his assailant. Moreover, in the recent instance, no formidable presence had ever emerged alongside Delia. Could it be that she had consistently harbored formidable personal strength? Yet, why did she perform so poorly in the ranking tournament instance? It was said that in certain related instances, the same NPC might exhibit varying levels of strength. For instance, the sweeping monk in Shaolin Temple displays indomitable prowess within the narrative of Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, yet in other narratives, he may simply be an anonymous old monk, easily dispatched by an ordinary individual wielding a knife. Instances, in their crafting of scenarios, ascribe different functions to NPCs, which also signifies varying degrees of strength. Perhaps in the realm of reality, a certain individual truly possesses great strength, but once the temporal snapshot forms the instance, the circumstances shift. Was Princess Delia similarly affected? In this instance, did she, as the boss, possess formidable power? Yet, this too seemed illogical. The ranking tournament instance was evidently a true level instance. The distinction between real instances and ordinary ones lies in the fact that the plot and tasks fundamentally restore the genuine passage of time. Otherwise, the characters could not possibly exhibit such advanced intelligence. No, even if the ranking tournament instance overlooked Delia's true strength, it would still not make sense. For this instance was clearly set within the same time frame and narrative arc as the ranking tournament instance, merely a snippet extracted from the larger narrative of the tournament. Furthermore, this segment was closely tied to Delia, making it impossible for the same character to display differing levels of power. What could possibly cause two individuals, within the same time frame and narrative, to exhibit divergent strengths? Chen Yu pondered deeply. Suddenly, an odd thought struck him. Could it be because of me? Was it possible that my interference in the ranking tournament instance had diminished Delia's strength? Yet, upon further reflection, that logic faltered. If the real Delia possessed formidable personal strength, there would be no reason for her to lack any display in the ranking tournament instance. It is worth noting that in the ranking tournament instance, Delia had been inadvertently extracted by him due to a bug. Effectively, she was akin to a vegetative state under his command, incapable of concealing any aspect of her situation from him. Rather than viewing himself as a variable influencing Delia's strength, Chen Yu preferred to believe that Delia, during this period, was simply not strong, and that her power was acquired later. The defeat of Qian was the work of a master adept at concealment from a dark demon cult. Although Chen Yu himself was a presence that defied logic, he subconsciously adhered to a rational approach in his problem-solving. Unable to resolve the conundrum, Chen Yu decided to set it aside for the time being. There were still numerous instances within the secret realm, and undoubtedly these narratives would help unravel some of his uncertainties. Seniors, while traversing the instances, I have compiled some information that I hope will be of use to you. Chen Yu input the monster information from the Infernal Level Grand Battle instance into a storage card and handed it to Wang Zhongyu. Thank you so much, Junior Chen. Several second-tier seniors rejoiced upon receiving the storage card, expressing their gratitude profusely. They had only been tackling the hard-level instances, while the narrative flow remained consistent. The strength of the monsters was vastly different. With this first-hand information, the difficulty of their formal strategies would be significantly alleviated. After bidding farewell to the seniors, Chen Yu continued onward to the next second-tier instance, a task entrusted to him by other mentors. At this moment, he felt an urgent desire to uncover more about Delia. Perhaps his initial curiosity, or his intent to study the Book of Emblems, had drawn him into this secret realm. Yet now, he harbored a premonition. Perhaps seeking the tale of Delia would allow him to witness something truly extraordinary. Chapter 222. Indigenous Inhabitants of the Secret Realm, the Heraldric Gravekeeper. The map entrusted to Chen Yu by Chen Yu indicated a total of 59 first-tier instances, 22 second-tier instances, and 5 third-tier instances. Among these, Chen Yu was responsible for navigating 7 second-tier instances. Strictly speaking, he was not qualified to utilize instances belonging to others. However, as Chen Yu had discovered the secret realm and spearheaded its development. The 7-tier powerhouses involved were well aware of Chen Yu's identity and graciously granted him access to the instances. In reality, Chen Yu was not the only one who would engage with others' instances. Each individual faced a 7-day cooldown for the same instance. During this idle time, students strategizing their instances would often assist one another, gaining experience and resources while also conveying information acquired within the instance to the official strategizer. This practice would not hinder the strategizer. Rather, it proved immensely beneficial. After viewing the related footage of the Demon Dragon City in the Grand Battle instance, Chen Yu completed all 2nd-tier instances without gleaning additional intelligence regarding Delia. At most, he had merely supplemented existing knowledge, enhancing his understanding of the true Princess Delia within the timeline of the ranking tournament instance. Yet, none of this addressed the core questions that lingered in his mind. He made inquiries along the way regarding the 1st-tier instances, but the results were minimal. Most of these instances were war-themed, representing merely a fraction of the battlefield within extensive military campaigns. The theme was exceedingly clear: eliminate monsters, with little regard for the backdrop of war. After submitting the completed instances, Chen Yu followed the map's guidance to arrive at a small city inhabited by the indigenous people of the secret realm, prepared to resolve the matter of the Book of Emblems. The population of the small city was relatively modest, numbering only in the thousands, and their strength was exceedingly low. According to Chen Yu's investigations, the most powerful individual among them did not exceed a 3rd-tier boss, equivalent to a level 200 epic unit. Surrounding the city-state, low white stone walls were erected to demarcate boundaries. From a defensive perspective, such walls served little purpose, as even a 1st-tier unit, or even a novice-level entity, could easily scale them. Perched atop the walls at intervals were vigilant soldiers, standing guard. Chen Yu had previously mentioned that unlike the outside world, monsters within the secret realm were not confined to zones based on their levels. Even high-level monsters exhibited strong territorial instincts, rarely straying from their domains. Within the secret realm, monsters roamed chaotically and without order, making the appearance of high-level monsters possible anywhere. It was for this reason that a certain degree of clearance was required prior to the development of the secret realm. Even now, formidable monsters still lurked within this secret realm. It is precisely for this reason that the map bears the presence of red zones. During the selection of academies, 2 mentors who failed to attend met their demise at the hands of a formidable high-level boss. The indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm remained vigilant against the chaotic and disordered monsters. Chen Yu stepped forward, preparing to enter the city through the city gate, only to be immediately halted by a soldier. Chen Yu cast a divination spell. Heraldric Guardian, level 200 template, elite attributes, talent, Book of Emblems skills, emblem of strength, mighty bear, emblem of agility, swift leopard. Description: their mission is to protect the remnants of a great civilization. The soldier addressed Chen Yu in a long string of unintelligible language. From the tone and pronunciation, it was evident that the soldier's language was identical to that of the heraldric people within the instance. In the instance, proficiency in language was a temporary passive skill. Upon entering, challengers would automatically acquire the primary language and script used within the instance. Upon exiting, however, this knowledge would fade away. Based on experiences within the instance, learning a language was a relatively effortless endeavor. Yet, aside from linguistic enthusiasts, few would willingly dedicate time to mastering a foreign language of little practical use. Are you from the Tunglong Empire? The soldier inquired in a rigid tone, noticing Chen Yu's lack of comprehension. Clearly, after cleansing the instance, Chen Yu and his companions had communicated with the indigenous inhabitants. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. May I enter and take a look? You may, replied the soldier, but please state your purpose so that I may assist you. Our city-state is quite small. If you wish to merely wander, you may find little joy in it. Without further ado, Chen Yu produced the Book of Emblems left to him by Delia. My Book of Emblems is damaged. I wish to know if it can be repaired here. The Book of Emblems? The soldier displayed a look of astonishment. He took the book and examined it closely. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, and trembling, he returned the book to Chen Yu, bowing respectfully as he said, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Chen Yu followed the soldier into the city. This city was remarkably compact, spanning no more than 2 kilometers with a low density of buildings. 4 streets intersected to form a grid, dividing the city into 9 segments. The central block featured taller and more ornate structures than the rest. The soldier led Chen Yu to a palace-like building in the heart of the city, exchanging a few words with the guards outside. 2 guards approached Chen Yu, eagerly inviting him into the palace. The interior of the palace was modestly constructed, lacking ostentation. Following the 2 guards, Chen Yu arrived in a hall adorned with slight grandeur. 1 guard stepped into the hall, and moments later, a haggard, elderly man emerged, following the soldier. "Esteemed guest, I have heard you possess a usable Book of Emblems?" The old man's expression was filled with hope. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. To the heraldric people, the Book of Emblems was as commonplace as a mobile phone to people on Earth. How could a figure of apparent high status within the city exhibit such a countenance over a single usable book? Here it is. Please see if you can assist in its repair. Chen Yu offered the book to the elder. The elder cradled the Book of Emblems, his breath quickening noticeably. A string of incomprehensible words flowed from his lips, filled with unmasked astonishment and joy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Tears glistened in his murky old eyes. Sir, Chen Yu interjected, forgive my candor, but the Book of Emblems should not be a rarity among the Heradric people, should it? Oh, my apologies, esteemed guest. The elder seemed to awaken from a reverie. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his eyes and said to Chen Yu, please, come inside. Following the elder, Chen Yu entered the hall and took a seat at a square table. The elder began to speak slowly. Esteemed guest, to be candid, our clan of guardians has not encountered a genuine Book of Emblems in countless ages. Is that so? Chen Yu found it hard to believe. Chen Yu had clearly stated that these Heradric guardians utilized the Book of Emblems as their special equipment. Esteemed guest, please observe, the elder extended his hand. A phantom book materialized, hovering above his palm. This is, Chen Yu recalled that when he had used the divination spell on the soldier's talent had been the Book of Emblems, with his skills being various emblem names. Indeed, this is the Book of Emblems we utilize. The elder said with a wry smile. We have not engaged with a genuine Book of Emblems in far too long. The elder proceeded to demonstrate the capabilities of the Book of Emblems talent. From a functional perspective, there was virtually no distinction from the authentic Book of Emblems. The Heradric guardians were naturally endowed with the talent of the Book of Emblems, awakening it under the guidance of their elders upon reaching a certain age. Initially, the newly awakened Book of Emblems was blank, devoid of any emblem enhancements. Newly awakened Heradric guardians learned from their predecessors how to forge emblems, essentially acquiring skills. In this regard, the Guardians bore a striking resemblance to professional practitioners. However, the Guardians' books of emblems and emblems could be lent to others for temporary use, rendering them a form of specialized equipment. You have indeed transformed the Book of Emblems into a talent. I find it difficult to articulate, Chen Yu mused. Based on the information gleaned from the instance, the Book of Emblems was supposed to be an external artifact. Yet, the Heradric people had evolved this external artifact into an innate talent. One could only imagine the concept of Earthlings possessing a mobile phone from birth in years to come. Esteemed guest, since you possess a Book of Emblems, it is evident that you are well acquainted with the power of emblems, the elder remarked. Your understanding of the true Book of Emblems surpasses our own. If you are unable to repair the book, we are at a loss. Very well. Chen Yu nodded in resignation. He had come seeking someone to repair the Book of Emblems, but unexpectedly, these daily users of the book were even less knowledgeable than he was. Esteemed guest, the elder continued, though we lack the capability. We possess an item that may assist you. Oh, what is it? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. Please, follow me, the elder beckoned, rising to his feet. Chen Yu stood and followed him. They arrived at a concealed, spacious chamber behind the hall. The elder opened a hidden door, revealing a spiral staircase leading downward. At the bottom of the staircase lay a vast dark chamber. The elder summoned the Book of Emblems, embedding a phantom emblem within it. Moments later, the walls of the dark chamber began to split open, revealing a small room. At the center of this small room stood a portal to an instance. However, this portal appeared exceedingly fragile, with its frame resembling mere paper, and the faint blue glow emanating from within seemed dim. This, you must refer to as an instance, correct? The elder inquired. You mean to say that within this instance, the Book of Emblems can be repaired? Chen Yu asked curiously. How do you know this? The Heradric guardians were not practitioners and could not actively enter instances. They should have been unaware of the circumstances within. Esteemed guest, our clan of guardians has been rooted here since ancient times, the elder explained. Our task is to guide those who possess a genuine Book of Emblems into this realm. A task? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Have you ever encountered others who possess the Book of Emblems? The elder replied. You are the first to hold a Book of Emblems that can still retain its power, and thus, you are the first capable of entering this place. Given the current circumstances, this should be deemed a fortuitous encounter. An ancient lineage, tasked with guarding a replica from times immemorial, has entrusted you with their token of authority, granting you access to this realm. Very well, I shall venture inside, Chen Yu declared as he approached the portal to the replica. Upon his entry, a soft azure glow rippled, sending delicate waves through the air. As Chen Yu's figure completely vanished, the glow flickered several times before dissipating. Countless intricate cracks appeared on the portal's frame, which soon fragmented into myriad shards. In the air, a faint blue vortex lingered, slowly rotating. The elder gently closed his eyes and knelt before the vortex, bowing in reverence. Replica title: The Dawn of Civilization Level Restriction, None Special Restriction. Holder of Book of Emblems, activated. Player limit: 1 replica cooldown. One-time use. Disappears after activation. Prompt: Conditions met. Please select difficulty. Real. There's only one difficulty. How am I to choose? Chen Yu could not help but grumble. This marked the second occasion he had encountered a replica allowing for the selection of a real difficulty. However, given that there was only one option available, it felt excessively genuine. What does this even mean? Forced realism? Furthermore, this was also his first encounter with a one-time replica. Prompt: Please select difficulty. What else is there to select? Real. Chen Yu retorted with irritation. Prompt. Difficulty selection complete. Entering replica, the scene shifted. The initial setting of the replica was a vast hall, sparsely furnished, with little more than a few tables and chairs. The walls were adorned with frames, each containing abstract artworks characterized by minimalist lines, none of which could be comprehended by the average observer. In the center of one wall, Chen Yu recognized a familiar piece. Two sinuous lines, curving from top to bottom, were embellished with scattered green specks resembling stars. This was the very artwork that Princess Delia had venerated in the Great Battle replica. At that moment, the door swung open, and over a dozen maidens entered in single file. Among them, one donned white attire, while the others were clad in green. The white-robed maiden approached the minimalist abstract painting of Princess Delia, knelt, and bowed in homage. The green-clad maidens followed suit, paying their respects in tandem. After completing their reverence, the maidens rose. The white-robed maiden turned to address the assembly of green-clad maidens, stating, "Our task is to seize control of the palace within 3 days. When Her Highness returns, you must fulfill your respective duties without omission." Understood. The white-robed maidens responded in unison. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chen Yu's mind. Prompt. You have accepted the replica task. Seize control of the palace. Replica task. Seize control of the palace task details. Within 3 days. Assist Princess Delia's attendants in eliminating all hostile forces. Chapter 224. The real replica turns out to be a point-giving bureau? For Chen Yu, the task was exceedingly simple. Not to mention obliterating the hostile forces within the palace. Even annihilating the entire royal city would be a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, what intrigued Chen Yu more was the narrative of the replica rather than its rewards. This segment of the replica appeared to unfold during the aftermath of Princess Delia's defeat at the hands of the Dragon of Magic, following her capture. These maidens were extraordinarily formidable. The green-clad maidens were level 200 bronze bosses, while the white-robed maiden was a level 250 bronze boss. One could only wonder how a fallen princess had managed to cultivate such powerful allies. Senior Qian had been swiftly dispatched by Delia during the Great Battle replica, likely due to the intervention of these maidens. After their homage to the painting, the maidens approached Chen Yu. "My lord, we stand ready to commence action." Their tone was imbued with utmost respect. It seemed that Chen Yu held considerable authority within this replica. Understood. Chen Yu nodded and inquired. "You mentioned that Princess Delia would return in 3 days, correct?" "Indeed," the white-robed maiden affirmed. "Where has she gone?" Chen Yu asked curiously. "Please, tell me what transpired during this time." "Yes, my lord," the white-robed maiden responded with deference. "A year ago, Her Highness contacted the dark magic sect, dispatching dragons and elite troops to assault the kingdom." "I am aware of that," Chen Yu interjected. "No need for such detailed accounts. I wish to know, after Princess Delia was captured, where did she go next?" "Reporting to you, my lord," the white-robed maiden said, her expression slightly perplexed. "Currently, the kingdom's elite are engaged in battle with the Dragon of Magic at the front lines. Her Highness has secretly informed us that, taking advantage of the palace's vulnerability while the experts from the Snowy Giant City are occupied by the dark magic sect, she intends to covertly seize control of the palace." "Are you saying that Princess Delia has not yet been captured? Is she currently in the Dragon of Magic City, mobilizing troops to wage war against the kingdom?" Chen Yu was taken aback. "Indeed," the white-robed maiden confirmed. "We have not laid eyes on Her Highness for over a year. We have relied solely on communication emblems to receive orders." "And what about these?" Chen Yu pointed to the abstract paintings on the wall, particularly the one at the center. "I do not know," the white-robed maiden replied. "Since I began following Her Highness, this painting has always hung here." "Wait," Chen Yu furrowed his brow. "When did you begin following Princess Delia?" 3 years ago, the white-robed maiden answered. According to the white-robed maiden, Princess Delia had begun venerating these inexplicable objects as early as 3 years prior. Moreover, the origins of these items remained unfounded. To outsiders, they appeared to be mere figments of Princess Delia's imagination. However, in the previous Great Battle replica, the queen had clearly encountered the painting for the first time. This indicated that the princess's veneration of these images had been conducted in secrecy. Concurrently, she had been cultivating these formidable individuals who were wholly dedicated to her. The 3 years mentioned by the white-robed maiden merely marked the duration of her service to Delia. The inception had likely begun even earlier. The precise timeline was impossible to ascertain. Considering the maiden's tasks, the betrayal of the dark magic sect, framed in the name of rebellion against the dragon, was merely a ruse to draw them away. The ultimate goal was to exhaust the forces of both the dark magic sect and the Snowy Giant City, while covertly seizing control of the palace to facilitate her return and subsequent uprising. In essence, the Delia of historical accounts was a character of considerable wisdom, cunning depth, and ruthless strategies. This portrayal starkly contrasted with the Delia depicted in the ranking tournament replica. Whether the latter was a genuine replica remained debatable, as it was merely conjectured based on the intelligence of the replica characters. The current instance, however, was an unequivocal and authentic replica. Thus, the historical Delia was indeed this one, rather than the version from the ranking tournament replica. Though it seemed implausible, Chen Yu had no choice but to accept the painful reality that his version of Delia was likely a diluted and simplified iteration. altered by the ranking tournament replica to render her weaker and less astute. It was infuriating to realize that she was meant to be a high intelligence, cunning character ideally suited to him. As an ordinary individual, Chen Yu had always yearned for a clever companion to devise strategies alongside him. The little saintess had originally shown promise, yet she had failed to make an impact. Now it appeared that Delia possessed similar potential. Yet she was not only diminished, but also missing. By the way, Chen Yu produced the Book of Emblems belonging to Delia. Do you recognize this? The white-clad maid received the Tome of Heraldry, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding in acknowledgement. She recognized it as a damaged book of heraldry. Judging by its cover, its status was not particularly high, yet it was likely intended for use by nobility, perhaps even royalty. Oh, Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Can you not discern that this is Princess Delia's Book of Heraldry? Absolutely not. The white-clad maid asserted firmly. We are well acquainted with the princess's tome. Neither the overt nor the covert versions we have trained with are this one. I see, Chen Yu mused, feeling perplexed. In previous instances, it seemed the inhabitants of the Heradic Kingdom recognized this book, so why were these maids oblivious? He decided not to dwell on it further, for it was highly probable that he would encounter the princess in this scenario, at which point he could inquire directly. Who knows? Perhaps he could even escort her out of this instance. Let us proceed with our task. Yes, my lord. The white-clad maid led a group of green-clad maids, preparing to depart. Wait, Chen Yu called out to them. The white-clad maid turned. My lord, how may I serve you? What enemies do we face? Chen Yu inquired. My lord, please observe. The white-clad maid conjured a scroll, revealing the map of the Heradic royal city. We must eliminate a total of 5 core power holders, along with 12 vassal leaders. Their locations are marked here. Chen Yu examined the map, which clearly delineated the mission targets and operational routes. The foes identified by the white-clad maid were all formidable bosses, 2 level 200 bronze bosses, 3 level 180 bronze bosses, 4 level 150 bronze bosses, and 8 level 150 regular bosses. Such strength suggested that even without his intervention, the maids could effortlessly dispatch them. Was this truly a scenario crafted solely for their benefit? Chapter 225. I told you, you are about to be devoured. Instances designed for easy victories are rare, yet they do exist. Some scenarios allow practitioners to achieve completion without any effort, simply being carried along by the narrative. However, such passive completion results in a participation level of 0, yielding neither rewards for defeating monsters nor commendable evaluations. Completing the instance in this manner typically results in negligible gains. Chen Yu followed the maids out of the chamber, only to discover that the grand hall was, in fact, constructed underground. The exit was cleverly concealed within a flower bed covered in soil. After leaving the secret chamber, the maids did not disperse but instead moved as a cohesive unit. Under the guidance of the white-clad maid, they swiftly arrived at their first target. The initial objective was the captain of the palace guards, a level 180 bronze boss, who was currently addressing the soldiers in the guard camp. Beside him stood 4 level 150 regular bosses. The guards in the camp were all elite level 150, numbering around 500. The maids possessed the strength to effortlessly slay all present, including the guards, without incurring more than a single casualty among the green-clad maids. At that moment, the white-clad maid spoke. The captain will personally lead a patrol after assigning the soldiers to their posts. We shall eliminate him when he is alone. Then take control of the guard camp using His Majesty's insignia. The green-clad maids remained silent, stealthily concealing themselves as they focused on the level 180 bronze boss captain. There's no need for such complication. We can simply dispose of him. Chen Yu boldly strode into the palace guard camp. My lord, the white-clad maid exclaimed, hastily following him along with the green-clad maids. The palace guards were the kingdom's elite forces, and there was no necessity to eliminate them all. Taking out the captain and the 4 guards would suffice. Simple enough. Chen Yu nodded. At that moment, the captain noticed Chen Yu and the group of maids. He bellowed. Who goes there? The soldiers at the entrance of the camp sprang into action, surrounding Chen Yu and his entourage. Are you the attendants of Her Highness the Princess? What brings you here? The captain inquired, approaching the white-clad maid. The maids offered no reply. The captain then turned his gaze to Chen Yu. And who might you be? Though he did not recognize Chen Yu, the latter's arrogant demeanor and confident expression left him feeling uneasy. Figures of prominence occasionally graced the Heradic palace, and he had not encountered them all. What am I? Chen Yu chuckled. Perhaps you should consult the King of Hell. In an instant, a horde of abyssal, legendary plant beings appeared. The captain's expression shifted dramatically as he brandished his weapon against a nearby abyssal thorn spirit, shouting, enemy attack. Retaliate. Retaliate. With a swift motion, the sharp blade severed one of the thorn spirit's tendrils. However, this boss's attributes surpassed those of the abyssal thorn spirit in its typical state. Yet, he was not alone. Numerous abyssal legendary spirits surrounded him. Under Chen Yu's command, dozens of abyssal spirits launched an offensive. The abyssal lily spirit struck first, applying a debilitating effect. A barrage of tendrils followed, interspersed with acidic attacks from the abyssal gluttonous spirit. In mere seconds, the captain boss fell. His mangled corpse was consumed by several nearby abyssal thorn spirits, while blossoms of the other shore emerged, siphoning away his soul. As for the 4 guards at his side, they too perished almost instantly from an unknown area of effect attack. By the time the guards in the camp rushed to confront the abyssal spirits, the boss was already lost. Chen Yu commanded the maids not to initiate attacks on the soldiers in the camp, yet they were not to passively endure. Any guard who approached with evident hostile intent was swiftly devoured by the abyssal gluttonous spirit, leaving no trace behind. Their souls were similarly drawn away by the other shore flowers, showcasing an unparalleled efficiency in their utilization. All of you stand down. The white-clad maid dashed between the guards and the abyssal spirits, producing a token. Behold, this is the insignia of His Majesty the King. The captain has betrayed the realm. We are here by His Majesty's decree to eliminate him. Lay down your weapons and cease resistance, or face death. The soldiers exchanged glances, ultimately surrendering, save for a few stubborn remnants. After all, the captain had already been slain, and the assailants bore the king's command. They were merely foot soldiers, with no desire to confront the terrifying man-eating creatures. The white-clad maid ordered one of the green-clad maids to remain behind to consolidate the palace guards, while she led the others to their next destination. The second boss was one of the 2 level 200 bronze bosses, a high-ranking minister of the Hieratic Kingdom. However, he had now become a lackey of the Steward Empire, firmly aligned with the queen's faction, and could not be swayed. Upon arrival, Chen Yu unleashed a swarm of plant beings. The ravenous legendary plants swept through the minister's estate like a scythe, turning everything that breathed into fertilizer, leaving not even an ant behind. Even the typically composed white-clad maid trembled at the sight. With the task accomplished, the white-clad maid swiftly guided Chen Yu to the next location. Originally, she had anticipated completing this mission in 2.5 days, yet with Chen Yu's involvement, they finished it all in a single night. All bosses and their minions had been turned into fertilizer, their souls thoroughly absorbed. Chen Yu's rapid leveling service afforded the white-clad maid ample time to prepare thoroughly. Such a significant operation could hardly be executed without a whisper of rumor escaping. The officials of the kingdom were gripped by anxiety, fearing that they might be the next to vanish. After the white-clad maid assumed control over all armed forces in the royal city, she brandished the king's decree to pacify the populace, effectively managing the situation. Furthermore, the reports from the front lines indicated a resounding victory for the kingdom's army, having vanquished the dragon and rescued the princess, which invigorated the spirits of the entire royal city. Everyone awaited the return of His Majesty the King and Her Highness the Princess with bated breath. On the 3rd day, as twilight descended, the king's carriage hastily approached the royal city under the escort of hundreds of formidable warriors. The gilded carriage halted just outside the city, refraining from entering recklessly. Inside the carriage, Princess Dilia still knelt before the portrait, fervently offering her prayers, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the once self-satisfied queen now appeared somewhat apprehensive. The happenings within the city were relayed to her through communication sigils. The mysteriously vanished officials were all-powerful figures loyal to the queen, mere pawns of the Steward Empire, and the queen's reliance for control over the Hieratic Kingdom. Your Majesty, the queen's face bore an expression of suspicion as she gazed at the old king. Who do you believe is responsible for the turmoil in the royal city? I do not know, the old king replied nonchalantly, subsequently turning his gaze inward, choosing to ignore the queen. This demeanor only heightened the queen's agitation. At that moment, Princess Dilia rose, smoothing the creases of her white silk gown. With a subtle smile directed at the queen, she remarked, I told you, you are soon to be devoured. Chapter 226. Everything is laid out on the chessboard. The same words had been spoken by Princess Dilia not long ago, but they had not been taken seriously then. Now, however, they sent a chill through the queen's heart. What scheme are you concocting? She could not help but glare at Princess Dilia. A scheme? No. Princess Dilia shook her head with a smile. It is merely an amusing game. Do not forget, you remain under my control. I could end your life at any moment. The queen, caught between fear and fury, was unafraid to tear off the mask of civility. Queen, do exercise some restraint, the old king interjected, though his words were as ephemeral as a gentle breeze. Leaving no trace behind, the queen continued to glare at Dilia, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. You may certainly try, Princess Dilia replied with a sardonic smile. Guards, the queen bellowed. 2 fourth-tier warriors sprang onto the carriage. Your Highness, what are your orders? They inquired, casting glances at the princess and the king. The queen's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm. In the royal city, all those loyal to her had been inexplicably slain. Judging by Princess Dilia's demeanor, it was highly probable that she was complicit, if not the architect of the chaos. Once a familiar stronghold of power, the royal city now felt like a monstrous maw gaping wide, ready to swallow her whole, sending shivers down her spine. Countless formidable adversaries awaited within, poised to deliver a lethal blow. However, remaining outside the city for an extended period seemed somewhat absurd. Beside her stood the kingdom's elite forces, along with the esteemed protectors from the great city of the snowfields. Moreover, both the king and princess were under her influence. Even if the old king and princess conspired against her, she felt confident in her ability to reverse the tides. The queen disembarked from her carriage and approached a burly general mounted on a tall steed. General Smori, please send someone into the city to scout the situation. General Smori, commander of the battle at Dragon City and one of the queen's most trusted allies, nodded in affirmation. At once, Your Highness. He summoned a trusted subordinate and led 100 level 150 elite units into the city for reconnaissance. Before long, the scouts returned, unharmed and adorned with flowers. What transpired? The queen inquired impatiently. Your Highness, the soldier leading the scouting party reported, there is no danger within the city. The common folk and nobility are celebrating our victory. Shall we wait for the troops? General Smori asked. The queen pondered for a moment before replying. No need, let us enter the city. To her, waiting for the army held little significance. The most elite portion of the troops was already by her side, having returned ahead of time. The ordinary soldiers were not powerful enough to accompany her into the city, and even if they did, they could offer her no additional sense of security. Ensure the protection of His Majesty and Her Highness. The queen emphasized the word protection with great weight. Yes. General Smori understood her intent and immediately ordered the entire carriage to be encircled. The inner ranks grew increasingly formidable. Returning to her carriage, the entire entourage set forth, gradually entering the royal city. As the scouts had indicated, the procession met no obstruction upon passing through the city gates. On either side of the main thoroughfare, civilians held bouquets and baskets of fruit, tossing flowers toward the soldiers while cheering loudly. Nobles also lined the streets, offering their blessings. Yet, rather than providing comfort to the queen, this spectacle intensified her fear and confusion. Her influence within the royal city had been severely diminished, leaving her with only minor figures incapable of providing reliable intelligence. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and the convoy returned to the royal palace. Ordinarily, the army would not be permitted to enter the palace, but at the queen's insistence, the entire contingent advanced into the palace and swiftly took control of key positions. You, come here. The queen beckoned to a palace guard. The guard hurriedly approached and knelt respectfully before her. Where is Xiao Li? She inquired. Xiao Li was the head of the palace guards. Having attempted to contact him via the communication sigil only to find it unavailable, she deduced that his fate was dire. However, these palace guards might have information regarding Xiao Li's situation, which would aid her understanding of the current state of affairs. Your Highness, the palace guard replied. The head guard has been slain by the king's orders due to treachery. What? The queen gasped, her body bristling with alarm. You mean His Majesty? Indeed. The palace guard nodded. The queen glanced at the heavily encircled carriage not far away, feeling a chill wash over her. Wait, you said it was His Majesty who ordered the execution. Who did he send, and what method was employed? It was the princess's maidservant, bearing the king's insignia. Who issued the command? The palace guard began, only to shudder suddenly, fear evident on his face. Speak, the queen urged, her brow furrowing. It was a monster. No, a demon. The palace guard trembled as he recounted his harrowing experience. Upon hearing this, the queen released the guard, her expression a tempest of emotions. Now, she was certain that the events in the royal city were orchestrated by Princess Dilia. Fortunately, matters had not spiraled out of control. Both the king and princess remained under her sway. Moments later, the queen opened the tome of sigils and activated the communication sigil. After waiting for several dozen minutes, a squad composed entirely of fourth-tier warriors arrived. Among them was a legendary bronze boss figure, over a dozen epic, ordinary bosses, with the remainder being rare, elite units. This was the pinnacle of power from the great city of the snowfields. With such strength amassed at her command, the queen felt emboldened. She ordered her elite troops to replace all the palace guards, then instructed them to search the palace for Princess Dilia's maidservant. Your Majesty, have you truly returned to the palace only to leave me and my father to spend the night in the carriage? The cold voice of Princess Dilia echoed in the air. The queen wiped the cold sweat from her brow, composed herself, and turned to face Princess Dilia. Of course not, my princess. You and His Majesty may retire to your chambers. Thank you, Dilia replied with a faint smile, a touch of confidence that irked the queen. Your schemes shall not succeed. Schemes? Princess Dilia regarded the queen with curiosity. Everything is laid bare upon the chessboard. I have never concealed anything. Naturally, a piece on the verge of falling cannot comprehend the entirety of the game, and that is simply inevitable. If you perceive it as a scheme, then so be it. With that, Dilia brushed past the queen, making her way toward her chamber. A contingent of soldiers promptly followed, encircling her securely. Dilia's expression remained unperturbed, her steps leisurely, as though the bloodied soldiers wielding sharp blades were mere phantoms. Chapter 227. Has the Cthulhu deity emerged? In the underground chamber, Chen Yu languidly played with the little sprites. Having defeated all the bosses a couple of days prior, the dungeon quest had concluded, leaving them with time for free exploration. The entire map was confined to the vicinity of the royal city. Without disrupting the city, hidden narratives remained elusive. Xiao Yin and Xiao Feng frolicked, rendering the chamber in disarray. Aside from the portrait that Chen Yu had expressly forbidden them to damage, few items remained intact. The maidens paid no heed to the sprites, engrossed in their worship of the portrait. What is this? Xiaoyan stood atop a white-clad maiden's head, stretching on her toes. Her small form leaning forward in curiosity to gaze at the portrait. This is the will of the divine. The white-clad maiden responded, an uncommon occurrence. Oh, how impressive. Xiaoyan mimicked a serious bow atop the maiden's head. Chen Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. What caliber of existence were the primordial sprites? The so-called divine beings paled in comparison to them. In a world where causal laws reigned supreme, it was entirely plausible that this divine entity could be worshipped into oblivion by her. Does she not find it peculiar? Chen Yu poked the most exclusive sprite, Xiao Miao, gesturing toward Xiaoyan. Why should it be peculiar? Xiao Miao asked, bewildered. You are the daughters of the world tree, noble primordial sprites. How can you kneel before such inexplicable entities? Chen Yu retorted. Though Xiaoyan was but a child, her playful nature belied her heritage as a primordial sprite, which inherently bestowed upon her a lofty status, rendering her incapable of bowing to lesser beings. Xiao Miao pondered for a moment. I don't know. I just don't find it strange. Is that so? Chen Yu casually pointed to a painting. Do you think this object warrants your kneeling? Certainly not. Xiao Miao replied without hesitation. What about this one? Chen Yu pointed to another painting. No, that too does not merit it. She shook her head. And this? Chen Yu indicated a splintered piece of wood on the floor. That is inconsequential. Xiao Miao tilted her head in response. Merely some meaningless object. Understood, Chen Yu nodded. There are two circumstances for kneeling. One signifies a profound respect, or even faith, while the other is an act of frivolity. The wooden fragment represents no existence. Thus the sprites kneeling before it appears entirely incongruous. It is akin to a person kneeling on their bed to knock their head against a wall, a nonsensical jest. However, objects representing a certain existence demand reverence. Monks do not bow to statues of Yahweh, nor do fundamentalists pray before the statue of Buddha. From Xiao Miao's responses, it was evident that the portraits on the wall represented some form of existence. Anything worthy of reverence from the primordial sprites must possess a status far superior to their own. What Dilia venerates is no simple matter, Chen Yu mused, stroking his chin. By the way, see if you can identify any of these paintings that you deem worthy of kneeling before. All right, Xiao Miao twirled around, scrutinizing each portrait carefully. Ultimately, she pointed to a piece that was clearly a haphazard scribble. Besides that one, only this. Chen Yu approached the painting, examining it closely. The artwork employed a multitude of colors. However, each line quickly lost its defined direction after the initial stroke, resembling someone who, upon realizing their mistake, hastily covered it up. Ultimately, Chen Yu could only classify it as a meaningless object, especially since it occupied a corner, easily overlooked. Moreover, the chaotic lines tangled together like a mess, hardly qualifying as a painting. The portraits before which the maidens knelt at least possessed two clear lines. A broader interpretation could easily categorize them as two paths, or even one. Before the portraits, the maidens engaged in prayer, while Xiaoyan pretended to pray as well, her small lips occasionally uttering wishes like, I hope Mother has more sisters, or I hope I can join Mother and the Master in play. And I wish for delightful treats every day. Chen Yu scowled, snatching her up and tucking her into his pocket to spare her further embarrassment. My lord. The white-clad maiden suddenly rose. What is it? Chen Yu inquired. The maiden produced a tome of heraldry, flipping to reveal a communication sigil. The princess has returned. What? Dilia is here? Chen Yu's expression brightened. Where? Take me to her. No need. The white-clad maiden shook her head. The princess is already here. Here? Chen Yu instinctively glanced toward the chamber's entrance. A series of faint footsteps gradually became audible. Soon after, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing Dilia in flowing white gauze, her countenance adorned with an elegant smile. Your Highness. Over a dozen maidens simultaneously bowed to Dilia. The narrative seamlessly transitioned. Chen Yu scrutinized Dilia, noting that she appeared identical to her form in the climactic battle dungeon. Even the stains on her skirt and the blood and grime on her gloves were precisely the same. Dilia nodded at the maidens. You have done well. Then, she approached Chen Yu, curtsying while lifting her gown. My lord. Wait, what did you just call me? Chen Yu asked in astonishment. My lord. Dilia reiterated. You call me my lord? Chen Yu felt incredulous. Was his status now superior to Dilia's? What was happening? Could it be that the being Dilia worshipped had a human church? And it was this entity that had empowered her to orchestrate her counterattack against the queen? And he, in turn, was a person of considerable influence within this church. Here to assist Dilia? Is there a problem, my lord? Dilia queried, perplexed. Who am I? What is my status? Pray tell, Chen Yu asked with curiosity. You. Dilia hesitated for a moment, then said, represent the earthly will of a great existence. Great existence? Which great existence? Chen Yu pointed at the maidens, and the portrait Dilia was venerating. No. Dilia's face paled with panic, shaking her head repeatedly. It is not so. His existence, humble as mine, cannot be depicted. I have attempted, yet whenever I endeavor to recall him, to record him, peculiar changes ensue, as if the entire world is being erased. In the end, all I remember is that such an existence exists, but I have forgotten all information about him. Dilia approached the chaotic scribble and revealed a look of yearning and reverence. A glance could cause an explosion? Merely thinking of it could incite mutation? An indescribable existence? What Cthulhu deity? Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 228. The causality of Delia. The characteristics of the chaos gods of the K series are imbued with immense informational density, rendering them imperceptible to mortals, unviewable, indescribable, and unmemorable. Their very essence could descend upon the world at the behest of their followers, potentially leading to its annihilation. In light of Delia's description and the abstract paintings adorning the walls, the resemblance is striking. The acolytes of the K series chaos gods indeed revere such abstract manifestations. Do they not? Upon entering this realm, although Chen Yu had not encountered the name of the K series chaos god, he was acutely aware of the existence of a deity wielding the ability of mimetic corruption. The deeds of a certain sage who opposed the mimetic god remain etched in the annals of history. However, Delia's state does not suggest that she has been subjected to mimetic corruption, nor do her artworks represent a source of such corruption. What is certain, however, is that Delia's faith holds an exalted status. The two lines represented in her works correspond to entities at least equivalent to the world tree, a paragon of transcendence. And that meaningless scribble, if not related to the peculiar mimetic chaos gods, must possess a rank surpassing that of the world tree. Even if it does not ascend to the supreme level, it is likely of a high tier within the realm of transcendence, perhaps rivaling the dominion witnessed by Shao and on the backside of the world. Do you recognize this tome of emblems? Chen Yu inquired, producing the emblematic book and directing his question at Delia, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment, a pained expression crossed her delicate features. With a soft thud, the emblematic tome slipped through her palm and fell to the ground. Her entire being became ethereal, colors flickering in and out of existence. The movements of her model began to stutter, akin to a mobile screen suffering from poor signal. Could it be? Chen Yu bent down to retrieve the emblematic tome, returning it to the realm of the supreme holy land. Gradually, Delia regained her corporeal form. You recalled something just now, did you not? Chen Yu placed a hand gently upon her rounded shoulder. The smoothness of her skin and the faint warmth emanating from her body offered a delightful tactile sensation beneath his fingertips. Indeed, Delia's breath became slightly erratic. This is my tome of emblems. She slowly raised her gaze, her expression turning grave. I lost this tome in the divine realm of my lord. Is that so? Chen Yu nodded. Then, are you aware of my name? I am sorry, my lord. Delia shook her head. I do not know. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu slowly articulated, my name is Chen Yu. However, upon uttering this, a frown creased his brow. I shall remember my lord's name. Delia bowed deeply in reverence. Chen Yu fell silent. After a long moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Do you recall when you visited the divine realm of the god you worshipped and lost the tome of emblems? I do remember, Delia replied. When was it? Chen Yu asked swiftly. In the past, present, or perhaps the future, Delia murmured. It was when my lord created me. Have you ever utilized this tome of emblems? Chen Yu rephrased his inquiry. Throughout your life, how many tomes of emblems have you used? Where are they now? 2, Delia responded. Both are here. Before her, 2 tomes of emblems materialized, one of legendary caliber and the other, astonishingly, a resplendent mythic tome. Yet, why do you assert that the tome you just encountered is yours, and that you lost it in the divine realm of your god? Chen Yu pressed. I do not know, Delia admitted, her expression turning bewildered. At that moment, the pale green will of the world tree manifested beside Chen Yu. Master, do you suspect that this Delia is the one you brought forth from the ranking match instance? Indeed, Chen Yu replied. From Delia's reaction to the tome, he began to form such a hypothesis, though uncertainty lingered. Ordinary practitioners could not alter the world line merely by traversing instances, causing historical figures to diverge from their true paths. Yet he was exceptional. The Supreme Holy Land, as an entity of the highest order, had rendered the Delia from the ranking match instance both real and tangible. Chen Yu perceived this transformation as akin to treating Delia as an artificial intelligence program. After bringing Delia into the Supreme Holy Land, it crafted her a corporeal body, equivalent to bestowing a robotic form upon an artificial intelligence. Perhaps his previous understanding had been flawed. The NPCs within the instance indeed possessed physical forms. Otherwise, plant life could not absorb nutrients from the life within the instance. What the Supreme Holy Land genuinely transmuted was not merely a body, but existence itself. The ranking match instance represented a fragment of time, wherein NPCs acted out their scripts according to the logic of true time, much like a historical drama. When the Supreme Holy Land transformed an NPC into a genuine entity, it was akin to converting a character within the play into an actual historical figure. This was not the creation of a mere copy or a traversal of time and space, but rather the metamorphosis of a character into the historical figure itself. From the moment she was imbued with reality by the Supreme Holy Land, she became the historical Delia rather than a mere instance character. In the Supreme Holy Land, the concept of causal time did not exist, hence Delia exhibited no signs of anomaly. When Delia manifested in the external world, her existence clashed with that of the historical Delia. Consequently, the Delia brought forth from the Supreme Holy Land did not vanish. Rather, she had never existed within the era in which Chen Yu found himself. Coincidentally, Chen Yu, endowed with the fruit of the great Tao, had secured his own causality. The narrative between him and Delia could not be erased. Thus, even as a historical figure, she retained her inherent causal relationship with him. Everything that transpired within the ranking match instance was, for Delia, also authentic. Yet how could a historical figure possess experiences in later generations without traversing time and space? Under normal circumstances, such experiences would undoubtedly be erased. However, the fruit of the great Tao prevented such erasure, resulting in a bug within the logic of the world's operation. The remedial measure was to induce cognitive dissonance in Delia, rendering this experience simultaneously existent and non-existent to her. From Delia's abnormal state upon encountering the Tome of Emblems, it appeared yet another error in the world's operational logic had arisen. After acquiring experiences from later generations, Delia possessed a degree of foresight regarding events soon to transpire in that era. Consequently, her life trajectory altered, leading her to never select the Tome of Emblems that Chen Yu held. In the realm of true time, it was impossible to ascertain into whose hands the Tome of Emblems had fallen. However, since Delia had not chosen this particular tome, it was non-existent within the relevant temporal snapshots. As the tome was absent from the ranking match instance, it would not have been left behind by Delia in the Supreme Holy Land. Yet, because it had been anchored by Chen Yu's existence, it could not vanish. This Tome of Emblems thus formed a negation of historical reality and a denial of Delia's existence. Hence, when Delia came into contact with this tome, she nearly ceased to exist. What confounded Chen Yu, however, was why revealing his true name to Delia failed to alleviate her cognitive dissonance. Chapter 229, The True Reality Master. Delia hails from the Supreme Holy Land. You should have some sense of her, the World Tree reminded him. This is not the same matter at all, Chen Yu replied, nursing a headache as he rubbed his temples. He indeed felt a connection to Delia. When he initially brought her out of the Supreme Holy Land, he sensed her presence when she vanished, knowing she was still alive, albeit at a considerable distance. If all of his conjectures were true, it would imply that Delia thrived magnificently in the true passage of time, even surviving into the era of Chen Yu. Before him stood Delia, yet she was not the genuine Delia. Rather, she was but a fleeting silhouette of time, devoid of any substantive connection to him. Perhaps, she could be ushered into the Supreme Holy Land. The World Tree suggested, noting that the logic governing the world held no sway within the Supreme Holy Land. Should she be afflicted with cognitive limitations, they could be lifted within that sacred realm. The World Tree's proposal was indeed a commendable strategy. However, Chen Yu, whose head was already throbbing with discomfort, was reluctant to proceed. If he were to bring this iteration of Delia into the Supreme Holy Land, the true Delia would undoubtedly accrue additional experiences from the future, complicating his ability to discern reality. Chen Yu conveyed his concerns to the World Tree. The World Tree, somewhat taken aback, communicated, the space within the silent Holy Land is ample enough for an individual to reside. If you do not present her to the outside world, it should pose no issue, correct? No, absolutely not. Chen Yu responded without hesitation. Why? Inquired the World Tree, perplexed. I cannot articulate it. Chen Yu admitted with a sense of resignation. He had indeed considered the World Tree's suggestion, but his subconscious instinctively dismissed it. His intuition warned him that the consequences of such an action would far exceed the disturbances it might cause to the causal order. This judgment stemmed from the Tao fruit of the great Luo, rather than baseless conjecture. His actions had already resulted in a slight distortion of the world's operational logic. If he were to act recklessly, the very fabric of the world might unravel. The challenges he faced encompassed not only the potential loss of the entire world, but also the likelihood of other great Luo beings seeking retribution against him. His experiences within the potential trials of the dungeon had solidified his understanding that this world was not merely a solitary game for him. Other great Luo were also participants. Out of a sense of civic duty and the awakening of a novice, he believed it prudent to maintain a low profile. The World Tree reached out once more, suggesting a course of action that would incur the lesser of two evils. Indeed, you are correct, Chen Yu noted, observing that the World Tree seemed disproportionately concerned about Delia, to the extent that she had taken the initiative to manifest herself. Furthermore, after articulating her advice, she exhibited a pronounced inclination toward it. However, rather than questioning the World Tree, he turned his attention to Delia. Delia, would you be willing to re-enter that divine realm? Without hesitation, Delia responded, My lord, this is my lifelong wish. You lot, remain outside. Should any foes arise, eliminate them. If not, amuse yourselves, Chen Yu instructed the primordial spirits. He then grasped Delia's hand, commanding her, do not resist. In the next moment, the two found themselves within the Supreme Holy Land. Here, Delia appeared to awaken from a great dream, surveying her surroundings with a dazed expression. This is the divine realm of your dreams. Chen Yu smiled softly, welcoming her arrival. No, welcome to your presence, Princess Delia. Delia inhaled deeply, as if breathing non-existent air, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. She knelt before Chen Yu, offering a devout bow. Great lord, you have finally answered Delia's prayers. I have once again laid eyes upon you. Now, tell me, when did we first meet? Chen Yu gently lifted Delia, inquiring with a soothing tone. Forgive me, my lord, but I cannot recall. Delia exclaimed in terror, kneeling once more. Well, this is rather awkward, Chen Yu remarked, smacking his forehead in exasperation. If Delia was indeed suffering from cognitive impairments, they should have been alleviated within the Supreme Holy Land. He could only conclude that this version of Delia bore no such limitations. The one he had brought from the ranking match dungeon was the one truly hindered. This also explained why he could not lift her restrictions as he had with the little saintess. This Delia was merely a shadow. Her understanding of him confined to the realms of deity and lord, the very existence she revered. Now, recount your life experiences, Chen Yu prompted. And please, rise to speak. As you command, my lord. Delia complied, though she still kept her gaze lowered, unwilling to meet Chen Yu's eyes. From a young age, I possessed a peculiar ability, seemingly able to sense events destined to unfold in the future. I understand this as a gift bestowed upon me by you. After listening to Delia's account, Chen Yu gleaned several key pieces of information. First, within the ranking match dungeon, Delia's experiences were supplementary, harboring complete memories. This implied that after Chen Yu disrupted the causal order, the historical Delia was born with recollections. However, for reasons unknown, she believed this to be a precognitive ability. Second, Delia was convinced that she had visited the Supreme Holy Land, but due to the chaos in causality, she could not distinguish whether it was a past visit or a future one. Third, Delia was imbued with a protective force that fostered her rapid growth, a power originating from the Supreme Holy Land and the World Tree. Fourth, the chaotic scribble she had drawn depicted the Supreme Holy Land and Chen Yu himself. Due to some unknown influence, she was unable to retain any information regarding the Supreme Holy Land or Chen Yu. Fifth, the image she had prostrated herself before, which consisted solely of 2 lines, represented the World Tree. The remaining images depicted primordial spirits and other botanical life. Yet due to some inexplicable reason, she could only represent these entities with simplistic strokes, lacking the capacity for detailed portrayal. This interference was not as potent as that concerning Chen Yu and the Supreme Holy Land, allowing for some abstract documentation. Wait, have you ever truly seen the Book of Emblems, aside from in your visions? Chen Yu placed the Book of Emblems before her once more. Yes, Delia replied. When did you first behold it? Chen Yu inquired. When I chose the Book of Emblems, Delia answered. However, my foresight indicated that another Book of Emblems concealed greater power. Thus I selected the other. Then, have you issued any commands regarding this Book of Emblems? For instance, regarding its status as your token, or that your subordinates must heed the commands of its bearer. Chen Yu suddenly recalled his experiences within the Great War Dungeon. I have never given such commands. Delia shook her head. My lord, do you require me to issue such a command? Chapter 230, The Inevitability of Worldly Logic. You great Luo truly are a bunch of scoundrels. Since Delia had never issued a command regarding the Book of Emblems, then why did that general in the initial dungeon comply with his orders upon encountering the book? Perhaps it was a matter of timing? Chen Yu mentally organized the timeline of the Secret Realm dungeons. The dungeon he initially entered occurred after the timeline of the current dungeon. From the moment this dungeon represents, until Delia's engagement against the Snowfield Giant City, she could have issued that command. Wait, something is amiss. The authentic Delia had indeed seen the Book of Emblems. On one hand, she believed the Book of Emblems belonged to her, residing within the divine realm of her faith. On the other hand, in her reality, she had not selected this Book of Emblems. She was aware of its existence and that it likely resided in someone else's possession. Thus, the command Delia issued, designating the bearer of the Book of Emblems as the Supreme Commander, or that the book was her token, could only stem from 2 possibilities. First, although Delia did not choose this Book of Emblems, she might have nonetheless taken it for herself, intending to use it as her token. Second, she knew that at some point, her deity might wield the Book of Emblems and appear within her sphere of influence. Otherwise, following normal logic, Delia would not have issued such a command, as it would undoubtedly introduce instability to the war. Imagine if, during Delia's era, the Book of Emblems were to fall into the hands of others, especially her enemies. Upon uncovering the intelligence, it would inevitably inflict severe damage upon her faction. So Delia, Chen Yu inquired, raising the tome of emblems in his hand. Is this tome currently in your possession? Great lord, with all due respect, Delia replied, a peculiar expression gracing her features. It is presently in your hands. At her words, Chen Yu was about to elaborate when he sensed a wave of joyous emotion emanating from the pale green consciousness of the World Tree. If it possessed a corporeal form, it would likely be doubled over with laughter. Stealing a glance at the World Tree, Chen Yu thought to himself, you may laugh heartily now, but soon enough, there will be ample reasons for you to weep. What I meant was, during your selection of the Tome of Emblems, did you not observe, well, something akin to this tome? Is it now in your possession, or do you know its whereabouts? I have sacrificed it, Delia responded, therefore, it resides with you. Sacrificed? How did you go about that? What did you do to it? Chen Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, I destroyed it, Delia clarified. Destroyed? I see, Chen Yu nodded. Delia's act of obliterating the tome could be considered a form of logical redemption, stripped of all embellishments. It essentially meant that Delia had left this tome in the sacred land. Historically, Delia's sacrifice of the tome could also be interpreted as her sending it to the divine. In this manner, the logical inconsistency surrounding the tome's existence was rectified, at least on the surface. Programmers understand that functional code is good code. Minor flaws are inconsequential. The logic of the world's operation likely adheres to a similar principle. If an entity of supreme existence cannot alter its nature, then it must transform itself to obscure its vulnerabilities. The conflict surrounding the tome's existence was resolved. There would be no issue of Chen Yu holding one while another was passed down through history, as both would not be the same tome. Delia and the logical discrepancy of the tome were ensnared by Chen Yu, unable to be mended. Thus, they remained unaddressed, lying in wait, as the impact was minimal. Chen Yu suddenly felt that the world's operational logic was far more helpless towards beings like him, of supreme existence, than the United Nations is towards its permanent members. The permanent members still have a semblance of dignity and areas of trepidation, whereas beings of supreme existence, including Chen Yu, are inherently devoid of reason. Do you intend to create another tome of emblems? Chen Yu asked once more. It was not entirely impossible for Delia to recreate the sacrificial object as a symbol intertwining her royal and divine authority. My lord, I have no intention of such. Delia replied, and moreover, each tome of emblems is unique. They can only be similar. One conjecture was dismissed. The only remaining possibility was that Delia anticipated Chen Yu would eventually appear within her sphere of influence. Hence, she had made prior preparations. Yet, the Delia within this realm did not seem to have such intentions. Delia, Chen Yu organized his thoughts. Will you return? This is my oracle to you. You must remember, this tome of emblems is my symbol. I may descend upon you or your realm at some point in time. Henceforth, the one who possesses this tome shall be my avatar and your will. Do you understand? Although uncertain of the efficacy of his words, Chen Yu resolved to take preventive measures, wishing not to burden this world with excessive chaos. Your oracle shall be followed. Delia bowed deeply. Very well, let us return. Chen Yu prepared to escort Delia back to the realm. Delia rose and approached the world tree, bowing once more in respect. At that moment, a colorless fruit fell from the world tree, merging into Delia's body. In that instant, Delia's aura surged like a tidal wave. A mysterious and formidable presence emanated from her. A flicker of confusion crossed Delia's gaze, quickly replaced by overwhelming ecstasy as she bowed repeatedly before the world tree. What are you doing? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled, looking at the world tree. Much like what you did, my master, Delia replied. There is power within me that belongs to you. Yet I have never bestowed power upon her. Thus, the world tree's emotions appeared somewhat unstable, marked by profound pain and reluctance. Indeed, Chen Yu quickly reassured. The inclination for self-remedy is commendable. Moments later, with the world tree's assistance, Delia fully integrated the fruit. And only then did Chen Yu lead her away from the sacred land. Within the secret chamber, as Chen Yu materialized, he was immediately met with an overwhelming stench of blood. In the corner lay a neatly stacked pile of more than a dozen mangled corpses. The entrance bore traces of recent combat. What transpired? Chen Yu promptly inquired of the sprites stationed outside. He had taken Delia into the sacred land for less than an hour, and yet they had already been assaulted? My lord, Ho-Tu flew over. You commanded us to guard this place, yet someone forcefully intruded. And then you all killed them? Chen Yu gently tapped Ho-Tu's head with his fingertip. Well done. It was not us who killed them. Ho-Tu gestured towards Delia's maidens, indicating that they had taken action. Chen Yu pondered for a moment before stating, in the future, when you act independently and encounter foes, take the initiative. Do not trouble others, understood? Ho-Tu, one hand resting on the sword at her waist, the other clenched against her chest, replied solemnly, your command shall be obeyed. Just remember that. There's no need to be so serious. In truth, Chen Yu was quite curious about where Ho-Tu had learned that rather peculiar gesture of greeting. However, he decided against pursuing the matter. It was unnecessary. If she enjoyed it, then so be it. Clop, clop, clop. A series of synchronized footsteps approached, accompanied by the crisp sounds of clashing armor. Are they your people? Chen Yu queried Delia. They are foes. Delia answered. Chen Yu nodded, releasing several man-eating spirits. The deep green stems gently pulled the grand doors open. Subsequently, enormous carnivorous flowers erupted forth, violently surging into the corridor beyond. After a few startled cries, tranquility returned to the scene. Defeated a level 190 Herodek elite warrior. Experience points. 3, 800, 380. Defeated a level 200 Snowfield Fortress elite warrior. Experience points. 4,000, 400. Delia curiously observed the man-eating spirits, scrutinizing their combat techniques. By the way, little Delia, how many enemies did you bring back this time? Chen Yu asked eagerly. With Delia's confusion resolved, the remaining matter pertained to the spoils of the dungeon. My lord, accompanying me back to the city are nearly 1,000 elite warriors. Divided between the Snowfield Fortress and Herodek, Delia replied. The remainder will likely return in 5 days. Only 1,000. Chen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. The forces attacking the Dragon City were undoubtedly aligned with the Queen, opposing Delia, meaning they were the foes he could farm. Based on previous dungeons, there should have been at least 10,000 to 20,000. He had not anticipated that Delia would return with merely 1,000. With only 5 days allotted for this dungeon, he had completed the task in a single day, and after 2 days of Delia's efforts, only 3 days remained. By the time the army returned, he would have already been ejected from the dungeon. My lord, if you wish to hasten the return of those traitors, I have a method, Delia said, displaying keen insight. Additionally, I can provide you with more, higher quality enemy pieces. Oh, elaborate. Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Make the queen uneasy. Princess Delia narrowed her eyes and offered a faint smile. Her lips, reminiscent of flames, gently curved, forming an exquisite arc. Although Chen Yu had never been particularly fond of exotic allure, at this moment, he found Delia exceptionally endearing. In a spontaneous gesture, he leaned down and placed a light kiss upon her delicate lips. Delia, filled with joy, lifted her head and rose onto her tiptoes to kiss Chen Yu's cheek. It took Chen Yu a few moments to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Since arriving in this world, aside from his family from childhood, this was the first time he had kissed a human, a being with a mature worldview, a clear understanding of the world, and a distinct sense of self. My lord, is something the matter? Delia inquired, her expression and demeanor betraying no hint of abnormality. It's nothing, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he noticed the small fairies hovering nearby. The noble primordial fairies typically held a disdain for lesser beings. Strangely, however, they showed no sign of dissatisfaction at the scene before them. Even the most aggressive among them, Xiao Miao and the great Onmyoji Xiaowang, exhibited no inclination to voice their displeasure. My lord, shall I continue? Delia asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Yes, please proceed, Chen Yu encouraged. Of course, my lord, Delia continued. In truth, I could have directly eliminated the queen and seized control of the entire kingdom at any time, yet I refrained from doing so. I deliberately instructed my subordinates to act at this moment to create an information disparity, instilling anxiety within the queen. She remains unaware of the extent of my resources and their quality. As she suffers significant losses, she can only mobilize additional pieces to test my depths. During my time in the Dragon City, I have deliberately refrained from displaying overwhelming power, thus creating a false impression for her and the Snowfield Giant City. They have underestimated my strength, yet not excessively. By allowing my subordinates to operate under my father's command medallion, I have further fostered the illusion that my father stands with me, united in our efforts. The activities within the royal city are merely a facade of my father and I attempting to reclaim control of the kingdom, a final act of stubborn resistance. Therefore, they will dispatch some experts from the Snowfield Giant City to investigate. When I swiftly consume them, they will hesitate, subsequently reinforcing their ranks without fully committing. After several repetitions of this, they will remain unable to ascertain precise information, leading them to believe my forces are far more formidable than they could imagine. Coupled with our battle against the Dark Demon sect, which resulted in considerable losses, they will lack the courage to mobilize entirely, opting instead for a defensive posture while exploring my capabilities through various channels. Thus, I will have time to weaken the enemy while consolidating the kingdom's strength. A war with the Steward Empire is inevitable. If they adopt a defensive stance, I can position the battlefield beyond our borders, minimizing casualties among my pieces. This was my original plan. Should you require swift victories, I can slightly alter my strategy to heighten the threat to the Queen's life and control the display of our power, thereby attracting a multitude of experts from the Snowfield Giant City. Simultaneously, I will compel the Queen to hasten her army's march back to the royal city for her protection. Clapping his hands in appreciation, Chen Yu exclaimed, "Brilliant." The original Delia's collusion with the Dark Demon sect was merely a straightforward alliance, opposing the Queen to assert her political existence. The entire process was as clean and transparent as a blank sheet of paper. Yet the true Delia, now revealed, presented her alliance with the Dark Demon sect as merely a surface layer, concealing a myriad of intricate strategies beneath, a vast net, with the Queen at its center, ensnaring the entire Snowfield Giant City and even the entire Steward Empire. Some primordial fairies, sensing the profundity of the situation, joined in Chen Yu's applause. Only Xiaoguang and Xiaokong appeared contemplative, with Xiaoguang regarding Delia as though she were a newly discovered realm. Chapter 232, a new legendary class, Bloodthirsty Demon Spirit and Floating Light Demon Spirit. In the eyes of the primordial fairies, a human like Delia ought to be foolish and insignificant. Yet at this moment, they perceived her as having ascended to a status akin to their own, while the other primordial fairies seemed to take this transformation as a given. Only Xiaowang recognized the significance of this change. She flew to Chen Yu's side, voicing her confusion. Following his instinctive display of affection towards Delia, Chen Yu had already found the answer within himself. Delia had assimilated the fruit of a world tree. Although it bore no elemental or law-based powers, her status had risen to an unprecedented level, blessed by the world tree and the supreme sacred land. Her potential now stood merely half a tier below that of the primordial fairies. What a fortunate being, Xiaowang remarked, her lips curling in a slight grin as she settled on Chen Yu's shoulder, falling silent thereafter. Since you have a mature plan in place, I entrust you with the task of luring the enemy, Chen Yu stated. Within the next 2 days, draw in as many as you can. The forces at my disposal are yours to command. My lord, may I inquire about the extent of the forces you can deploy? Delia asked. Approximately 6,000 second-tier legends, among which over 500 possess combat capabilities significantly surpassing their peers, Chen Yu replied. Additionally, there are nearly 100,000 second-tier epics. After nurturing them over the past few days, the recently acquired plant life seeds from Tunglong University have all matured into epic-level beings. Those that consumed abundantly have evolved into legendary forms. Some parasitic dandelions and energy-collecting sunflowers have also advanced to legendary status. The bloodthirsty demon spirits evolved from the parasitic dandelion's attack by dispersing seeds as fine as dust, which latch onto target creatures and siphon their life force until depleted. Bloodthirsty demon spirits, much like gluttonous demon spirits, excel at seizing nourishment. Although their consumption rate cannot match the gluttonous demon spirit's voraciousness, they easily outperform thorn demon spirits. The floating light demon spirits evolved from energy-collecting sunflowers' function as ranged units. Their energy storage capacity surpasses that of any other plant life, continuously accumulating energy within their forms until overflowing. Their attack methods involve unleashing high-energy beams and small seed bombs, effective for single-target and area damage, respectively. They embody a pure glass cannon unit, possessing damage capabilities that exceed that of abyss thorn demon spirits, rivaling even the massive plant species like the cloud-wrapping vine. However, their melee capabilities are weaker than even lily demon spirits, falling short of thorn demon spirits and gluttonous demon spirits in their epic forms. Is that sufficient for your needs? Chen Yu inquired after detailing the combat strength of his forces. Delia trembled slightly, exclaiming, My lord, with such a formidable lineup, I need not devise any elaborate schemes. I could effortlessly crush the enemy directly. The Heradric royal city within this instance bore little resemblance to the high-stakes ranking competition. During the ranking tournament, Chen Yu had already been capable of sweeping across the entire map and defeating 2 major avatars of the demon gods, not to mention his current prowess. If he were to be placed in the earlier ranking competition instance now, he could probably deploy his legions and take a nap, clearing the entire instance without requiring the primordial fairies to lift a finger. Let us commence, Chen Yu commanded, unleashing nearly 1,000 legendary plant life beings to follow Delia's instructions, while he cradled 7 little dwarves, trailing behind to observe the spectacle. Delia led the army of plant life out of the secret chamber. Within the palace, a sense of chaos reigned. Soldiers patrolled restlessly, traversing between various structures. Every possible hiding spot was meticulously searched. Xiaoyan, observing these soldiers, felt a surge of curiosity and flew atop one soldier's helmet, gently tapping it while asking, What are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you. Who? The soldier blinked in surprise. With a sudden furrow of his brow, he glanced left and right, yet discerned no signs of any strangers. His face turned pale with alarm, and he hastily inquired of his fellow soldiers, Did you hear any sounds? We did. But there's no one around. The soldiers accompanying him were equally startled, believing they had encountered a ghost. Wait, look. One soldier, upon raising his head, finally spotted Xiaoyan. Cautiously, he beckoned the remaining comrades and pointed towards her. Hello. Xiaoyan beamed a harmless and endearing smile, waving at him. What is this? The soldier queried, perplexed. A little sprite. How could such a creature be found in the palace? Perhaps it's a lost little sprite. One soldier's eyes gleamed with avarice. After all, such creatures were favored pets among the nobility. Capturing her would surely fetch a handsome price. Yes, let us catch her. Several soldiers, elated, extended their hands in an attempt to seize Xiaoyan. Pouting her lips in feigned anger, Xiaoyan brandished her tiny fists at the soldiers. You actually intend to sell me? I shall deal with you. Ha ha. One soldier guffawed. Did you hear that? She claims she wants to deal with us. Little one, come along with us, and we shall find you a good home. You dare to deceive me. You are utterly vile. Xiaoyan, now more incensed, flew directly in front of the soldier who spoke, raising her tiny palm. Ha ha ha. The soldier chuckled, pointing to his helmet. Aren't you going to hit me? Come, give it a try. You said it yourself, haha. With an excited grin, Xiaoyan brought down her palm with force. A resounding crash echoed as the soldier was abruptly reduced to a quagmire. Enemy attack. We are under siege. The remaining soldiers were struck by terror, retreating hastily while shouting loudly. Yet, no response echoed back. The patrols, once numerous, seemed to have vanished entirely. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of slender maidens. What is happening? Where did these women come from? Where have all the men gone? While pondering, one maiden stealthily approached. Just as a soldier was about to speak, a green vine emerged from behind the girl. She smiled sweetly, and the vine instantly blossomed into a gigantic carnivorous flower. Its vibrant petals bore rows of razor-sharp, glistening teeth. A sweet aroma wafted from the flower's core. The soldier, entranced, wandered towards the eerie flower, as if it were the very embodiment of his desires. Then, with a leap, he plunged into its depths. The enormous flower promptly closed, its petals writhing as the sounds of flesh tearing and bones shattering filled the air. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the palace. After the death of the captain of the guards, the queen, no longer willing to trust the palace guards, replaced them entirely with elite soldiers she had brought with her. However, 1,000 third-tier elite warriors were utterly insufficient against the thousands of legendary plant beings. Or rather, they were simply not enough to satiate their hunger. In the opulent palace, the queen sat upon her throne, issuing commands. The former king remained ignored beside her. Almost every few minutes, soldiers rushed into the palace to report to the queen. Yet, with each report, her expression darkened further. "Your Majesty, another wave of soldiers has departed," she said, stepping closer to the old king. "Please tell me, where has the princess gone?" "I do not know," the old king replied, appearing indifferent. "The princess's handmaidens are wreaking havoc in the royal city, harming the loyal." "All in your name," the queen stated, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Harming the loyal?" The old king scoffed. "You need not elaborate. Delia never informs me of her actions." The queen frowned, falling silent. Born into a prominent noble family of the Steward Empire, the Snowfield giant city was the domain of her lineage. In truth, with the might of the Steward Empire, conquering the Heretic Kingdom would be effortless. However, if war were to break out, the lands and resources acquired would belong to the Empire. Covertly infiltrating and controlling the Heretic Kingdom would allow it to become her personal garden, providing resources for her and her family. Now, as success seemed imminent, unforeseen complications arose. She understood that this was the last stand of Princess Delia and the old king. Yet, the extent of the enemy's numbers and their strength remained shrouded in mystery, filling her with profound unease. "Your Highness." At that moment, a soldier rushed into the palace. "There has been an incident. Most of the soldiers in the palace have inexplicably disappeared. Apart from those around your palace, we cannot find a single soldier." "What? Disappeared inexplicably?" the queen gasped. The elite soldiers she had brought back to the palace, combined with the reinforcements from the battlefield, constituted a force much stronger than the previous royal city. How could such a formation have silently eliminated the majority of her forces? Hours earlier, when Princess Delia had vanished, the elite guards assigned to her were all slain, leading her to feel she had underestimated Delia. Now, it appeared her judgment had once again faltered. Just how formidable was the power wielded by Princess Delia? At that moment, outside the grand palace doors, Delia, adorned in a flowing white gown, entered slowly. Behind her trailed hundreds of maidens and dozens of oddly dressed girls. "You dare to appear before me?" The queen's expression turned icy. "Seize her." In an instant, dozens of third-tier warriors and more than 10 fourth-tier ones surged from the corners of the palace towards Delia. However, the maidens behind Delia displayed extraordinary strength. Those dressed peculiarly even glowed red, transforming into demonic forms. Before long, they had dispatched all the elite fighters within the queen's palace. The queen, terrified, clutched her emblematic tome tightly. "Fear not," Delia said calmly. "I shall not lay a hand upon you. I grant you one day to vacate my kingdom. Otherwise, you shall never leave." With that, Delia turned with her handmaidens and exited the palace. The queen's face shifted through myriad emotions. Moments later, she opened the page of her tome containing the communication emblem. 5,000 legendary plant beings had completely besieged the palace. In the span of one day, Delia had provoked the queen, and 5 waves of elite forces had attempted to breach the palace. The most formidable wave consisted of a level 250 bronze boss, accompanied by 10 level 200 bronze bosses and dozens of level 200 elites. Though their formation was formidable, they were ultimately no match for the 5,000 legendary plant beings and the 200 abyssalized legendary plant beings assaulting them. They never even breached the palace walls before being transformed into nutrient-rich compost. After a day and a half, the army that had attacked the Dragon City returned to the royal city, albeit with significantly reduced numbers compared to when they had set out. Some of these forces had been redirected from various main cities, already returning to their respective strongholds along the way. Even so, their total strength exceeded 20,000. Awaiting them were over 90,000 ravenous epic plant beings, poised at the edge of the instance. As the armies entered attack range, they surged forth, swiftly concluding the battle. The queen within the palace was consumed by terror, her heart heavy with despair, as she attempted to use the teleportation emblem to escape. However, Delia had anticipated this. The maidens lying in ambush swiftly interrupted her, seizing her tome. To Chen Yu, the queen represented the final monster of this instance. Defeating her and extracting every last resource would signify the end of the instance. Dungeon settlement complete. Dungeon difficulty, real. Dungeon completion, 100. Dungeon exploration, 500. Overall evaluation, SSS. Rewards, 150,000 gold, 130,000 experience points, 500 free attribute points, 100 skill points, 3 legendary dungeon chests, 2nd tier, 1 legendary dungeon chest, 3rd tier, 1 legendary dungeon chest, 4th tier, Goodness, the rewards are extraordinary. Chen Yu marveled as he perused the dungeon settlement screen. This particular dungeon undoubtedly boasted the highest yield among all the dungeons he had ever completed. A remarkable 500 free attribute points and 100 skill points were granted, along with a total of 5 legendary dungeon chests. However, upon further reflection, it was not entirely surprising. This dungeon imposed no level restrictions, and even 4th-tier bronze bosses had made an appearance, more than one, in fact. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the rewards to align with the standards of a 4th-tier dungeon. Once the settlement interface vanished, Chen Yu received another notification. Notice, as this dungeon is a one-time instance, it will be destroyed post-settlement. Notice, dungeon destruction in progress. The dark preparation interface of the dungeon shattered like glass. Chen Yu found himself appearing in a mysterious realm. Wait, where am I? Chen Yu observed the vast wilderness surrounding him. Before him loomed a hazy, light blue vortex. After a few flickers, the light blue vortex transformed into gray, subsequently disintegrating into strands of gray filaments that vanished from sight. Wasn't I entering the dungeon in the crypt of the Heraldric Guardian? Why am I here now? Could it be that the hallmark of a one-time dungeon is that the entrance and exit are not in the same location? As Chen Yu pondered, Chen Yu suddenly materialized. You're finally out. We must hurry. This place is no longer safe. The little girl's expression was fraught with urgency as she grasped Chen Yu's hand and conjured a golden character with a wave of her other hand. The character lifted her and Chen Yu, propelling them swiftly away. What are you doing? Chen Yu shouted against the oncoming gusts of wind. Just look for yourself. The little girl pointed to the sky. Chen Yu raised his gaze. The heavens of the secret realm were riddled with intricate cracks, with lower fissures extending ominously toward the ground. Simultaneously, the upper fractures erupted, revealing a scene of dark, desolate void. Chapter 234. The little girl asks for a hug. The secret realm space was in a state of continuous fragmentation. Shards resembling mirrors, akin to paper shreds torn by a shredder, were being sucked into the boundless void. What is happening here? Why has it become like this? Chen Yu inquired. His curiosity piqued. The apocalyptic spectacle would have likely terrified an ordinary adventurer, yet for Chen Yu, it was of little consequence. His world tree heart and the world tree itself created far greater disturbances when they acted. Moreover, he thrived even in the void, where time and space held no meaning. Such a degree of spatial collapse could hardly instill fear in him. You're asking me? The little girl glanced back at Chen Yu with a frown. Please. I'm just a mere 7th-tier practitioner. How could I possibly understand the principles behind the fragmentation of this realm? All I know is that we need to flee. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out. The ground ahead collapsed abruptly, as countless clods of earth and rubble plummeted into the void, becoming nothingness. Dense cracks in space surged from the ground, reaching skyward. No words could better encapsulate the scene than the earth falling and the heavens collapsing. Attention! I'm about to accelerate. Hold on tight, and don't let go. The little girl's expression turned serious. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu unceremoniously wrapped his arms around the delicate waist of the little girl. Swiftly, the little girl urged. The golden runes beneath their feet blazed brightly. Their speed surged dramatically, transforming them into a golden streak of light as they rushed toward the exit of the secret realm. The fragmentation of space accelerated further. Cracks surged from all directions, resembling streaks of black lightning. The golden light wove between the fissures with the precision of a tightrope walker. Nearby, fragments of space erupted intermittently, the violent impacts gradually sapping Chen Yu's strength. She hastily altered their trajectory, ascending in height. However, the descending fissures above had already spread, nearly merging with those rising from the ground. Darn it! Why is it collapsing so quickly? Chen Yu cursed, hastening their speed. At that moment, a rift in space unexpectedly appeared beside Chen Yu. A small fragment of space detonated, unleashing a powerful maelstrom. Deflect. Chen Yu hastily conjured a gray rune. The maelstrom collided with the rune, causing it to shatter instantly. Shao Kong. Assist. Chen Yu immediately summoned Shao Kong. With a flicker, Shao Kong positioned herself before Chen Yu. The spatial maelstrom struck her, transforming from a high-pressure jet into a gentle stream of water, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Can you teleport or shift instantaneously? Chen Yu inquired. Not possible, Shao Kong replied. This space has completely disintegrated, leaving only disordered fragments. It's impossible to employ orderly spatial skills in this environment. Can you stabilize the space? That should be feasible, right? Chen Yu asked again. Absolutely. Shao Kong perched on Chen Yu's shoulder. A peculiar ripple emanated from her form, spreading outward. The rate of spatial fragmentation around them immediately diminished. Many minor cracks were even directly smoothed out. Master, hurry. I can't sustain this for long. Despite being an original spatial spirit, Shao Kong's current strength was insufficient to support such a vast realm of the secret space. Swift meteor rush. Chen Yu once more inscribed a golden rune. The golden rune fused with the symbols beneath their feet, enhancing their speed. Fortunately, the expanse of the secret realm was not extensive. With Chen Yu exerting herself to the utmost, they soon escaped to the exit. At this moment, the light blue vortex serving as the exit was already surrounded by spatial cracks. The golden streak enveloping Chen Yu and Chen Yu surged into the light blue vortex. After traversing a bizarre passage of the secret realm, a vibrant blue sea and sky unfolded before Chen Yu's eyes. Below lay the desolate island they had departed from, the sea breeze carrying a salty scent to his nostrils, while the waves crashed against the shore with a rhythmic roar. Finally, we're out. The golden runes dissipated, and Chen Yu collapsed into Chen Yu's embrace. The straight-line distance from their entry point to the exit of the secret realm was merely around 40 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, such a distance would not warrant a single breath. However, in that perilous environment, it felt more exhausting than facing a 7th-tier bronze boss alone. Chen Yu cradled Chen Yu, invoking the heart of the cloud vine to gently lower them to the ground. Teacher Yun, Junior Chen, how splendid. You're safe. Over a dozen students immediately surrounded them. The 7th-tier mentors involved in the development of the secret realm and their students were still present on the desolate island. Having not departed, upon witnessing the safe return of Chen Yu and Chen Yu, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yu summoned a lily spirit, allowing Chen Yu to rest upon the soft, fragrant petals, then infused her with vitality. There's no need for healing. I'm unharmed. It's merely a drain on my spirit. Just let me rest for a bit. Chen Yu waved her hand dismissively, eyes closed. Understood. Chen Yu ceased infusing vitality into Chen Yu, adjusting the angle of the lily spirit's flower to ensure she found a comfortable sitting position. Sister, are you really all right? At that moment, a gentleman clad in a Confucian robe approached, his demeanor gentle yet tinged with concern. Although she had narrowly escaped peril, Chen Yu expressed her lingering trepidation. Previously, within the secret realm, a tumultuous spatial current had threatened her. Had it not been for the small space being used as a shield, she would have likely suffered grievous injuries, if not death. The necessity of consuming precious life-saving items and healing supplies to preserve her life weighed heavily on her mind, for a misstep could have resulted in her demise. Thus, this venture could yield no profit, but rather a significant loss. Calm. The man in the Confucian robe inscribed a pale blue rune in the air. The rune transformed into a stream of light, encircling Chen Yu, before returning to his hand. He then nodded with a reassuring smile. With this, I am at ease. A dozen 7th-tier mentors stepped forward, inquiring about Chen Yu's condition. It was evident that these individuals shared a close rapport with her. The collapse of a secret realm was no trifling matter. The mentors had already reported the incident to the Empire, which would dispatch personnel for investigation and resolution. Consequently, the mentors and students present did not hasten their departure. Chun Shueti, accompanied by Liaolu, approached Chen Yu with a subtly bashful smile. You seem to be in rather poor condition. May I assist you with some healing? As she spoke, Liaolu knelt, patting her plump thigh. Chen Yu longed to inform her that it was Chen Yu who required treatment, not himself. However, in light of her white stockings, he relented, reclining with his head resting upon her neatly gathered knees. Liaolu gently placed her hands upon Chen Yu's head, a milky luminescence flowing from her palms. A warm sensation enveloped him, and he comfortably closed his eyes, reasoning that there was little to see above him anyway. What have you been up to during this time? Liaolu inquired as she cast her spell. I heard you completed the dungeon quest in just a few days, yet you vanished for over 2 months. Everyone has been quite worried about you. Over 2 months? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Had such a span truly elapsed? His time within the disposable reality dungeon had only lasted 6 days. Even counting from his entry into the secret realm, it should not have exceeded half a month. How could 2 months have passed? Indeed, Liaolu replied. Mentor Yin mentioned that you entered a hidden dungeon. Several mentors had already departed midway. Just yesterday, a great earthquake struck the secret realm, leading to its collapse. Mentor Yun instructed us to follow the other mentors out, while she remained behind to await your return. Thankfully, you both returned safely. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Liaolu placed a hand upon her chest, her expression betraying her relief. Chen Yu sensed something hovering above his eyes, akin to soft clouds that intermittently obscured and revealed the sun. I did enter a hidden dungeon, where I lingered for some time, he admitted. The reality dungeon did not alter the flow of time. The time discrepancy was likely related to his series of reckless actions. Thank you, Senior. I feel much better now. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yu sat up, only to bump his head against something. Fortunately, it was not painful. No need to thank me, Liaolu chuckled softly, covering her mouth. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. I will ensure your recovery. I shall take you up on that. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow at the senior in white stockings. In truth, if it were in a more private setting, he would not mind her providing him with extended healing. Perhaps it was the resemblance between her image and that of the mature version of the world tree that made him feel at ease with her. Junior, I can help you too, piped in a nearby senior with tattered clothing, eager to join in the mischief. Liaolu cast a half-lidded glance at Feng Ruo, poking her shoulder, which elicited a pained grimace from her. Chen Yu noted that this senior, who usually eschewed proper attire, was today wrapped in bandages that covered 2/3 of her body. Feng Senior, what happened to you? He could not help but ask. I wandered into a restricted area, Liaolu interjected, and nearly lost my life. All my life-saving items and supplies have been exhausted. I was merely curious, Feng Ruo replied sheepishly. I had no idea the monsters in that temple were so formidable. The temple? What temple? Did you discover a hidden map? Chen Yu inquired, intrigued. The prohibited areas on the map were not entirely blank. The 7th-tier powerhouses had already explored the vast majority of the Secret Realms maps, allowing students to engage in dungeon quests. Chen Yu recalled that these restricted zones housed advanced monsters and powerful bosses, which did not stray from their designated areas. The 7th-tier mentors had opted not to expend energy clearing them, thus they remained intact. Notably, there was no temple terrain among them. Feng Ruo continued. I wanted to sneak in and see if there were any wild treasures. Unfortunately, I was exposed and pursued by 2 6th-tier bosses. Thankfully, even more terrifying entities did not intervene. Otherwise, I would have truly perished. To have survived the pursuit of 2 6th-tier bosses, how impressive. Chen Yu commended, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive? Hardly. I lost everything, including my undergarments. I was left with only a resurrection item. Otherwise, I would have been utterly destitute. Feng Ruo lamented. Fear not. For those who survive great calamity will surely find fortune. Even if one scatters a fortune, it can be regained. Feng Sr. will undoubtedly experience good luck. Chen Yu reassured her. Thank you for your kind words, Junior. Feng Ruo had initially intended to tease Chen Yu for amusement, but upon recounting her sorrowful tale, her spirits plummeted, and she walked away in silence. Must you all be so reckless? Came the dissatisfied voice of a little girl, who had nearly faced death herself while another almost brought her demise as well. Thank you, dear mentor. Chen Yu expressed sincerely. The little girl had risked her own safety, waiting at the dungeon's entrance amidst the collapsing secret realm, which deeply moved him. Do less foolhardy things, she warned, glaring at Chen Yu. This is for you. From his palm, a scarlet flower bloomed, a higanbana, which he had kept with him. It appears rather exquisite, the little girl remarked as she accepted the flower. Higanbana, quality, effect, description, a flower that blooms by the riverbank of the 3rd map, alongside the path of the underworld, guiding the deceased back to their truest selves, leading them to the other shore. Upon reviewing its attributes, the little girl's expression darkened. Are you cursing me? I mean, can't you do anything more appropriate? Chen Yu lightly brushed the higanbana. Take another look. Half convinced, the little girl scrutinized the flower's properties once more. Higanbana, quality, divine myth effect, suppresses souls. Can withstand 1 instance of soul damage not exceeding its quality. Description 1. A flower that blooms by the riverbank of the 3rd map, alongside the path of the underworld, guiding the deceased back to their truest selves, leading them to the other shore. Description 2. A fragment of a certain magnificent being. Holding this flower signifies having gained its favor, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Upon comprehending its significance, the little girl's countenance shifted dramatically. She quickly shoved the higanbana into Chen Yu's clothing, whispering urgently, You fool. Do you genuinely not comprehend? Such an item is coveted even by table level and profound level powerhouses. Quickly, keep it safe. Do not flaunt it again, understand? Just the ability to stabilize a soul is a treasure sought after by countless powerful beings. And the capacity to withstand soul damage of lesser quality is nothing short of terrifying. Do you grasp the implications? The garbled attributes remain indecipherable, underscoring their enigmatic nature, far surpassing her current realm of comprehension. Much like a summer insect incapable of conversing about ice, she is unworthy of engaging with such elevated beings. Even if Chen Yu were to willingly unveil aspects to her, she would still struggle to grasp the entirety of the content. As a 7th-tier practitioner, and indeed one of the finest, she herself embodies a legendary caliber, akin to a bronze boss. Mythical and even dreamlike levels lie within her realm of accessibility and understanding. Yet this flower of the other shore, although merely a 2nd-tier mythical grade, possesses functionalities that extend beyond the dreamlike echelon. Who knows what the situation is with that grand entity mentioned in the description? Moreover, possessing this flower signifies receiving the favor of such an exalted being. What immense fortune this entails. You saved my life. Does it not permit me to repay you in some measure? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. This flower of the other shore is born from the essence of the path to rebirth. Theoretically, it is on par with the primordial spirit status, yet in reality, its essence is far inferior to that of the primordial spirit. The status of the path to rebirth slightly surpasses that of the world tree, and its growth characteristics afforded a far greater quantity of essence than the world tree. Given the essence quantity of the path to rebirth, it is likely that a blue star inhabitant holding one would not disrupt its fundamental nature. Thus, for the path to rebirth, it is not considered particularly precious. Unlike the world tree, where the loss of a single fruit would cause unbearable anguish, beyond its superficial functions. The greatest attribute of this flower is its ability to mark souls. Should Chen Yu perish, the path to rebirth has the capacity to resurrect her perfectly. How one treats me, I shall return in kind. Chen Yu is willing to fight for him. Thus, he must ensure that no entity can take her life. Chapter 236. The changes in the secret realm induced by the butterfly effect regarding Chen Yu's offer of recompense. Chen Yu clearly did not concur. As a mentor at Tinglong University, it is my duty to protect my students. Furthermore, You are exceptional. When you encounter danger, not only I, but any mentor would exert every effort to rescue you. Such a treasure, it would serve you better to keep than to bestow upon me. Observing the earnest little girl, Chen Yu chuckled as he ruffled her hair. What, do you think this is the only one? A plethora of vibrant red flowers of the other shore blossomed around Chen Yu. The little girl widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth agape. This is my first time gifting flowers to a girl. Are you truly going to reject me? Chen Yu spoke earnestly, plucking one of the flowers and taking her small hand to place it gently within her palm. He then stuffed an unwrapped lollipop into her still-parted mouth. After a prolonged moment, the little girl numbly stored the flower into her inventory. Upon sensing food in her mouth, she instinctively sampled it, only to find herself licking the plastic wrapper of the candy. What a pervert. At least you have filial piety. The little girl shot Chen Yu a flirtatious glare before unwrapping the lollipop and began to relish it joyfully. Isn't this just right? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yu pinched the little girl's chubby, tender cheek. She made no effort to resist. Chen Yu found the texture delightful, so he continued with the other hand, increasing his grip. It wasn't until the little girl's sunny demeanor began to cloud, seemingly poised to retaliate against him, that he reluctantly ceased. Ahem, by the way, esteemed mentor, Chen Yu said with a serious tone, how did you locate the exit of the instance? Although this was a diversion to prevent the little girl from becoming violent, it was indeed a question Chen Yu was eager to clarify. The entrance to a one-time instance lies within the tomb of the heraldic guardian. He anticipated that finishing the instance would lead to an appearance in the wilderness. How did Chen Yu find it? Isn't that simple? Chen Yu glared at Chen Yu fiercely, rubbing her stiff and aching face. You have the map I sent you, allowing for precise location tracking. While inside the instance, I cannot pinpoint your location, but I can find the spot where your signal disappeared. There was nothing at that location, only that one-time instance. You weren't within the instance. Could you have flown? Wait. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Are you saying I entered the instance at that location? Exactly. Chen Yu nodded. A one-time instance is indeed still an instance. The entry and exit are at the same point, though the portal will be destroyed once the instance concludes. During the operation of the instance, the portal's position cannot change. This is common knowledge and an ironclad rule. Given this, it does seem rather peculiar. Chen Yu had initially thought that one-time instances differed from regular instances in that the entry and exit locations would alter. It now appeared that this was not the case. If the instance's location did not change, then perhaps the topology of the instance did? The collapse of the secret realm and changes in terrain are not uncommon occurrences. Mentor Yun, where have the indigenous people gone? Chen Yu recalled that upon leaving the instance, he had not observed any trace of the indigenous inhabitants. Moreover, it appeared they had not been taken away by the 7th-tier mentors. The indigenous people? Chen Yu paused slightly. The heraldic guardians, Chen Yu prompted. Are you referring to those bosses surrounding the temple? Chen Yu asked, puzzled. What do you care about them for? What, are you like Feng Rao? Concerned about them and planning to reap some benefits? Those fellows are all at least 5th-tier boss units. Even I wouldn't dare to charge in recklessly. You should save your efforts. Don't let Feng Rao lead you astray. The temple? Bosses? Chen Yu was somewhat bewildered. The heraldic guardians did not possess a temple. Furthermore, their strength was quite feeble. The strongest among them had not even reached 5th-tier boss status. Mentor Yun, I was referring to the indigenous city-states you previously introduced to me. The ones you advised me to visit. When did I ever introduce you to indigenous city-states? Chen Yu's large eyes brimmed with confusion. In this secret realm, aside from the monsters we cleared out earlier, there are only the 3 great temples. Those that can be considered indigenous are merely the bosses congregating around these 3 temples. That is to say, the heraldic guardians you inquired about. Beyond that, there are no other indigenous people. Those beings are exceedingly dangerous, attacking all creatures that approach the temple. I suffered greatly. How could I possibly allow you to go? My apologies, perhaps I misremembered. Please disregard that. Chen Yu smiled lightly. He then delved his consciousness into the supreme holy land, reaching out to the world tree. You have been observing the circumstances surrounding me, correct? Indeed, master. The world tree replied. From your perspective, how long have I spent since finishing the one-time instance? A little over 6 days, the world tree responded, to be precise. 152 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. However, upon exiting the instance, I sensed a loss of time. Chen Yu continued. Do you recall the heraldic guardians? Of course. The world tree affirmed, but only prior to entering the instance. After leaving the instance, I completely lost any sense of their presence. This is not my area of expertise. The path to rebirth should have a clearer understanding. Chen Yu immediately connected with the path to rebirth. What do you know about this? I have collected information regarding their existence. The path to rebirth replied. Most of them ceased to exist shortly after you left the instance. A small portion still remains, but their powers have been slightly augmented. When you say slightly augmented, do you mean they transformed from 2nd or 3rd-tier minions into 5th or 6th-tier bosses? Chen Yu's expression twitched. Some have even become 7th-tier silver bosses. The path to rebirth elaborated. Well then, what are your thoughts? Chen Yu inquired. The path to rebirth conveyed, according to our understanding. This is likely a consequence of your alteration of causality. In fact, the emergence of this secret realm is attributable to you. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Your implication is that my initial release of Delia altered the course of history, leading to the emergence of this enigmatic realm. Subsequently, my second release of Delia once again disrupted the causal chain, resulting in the enhancement of the heraldric guardians within this domain. Is that correct? Indeed. The path of reincarnation responds affirmatively. However, this remains a mere superficial conjecture. The fabric of causality is inherently complex. Yet for you, such complexities hold no significance, as you are not bound by the constraints of conventional rules. Therefore, the deeper underlying reasons elude our comprehension. Very well, Chen Yu ceased his contemplation, resigning himself to the notion that it is merely the butterfly effect unleashed by Delia's liberation. In Chapter 237, Sweet Treats and Blossoms, the adorable lowly lures you home. As Chen Yu closed his eyes in deep thought, the observant Feng Rao stealthily approached Yun Chen Yu, extending her hand in an attempt to emulate Chen Yu by pinching Yun Chen Yu's cheek. Just as she was on the verge of success, Yun Chen Yu abruptly raised her small hand, seizing Feng Rao by the nape of her neck and executing a swift throw that sent her flying. With a splash, an unusual wave surged forth along the coastline. Giggles erupted from the nearby senior sister in white silk, who, concealing herself, turned away to stifle her laughter, trembling uncontrollably. The towering peaks quivered as though shaken by an earthquake. Senior sister, are you all right? Chen Yu inquired with concern. The force of gravity seemed particularly unkind to the senior sister in white silk. Ah, I'm fine, Liala replied, lifting her gaze with remnants of a smile still gracing her face. However, upon noticing Chen Yu's gaze, her cheeks rapidly flushed crimson. Chen, Jr. The damp Feng Rao appeared beside Chen Yu, her voice tinged with melancholy. How did you manage to win over our little teacher Yun? There was no sign of it at all. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Perhaps it was simply through sweet treats and flowers. The approach of feeding seemed effective only on faux lotus. The likes of Yun Chen Yu, Yun Bai Yu, and the diminutive figure in the black robe showed no resistance to such offerings. If the target were to shift to true maidens like Su Miaoyu, Yuan Shao, or Min Hongyi, they would likely label you insane and spit in your direction. Senior Feng, you entered the temple at that time, didn't you? Chen Yu asked. Indeed, Feng Rao affirmed. Could you describe the scenes within the temple? Chen Yu continued. Certainly. Feng Rao responded, handing him a towel while speaking in a delicate tone. But, Junior, I'm all soaked. Could you assist me? You must dry every inch properly. All right, no problem, Chen Yu replied, extending his hand. A transparent flame manifested in his palm as he exhaled gently towards Feng Rao. A blaze flickered over her, and in less than half a second, the drenched Feng Rao was left perfectly dry. Senior Feng, is that sufficient? Why yes, it's fine, Feng Rao stammered, her eyelids and mouth twitching. Ah, well, to be honest, I didn't delve too deeply. I was merely in the outer hall meant for the priests when I was discovered. There were no treasures in that hall designated for the priests. However, the object of their worship was quite peculiar. Instead of a statue, it was a painting, a remarkable one at that. A painting? Chen Yu's interest was piqued. He promptly sketched two curves on the ground, asking, is it something like this? No, not at all. Feng Rao shook her head, producing a scroll which she handed to Chen Yu. This is what I recorded after my escape. Initially, I thought this item would be of great use for tackling high-difficulty dungeons or completing tasks within the temple. Yet, not long after, the realm collapsed, rendering my efforts pointless. Chen Yu accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The central focus of the painting depicted a majestic tree with sprawling branches. Beneath the tree knelt a diminutive figure clad in white, while before her loomed a faint human shape. To the right of the scroll was a patch of reddish, fluffy substance resembling a cluster of flowers. To the left lay a multitude of simplistic human forms. This is merely a simplistic representation based on my memory, Feng Rao explained. The actual sight was utterly breathtaking. Despite being merely a painting, it evoked an overwhelming urge to prostrate myself, as if I were insignificantly small. It's difficult to articulate. Have you ever encountered our esteemed president at Tinglong University? The legendary demigod, the Flower Yuan Emperor. At that moment, I felt that this painting was even more terrifying than the Flower Yuan Emperor. It was because of this painting that I inadvertently revealed my presence and was discovered by those guardians. Understood. Thank you, Senior Feng, Chen Yu replied. Based on Feng Rao's depiction and sentiments, the image enshrined in the temple was, with 99 certainty, a representation of the transcendent sacred land. This creation could only have originated from Delia. Perhaps due to an elevation in her status, her abstract artistry had transformed into realism. Even Chen Yu could be rendered in a hazy manner. What confounded Chen Yu was the mystery surrounding the tribulations Delia faced in the years prior to his birth, which led to the shattering of her world, causing fragments to fall into the Blue Star realm and giving rise to this secret domain, whose tomb were the heraldric guardians safeguarding. It surely could not be Delia's, for she remained very much alive, a certainty that could not be contested. A bold hypothesis emerged. The tomb that the heraldric guardians protected was none other than the grave of the heraldric civilization itself, a guardian of the remnants of that civilization. This notion was not without its foundations. The Book of Emblems had mentioned witnessing the rise of a great civilization, which should refer to the Heraldric civilization birthed by Delia. The crux of Chen Yu's confusion resided precisely here. The alterations of the secret realm indicated that his release of Delia could indeed instigate a butterfly effect, altering reality. After the second release of Delia, she, endowed with the supreme sacred land and the grace of Chen Yu, along with the stature bestowed by the world tree, would undoubtedly evolve into an extraordinarily formidable entity. Reflecting upon the events, it was unsurprising that Chen Yu found himself appearing anywhere after exiting the dungeon. What was peculiar, however, was that he had materialized within the secret realm. This suggested that even as an existence akin to the primordial spirits, Delia remained incapable of halting the decline of Heraldric civilization, nor could she avert the destruction of the world. As the creator of a magnificent civilization, Delia's power must have been immensely formidable. As the architect, leader, and deity of her civilization, she would not easily allow its decline through ennui. In other words, the factors leading to the demise of Heraldric civilization were external forces of an irresistible nature, forces that even a fully matured primordial spirit could not surmount. Chen Yu could only hope that he would encounter Heraldric-related dungeons in the future, allowing him to trace the trajectory and locate Delia, seeking to uncover the truth behind it all. Furthermore, he wished that these external forces would refrain from inexplicably assaulting the Blue Star realm in the near term. Junior, look. Feng Rao tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, gazing blankly at the sky. Chen Yu looked up to see that the blue vortex serving as the entrance to the secret realm had ceased its rotation, transforming into a smooth, flat mirror. Within the mirror, the scenes of the secret realm were visible. At that moment, the secret realm had been entirely engulfed by darkness, with only 3 colossal temples remaining huddled together. Strangely, regardless of the tumultuous spatial currents or the chaotic void crashing against them, the 3 temples stood resolutely undisturbed, like rocks steadfast amidst the tide. At that juncture, a diminutive bubble emerged from the darkness, slowly drifting toward the 3 temples. As the bubble drew closer, the onlookers realized it was an overwhelmingly vast miniature world. Moments later, the small world enveloped the 3 temples, crashing violently against the mirror. Chapter 238, The Fusion of the Secret Realm. An encounter with a great personage. A world descended upon them like a tremendous weight, unleashing an overwhelming force that struck terror into the hearts of all present, both mentors and apprentices alike. Fortunately, this miniature world did not breach the barriers to arrive in Blue Star. It merely shattered the mirror-like surface altered by the secret realm passage, obscuring their view of what lay beyond. Above the deserted island, the fragmented mirror remained shrouded in a dull gray haze, yet it did not vanish. Instead, at its very core, a faint blue halo began to swirl. The broken mirror gradually succumbed to this pale blue luminescence, slowly coalescing into a new azure vortex. What is happening? Is the secret realm passage reforming? Could this small world transform into a new secret realm? Chen Yu inquired of Chen Yu beside him. I am uncertain, Chen Yu replied, shaking her head in bewilderment. I have explored numerous secret realms, but I have never encountered a situation like today's. Not only Chen Yu, but all the 7th-tier mentors present were equally perplexed by the unfolding events. For the moment, it appeared that there was no immediate danger. However, most were reluctant to leave without further investigation. After conferring with the other 7th-tier mentors, Chen Yu decided to adhere to the original plan, awaiting the arrival of personnel from the Imperial Intelligence Department before making any decisions. After a day of waiting on the deserted island, a vessel adorned with a dragon emblem arrived. This was the official government spacecraft of the Tenglong Empire, carrying 2 7th-tier powerhouses and 8 scholars dedicated to researching the mechanisms of secret realms. Scholars and adventurers are fundamentally distinct. After thorough inquiries and investigations, they swiftly arrived at a definitive conclusion. The phenomenon of a secret realm fragmenting and subsequently being replaced by another is not an isolated incident. In professional terminology, this is referred to as the tendency-driven fusion of singular world fragments. In simpler terms, it describes how 2 fragments formed from the disintegration of the same world are drawn to each other under certain influences, colliding to form a new, larger world fragment. Typically, smaller world fragments are absorbed by larger ones. During the absorption process, fragments formed from the disintegration of a smaller world dissipate partially due to becoming spatial turbulence. The apocalyptic experience that Chen Yu and Chen Yu endured was, in essence, the process of a larger world fragment assimilating a smaller one. Once the fusion of fragments is complete, the secret realm passage will reopen. Thus, for the assembly of 7th-tier mentors, the secret realm was not annihilated but rather transformed into a more expansive one. Not only had the proverbial cooked duck not flown away, but they had also encountered a windfall. However, just as the 7th-tier mentors were reveling in their fortune, the scholars from the intelligence department doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Judging by the scale of the secret realm, its power levels had already reached the 8th tier. This group of 7th-tier mentors could not possibly contend with it. Furthermore, the duration required for the fusion of the secret realms remained undetermined. based on the current circumstances. It was inferred that the passage would not reopen for at least another year. Chen Yu and the 7th-tier mentors convened again, deciding to package the rights to explore and develop the secret realm for sale to the government while retaining their priority exploration qualifications. This was a lucrative deal. These mentors, being part of the official framework, could profit from the sale of the secret realm and, when it reopened, still enter as official personnel to glean the spoils following the forbidden powerhouses. Once the intelligence department ascertained the reasons behind the events, they reported the situation of the secret realm. The government swiftly dispatched a contingent of military personnel to guard the entrance of the secret realm passage. After the handover was complete, the 7th-tier mentors, along with their apprentices, embarked on their journey home. Upon returning to Tunglong University, the little girl exuberantly waved her tiny hand, distributing 100,000 credits equally to Chen Yu and Feng Rao. This was due to the report from the scholars in the intelligence department, indicating that Feng Rao's bold incursion into the shrine and Chen Yu's venture into a one-time dungeon were likely pivotal factors in triggering the attraction of world fragments, leading to the emergence of a larger secret realm. The sale of this grand secret realm had filled the little girl's coffers to overflowing, and her sweet smile never faltered throughout the journey. The excited Feng Rao lifted the little girl high and twirled her around, even planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. However, the little girl retaliated by grabbing her by the neck and tossing her into a tree, completing her achievement of hanging herself on the southeast branch. Chen Yu had contemplated attempting a similar stunt with the little girl, but, upon witnessing Feng Rao's fate, wisely chose to abstain. After bidding farewell to his mentors and classmates, Chen Yu returned to his quaint villa. As he entered, a small shadow blocked his path. "Is it you? I thought you had left me." Chen Yu crouched down, surprised to see the melancholic little girl. "Where else could I possibly go but to follow you?" The little girl seemed unperturbed about revealing her role as his bodyguard. "You are being negligent," Chen Yu exclaimed indignantly. "I nearly met my demise, you know. You are utterly incompetent. I must lodge a complaint. It's not my fault you chose to enter a tier-restricted secret realm. Why should I be held responsible?" The little girl shrugged nonchalantly. "After all, you wouldn't truly die. It's no issue to die occasionally." "Very well, then, what brings you to me? Is someone plotting against my girlfriend?" Chen Yu inquired. He was aware that the little girl could not enter the 7th-tier secret realm. He merely sought an opportunity to tease her. However, the little girl, a forbidden powerhouse who had lived for an eternity, had tasted far more than he had ever encountered and was clearly not easily fooled. "A person of great significance wishes to meet you," the little girl stated flatly. Chen Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. A great personage? Who could that be? Given that the little girl herself was a forbidden powerhouse, a figure she deemed great must surely be extraordinary. "You will find out once you go in." The little girl produced a gray crystal and crushed it in her hand. A white portal materialized before them. Direct teleportation? So ostentatious? Chen Yu marveled. Who is important enough to warrant such a display? "Step inside." The little girl gestured toward the portal. "You must tell me who awaits within." Chen Yu, in a futile attempt to bribe her, unwrapped a lollipop and tried to offer it to her. Enough of this nonsense. The little girl's eyes widened, and she spat the candy out, then grabbed Chen Yu and propelled him toward the portal with a swift kick. "Damn it, remember this." Chen Yu tumbled through the portal and landed awkwardly, vowing to find a chance to retaliate for today's kick. Rising to his feet and dusting himself off, he began to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a flourishing garden, bisected by a pristine stone pathway. Flowers bloomed vibrantly on either side, and as a gentle breeze caressed his face, a myriad of delicate fragrances enveloped him. The serene, idyllic atmosphere felt like a paradise, inviting one to dance freely among the blossoms. Following the path further, he soon stepped out of the flower-laden area into the ominous void ahead. Clearly, this was a fragment of space, or perhaps a small world. Chapter 239, The Enlightenment Elixir. The demigod Emperor of Blossoms. Surrounding him were no man-made structures, nor was there any sign of intelligent life. Chen Yu raised his voice, daring to inquire, "Is the master of this place present?" "I am Chen Yu, here to pay my respects." Moments later, he heard a rustling sound. Turning his gaze, he saw a young girl clad in a turquoise robe emerging from the flowers. With arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair was tied back in a refreshing ponytail, and she held a whisk in her hand. Though she donned the garb of a Taoist, her demeanor was gentle and endearing, reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. Chen Yu bowed slightly, clasping his hands in greeting. "I, Chen Yu, pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Before him stood a young maiden, seemingly devoid of any imposing presence, yet he was far too astute to naively presume she was merely a servant. In this world, those who judged others solely by appearances often met with dire fates. Moreover, even if she was not the principal figure, it would be wise to maintain a semblance of courtesy. "Ah, so it is you," the girl exclaimed, a hint of surprise flickering across her features. She brushed off the petals clinging to her attire and emerged from the floral thicket, scrutinizing Chen Yu with keen interest. Under her gaze, Chen Yu felt an unsettling shiver and instinctively took a step back. "Ahem, my esteemed predecessor summoned me, and I am curious to know what the matter is. Is it not permissible to wish to see you?" she replied, her bright smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. The vibrant sea of blossoms seemed to fade in comparison to her radiance. To see me? Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her implication. As a candidate with boundless potential, he had been recognized as someone who could shoulder great responsibilities in the future. It was not surprising that influential figures would desire his acquaintance. In fact, this was his first encounter with a person of such stature since his college entrance examinations, which felt rather extraordinary. Come, the maiden beckoned, taking Chen Yu's hand and leading him into the floral expanse. After a few steps, he noticed a square tile adorned with flowers and grass, upon which rested a gourd and several simple dishes. The girl picked up the gourd, extracted a delicate celadon cup, and poured a clear liquid into it, filling the cup to the brim. "Do have a taste," she offered, extending the cup towards Chen Yu. "Thank you." He accepted the cup without hesitation and drank deeply. The flavor was refreshing and elegant, imbued with a hint of alcohol and a trace of tea fragrance. The disparate tastes melded harmoniously, devoid of any discord. After consuming it, he felt nothing particularly unusual, no warm currents or sensations. Moments later, a series of notifications appeared. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 25 experience points. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 1,200 free attribute points. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 500 profession attributes. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 300 skill points. Notification: you have consumed a special food, achieving potential star level 2. By the heavens! Chen Yu exclaimed, astonished by the sudden influx of notifications. What kind of extraordinary treasure was this? A mere sip yielded such formidable benefits? It was even more outrageous than the sap of the world tree. Esteemed predecessor, I have a small request. Chen Yu spoke earnestly, his gaze fixated on the gourd in her hand. Would you like another cup? She inquired, playfully shaking the gourd, the liquid within producing a melodious chime against the wood. Chen Yu nodded eagerly. Are you certain? She pressed once more. Without hesitation, he affirmed with a vigorous nod. Such a delightful boon should not be squandered. She poured another cup and presented it to him. Chen Yu joyfully accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Lost in the thrill of his impending attribute surge, he failed to notice the mischievous smile that graced her lips. Moments later, new notifications emerged. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 25 experience points. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 300 to all base attributes. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 500 profession attributes. Notification: you have consumed a special food, gaining 300 skill points. Notification: you have consumed a special food, achieving potential star level 2. What the devil? Chen Yu gasped in disbelief as he opened the notification interface, his mind swirling with confusion at the sight of the diminishing numbers. The taste was identical to the previous cup, and the gourd from which the girl had poured was the same. Was he seeing things? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again at the notifications, confirming the negative values were indeed real. Would you like more? She asked, pouring yet another cup of the mysterious liquid. And no, I cannot. Chen Yu stammered in alarm. You requested it, and you shall drink it. The girl stepped forward, cup in hand. Chen Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable force binding him, rendering him motionless. She pried his mouth open and forcibly poured the liquid down his throat. After a brief moment, the binding force dissipated and new notifications chimed in. This time, rather than a reduction, he experienced a significant boost to his attributes, as it had been with the first cup. Is it truly so miraculous? Chen Yu was left speechless. He could ascertain that the liquid she had given him was undoubtedly the same substance. The first sip enhanced his attributes, while the second negated those gains. Drinking a third cup would restore those attributes, and another sip would likely erase them once more. The girl poured another cup. Chen Yu vigorously shook his head. Esteemed predecessor, please, no more. Such a heavenly treasure is beyond my humble capacity. Who said anything about you needing to bear it? She retorted, casting him an exasperated glance before consuming the contents of her own cup. This is a supreme enlightenment elixir. Offering it to you now is simply a waste. Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't meant for him, he was content. I heard you are a planter, the girl smiled. Might I see your plant life? Of course. Chen Yu summoned a thorn spirit. The girl gazed at the thorn spirit, lost in contemplation. Chen Yu stood to the side, refraining from interrupting her thoughts. After a considerable time, she patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and remarked, to break my college entrance examination record, you possess quite a skill. However, you still have a long way to go. Keep striving and do not grow complacent. Now, you may leave. With those words, she waved her hand, and a gentle force propelled Chen Yu backward. The world of blossoms abruptly vanished, and he found himself once more at the entrance of his small villa. Before him stood a sullen girl with half-closed eyelids and an expressionless demeanor. Did you meet her? The gloomy girl inquired flatly. I did, Chen Yu replied, unable to restrain his curiosity. But what was her true intention? The prominent figure had engaged in 3 actions, offering him 3 cups of tea, observing his thorn spirit, and delivering a cryptic statement. From her final remark, It seemed the girl in the Taoist robe had once held a significant ranking in the college entrance examinations of the Tunlong Empire. However, Chen Yu doubted her interest lay solely in seeing the individual who had shattered her record. She could have easily observed him without his knowledge. What do I know of the thoughts of great figures? The sullen girl scoffed. I was merely a messenger and did not accompany you inside. Well, fine. You must at least tell me her name, Chen Yu insisted. Very well, I shall inform you. The gloomy girl pointed skyward with utmost seriousness. That esteemed individual is one of the 12 heirs of the Tunlong Empire, a demigod, the Flower Fate Emperor, Dongfang Shi. She is also the president of your Tunlong University. Chapter 240. The possibility of conspiracy, the world's strongest providing personal protection. The president of Tunlong University? A demigod? An imperial heir? Even though the gloomy girl had previously mentioned that this was a person of great importance, Chen Yu could scarcely fathom the extent of her prominence. Demigods and beyond represent the pinnacle of power. True gods rarely intervene in the Blue Star world and seldom even appear within it. Their every action could spell massive destruction, and should two true gods clash on Blue Star, the planet would likely be left in ruins. Moreover, there was little of value on Blue Star that would warrant the attention of true god-level beings. Within the realm of Blue Star, demigods truly stood as the apex of power. There were 42 publicly recognized demigods, of which 17 belonged to the Tunlong Empire, including the illustrious Tunlong Emperor, who held the sacred position of the empire. In truth, while the Tunlong Empire had an emperor, the position was not hereditary. It served more as a symbol of status and power. Each emperor's reign must span no less than 100 years and no more than 1,000 years. Upon abdication, the new emperor is chosen from among the designated heirs, who are not necessarily the offspring or appointed successors of the former emperor. Instead, the heirs are the mightiest among the empire's elite warriors, distinguished by their exceptional prowess, unparalleled potential, and remarkable achievements. The number of heirs is fixed at 12. Following the emperor's abdication, both the emperor and the 12 heirs cast their votes to determine the rightful successor to the throne. In a world where power is paramount, the strong are often indifferent to authority. They prefer the pursuit of greater strength. Consequently, although the emperor wields the highest powers of the empire, they frequently adopt a hands-off approach, often abdicating responsibilities. Perhaps the original architects of this system foresaw such a scenario, as the subsequent governing bodies are meticulously structured to function autonomously, relieving the emperor of the burden of governance. Nonetheless, most powerful beings remain averse to the duties of the throne, fearing that political affairs may hinder their progress. The annals of the Tunlong Empire reveal a rather amusing phenomenon. Whenever an emperor has a legitimate reason to announce their resignation, some heirs mysteriously vanish or engage in various excuses, attempting to evade responsibility. The current head of the Tunlong Empire, Emperor Huayuan, is one such heir. She was poised to become the Tunlong Emperor in the latest succession, having garnered the highest number of votes upon the abdication of her predecessor. Yet, the very next day, she disappeared, along with 3 other heirs. In desperation, the emperor and the remaining heirs were compelled to conduct a new vote to select a successor, which was promptly followed by the transfer of the imperial authority. Furthermore, Emperor Huayuan is the previous record holder in the national examination ranking competition. Indeed, she is the one who scored over 1,000,000 points and possesses a talent for 100-fold damage. It is no exaggeration to declare that she is the true strongest being in the current world of Blue Star. Moreover, she is the only individual in the realm who, after ascending to demigod status, has publicly slain a fellow demigod of the same rank. Before Chen Yu revealed his talents, Emperor Huayuan was unequivocally recognized as the foremost genius in this world. Even with Chen Yu, who is widely regarded by the Tunlong Empire's elite as the most gifted, no one believed that his combat prowess at the same rank could surpass that of Emperor Huayuan. Even Chen Yu himself had to concede that, without resorting to hidden tactics, he might not be able to contend with her at their shared rank. After all, the 100-fold damage talent is exceedingly formidable. The strongest conventional forces under Chen Yu, namely Mayun Tongue and Abyss Demon Spirit, could easily dominate ordinary 4th-tier practitioners. If Emperor Huayuan were also a 2nd-tier practitioner, she could likely defeat a multitude with a single strike. What could have prompted Emperor Huayuan to seek me out alone? Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder. This situation is akin to a head of state personally meeting with a newly appointed clerk who just passed a public examination. Even if this clerk has an impressive background and excels in answering questions, destined to become a pillar of the nation, it still seems illogical. It's because of Leng Xiong, replied Sang Luoli. Leng Xiong? Chen Yu exclaimed, astonished. He had nearly forgotten that name. Leng Xiong died in his dormitory, ostensibly by suicide, Sang Luoli stated. However, the emergency responders at Tunlong University suspect he was manipulated into taking his own life, hinting at a conspiracy targeting you. Consequently, the matter was escalated. Emperor Huayuan happened to be in the Blue Star world and personally undertook the investigation. She discovered signs of manipulation, yet even she could not ascertain the true culprit, indicating the depths of this intrigue. Emperor Huayuan is unable to clarify the situation. Chen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps his earlier performance in the ranking competition had indeed attracted undue attention, prompting certain unknown forces lurking in the depths to target him. The purpose of Emperor Huayuan's summons was likely to personally ensure his safety. In that flower-laden realm, she had probably left some means of protection upon him. You need not worry excessively, Sang Luoli said calmly. The better concealed the adversary, the more it suggests they are merely some inconsequential specters. At least in the Blue Star world, no faction dares to confront the Tunglong Empire directly. Then I shall rest easy, Chen Yu nodded. He was deeply aware of the Tunglong Empire's might. This perception stemmed from the innate disdain its citizens harbored for foreigners. In the eyes of most Tunglong people, apart from their own, all others are deemed barbaric and trivial. A nation where the vast majority of its citizens lack a sense of existential threat from being surpassed undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary level of strength. Having dispelled his doubts, Chen Yu bid farewell to Sang Luoli and stepped into his modest villa. Lin Ruyu was preparing a meal. Regardless of whether Chen Yu returned home, she diligently prepared food at regular intervals, tidied the household, and collected information that might prove useful to him. Not wishing to disturb her, Chen Yu retreated to his room and entered the supreme sacred land. Beside the world tree, a considerable pile of loot and treasure chests had accumulated, awaiting his attention. Judging by Chen Yu's assessments of dungeon runs, the combined worth of these items was undoubtedly considerable. Xiaoyan lay atop a heap of treasure chests, sound asleep, clutching an unopened lollipop. As Chen Yu approached, he noticed that the lollipop's wrapper contained a hint of wind energy. Gently prodding it, the wind energy dissipated, causing the wrapper to deflate. Chen Yu surmised that the wrapper had been full before Xiaoyan fell asleep. Master? Sensing Chen Yu's presence, Xiaoyan groggily opened her eyes. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt herself lifted by a giant hand, followed by a dizzying spin. Once Chen Yu had finished rubbing his hands, he set the disoriented Xiaoyan aside and opened the topmost treasure chest. Chapter 241, Loot Unboxing. 2 Legendary Skills. Notification: you have opened a legendary tier dungeon chest, 2nd tier, obtaining 2,000 gold coins, 5 2nd tier life recovery potions, and 1 2nd tier legendary Andre's combat armor. All worthless. Chen Yu cast aside the items he had acquired and continued opening chests. Notification: you have opened a legendary tier boss chest, 2nd tier, obtaining 3,500 gold coins, 3 Thunder Dao talismans, legendary, the twin vengeful spirits, epic tier spirit pet, and 5 ashes, epic. Now that's valuable. The Thunder Dao talismans are single-use consumables that deal damage equivalent to a rare 3rd tier lightning spell. The twin vengeful spirits are 2 ghostly dolls with braided hair, holding hands and looking quite adorable at first glance. However, after a while, the 2 dolls began to bleed from their 7 orifices, their bodies becoming grotesquely mutilated. Depicting a scene of tragic demise, Chen Yu set them aside, instructing them to remain still, preparing to sell them alongside the other loot. This item is of decent quality. Selling it to a spirit master should yield a handsome profit. Notification: you have opened a legendary tier dungeon chest, 2nd tier, obtaining 300 gold coins. The legendary skill book Free Cultivation, the legendary skill book Damage Amplification, the Golden Bell, 2nd tier legendary accessory, and the Magic Sapphire Ring, 2nd tier legendary accessory. Excellent. A major haul. Which dungeon did this chest come from? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Chen Yu emptied the contents of the chest and picked up the 2 legendary skill books. Free Cultivation is an exclusive skill book for plant cultivators, allowing them to consume vitality to endow plant seeds with specific traits. It can either fuse with other materials for targeted endowment or randomly bestow traits without materials. If cost were no object, it could yield legendary tier plant seeds. Damage Amplification is a universal skill book that straightforwardly provides a boost to final damage output. Without hesitation, Chen Yu utilized both skill books immediately. The concept of free breeding allows Chen Yu to whimsically DIY his desired plants, enriching the diversity of his garden. Thus far, the majority of his garden consists of standardized, popular plant life. These specimens are the result of meticulous selection by predecessors in the same profession, ultimately preserved for their superior cost-effectiveness. They are easy to cultivate, require minimal resources, and exhibit formidable combat prowess. Their remarkable attributes include the ability to consume corpses and absorb energy, facilitating rapid growth, features that are quintessential to standardized plant life. This has led to a significant portion of cultivators possessing a singular approach, lacking the ingenuity to achieve unexpected victories. However, free breeding precisely addresses this deficiency. Moreover, in conjunction with life calculation, Chen Yu can even deduce specific traits for plant life, determining the necessary categories of materials. As for damage amplification, this enhancement encompasses the plant life under his command, providing a clear boost in combat effectiveness. A level 1 tier 2 damage amplification bestows a final damage increase of 25. Once fully upgraded, this figure escalates to 45, approaching 1/200th of the innate talent of the Flower Edge Sovereign. After mastering the skill, Chen Yu continues to open chests. Coins, skill books, blueprints, equipment, and various consumables gradually accumulate into a resplendent little mountain. Little Flame, brimming with joy akin to a festive occasion, enthusiastically picks out beautiful trinkets to adorn herself. Chen Yu has grown accustomed to this phenomenon. What surprises him, however, is that Little Light is mimicking the same actions. Yet, the behavior of Little Light starkly contrasts with that of Little Flame. While Little Flame indiscriminately hangs whatever appeals to her on her person, discarding items she likes but lacks space for into a chaotic heap, Little Light carefully tries on the attractive accessories before placing them neatly aside in an orderly manner. Furthermore, the style of her shell transforms along with the accessories she wears, fluctuating between opulent, lively, and understated elegance. Chen Yu bends down to scoop up the freshly adorned Little Light, cradling her in his palm. Little Light twirls around in his hand and, with a beaming smile, asks, "Master, do I look good?" At that moment, Little Light is clad in a light blue short-sleeved knit top and a miniskirt, with high white stockings adorning her legs. Between her right leg's stockings and skirt sits a black and white ring, while atop her head rests a silver-white ring resembling a crown. A four-leaf clover pendant necklace graces her slender waist. She embodies the youthful vigor of a modern-day little princess. "You look splendid." Chen Yu nods, gently ruffling her hair in approval. Master, what about me? Do I look good?" Little Flame exuberantly flits over. Due to her swift speed, numerous trinkets clattering from her body fall to the ground. Nevertheless, she still dons 7 or 8 necklaces, with 5 or 6 rings adorning each arm. A pair of golden bells dangles from her back, jingling merrily, while a golden ring atop her head holds a sharp red gemstone pendant, resembling a wizard's pointed hat. "You look lovely as well," Chen Yu replies with a reluctant smile, aware that he has just praised Little Light and should not dampen Little Flame's spirits lest her fragile heart be wounded. "Yes, Sister Little Flame is truly beautiful. You are now one of the 7 most stunning primordial spirits." Little Light gazes up at Chen Yu, sweetly smiling at Little Flame, and earnestly states, "Really? Am I truly the most beautiful?" Little Flame beams with joy, her exuberance causing several jewels to tumble once more. Indeed, Chen Yu secretly gives Little Light a thumbs up for her eloquent words, perfectly capturing Little Flame's intellect. "All right, you may go play." Chen Yu gently places Little Flame on the ground, preparing to sort and organize the equipment. Turning around, he discovers Earth Mother beside the pile of equipment. She is dragging out a formidable knight's armor set, piecing it together in midair, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Before long, her light armor transforms into the knight's armor. "Do you like it? It's yours to play with." Chen Yu smiles at Earth Mother. Earth Mother exclaims in surprise, hastily reverting to her original form, kneeling on one knee, and declaring loudly, "Master, your servant has not fulfilled her duties and dares not crave rewards." "Is that so?" Chen Yu shakes his head with feigned regret. "It was meant for you, but if you do not desire it, I shall have to sell it." "No, Master," Earth Mother exclaims in alarm. "What? Do you want it now?" Chen Yu chuckles. "I want it," Earth Mother mumbles, biting her lip, struggling to utter the words. Her face flushes crimson, her finely sculpted features contorted into a humorous expression. Chen Yu suppresses his laughter, gently rubbing her head, and solemnly declares, "My subject, the primordial Earth Spirit, heed my command." "Yes, Master." Earth Mother instantly kneels, her expression grave. "From now on, should you desire anything, you must inform me." Chen Yu states with gravity, "You must understand, the will of the Master must be executed by the subjects, and the wishes of the subjects must be fulfilled by the Master." "Oh," Earth Mother's eyes immediately light up. "Your servant understands." Enough. Let us go out for a meal." Chen Yu lifts Earth Mother, then summons the other little spirits, departing from the supreme sacred land. Chapter 242, Let the World Tree Weep. In the living room, the maid has prepared a sumptuous feast. Dining is the favorite activity of certain little spirits. The listless little wind, upon catching the aroma, instantly perks up, joyfully flying to the dining table. Little Flame, not to be outdone, rushes over as well, losing several trinkets along the way. Lin Ruyu is astonished, taking quite some time to recognize the jewel-encrusted little spirit as Little Flame. Chen Yu shakes his head helplessly, picking up the equipment spilled by Little Flame along her path. The dining table is adorned not only with an array of delectable dishes, but also features 7 sets of miniature tables and chairs. Each small table is equipped with bowls and chopsticks, alongside assorted plates of food. Clearly, these are prepared for the little spirits, unaware of their designated seats. Little Flame and Little Wind dive straight into the plates, their small hands busily shoveling food into their mouths. The remaining 5 little spirits settle down with Chen Yu, displaying less enthusiasm for the food before them. "Master, this is the comprehensive ranking list of students from the Academy for last month across all tiers." Lin Ruyu hands a tablet to Chen Yu. The comprehensive ranking is not a combat power list. Rather, it ranks students based on various performances during their time at the Academy. Criteria include the difficulty of transfer tasks, dungeon ratings, task performance, academic studies, and more. Naturally, combat assessment is also a significant factor. The list is updated monthly, showcasing the top 100 in each tier, with ranked students receiving additional academic credit. Chen Yu receives the tablet and browses through it. The first place in Tier 1 is none other than Su Miaoyue. He has also heard of the second-place student, Yuan Xiao, who boldly declared a desire for a one-on-one duel with him during the ranking competition dungeon. The third place, Manhwaedit, is familiar to him as well, being Li Wei's girlfriend. Li Wei himself ranks 9th on the list. At the bottom of the Tier 1 rankings, Chen Yu notices the names Lin Ailaw and Ling Fada, the descendants of the Frost Lord and Flame Throne, two taboo powers. Ranking so low surprises him slightly. However, upon reflection, he recalls that Ling Fada, being a native of the capital, fled to Yunchuan due to a lack of confidence in his abilities. Lin Ailaw and Ling Fada are evenly matched in strength. Neither is particularly extraordinary, so such rankings are not unexpected. In Tier 2, he occupies the first position, which comes as no surprise. The third place in Tier 3 is also a name he recognizes, the eccentric senior Foam, who has little regard for proper attire and prefers to cause mischief everywhere. In the realm of the 4th tier rankings, not a single acquaintance could be found. Where has my elder sister gone? Chen Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically speaking, a prodigy like Chun Mo should undoubtedly have made the list. Could it be that my sister has ascended beyond the 4th tier? The only plausible explanation for her absence from the rankings while still being alive. Given Chun Mo's remarkable achievements and the precious gifts left for him, it wouldn't be surprising if she had indeed surpassed the 4th tier. Thus, his aspirations of overshadowing Chun Mo were dashed. Ruoyu, please assist me in inquiring about someone at the academy. Chen Yu instructed Lin Ruoyu. My elder sister, Chen Mo. Lin Ruoyu expressed mild astonishment. What is the matter? You know her? Chen Yu inquired, turning his gaze towards Lin Ruoyu. I know a bit, Lin Ruoyu replied. Master, your sister was quite the sensation upon her enrollment last year, gaining considerable fame. However, she vanished from sight approximately 6 months after her admission and has scarcely been seen around the academy since. Please investigate if you can uncover her whereabouts, Chen Yu requested. Certainly, Master, Lin Ruoyu nodded. Additionally, I have acquired some spoils during this time. I would appreciate your assistance in liquidating them. Chen Yu laid out the items he had just unboxed, along with the precious materials dropped by dungeon monsters. The sound of clattering echoed as shimmering, exquisite equipment and materials formed a small mountain in the corner of the living room. Lin Ruoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. After a moment, she regained her composure and remarked, I have long heard that the most elite geniuses rely less on external resources. The most formidable among them can even earn while they level up. Master, you have made me realize the truth behind this rumor. During this period, Lin Ruoyu had remained at home. Without clients to gain experience, she had still managed to level up several times, already aware that Chen Yu's accomplishments were extraordinary. Only upon witnessing these items did she truly comprehend the extent of his gains. Master, do you intend to convert all these items into gold coins? Or would you prefer to exchange them for academic credits? Can they be exchanged for academic credits? Chen Yu inquired. Indeed, Lin Ruoyu confirmed. Sets of epic grade equipment, blueprints of epic grade or higher, skill books of rare grade or higher, and consumables of epic grade or above can be exchanged for academic credits with the logistics department. Certain special items, such as specific legendary building blueprints, mythic skill books, legendary equipment blueprints, and ultra-rare materials, can even be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points are a form of advanced currency within Tunglong University. They can be earned by completing significant academy tasks or making outstanding contributions. Chen Yu's account already held contribution points as a reward for slaying 2 demon avatars during the ranking battles. The leaves of the life tree required for the advancement of plant life to mythic tier could only be exchanged with contribution points. Let us convert what can be exchanged into academic credits, Chen Yu decided. If I sell gold coins, will I need to venture outside the academy? Lin Ruoyu replied. The logistics department also offers gold coin exchanges, albeit at significantly lower rates than outside. Given the quality and quantity of the items you provided, selling them outside would yield much higher profits. Then, I will summon 2 abyss thorn sprites. You shall take them with you whenever you go outside. Yes, master. Lin Ruoyu expressed her gratitude. The path of rebirth had already interfaced with Lin Ruoyu's soul. So Chen Yu instructed the 2 abyss thorn sprites to protect her diligently, and, if faced with an unmanageable threat, to eliminate it immediately. After dining, Chen Yu left the sprites outside for Lin Ruoyu to watch over and returned alone to the Supreme Holy Land. Due to neglect, the mythic grade plants, sword intent grass and lotus, had experienced sluggish growth. At this rate, it would take years for them to mature. Of course, this was considered slow only by Chen Yu's standards. Other planters would require decades, alongside substantial resources, to cultivate mythic grade plant life. Chen Yu devoted all remaining vitality attributes to hastening the growth of the sword intent grass and lotus, then approached the world tree, giving its trunk a gentle pat. A luminous portal materialized, and Chen Yu stepped through. The elegant, white-clad version of the world tree knelt upon a halo of light, beckoning Chen Yu closer. He approached and stated, "Shrink down a bit." Upon hearing this, the world tree swiftly diminished in size, transforming into an adorable little girl clad in a white bud dress. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and lifted her into his arms. Chapter 243. The Birth of the Primordial Time Sprite. Adhering to the principle of eliciting tears from the world tree, Chen Yu forced her to maintain her little girl form for flexibility, then began imparting a completely new martial art to her. Based on his previous life experiences, this process would cause even a seasoned martial artist to cry out in pain, let alone a young girl. However, Chen Yu miscalculated. Despite the world tree's life form resembling that of a human, it was fundamentally different. Emotionally, the little girl version of the world tree did not perceive any discomfort. After yet another failed attempt, Chen Yu pondered whether to target his own mate. Her delicate demeanor would surely make her easy to manipulate, and he was confident he could restore her confidence. Emerging from the world tree, Chen Yu summoned both the world tree and the will entity of the path of rebirth. Now, he possessed an opportunity to create a high-level being and sought their suggestions. Among your existing plant life, which would be most suitable for advancement? The 5 basic plants, the sword intent grass, or should I directly promote the lotus? If you must utilize this ability now, I recommend advancing the lotus, the path of rebirth advised. Among your existing plant life, only the lotus possesses a high-level essence. Aside from the derivative life forms of myself and the world tree, Chen Yu was resolute in not advancing the derivative life forms of the path of rebirth and the world tree, as the inherent high-level essence would be activated by the power of the supreme holy land. Designating the primordial sprite as his destined plant would only yield another world tree. Even if the new world tree possessed a slightly superior essence, it would be of no significance. As for the lotus seeds, it remained unclear how many designations were necessary to activate its supreme essence. Until I secure a being with a high-level essence, I advise you to temporarily retain the advancement power the world tree suggested. Alternatively, seek a plant that fulfills your desired functions for advancement. After advancement, there is a chance to retain that functionality, much like the world tree's predecessor, the fairy tree. Though the two are unrelated in a certain sense, it retains the ability to create derivative life. Very well, I shall temporarily reserve this advancement opportunity. With free breeding, creating special functional plants is certainly within my capabilities. After a brief respite of 2 days, Chen Yu resumed his dungeon-running endeavors. He thoroughly cleared the Academy's second-tier dungeons, including the cloud-catching fish's second-tier dungeon and the second-tier trial dungeon. He even ventured outside the Academy to clear the second-tier dungeons clustered around the entire capital. Even considering the intensity of the dungeons, he refrained from utilizing the primordial sprite, the world tree, or the Higanbana, accomplishing all this in just a month. After processing the items he had obtained once more, Chen Yu's academic credits soared to 400,000. Additionally, he accrued nearly 4,000 free attribute points and 200 skill points. For second-tier legendary skills, each level required 15 skill points, while mythic skills demanded double that, requiring 30 points. After maxing out 2 ordinary skills, 5 legendary skills, and 1 mythic skill, his skill points plummeted to a mere 300. After augmenting his basic attributes, Chen Yu's statistics surpassed 12,000, complemented by the foundational magic that provided an additional 15,000, and the enhancements from 2 sets of legendary equipment. Even his weakest attribute, strength, reached an impressive 35,000 points. After tirelessly grinding dungeons for a month, even without actively engaging in combat, Chen Yu felt a profound sense of psychological fatigue. Thus, he decided to take a 2-day excursion with the maid and the little sprites before returning to school. In the Supreme Holy Land, Chen Yu placed 110 epic-grade materials, known as time sand, beneath the world tree. He had just exchanged 110,000 credits for them. Additionally, he spent 20,000 points to acquire a second-order potential trial. The 110 time sands were precisely enough for the world tree to generate a primordial time sprite. The finger-sized dark gray crystal melted away, absorbed by the world tree. Moments later, a fruit gracefully descended from the top of the tree. Chen Yu extended his hands to catch it, his heart racing with excitement. This was significant, for time was the last of the 8 primordial sprites. The birth of the primordial time sprite represented a momentous culmination and signified the world tree's growth entering a new phase, creation. While Chen Yu was lost in thought, the fruit in his hand split open. The shell transformed into an elegant dark purple off-shoulder dress. A petite girl with black hair stood smiling in the palm of Chen Yu's hand. Her bangs fell over her right eye, and her waist-length hair was styled into a side ponytail. She wore elbow-length pale purple gloves and black stockings. "Master," the girl said, placing her right hand on her chest and bowing slightly to Chen Yu. "I am the primordial time sprite. I shall manipulate the trajectories of all things for you." "Very well," Chen Yu replied with a smile. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Sui." "As you command, master." Xiao Sui responded with another bow. Primordial time sprite, Xiao Sui grade. Mythical level, 150 attributes. Strength, 30, 500 agility, 30, 500 constitution, 30, 500 spirit, 61,000 vitality, 5,000 time source power, 500 talent. Trajectory manipulation. Enters a state of trajectory, rendering her immune to all physical damage and immune to all elemental damage except for time-based attacks. Passive, Primordial Time Sprite, reduces the consumption of time-based skills by 99, increases their power by 100. Skills: Time Restriction, Forbidden Spell; Trajectory Distortion, Forbidden Spell; Time Acceleration, Forbidden Spell; Causal Disruption, Forbidden Spell; Wheel of Fate, Forbidden Spell. The Primordial Time Sprite differed from other Primordial Sprites. While the talents of the other Primordial Sprites were elemental, the Time Sprite's talent was Trajectory Manipulation. Similar to Elemental Immunity, Trajectory Manipulation also grants immunity to physical damage. However, while Elemental Immunity protects against damage of the same type, Trajectory Manipulation offers immunity to all elemental damage except its own. This means that once Xiao Sui enters the trajectory state, only time-based skills can inflict harm upon her. In contrast to the basic elements, time leans more towards a predetermined concept. It is not a physical entity, but rather a description of the causal relationships between entities, representing the trajectories of their movements. In the material world, time signifies the motion of objects, embodying the vitality of a world. If everything were to fall into a state of restriction, time would lose its significance, and the world would descend into oblivion. Now, the more thrilling creation segment awaits. Chen Yu, accompanied by the 8 primordial sprites, approached the world tree. Chapter 244, The Creation of the Primordial Sprites. The Cosmic Big Bang. Chen Yu's intentions were clearly understood by the world tree. A luminous gate materialized upon its trunk. This time, it was not only Chen Yu who entered the light gate. The 8 primordial sprites followed suit. Within the light gate, there was not the dazzling space filled with myriad colors, but a realm of void and chaos. Chen Yu felt his consciousness elevated to an infinite degree. The entire form of the world tree came into his view, laid bare before him. It took root in the supreme holy land, extending infinitely into the chaotic disorder. The supreme holy land, which spanned hundreds of square kilometers, now appeared as a mere speck. The world tree connected to it through only a minuscule portion, and the further one looked upward, the wilder the scene became. Just 1/10 of its length outward. A single leaf of the world tree could obscure dozens, if not hundreds, of supreme holy lands. At 2/10 of its length, the entire supreme holy land was but a grain of sand within the leaf's intricate veins. With each portion that extended outward, the world tree's mass increased by several, or even dozens of magnitudes. At this moment, Chen Yu could not even begin to gauge the length of the world tree. As the sole reference point, the supreme holy land was far too minuscule to provide any comparability. It was akin to a person holding a grain of sand, utterly incapable of measuring the volume of the solar system. At the pinnacle of the world tree, amidst its flourishing branches, floated a scattering of transparent bubbles. Some bubbles were quite large, comparable to a branch of the world tree, while others were diminutive, smaller than the leaves themselves. As Chen Yu continued to gaze outward, he discovered an infinite array of bubbles. Some of these massive bubbles, even in relation to the current world tree, appeared as insignificant as a blade of grass. In the void of chaos, Chen Yu also glimpsed crimson threads extending toward each bubble, seemingly attempting to thread these bubbles together. Each bubble represented an independent world, while the threads symbolized paths of reincarnation. Chen Yu understood that his current vision was not a true sight, but rather a perception derived from the world tree's awareness of chaos through the paths of reincarnation. The human eye cannot penetrate chaos, nor can it observe worlds. In this heightened vision, Chen Yu also discerned the existence of the blue star world. It overlapped with the supreme holy land, neither too large nor too small, akin to a leaf at the crown of the world tree. Additionally, there was a vague awareness that the blue star world, along with all worlds sensed by the world tree and the paths of reincarnation, seemed to be encompassed by a singular plane, all adhering to the same foundational operational logic. The world tree and the paths of reincarnation were also included within this plane. Though they had not broken through this plane, they could still vaguely sense the existence of countless layers of intersecting or parallel planes beyond it. These planes also followed the same underlying logic. All planes appeared to emanate from a grand, formidable world, the rules radiating from which influenced the boundless chaos. Only the supreme holy land remained self-sufficient, akin to a small stone set upon a painting. Meanwhile, the world tree and the paths of reincarnation resembled 2 tiny blades of grass sprouting from the stone. Their roots lay in the 3-dimensional stone, but their extensions grew into the painting, transforming into 2-dimensional forms. The senses of supreme beings are unfathomably vast. If this information were transmitted to an ordinary person, it would instantaneously shatter their soul. Thanks to the support of the Tao fruit of the Great Harmony, Chen Yu not only could fully receive this information, but also transform it into a comprehensible form, manifesting as his current advanced vision. Retracting his perception from the chaos, Chen Yu focused his attention on the little sprites. At the base of the world tree, 8 tiny points of light ascended along the trunk. Initially, their speed was slow, reminiscent of snails climbing a tree. The farther they distanced themselves from the supreme holy land, the swifter they became. Eventually, they surged to the crown of the world tree. Entering a leaf, As the primordial sprites arrived, this leaf began to shimmer with a unique brilliance. At that moment, the world tree ceased its growth, and all the nutrients drawn by other leaves, along with those stored within the world tree itself, began to surge frantically into this particular leaf. Gradually, this leaf swelled, magnifying infinitely within his sight. Chen Yu's consciousness subsequently entered this leaf. Within the leaf, a realm utterly distinct from the chaos unfolded. It was an infinitesimal point, yet imbued with unfathomable, terrifying energy. The 8 primordial spirits lost their corporeal forms, merging together in an ethereal, yet tangible existence. Indistinguishable from one another, they were bound, yet yearned to break free from their constraints. In their desperate struggle, the minuscule point pulsated like a heart, expanding outward only to be compressed inward. As the world tree infused it with nutrients, the rhythm of its pulsation quickened, both in speed and amplitude. At a certain moment, the primordial spirits finally broke free from the oppressive force. In an instant, the power they had amassed erupted forth. First came space. The force of space devoured the chaos, extending recklessly toward the boundless, infinite beyond, never ceasing. Next, there was fire. Following the cadence of space, it surged forth, racing to the edge of the realm. As the flames erupted, they divided into 2 hues, one bright, the other dark. The bright flames were scarce, merely resting upon the surface, while the dark flames predominated, concealed within the shadows. The dark flames expanded continuously, elongating the bright flames, becoming the very force that propelled space to further expand. As chaos began to unfold, the distinction between pure and turbid energies emerged. The pure ascended to the heavens, while the turbid sank to the earth. How enlightening it was for Chen Yu to comprehend. He had certainly heard of the myth of Pangu creating the heavens. Although the world tree's act of creation did not involve Pangu, its description resonated with the same essence. The pure could symbolize light, the visible aspect that floated atop, while the turbid represented darkness, the substantial force that underpinned the world. Accompanying the flames and space was time. As time flowed, the flames surged into the vastness of space, forming winds. A great deal of fire burned out, and after extinguishing, transformed into solid earth amidst flowing water. Some of the wind, water, and earth, after absorbing immense energy, ignited anew. The cycles of the 4 elements continued, unceasing. After countless eons, the expansion of space stabilized, adhering to some predetermined law as it broadened outward. The flames in space separated into independent, grand fireballs, or vast seas of flame. They revolved around a central point, following a certain trajectory. Besides some fireballs, smaller spheres coalesced, orbiting around them. From a divine perspective, witnessing the very process of creation filled Chen Yu with awe. This scene starkly contrasted the divine acts of creation depicted in myths. It was not the case that the little spirits wielded their words to conjure fire, earth, water, wind, light, darkness, and time at will. Rather, it resembled a living portrayal of a cosmic explosion. Chapter 245, The Power of Creation, the Attribute of Transformation, the New Primordial Spirits. As the nascent world stabilized, Chen Yu withdrew from the perspective of creation. Leaving the world tree, he fell into contemplation. The process of creation imparted an ineffable insight, deepening his understanding of the Tao of supreme harmony. At that moment, 8 fruits fell from the world tree, landing beside Chen Yu. As the fruits split open, they transformed into 8 little spirits. Master, Little Flame joyfully soared into the air, embracing Chen Yu's face and showering him with kisses. Chen Yu reached out to grasp Little Flame, gazing at her with curiosity. At this moment, Little Flame was still playing the role of fire within that nascent world. Yet, in his perception, the little flame he held was undeniably a separate entity. Are you Little Flame? Chen Yu asked, uncertain. Yes. Little Flame blinked her big eyes, Master. Don't you recognize me? How could I not? Chen Yu replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Simultaneously, he conveyed his confusion to the world tree. The ethereal will of the world tree materialized beside Chen Yu. She appeared extremely fatigued, her form flickering between visibility and obscurity. Master, the primordial spirits are unique. The world tree communicated. With each world I create, a new set of free primordial spirits is born. However, regardless of the group, they all share the same will. Are you saying that after creation, the original primordial spirits become fixed within the world, and then a set of avatars is born? Chen Yu inquired. Not exactly. The world tree replied. They are not fixed. Rather, the growth of the world necessitates their support. If needed, they can also depart from that world. Furthermore, the new primordial spirits are not avatars, but rather distinct entities under a shared will. Understood, Chen Yu nodded. The relationship among the primordial spirits bore resemblance to that of the insect race. Each individual of the insect race lacked self-will, governed solely by a collective will. Each primordial spirit, akin to an insect soldier, was commanded by the true will of the primordial spirits. If Chen Yu were the sovereign, then Little Flame was akin to a queen, representing all primordial fire spirits. This meant that at this very moment, each type of primordial spirit had 2 entities. Although only one could act freely, the other could also emerge to engage in battle when necessary. Moreover, the primordial spirits that had experienced creation, endowed with the power of the world, were even more formidable than the free primordial spirits. The world tree's act of creation not only granted Chen Yu a complete world, but also enhanced the quality of the primordial spirits. Primordial fire spirit, little flame grade, 2-stage myth level, 150 attributes, strength, 61,000 agility, 61,000 constitution, 61,000 spirit, 122,000 vitality, 10,000 fire source power, 1,000 talent, fire elementalization, enters an elemental state, immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire damage, and increases her own fire damage by 1,000. Passive, primordial fire spirit, reduces the consumption of fire skills by 99, increases their power by 200. Skills, flame incineration, forbidden spell, judgment day, forbidden spell, meteor fire rain, forbidden spell, blazing shield, forbidden spell, cataclysmic firestorm, forbidden spell, secret art, cosmic life and death, combo skill, requires the joint casting of 8 primordial spirits. The enhanced primordial spirits had their attributes directly doubled. The talent and passive skill damage also increased by a factor of 2. Moreover, a new secret art skill, cosmic life and death, was added. The forbidden skills represented the primary capabilities of 8th-tier powerhouses, while the secret art skills were the mainstay of 9th-tier powerhouses. The combined efforts of the 8 little spirits could unleash attacks comparable to those of a 9th-tier powerhouse. At that moment, a notification chimed. Notification: you have undergone a special scene of the creation puzzle, achieving a potential level of 10. Notification: you have undergone a special scene of the creation puzzle, gaining the talent, power of creation. Dreamlike, power of creation. You acquire the profession attribute of transformation, allowing you to expend transformation to create any known entity. The higher the level of the created item, the greater its rarity, requiring more transformation to produce. Note: transformation cannot be replenished or enhanced through conventional means. Chen Yu felt a mysterious energy emerge within him. This energy was several hundred times smaller in volume compared to abyssal magic and vitality. Yet its quality was incomparable to either. Chen Yu had a sudden inspiration. A gold coin materialized in the palm of his hand. Immediately, countless coins appeared in midair, cascading to the ground and forming a small mound. The total amounted to 129,600 gold coins, consuming a fraction of his power of creation. What about equipment? Chen Yu pondered, attempting to forge a single piece of second-tier legendary equipment. However, he halted this endeavor at the outset, having already gauged the requisite points of transformation needed to create that piece of equipment. After several attempts at crafting various items, Chen Yu had a rudimentary understanding of the value of creation. A piece of second-tier legendary equipment required approximately 25 points of creation. A second-tier legendary skill book necessitated around 6 points of creation. A second-tier legendary thorn spirit demanded roughly 300 points of creation. As for a primordial elf, it required an immeasurable amount of creation. The world tree, however, could not be created at all. Chen Yu's attempts to forge the primordial elf and the world tree were not mere jest. He was testing the limits of creation. The result astonished him. The creation attribute could indeed bring forth a primordial elf. This undeniably demonstrated that the potential rank of creation power was not inferior to that of the world tree. If Chen Yu's creation attribute were sufficiently high, he could even conjure an entire world out of thin air without any external aid. The power of creation was an insight he gained while observing the act of Genesis, rooted in the ultimate Tao fruit. The attribute panel did not provide specific means to enhance or restore creation. Nevertheless, Chen Yu was well aware that as the world evolved, his mastery of creation would grow stronger. The consumed creation could only be gradually replenished through the world itself. The worlds created by the primordial elves were constantly expanding, and Chen Yu could not accurately gauge the rate of enhancement or restoration. Based on the current situation, the single point of creation he had just expended would likely take over 10 days to fully recover. Although it could regenerate, it was common knowledge that the creation attribute would prove invaluable in critical moments. Thus, Chen Yu did not intend to squander it recklessly. World tree. Can you still create worlds? Chen Yu inquired. What conditions are necessary for the quality of the primordial elves to be further enhanced? The rewards he had already reaped from creating a world were astonishing. If the world tree could periodically spawn new worlds like a hen laying eggs, it would indeed be delightful. Chapter 246. The illusory bulk of the world tree. Hope is beautiful, but reality is often disappointing. The world tree is not a hen. It cannot lay eggs daily. Creating a world had already depleted its accumulated essence. The world tree had only been growing for a few months at most. Its size appeared substantial, yet in truth, it was merely inflated. She had exerted all her effort to extend her form, merely to draw more essence from the chaos. In the chaotic space, any seemingly soft world that collided with her would crush her to pieces. The only truly solid part was the tiniest segment connected to the supreme holy soil. Being able to create a world at this time was already a result of the blessings of the supreme holy soil. The primordial elves had two methods to elevate their quality. One was to continue creating worlds, which was not feasible in the short term. The other was to enhance the existing world. The world created by the world tree was merely an empty, low-level small world. If it could be filled with substantial amounts of matter, energy, and laws, it would grow rapidly. Upon reaching a certain threshold, when the world advanced, the quality of the primordial elves would also rise accordingly. To advance to a mid-level small world, at least 4 fundamental laws, life, death, creation, and destruction, were required, meaning the inclusion of 4 law spirits. Of course, the world would also generate corresponding laws and materials, but this process was so lengthy that Chen Yu found it unacceptable. Thus, nurturing the small world through direct intervention seemed the most effective approach. After frolicking with the little spirits for a while, Chen Yu took out this second-tier potential trial slate and chose to use it. Notification: you have initiated the potential trial, second tier. Notification: please select the difficulty level for the potential trial, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. Chen Yu decided without hesitation. Notification: you have chosen the abyss difficulty. Please confirm your selection or modify the difficulty, confirm. Notification: please confirm once more or modify the difficulty, confirm. Notification: difficulty selection completed. The trial begins. In the next moment, a force of attraction surged forth, attempting to draw Chen Yu into an enigmatic realm of time and space. The last time he had used the potential trial, this force had been silent, whisking him away without his awareness. However, this time was different. Chen Yu could distinctly perceive its presence. He even found he could wield the power of the supreme holy soil to repel it, rendering its efforts futile. Nevertheless, Chen Yu chose not to resist. Instead, he opted to go with the flow and even cooperate willingly. After a brief moment, the pulling force transported Chen Yu to a void, splitting into 2 streams. One anchored his corporeal form, while the other continued to draw at his soul. Chen Yu deftly separated a portion of his soul to follow the pulling force, while the other part remained grounded within his body, suppressed by the path of rebirth. Before long, the departing soul completed its descent, and a virtual body was instantaneously formed. This body was that of a warrior, roughly at the 4th tier, endowed with 500 points of class attributes and fighting spirit. The armor it wore was riddled with countless minor scars, and the great sword resting nearby bore several conspicuous nicks. Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a military tent, devoid of anyone else, adorned with a map and a sand table. It was not difficult to surmise that his current identity was that of an officer. On the table lay a pristine A4 sheet of paper, which appeared rather incongruous. Within the tent, all other items for recording information were made of parchment or cloth, lacking any trace of modern technological civilization. Chen Yu picked up the white paper, and several lines of neat handwriting emerged upon it. Trial task: the heroic ode of the Guardian task difficulty, abyss task content, within 3 months. Ensure that Kale City remains unassailed. Approximately 10 seconds later, a flicker of golden flame ignited, reducing the paper to ashes. Previously, the Heavenly Path had also conveyed tasks in this peculiar manner. It is worth noting that the Heavenly Path style was typically characterized by simplicity and meticulousness, favoring practical operations over pretentiousness or mystery. Why, then, did it not adhere to its usual approach of delivering information through task prompts and displaying progress in real time? If the Heavenly Path had not deliberately altered its style, it must have been incapable of doing so. At that moment, the flap of Chen Yu's tent was lifted. A soldier rushed in, addressing Chen Yu. Captain Sarando, the warrior leader requests your presence for a meeting. Very well. Chen Yu rose and followed the soldier out of the tent. As he had anticipated, outside lay a military camp, though it was not particularly large, consisting of approximately 300 tents. At the center of the camp, the largest tent served as the meeting place. Inside the central tent stood over 40 warriors, clad similarly to him. These warriors, including Chen Yu, were all captains, each commanding 50 soldiers. At the head of the table sat a rugged warrior adorned in armor. Sitting upright, Chen Yu found a place to stand. Following him, over a dozen warriors entered, bringing the total to precisely 60. Once all were present, the warrior at the head of the table spoke. Gentlemen, I have received word that the accursed fallen have once again dispatched raiders, circumventing our front line to attack our villages and towns. Some even disguised themselves as refugees, infiltrating the frontline fortress of Kale City to incite chaos. A clamor erupted within the tent, as dozens of warriors expressed their outrage. Despicable minions of the demons. How could this happen? The front line is so tightly secured. Yet these cunning fiends still manage to invade. Those damn scoundrels. They should face us in a direct confrontation. Let us eradicate these sly and shameless creatures. Silence. The warrior leader banged the table. I have summoned you all for this very matter. The scouts have ascertained the route of the abyssal raiders, providing a detailed forecast of their impending assault locations. The esteemed general has commanded us to intercept these marauders. Gather around, everyone. The captain summoned dozens of warriors to a large sand table, where he began assigning tasks. The table was adorned with flags, symbolizing potential attack sites of the Abyssal Raiders. Each warrior was allocated 2 to 3 targets. Upon receiving their orders, the squad leaders dispersed. Chen Yu returned to his tent, clutching the mission map. Adjacent to his quarters were 3 larger tents, designated for his subordinates. The soldiers stationed there were of mediocre quality, comprising 12 at the 2nd tier and 19 at the 3rd tier, clearly of minor caliber and seemingly inconsequential. Chen Yu opted not to take them all with him. Instead, he brought along a soldier familiar with the terrain and left the camp amidst the throng. Beyond the camp lay a vast plain, dotted with military encampments of varying sizes, each bustling with personnel, likely responding to the call to eradicate the Abyssal Raiders. Selecting the Abyssal difficulty certainly had its implications. The last time he encountered a similar scenario, Chen Yu's thoughts inevitably drifted to the little saintess. He wondered how she had fared since his departure. That clever and obedient child must have endured much. The realm of potential trials lacked the characteristics of a dungeon, likely existing as an independent world that would not be reset. Chapter 247. Do not move. It's a heist. Not far from the military camp, Chen Yu directly manifested his true self, replacing his virtual form. The guide soldier beside him remained oblivious. Captain Sarando, do you truly believe that the 2 of us can accomplish the task of eliminating the Abyssal Raiders? The guide soldier inquired, her confidence wavering. This familiar soldier, a female named Sophia, was once the daughter of a minor noble family nearby. However, her family's lands were ravaged by the forces of the Abyss, resulting in the demise of her entire family at the hands of the marauders, leaving her the sole survivor after an outing with friends. Seeking vengeance, she enlisted in the army. In this world, female soldiers were not uncommon. In Chen Yu's encampment, they constituted over 1/3 of the total force. There's no need to worry. I have faith in you, Chen Yu encouraged her. Sophia felt tears welling up. You might believe in me, but I am fully aware of my own limitations. I am merely a 3rd-tier ordinary soldier. Encountering even a slightly formidable Abyssal Raider would be tantamount to delivering myself to them on a silver platter. Yet, she felt powerless to oppose the captain's decision. All right, let us proceed. Here's the map. You shall guide the way. Chen Yu handed the map to Sophia. As she gazed at the points marked in red, her eyes shimmered with sorrow and hatred. What troubles you? Chen Yu inquired. This location is quite close to my family's former territory. I am well acquainted with it. Sophia replied in a subdued tone. There's a powerful noble, a viscount, nearby. If, Chen Yu abruptly interrupted, I asked you which direction to go. Not for a history lesson. Soldier, answer my question. Yes, Captain. Sophia instinctively straightened up, pointing forward. We should head this way. Precisely. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Summoning a heart resonance thorn spirit, the spirit wove a chair from vines for Chen Yu to sit upon, then extended a vine to ensnare Sophia. In an instant, they were propelled forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, and Sophia gasped in terror, having never experienced brutal combat. Her disposition had yet to transform from that of a noble maiden into a seasoned soldier unafraid of danger. The high-pitched shriek began to irritate Chen Yu, prompting him to silence her with a vine in her mouth. The scream morphed into muffled whimpers, bringing him a sense of relief. After observing the potential gain from the creation of the world, Chen Yu's foundational attributes had surged to 14,700 points, coupled with the 15,000 points provided by his innate abilities, nearing the threshold of 30,000. After fully awakening the heart resonance seed, the summoned spirits possessed attributes tenfold that of his own, reaching an astounding 300,000. Even when conserving energy and not unleashing his full power, his speed remained formidable. Under Sophia's guidance, they arrived at the first village of their mission in less than an hour. Upon landing, Sophia immediately retched. They were too late. The sight before Chen Yu prompted a slight frown. The village was drenched in blood, littered with dismembered corpses. Most bodies were eviscerated, their entrails missing, with gnawing marks covering their limbs. However, this scene confirmed that the Abyssal Fallen had indeed been here. The intelligence was accurate. Recovering from her shock, Sophia witnessed the gruesome spectacle, her fists clenched tightly, her lip bitten until it bled, oblivious to the pain. The corpses were fresh, their blood still liquid, indicating that the assailants had not retreated far. Chen Yu's gaze shifted to a small path outside the village, where clear tracks of wheels and hoofprints were visible. More importantly, he sensed the presence of abyssal magic. That was Viscount Barna's eldest son. Sophia exclaimed suddenly. Captain, Before she could finish, a vine wrapped around her, propelling them forward at breakneck speed. Following the path, within 2 minutes, Chen Yu spotted the advancing convoy of abyssal raiders. More than 30 carriages and nearly 100 fallen beings were present. The carriages contained some normal humans, primarily young women and children, with a few able-bodied men. A fierce gleam of hatred flickered in Sophia's eyes. At that moment, she yearned to slay all the fallen. However, rationality ultimately prevailed. Captain, we cannot handle this scale of raiders, Sophia stated. Even with a full squad, we would be outmatched. But this location is very close to Viscount Barna's territory, and they have already slain his child. We can silence. I do not require mission prompts. Chen Yu interrupted, sealing her mouth with a vine. Then, with the thorn spirit beside him, he advanced, positioning himself directly in front of the raider convoy. Upon seeing Chen Yu, the leader of the raiders was taken aback, pulling on the reins to halt his carriage, eyeing Chen Yu warily. The other raiders followed suit. Though the fallen were wild and irrational, they were not foolish. They engaged in their nefarious dealings behind human lines, fully aware of the risks of being encircled. Ordinary folk would flee upon sighting an abyssal raider convoy. But this individual boldly obstructing their path was undoubtedly formidable. Who are you? The raider leader barked, his demeanor fierce as he glared at Chen Yu. Simultaneously, he gestured to the other fallen behind him. Nearly 100 of them dismounted, preparing for battle. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being shattered, cough cough, that doesn't count. Chen Yu cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, then roared with a fierce countenance, Halt. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave your toll behind. Dare utter a single word of dissent, and you shall face dire consequences. Sophia's expression turned frantic, but alas, her mouth was bound. Upon hearing Chen Yu's rallying cry, she couldn't help but slap her forehead, her expression a blend of terror and helplessness. What does this person mean? The leader of the marauders questioned one of his subordinates in confusion. Boss, he seems to be a robber, the subordinate pondered before responding. That woman might be someone he just robbed. Her expression is quite frantic. Robbery? The marauder leader's bewilderment deepened. After all, the fallen were once human, and they were well aware of what a strong man meant. Yet, how could a thief don the armor of a human soldier? Moreover, if he had indeed taken a woman, shouldn't he take her home to enjoy? Could it be that this robber, having seized a woman, stumbled upon their convoy and, seeing an opportunity, decided to strike again? With a darkened expression, the marauder leader commanded, Send a team to test him. If you cannot kill him, retreat swiftly. Do not engage. Upon hearing this, 12 fallen charged towards Chen Yu. Among them, there was one 4th-tier elite, 3 3rd-tier elites, and the rest were 3rd-tier minions. As the fallen approached, Sophia waved her limbs in fear, her pleading gaze fixated on Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu disappointed her, not retreating but instead advancing alongside her. A roar erupted from the 4th-tier elite abyssal fallen as its claws extended, lunging forward. Sophia let out a mournful cry, despair overtaking her as she shut her eyes. Chapter 248, The Blood-Sucking, Soul-Devouring Demon Spirit. Watching the 12 menacing fallen rush towards him, Chen Yu smiled, unfazed, and snapped his fingers. A graceful maiden with an exquisite visage appeared before him. She kissed her fingertips and gently blew towards the front. A gentle breeze swept by, and countless barely perceptible white filaments manifested in the air. These white filaments clung to the fallen, silently burrowing into their bodies. The attacking fallen, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the maiden, momentarily stunned, swiftly marked her as their target. A 3rd-tier fallen raised a bloodied blade and aimed a downward strike at the maiden. Calmly, she lifted her hand and extended 2 fingers. The oncoming blade was surprisingly caught between her delicate digits, unable to advance an inch. The 3rd-tier fallen was struck with terror, attempting to retract the blade. Yet, it felt as though a mountain had pinned it down, futilely resisting regardless of his efforts. Recognizing the overwhelming strength of his opponent, the 3rd-tier fallen hastily abandoned the blade and retreated. The maiden shook her head in disappointment and beckoned the fallen with a flick of her fingers. The fallen were not foolish. To toy with a 3rd-tier elite so effortlessly indicated her formidable power, surpassing theirs by an unfathomable magnitude. Nearly 100 fallen abandoned their carts, mounted their demonic steeds, and fled in all directions. Chen Yu showed no inclination to pursue. The demonic steeds galloped at remarkable speed, quickly widening the gap between them and Chen Yu. Upon their mounts, the leader of the abyssal marauders glared angrily at his subordinate beside him. Did you not say this person was merely a robber? Clearly, he is a skilled human sent to hunt us down. In truth, the marauder leader understood that it was not fair to blame his subordinate. After all, even he could not gauge the depth of Chen Yu's capabilities. Only the abyss could comprehend that he was accompanied by a superlative powerhouse. He merely vented his frustration on his subordinate. Boss, your hand. The subordinate, also racing on horseback, glanced curiously at the leader's hand gripping the reins. My hand. The marauder leader diverted his gaze, only to discover a new green sprout emerging from the back of his hand. This sprout was quite slender, barely the thickness of a hair, yet it grew rapidly. Within seconds, it thickened to the size of a yarn and extended over 10 centimeters long. Simultaneously, an insatiable itch began to spread. The marauder leader instinctively scratched at it with his other hand, but as he did so, he felt a searing pain. For a being like him, a fallen who was close to demonic existence, sensitivity to pain was diminished. Most fallen derived pleasure from suffering, relishing self-harm. The agony that even a creature so closely aligned with demons could not withstand was unfathomable. What is this? The marauder leader concentrated, and after a moment, he was horrified to discover that the sprout had intricately entwined itself around much of the muscle and bone in his arm, continuously siphoning his flesh, vitality, and even abyssal magic. If left unchecked, this sprout would consume him entirely. Without hesitation, The marauder leader gritted his teeth, grasped the sprout, and yanked it outward with force. Crack ryup, bones shattered, and blood splattered. Accompanied by an excruciating torment, the marauder leader's entire arm was wrenched off. Sensing the cessation of its nourishment, the sprout revealed its insatiable nature. The bloodied arm rapidly withered. Even the bones ground down and absorbed. The sprout itself flourished, blooming tiny flowers. The marauder leader was struck with terror and quickly discarded the plant he had grasped, enduring the pain of his severed arm. He only wished to flee and find a human village to slaughter and devour at will. Help! A faint cry for help reached his ears. The marauder leader turned to his subordinate, who was now covered in sprouts. On his head, hands, and neck, even the parts concealed by clothing were breached by sprouts. The body of this abyssal fallen visibly shrank. His demonic steed, too, was overtaken by sprouts. Mere seconds later, both horse and rider were reduced to nothing but bleached skeletons. Entangled in numerous tendrils, hundreds of green plants swayed in the wind, blooming tiny flowers. At that moment, the marauder leader felt an unbearable itch all over his body, akin to being swarmed by a horde of mosquitoes. In sheer panic, he tore off his shirt. His chest and abdomen were now overrun with sprouts, greedily siphoning nutrients and thriving. No, no, no. Ugh. Chen Yu stood still, awaiting the return of the small plants, which used their roots as legs to scurry back. They then dove into the body of the blood-sucking demon spirit, vanishing without a trace. As the number of returning plants increased, the blood-sucking demon spirit radiated a blood-red glow. This was the abyssal magic returned by the parasitic entities. Each third-tier fallen contained abyssal magic between 200 to 500 units, of which 80 was absorbed by the parasites and returned intact to the host, surpassing other plant life, and even Chen Yu himself. Ordinary blood-sucking demon spirits were incapable of storing abyssal magic. The affinity of the plant's heart to Chen Yu's own attributes meant that his maximum capacity for abyssal magic was 1,500 points, while the heart attribute plants could reach 15,000 points. The heart attribute blood-sucking demon spirit could not actively absorb abyssal magic, but could passively store it. After one blood-sucking demon spirit was filled, Chen Yu summoned another to serve as a temporary battery. The nearly 100 fallen had bestowed upon Chen Yu nearly 30,000 points of abyssal magic. Additionally, the flesh and vitality of the fallen were transformed into life energy, amounting to approximately 4,000 points. Wow, such an efficient robbery. Indeed, the cultivated plants passed down by the esteemed predecessors of the planting masters are anything but simple. The vexing issue of the lack of blue in the potential trial dungeon that had persistently troubled Chen Yu was effortlessly resolved by the bloodthirsty demon spirit. The essence of the heart is fundamentally a part of himself. The stored abyssal magic and vitality are, of course, at his beck and call. Had he possessed this artifact previously, he would not have endured such torment. He could have simply flattened the adversary with the heart's world tree, couldn't he? In retrospect, this trial task seems rather trivial. Alas, have I truly reached such a level of invincibility? Where's the challenge? I crave intensity. Chapter 249, The Supremacy of Strength. After vanquishing the abyssal marauders, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards Sophia. At that moment, Sophia had her eyes tightly shut, her head tilted to one side. Her breathing was long and steady. She must have fainted from fright. How can someone with such qualities serve in the military? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. A dignified third-tier warrior, reduced to fainting in terror before the enemy. This is utterly inconceivable in the eyes of the Blue Star practitioners. He recalled the examinees captured by the demon god's avatar during the ranking trials. Even when they knew survival was hopeless, they still attempted various means to escape or attack at the last moment. Even those soft-hearted female practitioners, at most, could only bear to witness the gruesome demise of others. Yet when faced with their own peril, they would confront their fears head-on, seeking an escape or retaliating in their final moments. It was the first time he had encountered someone who fainted in the presence of an enemy. Chen Yu summoned the heart's version of Xiaomiao, and a water sphere promptly splashed down upon Sophia's head. Ugh! Sophia groggily woke, her expression bewildered. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Captain, have you also perished? Fear not, I shall not hold it against you. Chen Yu's brow remained tightly knit. Regrettably, I have yet to avenge my family while still among the living. A crisp sound echoed as a five-fingered imprint appeared on Sophia's face. She immediately covered her face and cried out in pain. The sting of the pain jolted her fully awake. Are you lucid now, my lady? Chen Yu said coldly. Why yes, I apologize, Captain. Sophia stood at attention, hastily apologizing. Simultaneously, her gaze swept over the remnants of the abyssal marauders' convoy. The wagon remained intact, yet the fallen and the demonic steeds had vanished without a trace. Before she could ponder the current situation, Chen Yu's voice rang out once more. You are a noble lady. Even if your family's territory is devastated, you could still lead a comfortable life in the rear. Do you recall what it was that compelled you to become a soldier? It is vengeance, Captain. Sophia replied with fervor. I yearn to slay the fallen and demons with my own hands and avenge my kin. If that is the case, how did you behave in the face of the fallen? Chen Yu scoffed. Just now, I did not restrict your movements. You are a third-tier warrior, capable of resistance. Yet you closed your eyes and awaited death. You even fainted from fear. Sophia's face flushed with shame. As for whether your choice was correct, or whether you are fit for battle, I shall refrain from passing judgment. However, Chen Yu's tone suddenly intensified, since you have chosen to enlist. Remember this, you are no longer a noble lady, but a warrior, a seeker of vengeance. In the face of the enemy, you may flee. You may fight to the death, but you must never surrender, allowing the enemy to butcher you at will, even in your final moments. Even if the enemy's blade has severed your head, you must keep your eyes wide open and clearly see who has slain you. If your mouth can still move, then with your last ounce of strength, bite off a piece of their flesh. Alas, why do I bother with you? Chen Yu shook his head in self-deprecation. His past experiences had taught him how arduous it is to change a person. Thus, in this life, he had never attempted to persuade others. Disparate viewpoints that did not lead to significant conflict could simply be ignored, and unresolved disputes could be harmlessly mitigated. Even Chen Yu himself did not understand why he felt compelled to impart so much to Sophia, who was merely an inconsequential figure, destined to have no further interaction with him after completing the trial. Captain, I apologize. I will certainly, Sophia hastily vowed. Yet, Chen Yu interrupted her, his enthusiasm waning. Yes, you will surely do so. Enough of this. Go check on the people in the wagon. They should still be alive. Yes, Captain. Sophia fell silent for a moment, dejectedly approaching the wagon. Inside, there were ordinary villagers, among whom some robust individuals had already regained consciousness. However, they made no effort to struggle or shout. Those who were vibrant might have been instantaneously slain by the fallen, their heads crushed and devoured as snacks. Upon realizing their salvation, the villagers expressed profound gratitude to Chen Yu and Sophia. The duo escorted these civilians back to the nearest intact village. Some individuals of higher standing implored Chen Yu to escort them back to the city or their territories, promising generous rewards. Naturally, Chen Yu declined their requests and departed immediately after delivering them safely. However, instead of returning directly to the military camp, he directed Sophia towards another ambush point. These small groups of abyssal marauders were just the right opportunity to recharge a few batteries, ensuring ample energy for the impending grand battle. At the closest task site, 2 villages remained intact, with no signs of abyssal marauders. The squad responsible for this target was organizing their defenses, preparing for any eventuality. Chen Yu did not disturb them and continued onward to the next location. At the 3rd target point, within a village, the assigned squad was engaged in fierce combat with the abyssal marauders. The timing of their arrival was impeccable. The village had yet to be ravaged, and the villagers were hiding. A few capable villagers joined the fray. Without hesitation, Chen Yu commanded the heart's bloodthirsty demon spirit to join the battle. After effortlessly dispatching the foes, he pressed onward to the next destination. Over the course of 2 days, Chen Yu traversed all 60 target points. Along the way, he encountered distress signals from other regions, rushing to provide aid and acquiring additional fallen. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Yu proceeded to the main tent of the military, ready to report his mission. As he approached the entrance, he was greeted by the beaming face of the squad leader. Lord Sarando, you have finally returned. Please, come in and take a seat. The squad leader welcomed Chen Yu into the tent, offering him a chair. His manner of address even included honorifics. Although the military system in this world is somewhat lax, the hierarchy remains distinctly defined. Soldiers, captains, tent leaders, squad leaders, knight leaders, and legion commanders, with each rank divided into 3 stars. Soldiers bear a 4-pointed star insignia on their chests, captains a 5-pointed star, tent leaders a 6-pointed star, while legion commanders display a multi-pointed star resembling a small sun. Chen Yu's armor bore only a single 5-pointed star, signifying a 1-star captain. The squad leader, adorned with 2 6-pointed stars, held a rank distinctly above him. The respect he showed Chen Yu was, of course, well-founded. Several squads aided by Chen Yu had already returned and informed the squad leader of his displayed prowess. In combat, especially on the battlefields of this extraordinary world, the principle of strength reigning supreme is taken to its utmost. Those of exceptional strength invariably earn respect. As Chen Yu reported the situation, the squad leader meticulously recorded the details with a quill and parchment. Upon completion, the squad leader rose and smiled at Chen Yu, saying, Lord Sarando, the Legion commander has heard of your deeds and wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you are available at this moment? Chapter 250, The Most Devastating Setback. Very well, Chen Yu replied. Engaging with the higher echelons of the military would enable him to better comprehend the situation and strategize on how to accomplish his mission. Follow me, the sergeant said, his face lighting up with joy at Chen Yu's agreement, leading him away. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a larger military camp. In the center command tent, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor sat, 3 golden multi-pointed stars adorning his chest as he studied a map intently. His square jaw and pronounced facial features conveyed an air of authority and intensity. At that moment, his expression indicated that he was not in the best of spirits. Apologies for the interruption, General Derek, the sergeant announced. I present to you Captain Sarando. General Derek lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes fixed upon Chen Yu, exuding a formidable presence. Greetings, General Derek. Chen Yu offered a courteous salutation. Sarando, General Derek nodded. Your reputation has grown considerably in recent days. You're too kind. Chen Yu smiled, performing a respectful fist clasp. General Derek paused, evidently perplexed by the gesture, yet he discerned the humility within Chen Yu's tone, dismissing the triviality. He continued, you possess extraordinary speed and specialize in a life force that can counter the fallen. Am I correct? Indeed, Chen Yu affirmed. What is your command, General? Are you aware of the current state of the war between the Empire and the Abyss? Derek inquired, not issuing a direct task but probing for information. I do not know, Chen Yu responded candidly. Come here. Derek gestured for Chen Yu to approach a large sand table, where he began to elucidate the war's circumstances. Many of the technical terms and jargon were beyond Chen Yu's understanding, yet he grasped the overarching narrative. Humanity was at an absolute disadvantage, both in numbers and quality. Compared to the Abyss, the frontline troops were valiantly holding their position behind the fortress of Kale City. Should Kale City fall, humanity would lose its last bastion of defense, allowing the fallen to surge into their territory. Kale City was located approximately 30 kilometers behind the front lines. The Abyssal Raiders from 2 days prior had effectively circumvented Kale City as defenses and infiltrated human territory. Is there any way I can be of assistance? Chen Yu inquired. His objective was to hold Kale City for 3 months. However, lacking a plant life legion, his options were limited, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of the fallen and the numerous demonic bosses alone. Thus, seeking external support was imperative. Ideally, he would undertake more military tasks to elevate his rank, thereby securing a stronger contingent under his command. There is a significant intelligence gap between us and the fallen. Derek stated, the fallen can freely enter the non-corrupted zones, while our forces are severely restricted and weakened in the corrupted zones. Numerous scouts have perished, rendering it difficult for us to ascertain the movements of the fallen army. Therefore, I hope you can infiltrate the corrupted zone to gather intelligence. Not a problem. Chen Yu readily agreed. Gathering intelligence was his forte. There is a contingent of nearly 1,000 fallen stationed at this location. Derek unfurled a sheepskin map and pointed to a specific spot. They are a gathering of Abyssal Raiders and may take action soon. I require you to ascertain their movements and, if possible, obtain their operational plans. Understood. I shall head out immediately. Chen Yu turned to depart. Wait, Derek called. Stepping before him. General, what is your command? Chen Yu asked. You forgot this. Derek removed Chen Yu's insignia and replaced it with one bearing 2 5-pointed stars. Due to her association with Chen Yu, Sophia had also seen her rank rise, advancing from a 1-star soldier to a 3-star soldier. One more promotion would elevate her to a squad leader. At that moment, she was in the barracks, animatedly recounting her experiences of fighting alongside Chen Yu. In truth, Chen Yu's battles were rather unremarkable, consisting of merely 2 steps. 1. Unleash the bloodthirsty spirit. 2. Wait for the enemies to perish. The thrilling and dramatic narratives were largely fabrications of Sophia's imagination. However, her storytelling prowess was remarkable, inciting fervor among the surrounding soldiers. At that time, I thought it was merely a routine ambush, easily dispatching those detestable fallen. But I was mistaken. The leader of that group turned out to be a 4th-tier epic demon. I urged the captain to retreat for reinforcements, yet he insisted that a warrior must embrace the warrior's resolve. He had to protect the civilians. Thus, the captain boldly charged at the epic demon. After hundreds of exchanges, the captain was drenched in blood, both his own and that of the demon. He persisted, refusing to falter, vowing to strike the final blow. I was terrified, yet how could I retreat while the captain fought valiantly? I recalled the captain's words, even in the final moments, even in despair, one must not abandon the fight. And then what happened? I summoned the last vestiges of my fighting spirit and charged at the epic demon. Captain. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's darkened expression, Sophia instantly fell silent. Lord Sarando. Look, it is Lord Sarando. The soldiers surrounding them erupted in cheers, encircling Chen Yu as if he were a celebrated idol. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be training? Don't you know the saying? Sweat more in training, bleed less on the battlefield. Chen Yu's voice boomed. Truly, Lord Sarando speaks with such profound wisdom. Everyone disperse. Train hard, and do not disappoint our Lord's expectations. Yes, let us train. The soldiers, invigorated, commenced their training with renewed vigor, leaving Chen Yu bewildered. When had he acquired such an impressive level of influence? He was no failed art student. Once the soldiers had scattered, Chen Yu turned his gaze toward Sophia. He vowed that this was indeed the most humiliating experience he had endured since birth. When had a mere 4th-tier demon boss been able to engage him in a battle of 300 exchanges? When had he ever sustained injuries while confronting a 4th-tier demon? He harbored grave suspicions that this was Sophia's retaliation after being reprimanded, deliberately besmirching his reputation. Damn that little chick, daring to brazenly expose my missteps. Chapter 251. The Uncertain Later Years. The fallen infested with green fur. Women have an affinity for gossip, and noble ladies of ancient times were particularly enamored by it. With little else to entertain them, they would gather to indulge in idle chatter. Chen Yu finally witnessed the extraordinary gossiping skills of the bored noblewomen. Today, Zhang Sen struck Li Si with a club, and before long, in the mouths of these heiresses, the tale would transform into a sensational rumor. With the entire city abuzz with the story of a certain Li Si provoking the bloodthirsty Zhang San, resulting not only in his own demise, but also in the untimely deaths of an entire street of people. What was remarkable about Sophia was that her fabricated tales were accepted as truth by everyone. Many soldiers had been present during those events, yet none contradicted Sophia. Instead, they stepped forth as witnesses to validate her account. Perhaps it was because Sophia had assigned them roles of varying significance within her narrative, fostering a sense of involvement. Captain, Sophia crouched on the ground, trembling. She had never anticipated that Chen Yu would actually appear while she was spinning her tales about him. Stand up, Chen Yu commanded. Yes, Captain. Sophia instinctively stood at attention. Is this place familiar to you? Chen Yu inquired as he tossed the map to Sophia. Reporting, Captain. Sophia exclaimed loudly. I'm not overly familiar, but I have been there and remember the way. Then, in a hesitant whisper, she added, but Captain, this area should be the abyssal erosion zone. Are we meant to go there? You need not accompany me, Chen Yu replied, reclaiming the map and turning to leave. A guide well-versed in the terrain shouldn't be too difficult to find. If all else fails, I can borrow one from the sergeant major or the legion commander. Sophia hurried after him. Captain, I am willing. I wish to go. Then let us proceed. The thorn spirit extended a tendril, wrapping Sophia in its embrace. The area that Commander Derek had requested Chen Yu to scout was merely 20 to 30 kilometers from the frontline camp. Along the way, they encountered several fallen scouts, swiftly dispatching them with ease. Under Sophia's guidance, they quickly located the Abyssal Raider camp marked on the map. It was a desolate village, once a human habitation. The gathered fallen numbered only around 500, a stark contrast to the nearly 1,000 described by the commander. Captain, the number of Abyssal Raiders here has diminished. Some may have already departed, Sophia noted. Should we return to report this and avert potential losses? There's no rush. We need to obtain the Fallen's marching route map. Chen Yu stated. Are you suggesting we infiltrate their camp? Sophia hesitated. As non-abyssal beings, we could easily be detected by the Fallen. Fear not, they won't catch on. Today, I shall teach you the true essence of stealth, Chen Yu declared, charging towards the Fallen camp with several thorn spirits in tow. Stealth? Observing Chen Yu's audacious demeanor, Sophia swallowed hard, compelled to follow. As anticipated, before they could approach, they were already spotted by a patrolling Fallen. Human scouts. A Fallen shrieked, rallying other alerted Fallen to rush towards Chen Yu. With a series of dull thuds, the Fallen were reduced to a gruesome pulp by the tendrils. Chen Yu's stride did not falter. Upon arriving at the village, dozens of Fallen stood ready for combat. Kill him. Kill. The cacophony of over a dozen Fallen echoed as they charged. Chen Yu summoned hundreds of thorn spirits, commanding them to attack anything that moved within the village. Upon reaching the second tier, the most significant enhancement for the thorn spirits was their acquisition of rudimentary intelligence, allowing for a degree of autonomous action. Though their intellect was inferior to that of even the simplest artificial intelligence, they could at least manage basic offensive and defensive maneuvers without Chen Yu's direct oversight. These Abyssal Raiders, at their strongest, were merely fourth-tier elites, easily overwhelmed by the thorn spirits. Hundreds of tendrils whirred through the air, decimating the gathered Fallen in an instant. Following this, the thorn spirits rampaged into the village, unleashing a bloody massacre upon the Fallen. The bloodthirsty spirits trailed closely behind, disseminating a vast number of parasitic seeds for the final harvest. The parasitic plants required time to drain their hosts. Compared to immediate damage, the bloodthirsty spirits were less effective than the thorn spirits. By the time the thorn spirits had dispatched their foes, the seeds of the bloodthirsty spirits were just beginning to sprout. Trailing behind Chen Yu, Sophia beheld the gruesome scene, akin to a hellscape. She understood the prowess of the beautiful spirits surrounding Chen Yu, yet was taken aback by their sheer numbers. The essence of stealth lies in remaining undetected by living foes. Chen Yu remarked cryptically. You see, this is what constitutes a successful infiltration. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Sophia's lips twitched slightly. Chen Yu led Sophia towards a building that had been restored and modified. As the only intact structure, it likely served as the commander's headquarters. In the middle of the path, they discovered a few Fallen still alive, standing motionless like stone statues. Nearby, one or two thorn spirits darted past, ignoring them entirely. Chen Yu had commanded the thorn spirits to eliminate anything that moved. Snakes, insects, and vermin had faced annihilation. Strangely, these Fallen had quickly discerned the movement patterns of the thorn spirits, narrowly escaping destruction. It must be said, there were indeed clever individuals among the Fallen. Captain, what is their situation? Sophia inquired, pointing at the living Fallen with curiosity. Among the Fallen, they possess a rare cunning, Chen Yu remarked. Pay them no mind. We must move on. Oh, Sophia nodded, somewhat understanding. She longed to draw her sword and slay the Fallen, but without Chen Yu's orders. She dared not act on her own. As they passed by the few Fallen, there was no response from them, appearing as if they were mere statues. After walking a short distance, Sophia couldn't help but glance back. To her astonishment, she noticed that the fallen were covered in a dense growth of green fuzz. A chill ran down her spine, and she quickly turned away. This scene was all too familiar to her. From the moment she was born, she had never witnessed a more tragic death. Inside the building, the marching map of the Abyssal Raiders hung prominently on the wall, with their routes clearly marked. Chen Yu yawned, rolled up the map, and instructed the Thorn Spirits to gather all items belonging to the Abyssal Raiders within the building. With the task completed, he mused. I hope the next mission presents more of a challenge. This one was rather mundane. Chapter 252. Amidst the 36 flames of war, your place awaits at the front line. Within the central military camp, Chen Yu placed the marching route map of the Abyssal Raiders upon the desk of the Legion commander. Excellent. Captain Sarando. I was right in my assessment of you, Commander Derek beamed. By the way, you weren't detected by the enemy, were you? If the Abyssal Raiders discover that their marching route map has been stolen, they will undoubtedly alter their plans. Those dispatched to intercept will find nothing. And the villages in the rear will suffer immense losses, an outcome that greatly concerns me. Rest assured, General, the enemy is completely unaware, Chen Yu assured him. Moreover, the raider camp holds only 500 fallen. The remainder may have already mobilized. I urge you to make arrangements swiftly to prevent any losses. Understood, Commander Derek replied, furrowing his brow as he examined the operational map. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, a smile adorning his face. If this route map is legitimate, then the number of Abyssal Raiders within the camp is indeed as I received from previous intelligence. Additionally, Captain Sarando, would you mind if I consulted your aide for further details? Commander Derek was already aware that Sophia was Chen Yu's guide and typically did not partake in combat. Sometimes, an observer's perspective can offer a more objective and comprehensive understanding of the situation. Of course, feel free. Chen Yu stepped outside and called Sophia, who had been waiting. Back inside. Immediately, her animated voice began to flow forth, rich and melodious, infused with emotional tension and vivid depictions of the scenes. Even the two soldiers stationed at the entrance to the tent couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. Soon, a gathering of over a dozen curious soldiers formed at the tent entrance, captivated by Sophia's rhythmic storytelling. The listeners quickly became immersed, as if they were experiencing the events firsthand. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's expression darkened progressively. After some time, Chen Yu was summoned back by Commander Derek. The commander's gaze, filled with awe, now held a newfound respect. Captain Sarando, you truly annihilated an entire Abyssal Raider camp? Indeed, General, Chen Yu affirmed. What a miracle. The Legion commander expressed his astonishment, remarking on the unimaginable courage it took to stand against the fallen in such perilous circumstances. All for the sake of the Imperial citizens in the rear. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, emphasizing the necessity of acting with prudence. Despite your formidable strength, there exists an overwhelming multitude of powerful beings within the Abyssal Corruption Zone. The favor of Lady Luck does not remain with any one individual indefinitely. You have already demonstrated your capabilities. Your significance is tantamount to that of an entire legion, and I implore you to prioritize your safety. Understood, Commander, Chen Yu nodded. Please assign me my next task. You are gravely injured. It would be wise to rest and recuperate, the commander advised. Thank you for your concern, General. But I am unscathed. Please arrange a mission for me. Chen Yu shot a fierce glare at Sophia, who immediately recoiled. Sarando, do not be so hard on your subordinate. The commander sighed. Her decision to speak the truth was the right one. I understand your fervent desire to serve the Empire and ensure its safety. But you must comprehend that your survival is paramount to your loyalty to the Empire. Enough said. You shall rest for 3 days and attend to your injuries. This is an order. Additionally, you will single-handedly eradicate an entire raider camp. This accomplishment shall serve as a tribute to your valiant actions. The commander handed Chen Yu a hexagram badge. You may select personnel from my various barracks or reserve camps. Use these 3 days to properly equip your battalion. Now, you may take your leave. Thank you, General. Recognizing the resolute will of Commander Derek, Chen Yu accepted the badge and turned to depart. Sophia followed closely behind him, cautiously retracting her neck, fearful of an outburst from Chen Yu that might lead to her suffering. In truth, Chen Yu held no animosity towards Sophia. If she had been boastful amongst the soldiers in the smaller encampment, before the commander, she had no inclination for gossip. Rather, she was advocating for Chen Yu's merits. It is crucial to understand that risking one's life to achieve a grand feat for the nation is a vastly different concept from effortlessly surpassing a military order and acting against superior instructions. The former commands admiration, portraying the individual as a hero in the eyes of both superiors and the populace, while the latter might raise suspicions regarding one's origins. Even when Chen Yu reported back, he would embellish the narrative, though not to the extent of Sophia's exaggerations. 3 fleeting days passed. Humanity and the fallen remained in a standoff, with no significant conflicts erupting. The Abyssal Raiders continued their incessant harassments. With the complete annihilation of the raiders who followed Chen Yu's path, only a few fallen infiltrators mingled within Commander Derek's territory, preventing Chen Yu from claiming any additional trophies. A single-star Barak leader could deploy 30 squads of warriors. Finding personnel seemed too cumbersome to Chen Yu. so he delegated this responsibility to Sophia. He held no doubts regarding her capabilities. Her ability to inspire was nothing short of formidable, as if she were born for this role. Had she existed during the waning days of an ancient Chinese dynasty, she would undoubtedly have found her place among the leaders of peasant uprisings. Sophia did not disappoint Chen Yu. In less than a day, she assembled 30 elite warrior squads from various barracks. During the remaining 2 days, she embellished Chen Yu's exploits, effortlessly employing persuasive rhetoric. In just 2 days, these initially reluctant soldiers were transformed into devoted followers, viewing Chen Yu as their guiding light. As the 3-day respite came to an end, Chen Yu made his way to the central military tent to request his next assignment from Commander Derek. Without hesitation, the commander handed him a mission map. Unlike the previous minor task, this mission entailed gathering intelligence on the Fallen's vanguard forces. The map indicated the potential areas where the Fallen's vanguard might be stationed. Chen Yu's objective was to ascertain their precise location and movements. A vanguard of the Fallen typically comprised between 2,000 to 5,000 troops, with a higher quality than the Abyssal Raiders, certainly including multiple 4th-tier demon bosses, at least 5 or more. The greater the numbers, the more demon bosses were likely to be present. Certain elite vanguard troops might even harbor 5th-tier demon bosses. Chapter 253. Why is the world tree and the primordial spirits female? The reason is quite surprising. Remember, you must exercise caution in your actions, Commander Derek reiterated before Chen Yu departed. Understood, Commander, Chen Yu replied with a serious expression. After leaving the central command tent, he returned to his own barracks. In the newly established camp, Sophia was diligently working on the morale of the soldiers. Out of every 10 sentences she spoke, 5 included quotes attributed to Chen Yu, expounding on profound principles. Of course, Chen Yu did not recall uttering those words. The squad leader has returned. Look, it's the esteemed squad leader, the one who single-handedly vanquished an entire raider camp, despite being gravely injured. The soldiers cast fervent glances at Chen Yu. Train well, everyone. Chen Yu smiled and nodded at the soldiers. Then he summoned a thorn spirit to whisk Sophia away. The squad leader has taken Captain Sophia away. Where could they be headed? I see a good rapport between the squad leader and Captain Sophia. Perhaps a certain female soldier is beginning to ship them. Save your breath, scoffed a nearby soldier. The squad leader and Captain Sophia are heading to the corruption zone for a special mission. I truly envy Captain Sophia for being able to accompany the squad leader on a mission. Indeed, Captain Sophia is quite fortunate. I'm familiar with the surrounding terrain as well. The soldiers left behind gazed enviously at Chen Yu and Sophia's departing figures, wishing they could join him in the fray. Charging into the corruption zone and slaying the Fallen in a daring escapade. How does it feel to be the squad leader? Chen Yu jested. In recent days, he had issued no commands to his soldiers. Since the establishment of his battalion, Sophia had been in charge. It would not be inaccurate to say that Sophia was the true squad leader. I am merely conveying your orders, Sophia said, a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow as she spoke anxiously. Fear not, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. You should recognize that I have my own goals. As long as your ambitions do not conflict with mine, your desires are of no concern. Previously, Chen Yu had perceived Sophia as an inexperienced noblewoman, but he soon realized he had underestimated her. While she performed poorly on the battlefield, she possessed cunning and resourcefulness, much like his attitude towards the little saintess. Chen Yu was indifferent to her underlying motives, as long as they did not impede his mission. Having such a person around would save him considerable effort. Sophia was ambitious yet self-aware. As she indoctrinated the soldiers, she deliberately downplayed her own presence while amplifying Chen Yu's, making her intentions clear. Yes, squad leader, Sophia replied earnestly. Rest assured, I swear I will never betray you. Interesting, Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Sophia exhibited a noticeable emotional fluctuation as she spoke. With a mental acuity of 30,000, Chen Yu was keenly aware of this subtle anomaly. She was not lying to him. But there seemed to be more beneath the surface. However, Chen Yu had no intention of probing further. After a moment of silence, Sophia spoke again. She seemed to have made a certain resolution, her expression tinged with a hint of anticipation. Warrior Commander, forgive my audacity. May I pose a personal question? Certainly. Chen Yu replied. Do you have a wife? Sophia inquired. I do, Chen Yu answered. Would you mind having an additional lover? She would not trouble your life in any way, Sophia asked after a brief pause. I wouldn't mind, Chen Yu said, though there are not many women who pique my interest. Thus far, aside from his own secluded garden, he had only encountered one woman who somewhat aligned with his preferences. Your wife must be an extraordinary woman, Sophia praised. I suppose so, Chen Yu replied uncertainly. After all, referring to the world tree as a woman was not entirely accurate. Strictly speaking, the world tree does not possess a gender. In Chen Yu's inherent perception, as a male with physiological needs and an attraction to females, the imagery of the world tree and the primordial elves manifested as feminine. Their true essence bore no resemblance to traditional biological forms. Chen Yu was acutely aware of Sophia's intentions. She sought to earn his trust through an alternative approach. However, he held no such inclinations. If it were a woman from the Blue Star world, perhaps a senior or a teacher, he might have considered indulging in such an arrangement. Yet Sophia was of the task world. She could not be taken away, and the uncertainty was too great to satisfy his absolute desire for possession. Thus, even if she offered openly, Chen Yu was not inclined to accept. After he politely declined, Sophia did not broach the subject again. Along the way, aside from providing directions, she maintained a silence. In less than half an hour, the heart-symbiotic thorn demon spirit had brought Chen Yu and Sophia to the location marked on the map. The map displayed but a small circle, yet in reality, it encompassed hundreds of square kilometers. The heart-symbiotic was unlike ordinary plant life. If it strayed too far from Chen Yu, it would automatically retract, unable to scout independently. However, Chen Yu had other methods. Amidst Sophia's fearful expression, a colossal vine erupted from the ground, elevating Chen Yu and Sophia high into the air. This area lacked significant mountain barriers. From a height of a kilometer, Chen Yu surveyed a vast expanse. Beside a stretch of woodland, he discovered a dilapidated small town, teeming with numerous fallen souls. Most of the fallen donned standardized gear. This decrepit little town must be the base of the fallen vanguard, as mentioned by Commander Derek. Just then, several demons soared from the small town, heading straight towards Chen Yu. Epic demons. True demons. We have been discovered. Sophia's face turned pale. Just a few minor lackeys. What are you afraid of? Chen Yu found himself somewhat perplexed by Sophia. In the face of adversaries, her demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual scheming and manipulation. Warrior Commander, they are truly demons. Sophia trembled, yet she bravely drew her long sword, shaking as she aimed it at the demons. The demons did not attack. Instead, they regarded Chen Yu with apprehension. Are you a fallen one or a demon? What brings you here? The leading demon boss cautiously inquired. The fallen could not discern it, but the demon boss sensed it. The total abyssal magic possessed by Chen Yu was not inferior to theirs, and its quality was exceedingly high. Moreover, the immense vine-like entity contained abyssal magic several times greater than theirs. A plant life devoid of any abyssal characteristics, possessing a total of abyssal magic exceeding that of an epic fourth-tier demon by several folds? This was absurd. Chapter 254. Even the demons are deceived. Chen Yu had anticipated that the demons would strike directly and had prepared his defenses. Of course, it was not out of fear of being harmed by these demons. Rather, he deemed them of sufficient quality to consider leaving a live specimen for the bloodthirsty demon spirits to inhabit. The demon's decision to refrain from attacking shifted Chen Yu's perspective. Ultimately, his mission was to safeguard Kale City from being breached, not to complete numerous tasks or slay countless demons. Elevating his score required ensuring the safety of the mission objective first. The demon's cautious demeanor reminded Chen Yu of the Pain Church. In the abyss, not all demons were mindless and aggressive. A considerable portion practiced survival tactics. Those with volatile tempers either forged a path to glory or were slain midway by others. Those with more insidious temperaments might endure longer, growing ever stronger. The demons before Chen Yu, opting to first probe his intentions, were likely practitioners of survival tactics. Thus, Chen Yu resolved to engage in a bit of information deception. You inquire about my identity? Chen Yu feigned surprise. Then his expression morphed into one of madness as the vast abyssal magic within him began to churn. You dare question my identity? You presume to not recognize me. How dare you consider me a base and filthy fallen one? The demons sensed Chen Yu's abnormal state, immediately stiffening and spreading out into defensive stances, regarding him cautiously. Such high-quality abyssal magic, such an arrogant demeanor. Did they dare to provoke his wrath due to their suspicions of him being a fallen one? This individual must undoubtedly be a pure-blood demon, and a high bloodline one at that. In an instant, the demons had classified Chen Yu's identity in their minds. His capriciousness, formidable strength, and haughty disdain for lesser demons and fallen souls were common traits among noble pure-blood demons. Do you seek death? Chen Yu summoned 10 fully equipped abyssal thorn demon spirits. Each possessed 15,000 points of abyssal magic. The overwhelming surge of power nearly rendered the demons breathless. It is a demoness of the abyss, a legendary abyssal succubus, at least of the 4th tier, if not possibly the 5th. My lord, we beg your forgiveness. We meant no offense. The demons quaked in terror, kneeling before Chen Yu, trembling. Abyssal succubi, in the eyes of powerful demons, were merely toys and sources of energy. Yet in the eyes of lower-ranking demons, they were formidable pure-blood aristocrats. If they were merely ordinary noble pure-blood demons, these demons would not be frightened under similar circumstances. The lower demon hierarchy was not particularly social. They recognized only strength, not lineage. However, when a noble-blooded demon possessed overwhelming power that crushed them, they would instantly submit. Bereft of any rebellious thoughts, what was the significance of such a prominent figure appearing on the front line? There was hardly any profit to be gained in this small world. The demons were bewildered. Chen Yu's fluctuating expression rendered them speechless. Not only were the demons confused, but Sophia was equally perplexed. She knew of Chen Yu's formidable strength. Yet no matter how powerful one might be, it was unfathomable for a true abyssal demon to kneel and plead for mercy. What was the meaning of those female demons so obedient to Chen Yu? Was her commander, in truth, a terrifying demon infiltrating the human ranks? A chill ran down Sophia's spine as she shrank behind Chen Yu, holding her breath in fear of drawing his attention. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu's expression returned to normal, as if he had stifled his anger. The demons too breathed a sigh of relief. Despite being fourth-tier demon bosses with numerous subordinates, they were merely among the lowest and weakest tier of mature demons in the abyss. Only fallen souls and underdeveloped minor demons, as well as immature pure-blood demons, were weaker than them. Such demons, abundant in the abyss, are nothing more than expendable entities, devoid of any identity or status. Slaying noble pure-blood demons is akin to crushing a newly hatched demon larva, devoid of any hesitation. Which master do you serve as mere pests? Chen Yu inquired coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Who is the invader of this world? The few demons, intimidated by Chen Yu, dared not conceal the truth and promptly replied, "My lord. This small realm belongs to Lord Gula, and we are under his command." Lord Gula? Chen Yu feigned contemplation, then turned to a thorny abyss spirit. Is there indeed such a lord of the abyss? Master, the thorny abyss spirit responded, there are countless abyssal lords under the command of the great demon god. Yet I have never heard of Lord Gula. Oh, Chen Yu nodded, then fixed his gaze upon the demons. Pray tell, which great demon god does your Lord Gula serve? Chen Yu's inquiry sent shivers down the spines of the demons, their minds nearly exploding with the weight of the question. Heaven have mercy. They were merely the most wretched of lowly demons, having only heard of this name through Lord Gula's summons. As for which great demon god Lord Gula was subordinate to, how could they possibly know? Moreover, Lord Gula was not even a true abyssal lord. It is known that only 8th-tier demons can be referred to as lords in the abyss. However, only mythic-level 8th-tier demons can rightfully claim the title of abyssal lord. Legends say that a singular abyssal lord can casually annihilate 10 or even dozens of ordinary demon lords. And as for the demon gods, such beings are scarcely mentioned among lowly demons, who merely grasp the concept of such exalted existences in the abyss. It appears you are unaware, Chen Yu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Now tell me, when do you intend to launch a full-scale assault on this world, and what is the strength of your forces? The demons exchanged glances, uncertain. While Chen Yu appeared to wield immense power, they understood that information of this nature was too sensitive to divulge. Even if they were privy to such details, revealing them would spell death at the hands of their superiors. After a moment, a clever demon replied, "My lord, we genuinely do not possess this information, but we can introduce you to the commander of the vanguard army. The tall man bears the weight of the heavens." Even demons understood this principle. If you know nothing, what use are you? Chen Yu's anger surged. Useless insects, perish. The demons, terrified, turned to flee. Yet what awaited them was a multitude of whipping tendrils. Chapter 255, Reinforcements from the Sanctuary World. Minutes later, the bloodthirsty spirits-derived plants vacated the desiccated forms of the demons. Chen Yu had no intention of meeting the commander of the demon vanguard army. Merely hearing the title indicated a formidable foe. He could intimidate 4th-tier demon bosses. But against 7th-tier or higher demons, his power might falter. The one orchestrating the invasion of this world was Lord Gula. He had once heard from Unisifus that abyssal lords were at least 8th-tier golden bosses. In comparison, that equated to a level above 400 in the mythical realm. Enemies of such caliber could undoubtedly eliminate him with ease. Not to mention an 8th-tier golden boss. Even a standard 8th-tier boss would be beyond his capabilities. The primordial spirits, merely wielding forbidden spells, were already terrifying enough. The true power of a genuine tabble-level being is beyond comprehension. Even 7th-tier foes now posed a significant threat to Chen Yu, necessitating all his trump cards to contend with them. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Based on his recent potential trial, as long as he did not act recklessly, he should not encounter overly formidable adversaries. It seemed illogical for a 2nd or 1st-tier mission to yield 6th or 7th-tier enemies. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and lacking detailed intelligence was no matter. He could gradually explore, and surely some useful information would surface. After dispatching the demons, the thorny spirits lifted Chen Yu to hover above the encampment of the fallen vanguard. Over a dozen bloodthirsty spirits frantically scattered seeds below. Before long, chaos erupted in the small town. The cries of the fallen, attempting to rid themselves of the parasitic entities, filled the air. Despite the overwhelming number of fallen, the scarcity of bloodthirsty spirits meant that most, though gravely injured, survived. Chen Yu instructed the bloodthirsty spirits to intensify their efforts and sent in hundreds of thorn spirits to wreak havoc upon the dilapidated town. After more than half an hour, silence descended upon the town. The ground was littered with desiccated corpses, not a morsel of fresh flesh in sight. "Let us venture inside and search for anything worthy of taking back," Chen Yu said to Sophia. "Yes," Sophia responded, springing up like a startled rabbit. "You know how to relay today's events, yes?" Chen Yu inquired. Sophia, possessing a flair for oration, was adept at reporting. He had no desire to waste further mental energy. "Rest assured, I will never betray you, regardless of who you are or what your intentions may be," Sophia exclaimed in terror. "You don't genuinely believe I am a demon, do you?" Chen Yu asked, amused. Sophia shook her head fervently, though her expression revealed her lingering doubts. She then spoke with a complex demeanor. My lord, no matter what you are, I shall follow you, never betraying you. Even if I were a demon? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, curious. Yes, Sophia replied earnestly. Well, I understand, Chen Yu nodded, but unfortunately, I am not a high-ranking demon. Sophia fell silent, but a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed her eyes. Chen Yu found it fascinating that Sophia believed it would be more advantageous for her if he were a high-ranking demon. How utterly amusing. At the frontline encampment of the human empire, Commander Derek regarded Chen Yu with incredulity after hearing Sophia's report. You incited an entire camp of fallen to revolt, then took advantage of the chaos to annihilate them all? Indeed, Chen Yu nodded. The straightforward account, once refined by Sophia, morphed into a convoluted yet coherent tale. The commander found himself at a loss for words, questioning whether he had overindulged during lunch and was still dreaming. Yet the objects before him attested to the story's authenticity. The thought processes of the fallen diverged significantly from those of normal beings, and self-destruction among them was commonplace. To leverage this trait to eradicate an entire fallen army seemed utterly outrageous. Since you have achieved such a feat, you rightfully deserve commendation. After a deep breath, Commander Derek adorned Chen Yu with a 2-star warrior insignia. Commander, please assign me my next task, Chen Yu requested. Just a moment. Commander Derek rummaged through his belongings and handed Chen Yu a map. This map, too, bore a circled area, but it was significantly larger than the previous one. Within this expanse, several fallen vanguard armies seemed to be congregating. Understood, Chen Yu accepted the map and departed the tent. The commander hastily rose, extending his hand, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wished to say something. However, before he could utter a word, Chen Yu had already walked far away. Ultimately, he sat down, lost in thought, his eyes reflecting an endless confusion. A single fallen vanguard army, even at its minimum strength of around 2,000, boasted combat power equivalent to at least 2 medium-sized warrior battalions. Within the corruption zone, their fighting capacity was even higher. Is it truly conceivable that a foe of such magnitude was vanquished single-handedly by the illustrious warrior Sarando? How astonishing! Kale City, as a frontline stronghold, has not been entirely militarized. The city still harbors a considerable populace of nobles and commoners alike. Prior to the abyssal invasion, Kale City was a bustling metropolis, a vital hub of commerce and transportation. Even now, in proximity to the front lines, its vibrancy remains undiminished. The streets are teeming with life, commerce thrives, and the citizens feel no palpable sense of the oppressive weight of war. Both commoners and nobles alike are steadfast in their belief that the abyssal demons cannot breach Kale City. After all, the Empire has dispatched its most elite legions to safeguard the city's security. This sentiment is precisely what the Empire's high command wishes to cultivate. Warfare demands substantial financial resources, and engaging in a conflict against the Abyss is an extravagant affair. The Empire regards Kale City as its ultimate bastion because the nation, having endured years of defeat, teeters on the brink of collapse. Should such a strategically significant city fall, alongside its economic prowess, the Empire would lose any chance of resurgence. The remaining military forces are incapable of effective defense, and the Empire can no longer bear the burden of military expenditures. The Empire's downfall would herald a comprehensive invasion from the Abyss, ushering in an apocalyptic reckoning. Outside the city, within the military encampment, Commander Adolf paces anxiously within his tent. Though there has been no large-scale assault from the Abyss recently, it is widely acknowledged that this tranquility is merely the calm before the storm. Report. A soldier rushes into the tent. Is it news from the imperial capital? Adolf strides forward eagerly, assisting the messenger to his feet. Commander, the messenger bears tidings. The soldier presents a scroll of parchment to Adolf. His Majesty the Emperor has communicated that the capital has established contact with the Holy World Church. The strongest among the clergy, the Holy Maiden, shall personally lead the knights of the temple to our aid. Chapter 256. Are demons truly worthless? Which Holy World Church do you refer to? Adolf inquires hastily. The Radiant Wing Empire or the Mont Empire? Is it the one known as the Divine Manifestation? Prince Lucifer Agareth. The messenger appears utterly bewildered. It's nothing. You may leave now. Adolf chuckles, shaking his head. Yes, sir. The messenger hastily takes his leave. Adolf unfurls the parchment, the information contained within causing a relieved smile to spread across his face. Commander. At that moment, a tall, armored general strides into the tent, his brow furrowed and expression troubled. Lolordo, your timing is impeccable, Adolf remarks with a smile. The capital has delivered good news. The Empire has summoned new troops? Lolordo counters. That hardly qualifies as good news. Our predicament cannot be remedied merely by numbers. He sighs. The rear believes that Kale City has withstood the Abyss for 2 years, considering it an impregnable fortress. In truth, the abyssal demons are merely biding their time. Once they muster the fallen from the rear to launch a full-scale assault, Kale City will be utterly obliterated. No, this time it is not a new troop summons. Adolf shakes his head and tosses the parchment to Lolordo. Support from the Holy World? And is it that oddly named Holy Maiden? Lolordo's countenance brightens as he reads the scroll. The peculiar name is only strange to our world, Adolphe replies with a hint of exasperation. In their realm, Lucifer signifies light and divinity. Agareth embodies hope and virtue. Few would dare to adopt such exalted names. Lolordo, however, pays little heed to the significance of the holy maiden's name. He merely recognizes that salvation may be at hand for their world. Among all the realms tainted by the abyss, those that embrace the power of the Holy Church stand as the most resilient. The forces of the Church and the abyss counterbalance each other, with the Church easily capable of purifying areas afflicted by the abyss. Among all holy worlds, the Radiant Wing Empire uniquely suppresses the abyssal influence. Its greatest asset is none other than the Holy Maiden, who is said to be a divine incarnation. Over the past few years, she has led the Knights of the Temple across numerous worlds, repelling the abyssal forces and cleansing vast swathes of tainted territory. Although the abyss has not been completely eradicated, she has afforded those worlds invaluable respite. While Lolordo rejoices, Adolphe's expression darkens once more with concern. There are still 2 months until her arrival. If the abyss launches a major offensive, will we be able to endure until then? No one is more acutely aware of the battlefield dynamics than the frontline commander. The abyssal forces assimilate territory at an alarming rate, transforming populations into combatants with astonishing speed. The Tennessee Empire has suffered losses of a magnitude exceeding the norm, with over 3/5 of its population consumed by the abyss. Should the fallen from heavily tainted regions be dispatched to the front lines, even if their individual prowess is inferior to that of the Empire's soldiers, they would not lag far behind in the tide of relentless assaults. How long can a mere city like Kale, alongside the 2 million troops at the front, possibly hold out? Suddenly, a soldier from the perimeter rushes into the tent. Commander, Vice Commander, Colonel Derek of the 19th Legion requests an audience. Derek? Lolordo raises an eyebrow. Is he not the commander who dealt a significant blow to the abyssal raiders? Let him in at once. Moments later, the guard ushers Colonel Derek into the tent. Commander, Vice Commander, what brings you here? Adolphe greets him with a smile. I have come to recommend a talent to both of you, Derek replies earnestly. You speak of your subordinate, the warrior Sarando, do you not? Lolordo interjects. You reported previously that he single-handedly eradicated 42 abyssal raiders, and then tasked him with gathering intelligence on the abyss. Has he achieved any new feats during this time? He single-handedly annihilated a vanguard of the fallen, Derek states. What? Lolordo and Adolphe exchange incredulous glances, their astonishment unmistakable. A vanguard of the abyss consists of no less than 2,000 warriors, led by several epic-tier demons. In tainted regions, the fallen and demons receive combat enhancements. Even a 6th-tier powerhouse would hesitate to charge recklessly, let alone a 4th-tier warrior. The information has been confirmed, I presume? Elaborate. Lolordo and Adolphe's expressions turn grave. In the abyssal taint zone, within a camp of the fallen vanguard, Chen Yu occupies the central seat, with Sophia kneeling beside him, massaging his legs. The cold sweat trickling down her forehead attests to her unease. Several demons sit at the lower end, their faces twisted in servile smiles, exuding subservience. Utilizing his high-grade abyssal magic and the guise of the abyssal thorn spirit, Chen Yu has successfully deceived a number of demons leading the fallen, who now regard him as a distinguished guest. This vanguard of the fallen boasts a commendable rank, comprising over 4,000 individuals, with a 5th-tier demon boss at the helm. Soon, food and drink are brought forth. Before Chen Yu lies a fully roasted human girl. At the sight of the dish, Sophia nearly retches. While she can endure gory scenes, the sight of a disemboweled, cooked human is beyond her tolerance. Even Chen Yu's expression darkens. You expect me to eat this? Please. My lord, do not be angry. We have spared no expense. The demons plead in terror. This is the finest delicacy our camp has to offer. Indeed, indeed. The lead 5th-tier demon prostrates himself on the ground. My lord, this fresh human was just delivered from the city of Weeping Blood, slaughtered today. The city of Weeping Blood? Chen Yu felt a stirring within him, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, You despicable mongrel demons dare to establish a city on the front lines? Do you think you are worthy? Upon noticing Chen Yu's shift in attention, the 5th-tier demon boss heaved a sigh of relief and responded, My lord, this is merely a strategic fortress we constructed to stockpile resources. It is not a true demon city. The 5th-tier demon did not perceive Chen Yu's words as an insult, for they were indeed grounded in truth. Only a genuine abyssal lord held the privilege to erect a demon city. Stockpiling resources? Chen Yu inquired with a curious expression. Aren't you Valkyrs merely scavenging for whatever you can seize? How do you come to possess resources? Chapter 257. Let us break forth into the vastness of heaven and earth. The 5th-tier demon did not allow Chen Yu's derision and contempt to incite anger. Rather, its demeanor became even more obsequious. In its eyes, the noble, pure-blooded aristocratic demons were superlative beings, and it was customary for them to look down upon creatures like itself. Should Chen Yu have displayed deference, it would have raised its suspicions. Demons relished baring their fangs and claws to the weak, yet when confronted by the powerful, they would grovel like a dog awaiting scraps. My lord, during this period, many fallen ones have been summoned from the rear. We have established this stronghold to nourish those wretched fallen beings, not to elevate our own status by emulating the great demon cities, the fifth-tier demon said, ingratiatingly. The sudden influx of fallen beings? Chen Yu immediately became alert. Ordinary fallen ones were akin to farmers, cultivating crops corrupted by the abyss, thereby accelerating the abyss's encroachment upon the world. The fruits of their labor served as provisions for the abyssal army. With farmers dispatched to the front lines and sustained by military rations, was this not a blatant indication of an impending all-out assault? In the face of such an onslaught from the abyss, could Kale City withstand the onslaught? Chen Yu felt a deep sense of foreboding. The human side's strength had always paled in comparison to that of the abyss. Commander Derek had informed Chen Yu that the confirmed number of fallen troops already exceeded twice that of the human forces. Furthermore, considering the unquantified segments, the abyssal forces could potentially outnumber the humans by over threefold. Should a large number of fallen beings be thrust into the fray, the scant human forces at the front line would be utterly inadequate. As for how long it would be before the abyss launched its grand offensive, Chen Yu refrained from asking. Well aware that this fifth-tier demon could not possibly know. However, he was confident that the time frame would not exceed 3 months. What the hell? Chen Yu could not help but curse inwardly. As the saying goes, when the heavens rage, rain must follow. When man is reckless, calamity ensues. Just days ago, he had been lamenting the inadequacy of his current tasks, and now the repercussions had manifested before his very eyes. He endeavored to analyze the situation from a more favorable perspective, yet no matter how he assessed it, the background music of despair persisted. Prior to embarking on this journey, his mindset had been quite optimistic, believing he would contend with the abyssal forces' ambushes and schemes. He aimed to elevate his status within the human army, gain a measure of control over the legion, and fortify his defenses. Coupled with his formidable prowess, he believed he could ensure Kale City's safety. All conspiracies would dissipate beneath the weight of absolute strength. Thus, he had been merrily and carefree engaging in military tasks. Yet, before he knew it, he was struck by a thunderbolt of reality. The abyss had no intention of executing any ambushes or schemes. They intended to crush him outright with overwhelming might. Could a mere fourth-tier warrior influence a superlative battle with millions at stake, especially under conditions of absolute superiority? What a preposterous notion. During the last potential trial, Chen Yu had at least been able to deduce how ordinary practitioners might optimize their chances of success. However, this time, no matter how he analyzed it, it appeared utterly hopeless. Even if Chen Yu resorted to cheating and summoned his true self, he remained uncertain. After all, they were facing millions of foes, including countless third, fourth, fifth, and even sixth-tier adversaries. Setting aside the overt comparison of raw strength, let us examine the internal conditions of both factions. On the abyssal side, fierce demons commanded the reckless and dogged fallen ones. Conversely, the human faction, beset by an unfavorable situation and at the mercy of the enemy, would inevitably witness a surge of defectors. This was unavoidable. Do not presume this to be a war of genocide. Humans had nowhere to retreat. The great nobles and powerful figures may not necessarily wish to survive as humans, particularly for the strong. Becoming a fallen one, or even a demon, could be far more comfortable than remaining human. Within the abyssal camp, strength was directly proportional to power and indulgence. In the human camp, however, within the constraints of a complete societal framework, those of great strength had many considerations to heed. For instance, a thrill-seeking killer would undoubtedly become a target of collective ire if discovered within human society. Yet in the abyss, they could kill at will, slay as many as they wished, and even invite like-minded demons to bear witness to their contests. The unrestrained expression of the most vile desires and instincts, luring the fallen into corruption through the naked law of the jungle, was the most lamentable stratagem of the abyssal invasion. The abyss feared neither betrayal nor feigned surrender. There were no concerns regarding loyalty. Consequently, the strength of the abyss would only amplify further. With each gain and loss, the odds of victory for humanity grew ever slimmer. The more Chen Yu contemplated, the more his head throbbed, as he cursed the celestial order for assigning him an impossible task. Perhaps there were clues to complete the task, yet they had eluded my attention. In the initial stages, during the mission to expel the fallen, Sophia had clearly acted as a task guide. If he had pursued the lead with Sophia, perhaps he would have unearthed clues to assist him in completing his task. Yet now, reverting to that path was no longer feasible. The abyssal-level potential trial task was connected by a slender steel wire between its starting point and endpoint. A slight deviation would sever the wire. The world line had already diverged from the trajectory predetermined by the celestial order for task completion. Forget it. Why dwell on such matters? Is it not merely a task? If allies are unreliable, then rely on oneself. Only the weak seek to leverage others. The strong embody the highest form of power. Ultimately, this is merely a mission to eliminate enemies. There are no convoluted paths. If he could annihilate all the strength of the abyss, then Kale City would undoubtedly be preserved. If schemes are unfeasible, then let there be slaughter. Let us carve out a space in the vastness of heaven and earth. It presents a challenge, but I relish it. A spark of excitement ignited in Chen Yu's eyes. If one does not push oneself, How can one discover their true potential? Intellectual exertion reveals wisdom, while physical exertion unveils strength. This is the ultimate meaning of the potential trial. In that moment, a formidable aura of murderous intent and overwhelming power radiated from Chen Yu. Sophia, closest to him, felt her hair stand on end, akin to a startled kitten. The demons within the tent were so frightened that they nearly lost control. Cowering on the ground and daring not to move, the abyss. On the boundless dark red land stood a magnificent palace, a creation that would undoubtedly be deemed a miraculous masterpiece by human aesthetic standards. Within the palace, a well-dressed human man reclined upon a throne, attended by several succubi. Some exuded seductive allure, others embodied pure innocence, while some were boldly provocative. Lord Gula, an 8th-tier demon lord who had evolved from a human fallen one, savored a glass of red wine, relishing the succubi's service as he softly inquired, "How goes the development of the small worlds I entrusted to you?" Reporting to the boss, "All is proceeding smoothly," replied a cool and composed succubus clad in a tailored suit and round glasses. "Is that so? Accelerate the progress on World 9. A client is in urgent need." The Lord of Gula spoke nonchalantly. "Yes, master," replied the secretary succubus with a nod. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill ran down Gula's spine. The crystal goblet in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground, its crimson contents spilling everywhere. "Master, what is wrong?" the secretary succubus inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Gula's expression oscillated between dark and light. After a moment, he uttered in a somber tone, "I have a foreboding feeling, as if something foul is watching me." Foul? The secretary succubus's eyes widened. According to Gula's human mindset, she understood precisely what he meant by foul. However, humans are humans, and demons are demons. Could an 8th-tier demon lord truly fear what he referred to as foul? After contemplating for a while, Gula declared, "The conquest of the small world is proceeding smoothly, but all connections are to be severed for now. Furthermore, you all must accompany me. We must retreat for the time being." "Is that really necessary?" the secretary succubus asked, somewhat perplexed. "I have clawed my way from a mere 1st-tier fallen to this position, relying solely on my instincts." Gula retorted angrily, "Stop your chatter and quickly gather your belongings. We must flee." Chapter 258. One man destroys a city. At the vanguard camp of the fallen, Chen Yu rested his chin on one hand while rhythmically tapping the table with the other. The dull sound reverberated, echoing in the hearts of the demons. After a lengthy silence, Chen Yu inquired, "How many fallen are there in the outpost you established?" The leading 5th-tier demon, upon hearing Chen Yu's question, hurriedly began to divulge information. "My lord, the nearest outpost has gathered approximately 100,000 fallen, under the unified command of Lord Harlet. Lord Harlet is a 6th-tier demon transformed from a fallen. However, it is said that he knows a true pure-blood demon." "I see," Chen Yu replied. "Take me to that outpost." Since he had resolved to address the issue with violence, he aimed to eliminate as many of the enemy's living forces as possible. These stockpiled fallen used as cannon fodder should be wiped out entirely. "As you command, my lord. We mustn't delay. Let's depart immediately. I am unaccustomed to your food," Chen Yu remarked, casting a glance at the enormous platter before him. "Never mind. I assume you lowly creatures have never experienced delectable cuisine." "Indeed, my lord." The 5th-tier demon, not daring to linger, promptly rose to lead Chen Yu. "Please, my lord." Upon exiting the camp, the 5th-tier demon boss spread its wings and soared into the sky. Chen Yu summoned the cloud-moving vine to elevate himself. Subsequently, he conjured dozens of bloodthirsty soul spirits, and a gentle breeze scattered countless white fluff towards the camp below. He then directed the cloud-moving vine to follow the 5th-tier demon ahead. Witnessing this scene, Sophia involuntarily shivered. The 5th-tier demon chose to ignore it. After all, Chen Yu was a figure of nobility in its eyes. Such a prominent individual would not tolerate interference from one of lesser stature. After hastening for over half an hour, a rudimentary city came into view. It was merely a circle of rammed earth. Within the city, thronged the fallen like sardines in a can. They appeared emaciated, clad in tattered rags, filthy and disheveled, resembling a horde of zombies from a distance. Most of the fallen were quick-tempered, and conflicts erupted frequently, with some being beaten to death. Others rushed to devour the corpses. The well-equipped fallen soldiers merely laughed at such scenes, as if witnessing a circus. Only when bloodshed escalated to a certain degree would they intervene to maintain order. These lowly fallen were mere expendables. A few casualties were of no concern. "My lord, this way, please," the 5th-tier demon guided Chen Yu downwards. Chen Yu followed its descent, observing the nearby earthen city where the fallen were contained. Alongside some structures resembling houses and barracks, those houses were likely meant for the higher-ups to reside. 2 military camps indicated the presence of 2 fallen vanguard armies stationed here, tasked with overseeing the fallen. Rather than descend with the 5th-tier demon, Chen Yu summoned the bloodthirsty soul spirits, liberally scattering white fluff. "My lord, you?" the 5th-tier demon questioned, returning in confusion. "Shoo, quiet." Chen Yu smiled, raising a finger. The 5th-tier demon dared not speak further. However, moments later, it felt an intense itch all over its body. Yet, in Chen Yu's presence, it refrained from scratching. After a few more seconds, the itch became unbearable, compelling it to ignore its reverence for Chen Yu and begin clawing at its itching skin. At that moment, its body was already infested with green sprouts. These sprouts grew wildly, rapidly draining its flesh and energy, leaving behind a desiccated skeleton that fell to the ground. The bloodthirsty soul spirits continued to disperse white fluff below. Sophia could not help but ask, "Commander, do you intend to eliminate this outpost?" Chen Yu nodded, intently observing the gathering of fallen below. Minutes later, chaos ensued. Countless fallen sprouted green shoots. Not only the ordinary fallen within the earthen city, but also the fallen soldiers in the barracks were affected. Those with fewer parasites could endure the pain and remove the invaders, shedding blood to survive. In contrast, those overwhelmed by parasites could only watch helplessly as they were drained of life. Cries of despair and turmoil soon attracted the attention of the overseers. From the buildings outside the earthen city emerged a demon with 2 horns, maintaining a humanoid form. This was a 6th-tier demon boss. It attempted to use abyssal magic to assist the fallen in destroying the sprouts. However, even with its careful and skillful control, it took a considerable amount of time to eliminate just one. By then, other sprouts had already drained their hosts into husks. Some of the parasitic organisms fell upon the 6th-tier demon boss, attempting to infest it. However, it quickly sensed the threat and unleashed abyssal magic to shatter the parasitic seeds. "What is this?" the 6th-tier demon boss exclaimed in rage, creating numerous craters in the ground with its fury, resulting in the death of hundreds of fallen. Hearing the commotion, over a dozen 5th-tier bosses gathered. They were not in good condition either. Most had been affected, expending significant amounts of abyssal magic to destroy the parasitic seeds. Some even had chunks of flesh missing. What is happening? Where did these parasitic plants come from? The 6th-tier demon boss bellowed in anger at its subordinates. The dozen or so 5th-tier demon bosses, filled with trepidation, lowered their heads and remained silent. Even they had been afflicted. How could they possibly know the source of these parasitic seeds? At that moment, they could only watch helplessly as a large number of fallen were drained to husks by the parasitic plants. Chen Yu stood not far from the earthen city, a smile gracing his lips. Due to the adversary's newfound caution, the surprise attack of the parasitic seeds could no longer continue to be effective. Nonetheless, this had already been a bountiful harvest. Mature parasites, laden with abyssal magic and life energy, began to escape. The movements of these parasitic plants alerted the demon boss to Chen Yu's presence. "It is you." The formidable 6th-tier demon boss seethed with rage, leading a cadre of over 10 5th-tier demon bosses towards Chen Yu. I shall rend you into pieces." Chapter 259, Witnessing the Ascendance of a Great Miracle. "Well, then do give it a try," Chen Yu retorted, summoning 10 abyssal thorn spirits to confront the oncoming threat. Upon witnessing this, 3 of the 5th-tier demon bosses changed their countenance, retreating discreetly. However, the 6th-tier demon boss, clearly a brawler, charged recklessly at Chen Yu without considering the origin of the abyssal thorn spirits. "What better way to test my prowess than with you? With an attribute value of 300,000. Just how formidable is my might?" One abyssal thorn spirit surged forward, lashing out at the 6th-tier demon boss with its vine whip. "I will kill you." The 6th-tier demon boss snarled, a crimson barrier manifesting before it as it charged heedlessly at Chen Yu. With a thunderous roar, the 6th-tier demon boss was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Before it could land, another vine shot forth like a bullet, instantly piercing the airborne boss. Subsequently, 3 more vines followed in swift succession, tearing the 6th-tier demon boss into shreds. "TSK, it turns out to be a worthless creature." Chen Yu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. To think that a dignified 6th-tier demon boss could perish so easily. He had expected at least a few exchanges with the abyssal thorn spirits. In reality, the instant obliteration of this boss was hardly surprising. An epic 6th-tier pinnacle at level 350, with 4-dimensional attributes generally around 30,000. Demons belong to a higher race, their 4-dimensional attributes slightly exceeding 40,000, but never surpassing 50,000. In contrast, the heart-summoned abyssal thorn spirits boasted a staggering 300,000 in 4-dimensional attributes, a veritable massacre. Had the opponent acted with caution, leveraging their strengths while evading weaknesses, they might have prolonged the encounter. Yet, to charge recklessly against an opponent with such overwhelming attributes was nothing short of courting death. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining 5th-tier demon bosses abruptly halted their advance, executing a swift 180-degree turn to flee. However, the abyssal thorn spirits were swifter still. In an instant, over 10 5th-tier demon bosses were felled. Chen Yu drew vitality from his heart-summoned spirits, replenishing his nearly depleted vitality attributes. Then commanded dozens of spirits to surge into the earthen city and 2 military camps. The fallen had been, to varying degrees, parasitized by the bloodthirsty spirit seeds. Even if they had not perished, they had sustained significant damage. Faced with the onslaught of the plant-based life forms, they had no opportunity to escape. An hour later, the fallen stronghold fell into silence, littered with desiccated corpses. 100,000 ordinary fallen and nearly 10,000 fallen vanguard troops left not a single survivor. What manner of being is this? Chen Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. Two abyssal thorn spirits shot forth, swiftly retrieving two humanoid figures. They donned enchanted battle armor designed for the Empire's scouts, capable of resisting the encroaching abyssal magic. Spare us. We're on your side. The two, visibly terrified, cried out in unison. Your scouts? Chen Yu inquired, astonished. Indeed. The scouts breathed a sigh of relief upon sensing Chen Yu's restraint. You must be Lord Sarando, right? We never anticipated encountering you here. You know me? Chen Yu asked. Of course. No scout is unaware of your illustrious name. Your deeds. Stop. Chen Yu raised a hand, halting the flow of words. You are here to investigate this fallen stronghold? Not precisely. One scout shook his head. We were sent to probe a fallen vanguard troop. There are two such troops here, guarding a contingent of fallen gathered from the rear. Chen Yu released the scouts. I've already provided you with intelligence regarding the newly established fallen stronghold. Your mission is concluded. Return and report. Gathered fallen from the rear. A newly established fallen stronghold. The scouts' expressions turned grave. They understood the implications. Did you not witness the events that transpired? Chen Yu queried. We did not. We had just arrived when you captured us, one scout replied. My lord, what transpired here? Very well, I shall enlighten you. I have obliterated this fallen stronghold. And the target you were investigating has been dispatched as well, Chen Yu stated. I have left the interior untouched. Feel free to take some items back for your report. With that, Chen Yu seized Sophia and vanished from the scout's sight. The two scouts exchanged incredulous glances. One individual had annihilated an entire fallen stronghold. This was a contingent of tens of thousands of fallen, including the fallen vanguard. Is Lord Sarando jesting with us? One scout murmured in disbelief. It is indeed eerily quiet. As if all life has been extinguished. Let us proceed inside, the other scout suggested, activating his concealment skill as they stealthily approached the earthen city. Upon entering the city, they were met with a scene of desolation, with dried corpses strewn about, not only within the city, but also in the military camps and buildings. There was not a single living being to be found. What shall we do? One scout asked, dumbfounded. What else can we do? Report the truth. But this is utterly unfathomable. We will be accused of misreporting and face punishment. Fool, we will state exactly what we witnessed, if others are dispatched. They will corroborate our account. Very well, let us withdraw. The two scouts collected several markers and exited the fallen stronghold. A sense of excitement brewed within them, for a miraculous power was rising, and they had become witnesses to this grand phenomenon. Commander, shall we return to the military camp to report? Sophia, who had finally acclimated to the wind pressure while being held by Chen Yu, inquired. Return to the camp? Why would we do that? What purpose would it serve? Chen Yu replied blandly. A significant number of fallen are being mobilized, likely to launch a large-scale offensive against the front lines. We must relay this information, Sophia exclaimed. She had been closely following Chen Yu and had received the same intelligence. Those two scouts will convey the message back, Chen Yu asserted. If the frontline commander is not a fool, they will make the necessary arrangements. But where do we go now? The mission assigned by the Legion commander has already been completed. Sophia was perplexed. We kill fallen, Chen Yu declared. Eliminate as many as we can. Ideally, we should uproot all these strongholds and eradicate every last fallen. Eradicate them all. Sophia's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, Chen Yu single-handedly destroyed a city, slaughtering 100,000 fallen, leaving her astounded for 50 years. Now, this commander intended to single-handedly exterminate all the fallen on the front lines? Surely he jested. He must be joking. Chapter 260. A month of slaughtering millions of demons. Violence may not resolve problems, but it can eliminate the individuals who cause them. Chen Yu felt acutely that he was not a strategist capable of discerning a glimmer of hope from the deadlock in Kalei City. Thus, he opted for a blunt approach. It became evident that when one pushes themselves to their limits, they can unleash unimaginable energy. For an entire month, he toiled tirelessly, racing across the front lines of the abyssal erosion zone. The demons had constructed numerous strongholds and were mobilizing millions of fallen from the rear, with a constant influx of reinforcements. However, after Chen Yu stealthily swept through over 100 strongholds, mercilessly slaughtering tens of millions of ordinary fallen and over 1 million fallen soldiers, the locust-like abyssal demons felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A 7th-tier demon boss, accompanied by 13 6th-tier demon bosses, sought out Chen Yu. Due to Chen Yu's ruthless methods and the formidable abyssal powers of his subordinates, the leading 7th-tier demon boss did not regard him as a formidable force of humanity. Instead, it perceived Chen Yu as a pure-blooded demon noble from an unknown abyssal faction, deliberately causing chaos. It attempted to negotiate with Chen Yu, offering certain benefits in exchange for his cessation of hostilities. Yet, blinded by bloodlust, Chen Yu dismissed any notion of negotiation and opted to engage in combat directly. The attributes of the 7th-tier demon boss, even in its ordinary state, were still overwhelmed by Chen Yu's heart manifestation. However, once it unleashed its full power, it exhibited an astonishing combat prowess, annihilating over 10 thorny spirit manifestations. A demon with a power level of 70,000 vanquished more than 10 manifestations, each boasting 300,000 in attributes, akin to a protagonist from a fervent battle manga. Nevertheless, that was merely the extent of its capabilities. In Chen Yu's heart manifestation world, he possessed 100,000 manifestations, each capable of being summoned with 300,000 attributes. The destruction of a mere 10 or more posed no significant impact on him. Under the relentless assault of the abyssal spirit manifestations, the 7th-tier demon boss met its bitter end. After vanquishing this boss, Chen Yu continued to patrol the border between the eroded and non-eroded areas, slaying any demons he encountered. However, he no longer found any large clusters of fallen beings or demons. After repelling the demons at the front lines, he chose not to delve deeper. Beyond lay territories untouched by the Empire's scouts. Moreover, he had garnered a notorious reputation within the abyssal faction, making it impossible to deceive lower-tier demons for intelligence. Without any sources of information, he would be akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency in his extermination efforts. Let us return, Chen Yu stated coldly to Sophia, who stood beside him, his expression indifferent. In the span of a month, having personally slaughtered tens of millions of sentient beings had undeniably affected his emotions. Once, Chen Yu had been oblivious to the essence of killing intent. Yet now, he bore an immense, almost tangible aura of killing intent that influenced those around him with every move he made. Yes, my lord, Sophia replied with a nod. After accompanying Chen Yu for so long, her mindset had grown numb, her eyes reflecting a profound indifference to life. The two departed silently from the eroded area, returning to the Empire's military front. Upon seeing Chen Yu and Sophia, the soldiers erupted in cheers reminiscent of a roaring tide. During this time, the front lines had frequently dispatched scouts, and news of Chen Yu's exploits had reached the military camp. The army, as well as the higher echelons of the Empire, were now aware of Chen Yu's existence and his monumental achievement of pushing back the abyss over several dozen kilometers single-handedly. Yet, Chen Yu did not revel in the soldiers' accolades. Rather, he found them akin to a swarm of bothersome flies buzzing incessantly at his ears, provoking an urge to swat them away. Not only Chen Yu felt this way. Even Sophia shared the sentiment. Make way, Sophia commanded sharply. Her chilling presence silenced the soldiers. After shaking off their entanglements and returning to the tent, Chen Yu began to contemplate his next course of action. Although he had slain tens of millions of fallen beings, he did not believe that the abyss would cease its attacks. Strictly speaking, his recent actions, which appeared to be aggressive, were merely guerrilla tactics, targeting the softest spots. The losses suffered by the abyss were not yet crippling. According to Sophia, prior to the abyssal invasion, the Empire's population exceeded 3 billion. Now, only 700 million remained. Even if only 1/3 of those were successfully converted into fallen beings during the invasion, and considering some of these had been lost, it was estimated that the number of fallen beings still exceeded 500 million. Should the ancient Lord of the Abyss gather a fifth of these forces to the front lines, the defense of Kale City would become exceedingly difficult. Very well. Since I have chosen a cumbersome method, I shall see it through to the end. As long as the fallen dare to congregate, I shall strike. A cold glint flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. His trump card, the heart manifestation version of the world tree, had yet to make its appearance in this realm. Just then, a soldier stationed at the tent's entrance walked in. My lord, Commander Derek requests an audience. Commander Derek? Allow him in, Chen Yu replied indifferently. Yes, my lord. The soldier exited the tent, and Commander Derek soon entered. As their eyes met, both Chen Yu and Derek lifted their gazes simultaneously. At the moment their glances intertwined, Derek's breath caught in his throat, as if he had witnessed the hellish scene of countless souls perishing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lord Solando, Derek uttered, lowering his head to salute Chen Yu, his voice trembling. By rank, Chen Yu was merely a senior soldier under his command. Yet the power to annihilate millions of fallen beings was something he could only look up to. No matter how bold he was, he dared not assume a superior demeanor before such a butcher. Sophia, pour some tea for our guest, Chen Yu instructed. Yes, my lord, Sophia promptly replied. However, as she rummaged through the tent, she found no tea and instead poured Derek a glass of plain water. Thank you, Derek expressed, taken aback. Speak, what brings you here? Chen Yu inquired with an impassive expression. Having realized the true strength of the abyss and the ultimate difficulty of their mission, he no longer held any hopes for his comrades. He also lacked interest in continuing the tasks to gain military rank. My lord, Commander Derek said cautiously. Commanders Adolf and Leoroto have been eager to visit you. Commanders? The commanders of the Empire's front lines? Chen Yu asked. Indeed, Derek confirmed. Lord Adolf is the supreme commander, overseeing all frontline forces, while Lord Leoroto serves as the vice commander, responsible for most strategic deployments. Both are also formidable beings of the sacred domain. The term sacred domain referred to the 7th tier, akin to the previous title of the Little Saintess. Clearly, Derek categorized Chen Yu among the sacred domain powerhouses, even stronger than the two commanders, as he could not have achieved such terrifying results otherwise. Very well, when do they intend to come? The commanders of 200,000 Empire frontline troops were indeed worth meeting. If he could induce them to retreat into defense, it would be most advantageous. Chapter 261. You smell awful. Before entering this world, Chen Yu harbored an inadequate understanding of his own power. In Blue Star, the protection afforded to him by the Tunglong Empire was excessively thorough, with those secretly coveting his position being dealt with promptly. As a result, he had barely encountered enemies of substantial strength. Having always mingled with his peers restricted both his vision and the full manifestation of his abilities. It was akin to a king who spent his days fishing in a blacksmith's forge, gradually believing himself to be merely golden or platinum. Only after effortlessly slaying a 7th-tier demon boss did he come to the realization that he was not merely a genius but a true powerhouse. Thus, he promptly adjusted his self-perception. In this realm, he ranked among the strongest. The Empire had a vested interest in him, hoping he would continue to act and help them weather the storm. Upon receiving Chen Yu's affirmative response, Derek promptly exited the military tent. My lord, Sophia approached, collecting the glass of water Derek had used, and then standing behind Chen Yu to massage his shoulders. Have you finally decided to cooperate with the Empire? We'll see how things unfold, Chen Yu replied quietly. I hope they can provide more valuable intelligence. Ideally, if they are strong enough. It would be splendid to collaborate with me in exterminating the fallen. If they are too weak, it would suffice for them to retreat and fortify their defenses in Kale City. Forgive my boldness, but a flicker of confusion crossed Sophia's eyes. Why are you so adamant about combating the Abyss? I sense that you do not seem particularly concerned about the Empire's fate. Do you harbor any grievances against the Abyssal forces? Grievances against the Abyss? Chen Yu smiled broadly. Not at all. Strictly speaking, I am also part of the Abyssal faction. My sole purpose is to defend Kale City. Sophia's expression shifted to one of understanding. Part of the Abyss, yet aiding the human empire? Is this not a clear case of infighting within the Abyssal forces? Judging by the demeanor of those demons, this individual must certainly be a significant figure within the Abyss. His status is undoubtedly on par with that of Lord Gula, who seeks to invade this world. She bit her lip and mustered her courage to speak. My lord, if you fulfill your wish, may I continue to follow in your footsteps? How could that be possible? Chen Yu chuckled and shook his head, but soon his expression transformed. The world of the potential trial is quite peculiar. It is neither a dungeon nor a secret realm. Time exists independently within it, no matter how long passes inside. Only 2 hours elapse in Blue Star. Strangely, even powers of high quality struggle to infiltrate. The world tree and the path of rebirth can convey a modicum of their strength through the supreme holy soil and their own essence. Yet, his good friend, the abyssal great will, has had all connections severed. One must understand, this world is inhabited by the abyss. The abyssal great will cannot cross into a world that borders the abyss. This is indeed baffling. Considering Delia's situation, he has 3 hypotheses. One is that when he entered this world, the timeline predates the birth of the abyssal great will by endless eons, or perhaps he had not yet met it. The second is that the timeline exists after endless eons, and the abyssal great will has ceased to exist. The third possibility is that this is an independent spacetime, akin to a dungeon. Moreover, the time and space of the potential trial must be governed by powerful rules that sever causality. The skill Abyssal Affection contains a clause that disregards time and space, which undoubtedly proves that the abyssal great will possesses the ability to manipulate the laws of causality. In other words, this is a realm impervious even to high-level entities. If Chen Yu can plant some seeds in this place, then with his absolute mastery over the plant life under his command, he can ascertain which situation applies. Very well, I grant you an opportunity. A mysterious smile graced Chen Yu's lips as he addressed Sophia. Thank you, my lord. Sophia exclaimed with uncontainable joy, promptly kneeling before Chen Yu to express her loyalty. After returning to the military camp, Sophia had changed out of her heavy standard armor. Her delicate curves stirred warmth within Chen Yu's heart. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so easily swayed. However, at this moment, his heart was brimming with pent-up aggression, rendering him more impulsive than usual. Chen Yu helped Sophia to her feet, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her to sit upon his lap. Sophia was initially taken aback, but her surprise quickly morphed into delight. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned against Chen Yu's chest. Habitually, Chen Yu lowered his head to inhale the scent of her long hair, only to be met with an overpowering odor that immediately extinguished all his thoughts. The women he had encountered up close, including Senior Feng, Senior Bai, the young girl, and even Su Miayue, all maintained impeccable hygiene. The spirits in the garden and the world tree exuded delightful fragrances. Yet, Sophia, who had likely not bathed in ages, emitted a scent far too overwhelming. Pushing her away, Sophia looked bewildered at Chen Yu's grim expression and could not help but inquire, My lord, are you unwell? You smell terrible, Chen Yu replied bluntly. Humans truly lack charm. Sophia's face fell as waves of self-doubt washed over her, recalling the beautiful maidens summoned by Chen Yu. With a sorrowful expression, she dashed out of the tent, presumably seeking a place to attend to her personal hygiene. As dusk approached, Commander Derek, accompanied by 2 men dressed as generals, entered Chen Yu's tent. The two generals wore smiles, appearing in high spirits. Lord Sarando, it's an honor to finally meet you, began the lead middle-aged general. I am Adolf, the military commander at the Empire's front lines. Commander Adolf and Commander Lyrod, please have a seat, Chen Yu replied from his elevated position, with Sophia guiding the two commanders to a small table. Commander Derek stood nearby. The three men displayed no dissatisfaction at Chen Yu's apparent disregard, as they had not come to compete for rank. Chen Yu, on the other hand, was quite pleased with their attitude, as it indicated his control over the situation. Lord Sarando, first and foremost, I wish to express the Empire's gratitude for your contributions. Additionally, I extend my personal thanks for your support. Adolf rose and bowed to Chen Yu. Lyrod and Derek followed suit. There's no need for such formalities. Our interests align. Even without you, I would have acted similarly, Chen Yu stated directly. Adolf and Lyrod paused momentarily. The implications of Chen Yu's words were exceedingly complex. They had long been speculating about his origins and intentions. The ordinary soldiers were unaware of the intelligence they knew all too well. The primary force under Chen Yu's command comprised abyssal demons. In an instant, the thoughts of the two men spun in a whirlwind. Lord Sarando, may I inquire if you have any demands from the Empire? Adolf asked cautiously. Treasures, wealth, beautiful women, even land. Feel free to express your desires. Do you think I lack such things? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Enough, you may leave now. Proceed as I have instructed. And may our cooperation be fruitful. Please, Sophia said with a blank expression as she stepped before Adolf and Lyrod. On behalf of the Empire, I thank you, my lord. Adolf stood and bowed to Chen Yu. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. The Empire will do everything in its power to accommodate you. Go on, go on. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. What I desire above all is for you to be obedient and not hinder my efforts. Sophia lifted the tent flap, leading the two Imperial commanders out. The fully transparent Commander Derek of the Legion followed closely behind, leaving the military camp belonging to Chen Yu. Adolf's expression turned grave. Larodo, what do you think his intentions are? It's difficult to ascertain for now, Larodo replied. Some scouts have reported that numerous abyssal demons seem to regard him as a distinguished guest, indicating that he holds a significant status within the abyss. Adolf nodded. So, you mean this could be a power struggle among the abyssal forces? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Larodo acknowledged. However, regardless, his presence is temporarily advantageous to us. At least until we repel the Lord of Gula, he is unlikely to turn against us. But how can you be certain that they won't reach an accord at some point and then jointly strike against the Empire? Adolf said somberly. Our understanding of the abyss is still too superficial, Larodo admitted. We should relay this information back to the Imperial capital and consult the Holy See. Their knowledge of the abyss far exceeds ours. Yet, wouldn't that make us seem overly reliant on the Holy See? Larodo furrowed his brow. That would be quite detrimental to us. If we appear too cowardly, how would we handle unreasonable demands if they use that to threaten us? Adolf shook his head. His eyes filled with helplessness. He sighed. Do you still not grasp the situation? The Empire is but a piece of meat on the chopping block. Our fate has long ceased to be in our own hands. The crimson earth was permeated with the stench of blood and sulfur. Smoke billowed, and dismembered limbs piled high. Some belonged to humans, some to the fallen, and others to demons. Amidst the mountain of corpses, a demon, marred with horrifying scars, pushed aside the bones and crawled out. Flapping its tattered wings, it unsteadily ascended into the sky, its ghastly visage filled with the joy of survival. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. A silver-long spear, radiating a holy aura, pierced through the demon's body. The demon's expression of elation instantly transformed into one of terror. The spear ignited with blazing silver flames, swiftly reducing the demon to ashes. Not far away, a fully armored silver-clad knight approached calmly on horseback, retrieving the spear that was embedded in the ground. His movements were remarkably practiced, his demeanor as tranquil as if he had rehearsed this 1,000 times. On this scarlet ground, hundreds of knights performed the same task, mercilessly slaughtering the remaining fallen and demons. In the center of the battlefield, a contingent of several hundred knights surrounded a magnificent silver war chariot. A young girl, clad in a white nun's attire and veiled in black, sat atop the chariot. Her hands raised. Waves of white energy emanated from her palms, dispersing the crimson aura that filled the air. The knights encircling the chariot parted to make way. A knight clad in golden armor rode forth. Upon reaching the chariot, the golden knight dismounted and presented a crystal to the girl within. Your Highness, a message from the Holy See. Lady Daria, you have worked hard, the girl said with a serene smile as she accepted the crystal, holding it in her hands. Moments later, the girl suddenly trembled, and the crystal fell to the ground. Your Highness? The golden knight expressed concern. It's nothing, the girl gently shook her head. The Tanasian Empire is plagued by calamities. The entire world is on the brink of being consumed by the abyss. Inform the ascetic lord to alter his course and head to the Tanasian Empire. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, the golden knight interjected. The Cosimo Empire is suffering just as severely as the Tanasian Empire, and the world barrier connects with our Radiant Wing Empire. Cosimo can still hold out. The girl replied with a hint of indifference. In the short term, it will not be completely devoured by the abyss. However, the situation in the Tan-Asian Empire is far worse. If the abyss completely engulfs a world, it will use that world as a foundation to rapidly spread to the surrounding areas. Lady Daria, have you ever heard the phrase without lips, the teeth feel cold? Your Highness, my ignorance is showing, the Golden Knight said, removing his helmet in confusion. It means that if you lose your lips, your teeth will feel the chill. The Golden Knight responded, okay, perhaps I need a bit more detail. The girl sighed, in our cluster of worlds. If any small world is entirely consumed by the abyss, the rest will face a situation infinitely worse than what we encounter now. If we liken our cluster of worlds to an empire, with each small world as a city, then the abyss represents a formidable empire, launching attacks on every city while traversing vast distances. Should the abyss successfully occupy a city, that city will become a forward base for assaults on all other cities. Do you understand? The Golden Knight's eyes lit up with realization. I understand now, Your Highness. I will contact Lord Harachagus immediately. Chapter 263, Assaulting Major Strongholds. Intensify the efforts. After Chen Yu met with the two frontline commanders, the frontline army began dispatching scouts in large numbers into the abyssal-infested zone, with the reconnaissance area expanding progressively. Without regard for casualties, countless pieces of intelligence fell onto Chen Yu's desk like snowflakes in winter. As Chen Yu had anticipated, the slaughter of the fallen had intimidated the abyssal forces, yet it did not quell their desire to continue their offensive. The abyssal side had contracted their lines and was acting with greater caution, while the fallen continued to gather in unending waves. Before succumbing to the abyss, Levick City had been a large metropolis rivaling Kale City, located approximately 300 kilometers away. Now, this former imperial stronghold had transformed into a frontline bastion for the fallen. In the span of over 10 days since Lord Chen Yu repelled the abyssal frontline, more than 40 million fallen had gathered around Levick City. This number was still on the rise. 300 kilometers may seem distant, yet if they marched at full speed, even with the fallen's almost non-existent military discipline, they could cover that distance in less than 2 days. This news sent ripples of anxiety through the upper echelons of the empire. What did 40 million fallen signify? It was enough to completely overwhelm the defenses of Kale City. Moreover, it indicated that the abyssal full-scale assault was imminent. For such a massive number of fallen, the daily consumption of supplies would be astronomical. The high-ranking officials of the abyss were not fools. They would not waste resources on this multitude of cannon fodder. In a state of desperation, the empire launched an emergency war mobilization order, forcibly conscripting troops to reinforce the defenses of Kale City. However, compared to the number of fallen, it was still a drop in the ocean. Chen Yu had already entered the abyssal-infested zone and was maneuvering around Levick City. However, he did not act rashly. The concentration of fallen was undoubtedly to prevent him from picking them off one by one. Nevertheless, their clustering was a scenario he welcomed. Levick City alone could not accommodate such a vast number of fallen. 12 large fallen strongholds had been newly established around Levick City. The higher-ups of the abyssal forces were clearly unconcerned about the living conditions of the fallen. The strongholds were no different from large prisons. Hastily constructed walls were erected to confine the fallen, preventing them from escaping or getting lost. At fixed times each day, a limited supply of food was distributed. With the abyss's low productivity, resources were exceedingly scarce. The food provided was insufficient to sustain the fallen. Starving, the fallen frequently turned on each other, devouring one another. In each fallen stronghold, there were between 2 to 3 million fallen. Daily, thousands, even tens of thousands of these cannon fodder fell victim to misfortune, becoming sustenance for their brethren. Chen Yu even suspected that this was, in itself, the management strategy of the high-ranking abyssal forces. Indulgence and survival of the fittest prevail. The more robust among the fallen serve as cannon fodder, while the weaker succumb to become mere sustenance for the army. Not far from a substantial stronghold of the fallen, Sophia peruses a piece of intelligence just delivered by the Empire's scouts. My lord, she reports, the number of fallen being redeployed to the front lines is gradually diminishing. It seems the moment for a full-scale assault by the fallen is imminent. Chen Yu takes the intelligence, glances through it, and discards it nonchalantly. In recent days, he has been intercepting at the periphery, eliminating numerous fallen along the way. Yet, he has refrained from attacking the major stronghold. Now, the opportune moment for action has arrived. He can unleash thousands of spirit manifestations simultaneously, but can only focus on controlling around 200 at once. When precision is required, 50 is the utmost limit. Within a large stronghold, there are 2 to 3 million low-level fallen, which poses no significant challenge. However, every major stronghold harbors a demon boss. At least one 7th-tier bronze boss, alongside several 7th-tier common bosses. These bosses possess the capability to annihilate spirit manifestations. Each spirit manifestation destroyed inflicts a degree of mental anguish upon Chen Yu. A substantial loss of spirit manifestations in a short span could even render him incapable of battle. He encountered this very predicament during the last potential trial when tasked with protecting the little saintess. This is the inherent flaw of the spirit manifestations. Unless he can precisely retract them before they are vanquished, There is no way to circumvent this issue. Therefore, to assault the fallen stronghold, the bosses must first be dealt with. Sophia, conceal yourself. I am about to strike. Yes, my lord. Sophia promptly retreats. Chen Yu summons all of the luminous spirits, then augments their numbers with thorn spirits to reach the summoning limit. He then commands an assault on the dwelling of the demon bosses. Before the hundreds of luminous spirits, radiant orbs of light coalesce, resembling miniature suns. Meanwhile, the thorn spirits merely brandish their thorny whips. In an instant, blinding beams of light, accompanied by a relentless barrage of spikes like raindrops, shoot towards the fallen stronghold, targeting the small castle where the demon bosses reside. A resounding boom erupts, accompanied by a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Over 20 disheveled demons emerge from the cloud of dust. 1 7th-tier bronze boss, 8 7th-tier common bosses, 4 6th-tier bronze bosses, and 19 6th-tier common bosses. This appears to present a considerable challenge. However, only through engagement will the true nature of the confrontation reveal itself. Chen Yu surveys the scene and promptly assesses the situation. The 6th-tier common bosses lack the capability to eliminate spirit manifestations and can be disregarded. The 6th-tier bronze bosses can destroy spirit manifestations not under Chen Yu's control. The 7th-tier common bosses pose a significant threat to the spirit manifestations. The 7th-tier bronze boss, having never crossed paths with him before, is undoubtedly far stronger than the 7th-tier common bosses. Seizing the moment while the demon bosses are still reeling, Chen Yu directs his plant life to launch another offensive. This time, his target is a 7th-tier common boss. The toxic barbs of the thorn spirits rain down like a storm. The demon boss is taken aback, hastily attempting to evade. Yet, it is met with the onslaught of lasers shot forth by the luminous spirits. The 7th-tier demon boss, now on guard, employs agile movements to evade, but still suffers hits from a few lasers and spikes. Although the thorn spirits and luminous spirits are merely second tier with only basic skills, their attributes boast a staggering 300,000. The toxic barbs of the thorn spirits inflict a measurable amount of damage. The long-range artillery, the luminous spirits, unleash devastating attacks, scorching the struck demon boss until its entire form is charred black. Following this, a colossal vine, over 1,000 meters long, erupts from the ground. Its whip-like tip as thick as a barrel, delivering a tremendous blow to the demon boss. With a resounding crash, the 7th-tier demon boss is torn asunder by the heart manifestations unfathomable vine. All of this transpires within mere seconds. In a single encounter, one enemy has been eliminated. The remaining demon bosses, realizing Chen Yu's presence, charge towards him. Come, let me see just how formidable I have become, Chen Yu exclaims with exhilaration. With a wave of his hand, he recalls the ranged units. Simultaneously, 200 imposing abyssal spirit manifestations materialize around him. 2 towering unfathomable vines intertwine above the battlefield. Chapter 264. This time, I am the hunter. It's that damned pure-blooded noble. Hold him back. Do not allow him to massacre the fallen on a grand scale. The demons immediately recognize Chen Yu. For some time now, his exploits have instilled fear throughout the entire corruption zone. None among the upper echelons of the abyssal forces invading this world are unaware of him. After Chen Yu effortlessly dispatches a 7th-tier demon, the other demon bosses promptly send out distress signals. Regardless of whether they prefer to be cautious or reckless, the high-ranking demons possess self-awareness. Even a bronze demon boss cannot so decisively eliminate an epic 7th-tier foe. Thus, they resolve that repelling Chen Yu would be ideal. If that fails, they must buy time for higher-ranking demons from nearby strongholds to arrive. To battle, Chen Yu bellows. His legion of abyssal spirits instantly enter a state of frenzy, their attributes surging. The lily spirits release an enchanting fragrance that renders the advancing high-ranking demons momentarily weakened, severely diminishing their attributes. Following this, the abyssal spirits surge forward. The smallest of the gluttonous spirits leads the charge, with thorn spirits closely behind. Countless massive man-eating flowers and reddish-brown vines overshadow the sky. The 6th-tier demon bosses cannot withstand even a few moments in the hands of the abyssal spirits in their frenzied state, swiftly being eradicated. The 7th-tier demon bosses, too, feel unprecedented pressure. The attributes of these plant beings are alarmingly high, while they themselves remain in a weakened state. In a head-on confrontation, a single hit could inflict grievous injury. Faced with Chen Yu's serious demeanor, the 7th-tier common bosses quickly find themselves at a disadvantage. They can only rely on skills to fend off the attacks, occasionally severing the vines of the thorn spirits or the man-eating flowers of the gluttonous spirits. The sole 7th-tier bronze boss, still with some energy, flits about like a butterfly amidst a sea of spirits, dodging left and right within the encirclement. The demon bosses, being diminutive in stature, have limited space, preventing melee units from showcasing their advantage in numbers. Their occasional counterattacks can effectively harm the abyssal spirits. This bronze boss is also quite astute, refraining from attempting to directly assault the abyssal spirits to avoid being evaded. All high-damage skills are aimed directly at Chen Yu's corporeal form. Chen Yu can only command the spirit manifestations to defend. Consequently, The 7th tier bronze boss rarely finds an opportunity to miss its mark. After a few minutes of stalemate, a powerful surge of abyssal magical energy suddenly erupts from a 7th tier common boss. With a thunderous boom, a dark red sun illuminates the battlefield. 7 abyssal spirit manifestations are obliterated. Chen Yu furrows his brow as he feels the pang of mental damage. However, this minor injury does not impair his combat effectiveness. He swiftly shifts his focus to the demon boss responsible for this explosive damage. Do not misconstrue this. This is not a self-detonation, but rather an unconventional explosive attack. Chen Yu had already encountered this phenomenon when facing a 7th tier demon boss for the first time. Now, the demon boss that has destroyed 7 spirit manifestations is experiencing the aftereffects of its explosive burst. It breaks free from the encirclement and attempts to flee. Naturally, Chen Yu will not allow it to escape. The 2 nearby moorcloud vines sprang into action without hesitation. Dozens of tendrils surged forth with lightning speed, while simultaneously, numerous abyss thorns spirits brandished their whips, unleashing countless venomous spikes. The 7th tier demon boss, already at the end of its strength, merely struggled symbolically against this overwhelming onslaught before merging with the earth. As Chen Yu's attention momentarily diverted, his vigilance over the other demon bosses waned slightly, causing the actions of the heart-resonant spirits attacking them to become momentarily mechanical. The remaining demon bosses, acutely sensitive to this opportunity, unleashed their explosive skills. Some emitted bursts of energy that annihilated several nearby heart-resonant spirits, while others experienced a sudden surge in attributes, multiplying several times over, ruthlessly tearing through the encirclement. The bronze demon boss shone the brightest, its body radiating a crimson glow, swiftly cleaving 3 gluttonous spirits in 2. For ordinary plant life, such injuries would not be fatal, retaining much of their combat capability. However, the heart resonance variant lacked such resilience. Upon being severed, they disintegrated into fragments and vanished. In a mere few seconds, the demon boss's explosive retaliation caused Chen Yu to suffer a total loss of 42 heart-resonant spirits, a pain akin to having his brain shredded coursing through him once again. A grin of delight spread across Chen Yu's face. The last time he experienced such agony was during the potential trial dungeon. However, then he faced a 4th tier demon as prey, while now he confronted a cadre of 7th tier demons, among them a bronze boss. This time, he was the hunter. Escaping would not be an easy feat. Chen Yu gritted his teeth against the headache and commanded the heart-resonant spirits to restore the encirclement. With 200 heart-resonant spirits pummeling less than 10 demons, most were still idle. The loss of over 40 did not significantly affect their offensive strength. Concurrently, the 2 moorcloud vines expanded dramatically, resembling 2 multi-headed serpents that coiled around the battlefield, enveloping the heart-resonant spirits and demon bosses in a massive vine cocoon. Some demon bosses attempted to assault the moorcloud vines, seeking to create a breach, but the vine's robust nature rendered ordinary attacks insufficient to shatter them. In the confined space, the intensity of battle escalated abruptly. The pressure exerted by the moorcloud vines forced the demon bosses to reveal their trump cards. Heart-resonant spirits were consistently destroyed. Yet, the ordinary 7th tier demon bosses, after their explosive state, were overwhelmed by a surge of heart-resonant spirits, leading to their demise. Within 2 minutes, Chen Yu suffered the loss of another 22 heart-resonant spirits. On the demon side, all ordinary 7th tier demon bosses were eradicated, leaving only the 7th tier bronze boss. This legendary demon, wreathed in flames, boasted claws and bat-like wings that transformed into razor-sharp blades. The resilient man-eating flowers and thorny vines appeared as fragile as paper before it. Even in its explosive state, the boss's attributes could not compare to the demonic abyss spirits. However, its offensive and defensive capabilities exceeded those of the abyss spirits. Each slash from its claws and wings brought a near collapse to a single abyss spirit. The crimson flames enveloping it were not mere effects. When struck by the thorny spirit's whips, these flames formed a rigid barrier, defending against attacks and inflicting damage back upon the aggressors. Truly, the bronze boss was a formidable opponent. Chen Yu maintained his composure. As he focused all his attention on this one demon boss, its threat diminished significantly. Whenever a heart-resonant spirit teetered on the brink of destruction, he promptly recalled it, rendering the attack futile. It was time to conclude this. Chen Yu silently summoned all the luminous spirits. Before each luminous spirit, a brilliantly radiant sphere of light coalesced. Within the cocoon formed by the moorcloud vines, all gluttonous spirits vanished instantaneously, while the tendrils of the abyss thorn spirits surged wildly. Countless vines ensnared the 7th tier demon boss. Die! The demon boss bellowed in rage as its flames erupted violently, incinerating over a dozen abyss thorn spirits to ashes. In that fleeting moment, all surrounding heart-resonant spirits suddenly disappeared. Even the colossal moorcloud vines that had obscured the sky vanished without a trace. Just as it pondered this bewilderment, a dazzling and searing beam of light caught its attention. Before it lay a realm of pristine white. Every inch of its skin tingled, awakening to the scorching heat. Then, darkness enveloped its vision, plunging it into eternal silence. Chapter 265. The Advantages of the Western Maiden, the Arrival of the Holy Hall Forces. It seemed a bit excessive. Chen Yu gazed at the distant mountain peak, now marred by a significant gash, marveling silently. 102 luminous spirits. Channeling all their energy reserves into a single attack, indeed demonstrated formidable power. The mighty 7th-tier bronze boss was obliterated in an instant. No need for ashes. It simply returned to the cosmos. Just then, powerful auras of abyssal demonic energy erupted in the distance, each comparable to the recently vanquished bronze boss. Retreat. Chen Yu barely hesitated before making his escape. Although a lone hero cannot withstand a pack of wolves, an abundance of heroes can overwhelm even the fiercest pack. With so many 7th-tier bronze bosses, there was no need to confront them directly. My lord, that demon was a 7th-tier legend, wasn't it? Sophia exclaimed with palpable excitement, as if it was she who had slain the bronze boss. Indeed, Chen Yu replied with a smile and a nod. To have achieved such a feat without employing any hidden cards, to have vanquished a 7th-tier legend head-on, even he felt a bit elated. Ah, my lord, you are magnificent. Sophia exclaimed, her face flushed with admiration. Perhaps due to her mental strain, Chen Yu began to feel an insatiable hunger. He instructed the heart resonance thorn spirits carrying him to slow their pace. Lowering his head, he took a whiff. The scent was normal, not foul, and he detected a hint of delectable food. He was certain that this woman carried high-quality provisions. Thus, he pulled her up and gently lifted her armor. With a crisp snap, the elite protective gear of the Empire's vanguard shattered. While hidden, Chen Yu remarked in surprise. Even clad in armor, he had not realized Sophia could conceal so many items on her person. The high-ranking demons arriving to assist did not pursue Chen Yu. He had no inclination to continue the assault either. Having lost so many heart-resonant spirits, it would take several days of recuperation to recover fully. After satisfying his hunger, Sophia expressed her own need for food, only to be rebuffed by Chen Yu. Desperately famished, she knelt before him, pleading for sustenance. One advantage of the Western maidens was their perceptiveness. Even without prior exposure, they quickly learned to align with the desires of those in power. However, no matter how perceptive they were, it was impossible to instantly comprehend and cater to every whim of their superiors. Having consumed all the provisions she carried, Sophia found herself disheartened after over an hour of pleading without receiving a single morsel. Hunger, fatigue, and anguish consumed her body and mind. It must be said that Sophia's attempts to please Chen Yu were still rather lacking. If the world tree had intended it, it could procure anything it desired from Chen Yu within 10 minutes, regardless of form. Of course, the world tree rarely engaged in such folly. It understood that overly frequent demands without sincere reciprocation would diminish its standing in Chen Yu's eyes. After a period of exploration, Chen Yu continued onward with Sophia towards the military camp where he had taken refuge. As he approached the military camp, an overwhelming and pure force suddenly enveloped him. This force coalesced into a singular entity formed by multiple individuals. Divine power. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. He had experienced such power during his last potential trial, and it was not unfamiliar to him. Reinforcements from the Empire? When it comes to confronting the Abyss, no one is more adept than the Sanctuary. The divine power and the magic of the Abyss are inherently opposing forces, each capable of counteracting the other, beyond their fundamental natures. Both possess strikingly similar characteristics, adept at erosion and assimilation, with an exclusivity that is profound. The emergence of the Sanctuary's power could effectively counter the Abyss. However, for Chen Yu, this was not welcome news. A significant portion of his combat strength derived from the magic of the Abyss, making the Sanctuary his sworn enemy. Just as the Abyss cannot tolerate the existence of those imbued with divine power, the Sanctuary cannot abide those who wield the magic of the Abyss. The likelihood of a confrontation with the Sanctuary's forces was high. My lord, what troubles you? Sophia inquired, noticing Chen Yu's hesitation. There is a formidable presence of the Sanctuary within the camp, Chen Yu replied solemnly. The Sanctuary? Sophia exclaimed, taken aback. Her abilities were limited. She often could not discern the nature of the power emanating from others. Indeed, Chen Yu confirmed with a nod. It was almost certain that the Sanctuary was summoned by the Empire, ostensibly to resist the Abyss while simultaneously intimidating Chen Yu, preventing him from turning against the Empire after repelling the Abyss. Or perhaps, they feared he might forge an alliance with the Abyss to breach their defenses. Regardless of how amicably Chen Yu regarded the human empire, they could never fully trust a powerful entity beyond their control, especially one who is a noble demon. This was inherent to human nature, an unavoidable truth. To avert conflict, Chen Yu could not return to the camp for the time being. Setting aside the question of whether he could prevail in battle, even vanquishing these Sanctuary NPCs would yield him no benefits. It would be wiser to temporarily withdraw and allow them to serve as his unwitting allies. After contemplating for a moment, Sophia proposed, My lord, I can return to the camp to gather intelligence and gauge their attitude towards you. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Chen Yu questioned, furrowing his brow. I do, Sophia replied with a slight smile, fully aware of the risks. She had already been marked as Chen Yu's subordinate. Should the Empire harbor ill intentions towards him, viewing him as a formidable adversary. She would undoubtedly be implicated as a demon's minion. However, this also presented her with an opportunity. She aimed to prove to Chen Yu that she was not a liability. Beyond merely guiding him and alleviating his boredom, she could offer him significant assistance. Very well, Chen Yu acquiesced, extending his palm. A flower resembling a red crystal, the higanbana, materialized in his hand. What is this? It's so beautiful. Sophia marveled. A useful little trinket, Chen Yu chuckled. As he crushed the higanbana, it disintegrated into myriad luminous particles that merged with Sophia's form. The higanbana also served as a heart-linked version, though it lacked the extreme properties of its original form. Its fundamental functions remained intact. After recording Sophia's information, he would have the ability to control her life and death at will. If she perished upon returning to the camp, it would signify the Empire's malevolence towards him. In that case, he would conceal himself and observe the sanctuary and the abyss engage in a deadly clash. Should the sanctuary prevail, he would benefit from their victory without lifting a finger. If the sanctuary were to be vanquished, he could emerge later to reverse the tide. If Sophia survived, it would allow him to probe the sanctuary's disposition. Even without a direct confrontation, they could potentially establish a tacit collaboration. My lord, I shall depart, Sophia said, biting her lip. Her heart was filled with trepidation and fear, yet she did not falter. Go. Chen Yu gestured with a wave of his hand. Sophia swallowed hard, turned, and stepped forward with weighted footsteps. Rest assured, Chen Yu reassured her gently, with my means entwined with you, your demise would be a challenge. At his words, Sophia paused, her steps suddenly lightening. Chapter 266, Sophia versus the Young Saintess, an all-encompassing defeat. At the Empire's front lines, Sophia donned her armor, enveloping herself tightly. Her head adorned with a full-face helmet that left only her eyes visible. As an Imperial scout, her primary targets were typically the zones of abyssal corruption, necessitating a level of defense surpassing that of heavy infantry. Soldiers could not disguise themselves as fallen beings, should they encounter demons or corrupted entities within these zones. A fierce battle would surely ensue. The several dozen kilograms of armor would not impede a soldier's mobility, but would significantly enhance their survival chances. Scouts clad in such gear would remain inconspicuous. Throughout her journey, Sophia distinctly sensed an air of levity and even complacency pervading the entire defensive line. Upon returning to the military area, she observed a procession of gallant knights clad in silver armor, mounted on mighty steeds, patrolling back and forth outside the defenses. The presence of these knights was overwhelmingly unified, their strength formidable. Sunlight glinted off their silver armor, radiating a brilliance that seemed to outshine the very sun. Sophia, a mere Tier 3 creature with limited sensing capabilities, could be deemed nearly blind, yet even she could discern the knight's might. Among them, not one appeared to be below Tier 5, with qualities at least of rare grade, if not higher. These knights were clearly distinct from the Empire's forces, existing in a realm of their own. Is this the army of the sanctuary? Sophia swallowed hard, straightening her posture in an attempt to appear composed. She had now assumed the role of a demon's minion. Chen Yu was a powerful demon noble, and was she not but his servant? After circumventing the patrolling knights, Sophia swiftly returned to her military camp. Before Chen Yu fully grasped the essence of his mission, he sought to ascend to the rank of 2-star warrior captain, commanding 60 squads comprising approximately 2,000 men. The entirety of the camp had been meticulously selected and heavily indoctrinated by Sophia, including several staunch loyalists. These individuals were her targets. However, upon entering the camp, she sensed something amiss. Although ordinary soldiers remained present, over 200 knights of the sanctuary's faction had taken positions throughout the camp. Such figures were absent from other camps. Sophia's heart sank. Chen Yu's camp had drawn special attention. These knights likely harbored malicious intentions. She concealed her identity and quietly retreated. Just as she was about to exit the camp, 2 crossed lances obstructed her path. Lady Sophia, one knight stated, please accompany us. His Highness wishes to see you. You must have mistaken me. I am merely an ordinary scout of the Empire, a deep voice echoed from within the confines of the helmet. The 2 knights exchanged uncertain glances. Sophia removed her helmet, revealing a weathered visage of a middle-aged man. Gentlemen, I possess crucial intelligence to convey. Please do not delay me. Thank you. Sophia bowed to the 2 knights. My apologies, that was our error, the knights conceded, allowing her passage. Sophia's legs were tense as she began to step forward. Once out of sight of the knights, she would flee at full speed. Wait, a serene and graceful female voice suddenly called from behind her. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sophia's temple. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, slowly turning to face the source of the voice. At the entrance of the central military tent stood a tranquil young girl. She donned a white nun's habit adorned with golden trim. Her eyes veiled in a black lace mask, and her striking long black hair cascading down to her waist. There was an elegant grace about her, yet she emanated an approachable aura. Despite her eyes being concealed, the near-perfect contours of her face, along with her exquisite nose and lips, undeniably testified to her breathtaking beauty. The young maiden approached Sophia with a measured pace, quickly arriving before her. Your Grace, the saint, exclaimed the 2 knights who had intercepted Sophia, bowing deeply to the maiden. Saint. Sophia's heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, she composed herself, mirroring the knight's gestures with a respectful bow. The maiden smiled gently and replied, "Greetings, I am Lucifiel Agareth, the saint of the holy see of the Empire of the Radiant Wings." "Your Grace, it is an honor," Sophia responded. "I am Elmont Zola, a scout from the Empire's front line. May the divine be with you, and may happiness accompany you, esteemed Miss Felicia's Talanther," the maiden said with a serene smile, extending a delicate, fair hand towards Sophia. Clang. The helmet Sophia had been cradling fell to the ground. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at the maiden. After an initial moment of panic, Sophia swiftly regained her composure. "Your Grace, what do you mean? I do not understand," she stammered. "Miss Talanther Sophia, I am not concerned with your past," the maiden replied coolly. "Please tell me, where is he?" "Your Grace, you seem to have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the person you seek, nor do I know who you are referring to," Sophia said, a hint of indignation gracing her features. "Furthermore, I am male. Do not feign innocence." The maiden appeared to lose her patience, her expression darkening slightly. "You carry his scent, particularly strong upon your lips. Not an hour ago, his belongings were still lodged in your wretched mouth." The two knights standing guard widened their eyes in shock, their astonishment palpable. They promptly averted their gazes, entering a state of oblivion. After the initial tension and chaos, a playful smile crept upon Sophia's face. For the maiden before her, high in stature, was envious. She recognized the individual standing behind Sophia and was evidently jealous of the intriguing experiences they shared. A maiden from the Holy See, a powerful being from the abyss. Within this dynamic, it seemed, the saint was indeed envious. Sophia chuckled with amusement, her voice returning to a feminine tone as she reached up to touch her face, reverting to her original appearance. Her tone carried a hint of provocation. "May I inquire about your purpose in seeking Lord Sorando? If you refuse to disclose it, I might have to resort to imprisonment and torture," the maiden suddenly declared coldly. The two knights beside her immediately drew their blades, pressing them against Sophia's neck, freezing her in place. "Wait, let us speak." The maiden waved her hand, and the knights withdrew their weapons. "I can guide you, but I will only reveal one person. No others are permitted to follow." "Agreed," the maiden nodded, instructing the knights. "I shall be away for a time. Withdraw the troops." Concern flashed across the knights' faces. "Go," the maiden commanded with a wave of her hand. The two knights galloped away. "Let us proceed." The maiden directed her gaze towards Sophia. "Very well," Sophia replied, her demeanor subdued as she led the way ahead. She considered herself clever. Yet before this maiden, her prideful cunning and intellect were utterly subdued. It felt as though she had become transparent. Every subtle psychological movement was laid bare before her opponent. Each word from the maiden struck at the very core of her being. The deliberate mention of her true name had set the rhythm of their dialogue. The envy she displayed was genuine, yet intentionally revealed to Sophia. This was the saint's way of indicating that she recognized the individual behind Sophia and that their relationship was far from ordinary, likely ensuring they would not be adversaries. This effectively severed any steadfast loyalty and unyielding resolve that Sophia harbored within. As Sophia attempted to threaten the maiden for more information, she was met with an overwhelming display of force. This was also the maiden's way of conveying, "I am aware of his current situation and know he requires my assistance. You will inevitably reveal to me where he is. Today, should I strike you, it would be in vain, as it would not alter my relationship with him. It would merely lead him to perceive you as a fool unable to grasp the gravity of the situation." She was ensnared. Every expression, every gesture, every utterance was meticulously controlled. Yet, before an entity whose power, status, temperament, intellect, and might far surpassed her own, she could not summon even a flicker of rebellious thought. "Very well, I shall accept my fate." Chapter 267. Farewell, little saint. Not far from the Empire's defensive line, Chen Yu lay amidst a thicket of flowers, one hand repeatedly tapping his forehead. His mental trauma gradually healed with the passage of time. The needle-like pain receded, yet a lingering throbbing remained, destined to persist for a while longer. This flowering thicket was cultivated from common plant seeds he had sown, yielding small, thumb-sized wild fruits resembling strawberries, sour and bitter, with a potent kick. However, chewing them diverted his attention and alleviated his headache. After consuming a piece of fruit, he prepared to continue his cultivation when he sensed Sophia approaching, accompanied by a formidable aura of sanctity. The absence of oppressive force indicated that her companion was likely not an 8th-tier being. Perhaps a 7th-tier bronze? No, it was more than that. It was at least 7th-tier silver, or possibly even 7th-tier gold. What was a formidable figure from the Holy See doing accompanying Sophia? Had she betrayed him? Chen Yu's brow furrowed as he summoned 200 abyssal spirits, bracing himself for whatever might come. Before long, Sophia appeared within his line of sight. He paid little heed to her, instead focusing intently on the white-robed maiden with the black veil. The immense divine power emanated from her. Strangely, he felt a sense of familiarity with this maiden. "My lord." Sophia trotted over to Chen Yu's side. He ignored her, and a vine slithered forth, ensnaring Sophia like a dumpling, effectively silencing her. Sophia let out a muffled whine, finding the cold, rigid vine intolerable. If she had a choice, she would prefer Chen Yu to use something else to gag her. Who are you? Chen Yu asked the veiled maiden, furrowing his brows. Do I know you? He racked his brain, but could not recall where he had encountered this girl. Upon hearing Chen Yu's question, the white-robed maiden froze in place, her soft, plump lips pouting in a feigned expression of grievance. Chen Yu scratched his head, pondering deeply but still unable to connect her to anyone he knew. Wait, could it be someone known to Sarando? Chen Yu suddenly realized. It seemed this was yet another unfolding narrative. This made sense. As a mere fourth-tier warrior, how could Sarando hope to thwart the abyssal invasion? It would not be surprising for him to secure assistance from a powerful ally. With this thought, Chen Yu stepped forward, smiling as he said, You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Humph. The white-robed maiden crossed her arms, turning her face away in a haughty manner. This archetypal display of pride left Chen Yu bewildered. After all, he knew nothing about the girl before him, nor how to appease her. The more he spoke, the more he risked saying the wrong thing. If he inadvertently exposed the fact that he was not Sarando, would it not lead to disaster? Before him stood not a frail maiden, but a formidable presence. In his current state, Chen Yu was far from his zenith. The heart of the world tree had yet to manifest, and he could not be certain of his ability to prevail against her. Moreover, even if he were to eliminate her, there would be no benefit to be gained. Thus, Chen Yu found himself awkwardly poised, awaiting her move. Suspended in midair, Sophia watched the unfolding scene with wide, curious eyes. Regrettably, Chen Yu lacked the ability to communicate silently, or he would have inquired of Sophia regarding the identity of this enigmatic girl. The maiden remained silent, and Chen Yu, too, refrained from speaking, simply observing her in quiet contemplation. This girl intriguingly conformed to his aesthetic preferences. She wore white ankle boots, and her calves were enveloped in white stockings. The hem of her nun's attire gracefully brushed just above her knees, revealing a delicate strip of smooth, pale thigh between the stockings and the skirt. Further up, her figure was concealed beneath a loose white robe, obscuring any feminine curves, yet the cinched waist, reminiscent of an A4 sheet, was distinctly apparent. Ascending further, there was a subtle rise at her chest, though still not overtly noticeable. Suddenly, Chen Yu's gaze lingered upon the area between her bosoms, where a cylindrical jade pendant dangled. Was this not the adornment of the little saintess? A flood of memories washed over him, recalling their time hiding together in a cave during the last potential trial. These memories culminated in the moment he had named her, fixating on the jade pendant she had held in her hands. It was identical, without a single discrepancy. What is your name? Chen Yu inquired. I am Lucifeel Agareth, she replied, tinged with disappointment. Oh, Chen Yu responded nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of disappointment himself. Might you disclose your true name? The girl took a deep breath, her demeanor regaining composure as she asked softly. I am Chen Yu, he replied casually, only to find himself momentarily stunned. It was peculiar. The world had not impeded him from revealing his true name. When introducing himself to others, he could only utter his pseudonym. Without the power of the Dao fruit, he found it impossible to disclose his true identity. Yet, before this girl, he had done so without hindrance. This indicated that she was an existence marked by his true name. To date, he had only left such a mark upon one person. It truly is you, Chen Yu exclaimed with uncontainable joy, stepping forward to embrace her. The displeasure on the girl's face melted away instantly, replaced by a sweet smile. She clung tightly to his neck, greedily inhaling the familiar scent she had longed for. Nevertheless, she still feigned indifference. You remember me. I thought you had forgotten. How could I? Chen Yu chuckled softly. It's just that you have grown, and your aura has changed. A flicker of coldness passed through his gaze. What happened to your eyes? Who harmed you? The most vivid memory he held of the little saintess was her pair of soulful eyes, unique and irreplaceable beauty that belonged solely to her. Hee, it's nothing. Just something I did to myself. The little saintess leapt from Chen Yu's embrace, grasping the black veil and tearing it away. Those eyes, mysterious and beautiful like a boundless cosmos, reappeared before him. Facial harmony determines one's attractiveness. Many conceal their eyes or don masks to enhance their beauty, as a lack of coherence necessitates an element of mystery. Individually, each feature may be exquisite, yet together they can appear mundane or even unattractive. However, the little saintess was different. Her beauty was complete and unparalleled. She required no flaws nor mystery. At first glance, she might seem merely a nine-tenths beauty. Yet the longer one observed, the more entranced one became. People instinctively seek out imperfections in beautiful things. The fewer the flaws, the deeper the infatuation. This phenomenon is often referred to as enduring beauty. The little saintess possessed a visage that would forever captivate. She has truly matured. Chen Yu reminisced about the cherubic face of the little saintess in her youth, her puckered expressions, and couldn't help but smile broadly. Embrace me, the little saintess beckoned, opening her arms. Without hesitation, Chen Yu encircled her soft waist with one arm, while lifting her into his embrace with the other. The little saintess cradled his face in her hands, gazing at him with rapt admiration. Chen Yu felt his heart race wildly. The soft form of the girl in his arms exuded an intoxicating fragrance. He admitted to himself that he was smitten. This was a stark contrast to the simple release he sought with Sophia, or the distraction he used to alleviate emotional turmoil and headaches. This was a profound desire to possess the other wholly. It was also the first time he felt such longing for a being not born of the supreme sacred land. I recall you once said that if I saved you, I could do anything I wished. Does that still hold true? Chen Yu inhaled deeply. His gaze filled with a sense of aggression, his tone laden with pressure as he whispered. In truth, he was indifferent to how the little saintess would respond. He already knew her answer. Of course, the little saintess's eyes remained pure and innocent. Even in this moment, desire and emotion could not sway her thoughts. To his impulsive and emotional inquiry, she provided a calm and rational response. Yet, once she had spoken, her composure dissipated swiftly. A veil of mist clouded her bright eyes as she embraced Chen Yu's neck and leaned down to offer her lips. Chapter 268. The little saintess's first judgment of original sin. An overwhelming sense of ecstasy enveloped Chen Yu. The little saintess clung tightly, her eyes filled with profound affection. Her sacred visage adorned with a hint of youthful allure. Am I inherently a pervert? Chen Yu pondered as his rationality flickered back to life. The last time they parted, the little saintess was but a small child. Even now, she did not appear overly mature, lacking any semblance of the weariness that time brings. Her somewhat juvenile features evoked within him a sense of joy, akin to witnessing the fruits of his labor finally blossom. All right, I confess I am indeed a pervert. But what is wrong with being a pervert as a man? Chen Yu quickly cast aside any lingering guilt. He controlled a thorny demon spirit, weaving a chair from its vines, and seated himself. Then, he held the little saintess in his arms, savoring the tranquil moments of their long-awaited reunion. The little saintess nestled against him, eyes half closed, resembling a contented cat basking in affection. How long has it been since I last departed? Chen Yu whispered near her ear. The warmth of his breath made her delicate earlobes flush slightly, and she could not help but emit a soft hum as she replied, It has been 35 years, 7 months, and 13 days. 35 years. Chen Yu was somewhat taken aback. Based on the changes in her appearance, he had expected only 3 or 4 years had passed. Perhaps at most 5 or 6. Do you not like me as I am? The little saintess turned to peck Chen Yu on the lips, a mischievous smile gracing her features. If you wish, I can become more adult-like. No need. You are perfect as you are now. Chen Yu fervently shook his head, decisively rejecting her suggestion. The sweet and tart fruit is far more delightful than the overripe, which, though sweet, can become cloying. By the way, tell me what transpired during my absence. Can we discuss that later? There is something of greater importance, the little saintess said, her expression turning serious. Something more important? Chen Yu found it hard to believe that anything could be more significant than deepening his bond with the little saintess. Allow me to judge your transgressions. The little saintess's face radiated purity, akin to a righteous judge declaring the sentence for a most nefarious criminal. Her youthful visage bore an air of authority, devoid of any semblance of jest. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, almost believing that the little saintess was being earnest in her intentions. However, a hint of mischief gleaming in her eyes betrayed her true motives. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yu clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition, playing along with the little saintess's performance. Oh, esteemed lady saint, I am guilty. I repent. Please, with your purity, cleanse my sins. 3 hours later, the little saintess had thoroughly purified all of Chen Yu's transgressions, momentarily elevating him to the status of a venerable sage. She donned a new nun's attire paired with white stockings, as her previous garments were deemed unfit. Throughout the purification, Chen Yu exhibited a rather unfriendly demeanor towards the little saintess. After all, she oscillated between fervently praying with a visage of sanctity and sternly judging his misdeeds. With his unpunished sins still looming large, he found himself instinctively resisting, causing considerable distress to the noble saintess. Upon witnessing the completion of Chen Yu's purification, Sophia, who had been watching from a distance, finally exhaled in relief. This ordeal had been utterly tormenting. She was at a loss as to what transgression warranted such a cruel punishment. That was secondary, however. The more pressing concern was how the actions of the little saintess and Chen Yu had utterly shattered her worldview. Chen Yu, being a denizen of the abyss, had no moral compass or boundaries to begin with. Yet this saintess, a beacon of hope for the sanctum, appeared pristine and formidable, only to reveal such a hidden side, purifying a demon in the wilds without a care. This world had become utterly insane. After a considerable time, the little saintess finally regained her composure. She reveled in the pain coursing through her body, opting not to heal it with her holy power. She opened her arms to Chen Yu, yearning for contact, craving to feel his genuine essence, unwilling to part even for a moment. After changing clothes, Chen Yu lifted the little saintess into his embrace. Sophia cast a gaze filled with envy and resentment towards the little saintess. Why should a saintess of the sanctum, an arch-nemesis of the abyss, receive such affection from this high-ranking demon, cradled in his arms, while she, who devoted herself wholeheartedly to him, was bound like a prisoner? Noticing Sophia's discontent, the little saintess wore a mocking smile. Sophia turned away, as if she had just swallowed a bowl of cockroaches. Brother, The little saintess playfully nibbled on Chen Yu's earlobe, whispering, "Is that woman your toy?" Sophia perked up, hoping to hear a favorable response. "No," Chen Yu shook his head. Upon hearing this, Sophia's face brightened. "So, I still hold some significance in his heart, at least not merely a toy." Shortly thereafter, the little saintess's teasing laughter rang out once more. "Hee, it turns out even toys are not." Sophia shut her eyes tightly, even wishing to cover her ears, but could not due to her bindings. For the first time, she regretted provoking someone she ought not to have. Clearly, this saintess was not the pure and merciful figure the world believed her to be, nor was she devout and eager to help. To invoke the divine while engaging in such acts with a demon, what level of corruption must one possess to commit such an act? If the deities of the sanctum were to discover this, they would surely be enraged to the point of divine disintegration. Suddenly, she felt the bindings around her loosen. The thorny vines that ensnared her slackened. Sophia weakly straightened her posture, attempting to ease her stiff joints. "My lady, your highness." Sophia no longer dared to provoke the little saintess, bowing respectfully in greeting. Chen Yu casually nodded, in his eagerness to reconnect with the little saintess. He had momentarily forgotten about Sophia. Otherwise, he would have cast her aside. Yet, it was not a significant issue. After all, she was considered part of their circle, albeit without much standing. The little saintess paid Sophia no mind, her smile sweet as she occasionally pecked Chen Yu's cheek. "Brother, how long can you stay here this time?" "Perhaps about a month." Chen Yu calculated the dates and responded. "Can you stay?" The little saintess's voice brimmed with hope, though she recognized the foolishness of her question. She could not refrain from asking. "No," Chen Yu replied firmly. While he could remain in this world, it would mean forever forsaking his return to Blue Star and the supreme sacred land. It implied that without discovering the appropriate rules, his own strength could not continue to grow. He indeed cherished the little saintess and was enamored by all that she was. But such feelings did not warrant such a monumental sacrifice. Moreover, with the Tao fruit of the great Luo in his possession, separation did not equate to an eternal farewell. Chapter 269, The Origin of the Abyss. The little saintess's analysis. "Can you not deceive me?" The little saintess pouted. "If I were to deceive you, would you believe me?" Chen Yu asked with a half-smile. The little saintess, in her youth, had a mindset and sophistication that far surpassed Chen Yu's, and now, having matured for decades, she had likely become a cunning fox. Chen Yu doubted his ability to deceive someone so astute. "I will believe whatever you say." The little saintess beamed with a silly smile, gazing adoringly at Chen Yu's profile before leaning in for another kiss. "You need not act this way," Chen Yu sighed, affectionately ruffling the little saintess's hair. He believed her feelings for him were genuine, but he could not accept that she had transformed into this lovesick persona, which contradicted her established character. She was striving to embody what she thought Chen Yu would favor, seeking to please him. Perhaps it was habitual, as she had always been shaped to fit the preferences of those around her. Over time, she learned to mold herself to delight others. The little saintess, feeling somewhat dejected, buried her head in Chen Yu's shoulder. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to him and asked, "What is your world like? Can you tell me about it?" "Very well." Chen Yu seated himself with the little saintess in his arms, recounting tales of Blue Star and the profession of adventurers. He withheld no details, including how he arrived in this world. He sought to leverage the little saintess's intellect to analyze the nature of this realm. Nearby, Sophia was fortunate enough to overhear this astonishing revelation. Her face was a canvas of shock as she grasped Chen Yu's arm, panic-stricken. "My lord, is what you say truly real?" The world she inhabited was merely a game, existing solely for a mission? Did that mean her past experiences, her identity, her kin, her memories, indeed everything, was fabricated? "Fool, be silent. Get away from me." The little saintess furrowed her brow, unleashing a surge of holy power that sent Sophia reeling. Sophia collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed over. Chen Yu cast a glance at Sophia before sharing his conjectures regarding the potential trials of latent ability. "So, my world exists independently of causality, sealed within a fragment of time?" the little saintess inquired. "That is highly probable," Chen Yu replied. "However, I am merely speculating based on the information I possess. It may not be entirely accurate." "Brother, have you ever attempted to summon the great will of the abyss?" A peculiar glimmer sparkled in the little saintess's eyes. "Not yet," Chen Yu responded. "So far, no insurmountable crises have arisen." As the little saintess continued, "The abyss embodies the personification of desire and sin, originating from the malevolent thoughts of deities, a perpetually expanding realm of depravity. The creation scriptures state that sanctity and original sin are two sides of the same coin. When the deities forged the world, they severed most of the original sins, thus giving rise to the abyss. Yet, original sin is also the driving force behind the existence of sentient beings, making it impossible to eradicate entirely. Thus, where deities exist, there lies the potential for the abyss to cast its gaze, becoming a source of sustenance for it." The origin of the abyss. Chen Yu chuckled dismissively, questioning the veracity of the scriptures recounted by the little saintess. He held little faith in the authenticity of the sacred texts she referred to. How vast and profound is the abyss? Merely within the records of Blue Star, there are hundreds of named abyssal demigods. Not all have made an appearance. These are true deities. In contrast, the abyss that the little saintess speaks of comprises only a few demigods symbolizing original sin. According to the hierarchical structure of Blue Star, these demigods do not even qualify as true gods. They are merely weak demigods. He would rather believe that the abyss in this realm is merely an incomplete imitation. Indeed, the little saintess nodded solemnly, suggesting that if the dimension she inhabits existed eons ago, then the abyss, in its infinite expansion and insatiable consumption, could plausibly evolve into the indescribable entity of his era. Very well. Chen Yu chose not to engage in further debate with the little saintess on this matter. After all, the deity worshipped by the Holy Hall, in Chen Yu's eyes, is merely a true god of the 11th tier. The miracles described by the little saintess pale in comparison to the records of true divine beings in Blue Star. If the abyss truly were such a feeble existence, any true god could easily extinguish it, preventing its development into the colossal entity of the Blue Star era. Unless some formidable being clandestinely safeguards the abyss, it would be utterly impossible, given the abhorrent traits of the abyss akin to that of a despised rat. Furthermore, in the little saintess's recollection, the abyss lacked independent will. The so-called will of the abyss is, in fact, a conglomeration of malevolent thoughts, a chaotic conceptual will that serves to maintain the function of the abyss. From this, it becomes evident that the abyss of this world and the abyss understood by Chen Yu are fundamentally different entities. After hearing the little saintess's exposition on the abyss of this world, Chen Yu became increasingly convinced that this was an isolated dimension, separated by unique and powerful laws, rather than a mere remnant of the endless ages preceding his own era. It is even possible that it was intentionally crafted by the heavenly Tao to execute potential trials. If this were the case, the situation would simplify considerably. As long as he grew stronger, he could shatter the temporal barriers and bring the little saintess out to live alongside him. Astutely perceptive, the little saintess saw through Chen Yu's thoughts and thus refrained from broaching the subject of the abyss any further, redirecting the conversation back to the trial task itself. Brother, the trial task you have received should possess continuity. The key to completing the first task lies with me. The key to the second task also rests with me. If all goes as anticipated, your third, fourth, and subsequent potential trials will likewise be connected to me. The key to completing the task is me? Chen Yu was somewhat bewildered. The little saintess had indeed been a critical factor in the first task, but this time, she truly had little bearing on it. What I mean is, according to conventional methods of task completion, the little saintess elaborated. Conventional methods? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Your previous trial task, if not approached through deceit, would necessitate triggering at least 6 interactions of trust with me, allowing me to develop confidence and unlock the narrative concerning myself. Under my guidance, you would need to discover the contingencies and trump cards I left in the corrupted zone, utilizing my own strength to accomplish the task. Naturally, due to your identity, it would be challenging for me to forge genuine trust with you, which constitutes the key difficulty of the task. This time, it is the same, the little saintess stated. My original plan was to cleanse the abyssal corrupted zone surrounding the empire of the Radiant Wings and then expand outward. The schedule indicated I would arrive 84 days after your entry into this world. If I am not mistaken, the ordinary route to success would involve you gaining military merit, ascending to a high-ranking position within the military, learning of my existence, and then using channels within the imperial capital to contact me, persuading me to come to your aid in advance. Chapter 270, Mobilizing an Army for Personal Gain? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, incredulous. When I escorted you last time, you actually had contingencies? The little saintess replied, indeed, I possess the means to temporarily unleash power comparable to that of a 6th-tier legendary being. Then why did you not utilize it? Chen Yu asked, somewhat irked, pinching the little saintess's delicate ear. Ow, she exclaimed, pouting, I already explained. I needed to recover it. And you never gave me a chance to speak. Oh, I see. Chen Yu recalled that he had indeed been somewhat domineering, keeping the little saintess in line throughout their previous encounter. He had previously theorized that the necessary conditions for success would involve delaying the pace of completion to seek external assistance in the abyssal corrupted zone. The contingencies mentioned by the little saintess likely constituted part of that external aid. Contemplating this, Chen Yu couldn't help but pinch her again. Why do you keep pinching me? She retorted, turning to bite his shoulder in frustration. Then what should I have done at that time to earn your trust? Chen Yu inquired, curious to know how a professional could successfully complete the trial under such circumstances without resorting to deceit. The little saintess pondered for a moment before responding. First, you must discern from my initial probing that I harbored doubts regarding your identity. The identity she referred to was, of course, the virtual form of Harachagus that Chen Yu had acquired. He had indeed sensed something amiss about this identity. At least I managed to perceive that, Chen Yu said proudly. What does that prove? I do possess intelligence. I simply chose not to utilize it. I was merely playing the game with brute force. I meant during our first encounter. The little saintess replied softly. You should have recognized the issue with your identity during our encounter with the clergy. By then, it was already too late. What you needed to do was to understand the significance of your identity and dispel my doubts before I uncovered your true identity. This would have required you to find other clerics before rescuing me and obtain answers from them. If I am not mistaken, you never even considered seeking collaborators, did you? Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words. Thus, brother, the little saintess sighed. You have never paid attention to the details surrounding you. Perhaps, in your own world as well, you merely regard it as a diversionary game. Indeed, Chen Yu readily admitted. Following the rules and being cautious holds no significance for me. For instance, if I were to complete the task through conventional means, would I ever have the opportunity to be with you? The answer is unequivocally no. This time, the little saintess was left speechless. She had analyzed the reasons behind her special feelings for Chen Yu. It was precisely because he had subdued her through force, making her acutely aware of her own frailty and helplessness, that she recognized the existence of forces beyond her control in this world. In the end, through deprivation and cruelty, he had tamed her, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart with his perfect and formidable presence. She even acknowledged that her feelings were problematic, as she should not harbor special emotions toward Chen Yu. However, as a human being, one can never fully master all their emotions. Thus, upon their reunion, she acted with such fervor. Had Chen Yu adhered to her envisioned path for success, while the success rate might have been high throughout the entire process, she would have remained as the dominant figure, failing to leave a lasting impression on him. Consequently, after their reunion, she would not have been eager to engage in such intimate acts with him, but rather would have approached him with a sense of formality. Isn't that precisely the case? Chen Yu spoke cryptically, asserting that those who adhere strictly to rules can never hope to ascend to the pinnacle. It is the disregard for convention that often leads to unexpected delights. By the way, Chen Yu continued, didn't you mention that you had no name and asked me to bestow one upon you? How is it that you now possess a name? The name represents an existence that is not me, the little saintess replied nonchalantly. It carries a special significance. Before she could divulge the secret behind her name, Chen Yu swiftly placed a piece of fruit into her mouth, silencing her. Instinctively, the little saintess bit into the fruit, chewed a few times, and found it rather unpalatable. She promptly spat it out and pouted at Chen Yu, exclaiming, I want an apple, a really sweet one. With that, she handed him a shriveled little apple. You actually carry seeds with you? Fine. Chen Yu tossed the apple onto the ground, unleashing a rapid growth spell. The desiccated apple split open, and vigorous roots sprouted from the seed, burrowing into the earth. The roots and seedlings grew in tandem, and within mere minutes, a lush tree surged skyward, adorned with fragrant blossoms. Almost instantaneously, the flowers withered, giving way to numerous plump, red apples. The second-tier rapid growth was incomparable to the first. Such ordinary crops as apples, devoid of rank, required no vitality to mature. They ripened instantly. Wow! The little saintess exclaimed, jumping for joy. She plucked an apple and took a hearty bite, savoring the rich, sweet flesh, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Poor child, Chen Yu thought to himself, shaking his head. What kind of life must she have led to find such joy in simply eating an apple? What shall we do next? Chen Yu inquired. With the little saintess acting as his strategist, he found himself disinclined to think for himself. This was one of the reasons he wished to take her away. After finishing her apple, the little saintess leaped into Chen Yu's arms, nuzzling against his chest and wiping the juice from her lips. We need do nothing but await the abyss's assault. Is it really that simple? Chen Yu asked, astonished. The forces I bring are sufficient to utterly eradicate the abyssal entities in this world, the little saintess replied with a playful smile. Before arriving, I discovered that the abyssal passage here has been completely sealed. This means that for the time being, this world will receive no support from the abyss. So, this means we can do whatever we wish during this period. The little saintess beamed with excitement. Given her knowledge of this world's intelligence and her formidable forces, Chen Yu was convinced that her actions were deliberate. She must have been aware of his existence before coming to this world. The implications of this were clear, even to the dim-witted. Wasn't this akin to a leisurely side quest? As for what to do, Chen Yu looked down at the little saintess in his arms, meeting her fervent gaze. Chapter 271, Complete Corruption. The little saintess indulges in source sin. Sophia felt that this period marked the darkest days of her life. While Chen Yu and the little saintess frolicked and reveled, she served as little more than a maid in the background. To make matters worse, the saintess from the holy hall behaved in a manner far more lascivious than the succubi of the abyss. It was one thing to be flirtatious, but during their games, Sophia found herself relegated to the role of an observer, sometimes even required to perform for their amusement. This saintess, having shed the constraints of the church, seemed to have become a vessel for source sin itself. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, pride, and wrath. She had nearly committed every sin save for envy. It was as if she had unleashed all the beasts imprisoned within her heart. Not only Sophia, but even Chen Yu sensed her aberrance. However, he refrained from inquiring about the reasons. After all, in this world, there was nothing that could halt their indulgence. During these lawless escapades with the little saintess, he too found immense pleasure. Indeed, no one understands the essence of corruption better than one who is truly sacred. Their hedonistic lifestyle continued unabated until the 89th day of the trial task. On this day, within a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, the little saintess was mercilessly striking a plump woman. As the woman lay on the verge of unconsciousness, the little saintess employed healing magic to mend her, only to unleash her fury once more. This woman was merely the wife of a minor noble in the capital and bore no deep-seated grudge against the little saintess. She had simply bumped into her on the street without apologizing and had the audacity to insult her, which led to her capture as a means for the little saintess to vent her wrath. Chen Yu observed with keen interest the little saintess's current state. Should she ever connect with the abyss, would likely result in her instant descent into a high-ranking demon. The stark contrast brought him considerable amusement. A beam of holy light surged into the room, intercepted by the little saintess. This was a high-level communication method of the Holy Hall. After reading the message, she cast a healing spell upon the battered woman and coldly commanded, "Leave." The woman, filled with dread, cast a fearful glance at the little saintess before scrambling away. It was likely that from this day forth, she would refrain from speaking disrespectfully to anyone. "What is going on?" Chen Yu approached, naturally lifting the little saintess into his arms, expertly giving her a gentle squeeze. During this time, the little saintess had taken to spending most of her hours nestled against him, relishing their closeness. "The abyss has launched an assault on Kale City," the little saintess said somberly. "Hasn't it always been on the offensive? Just ignore it," Chen Yu replied dismissively. "We still have a day to enjoy ourselves." During this time, the abyss occasionally attacked Kale City. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the holy knights brought by the little saintess, they were unable to breach the defenses. With the little saintess's assurances and the information channels established by Sophia, Chen Yu felt no concern. He only wished to revel with the little saintess until the mission concluded. "This time is different," the little saintess stated. "The abyssal forces have deployed a total of 12 7th-tier legendary demons." 7th-tier legends, 12 of them? Chen Yu exclaimed, slightly taken aback, realizing how many there were. Were all the 7th-tier legendary demons from this world present? That should be the case, the little saintess confirmed. This number of foes is beyond what Commander Dahlia can manage. They will likely divert some of their forces to hold the top-tier experts at bay while they seize the opportunity to destroy Kale City. How bothersome. Chen Yu frowned. Humans are inherently lazy. Once accustomed to indulgence, they lose the will to strive. That was precisely Chen Yu's current state. Day after day, aside from wandering about and experiencing exotic pleasures, he engaged in fervent exchanges with the beautiful girl who had taken root in his heart. He yearned to obliterate the abyssal forces that threatened to disrupt his comfort. "Let us go and deal with them. We can still enjoy ourselves for another day." Chen Yu donned a loose silk robe, slipped into cotton slippers, and cradled the little saintess as they made their way to the teleportation array in the imperial capital. At the front lines of Kale City, the entire city was ensconced within a colossal magical array. The 30-meter-high walls were adorned with powerful magical runes. Cannons continuously fired radiant magical projectiles. Outside the walls, countless imperial soldiers were engaged in a bloody battle against an overwhelming tide of fallen beings. In the distance, dark clouds obscured the sky, hovering like demons above. A rough estimate suggested their numbers exceeded 100,000. The fallen had crimson glints in their eyes, clearly bereft of reason, recklessly charging against the defensive line formed by the imperial soldiers. With fewer than 5 million imperial soldiers pitted against tens of millions of fallen. Even though these fallen were of low rank, their sheer numbers were enough to exhaust the defenders. Fortunately, upon the battlefield, there exists a legion of knights comprising tens of thousands. They radiate a sanctified luminescence, rampaging through the ranks of the fallen, relentlessly reaping the meager lives of the damned. The aerial forces, composed of 100,000 demons, dare not take action, intimidated by the formidable knightly order. As Chen Yu ascended the walls of Kale City, such a scene unfurled before him. "Your Highness," a 6th-tier legendary paladin trailed closely behind Chen Yu, offering a respectful bow to the small saintess cradled in his arms. "There are far too many fallen. Continuing this slaughter will only squander our holy power and stamina. Should we directly confront those demons?" The paladin frequently cast glances at Chen Yu, sensing the abyssal magic that coursed through him. He found it incomprehensible that such a noble saintess would exhibit such intimacy with an entity like him. Yet, out of deference to her supreme renown, he refrained from voicing his questions. "I shall eradicate these blind fools," Chen Yu declared, dismissively waving his hand at the paladin. "Withdraw your men to avoid friendly fire." With a multitude of demons and fallen congregated in one place, was it not the perfect opportunity for him to act? The paladin was momentarily taken aback. A toad yawning. What audacity! Over 100,000 at least 4th-tier epic demons, alongside tens of millions, perhaps even billions of fallen. Do you truly believe you can annihilate them at will? Your Highness, please make a decision. The paladin disregarded Chen Yu, awkwardly directing his gaze toward the small saintess. Now that the demons are amassed, it is indeed the prime moment to eradicate them. Dairos, inform the paladin, order to retreat. The small saintess's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yes, Your Highness. Dairos promptly spurred his steed into action. Even though the command issued by the small saintess seemed absurd, he executed it without hesitation. This clearly illustrated the extent of her control over the armed forces at her command, her decisiveness rivaling that of soldiers raised under the banner of red. As the paladin order gradually withdrew into the city, the small saintess's excitement became increasingly evident. Shall we meet again? A being both perfect and magnificent. I hope this time. Perhaps I might catch a glimpse of your true visage, even if but a fraction.